Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 35:16 to Chapter 35:98. You must know something, right? About the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance? The God Devil Order Master asked coldly. When he mentioned the so-called inheritance, he was incomparably furious. He had painstakingly studied it for a month, but to no avail. He even suspected that the item was fake. Hee, isn't it a little too late to discover it now? That's right, it's just as you thought. The inheritance you obtained is just a fake. The real inheritance is in my hands. Ling Xiao mocked. In order to fight for that inheritance, you didn't hesitate to kill so many warriors. In the end, it was all for naught. Is it very painful? You lied to me. This is impossible. The God Devil Order Master roared. I lied to you? Is there a need for me to lie to you? Let me show you something good. Ling Xiao chuckled and took out the 100 Transformations divine weapon. The multicolored metal emitted an intoxicating light. That is Heavenly King artifact. Others might not be able to tell. But the God Devil Order Master was a warrior of the 4 major regions, so he naturally recognized the Heavenly King artifact. That's mine. The God Devil Order Master roared. Then, he crazily charged towards Ling Xiao. Yours? Hee. Ling Xiao sneered. You think too highly of yourself. Today, I will kill you and make your ambition disappear along with your life. The Ice Age was raised again. Ling Xiao used the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps and instantly arrived in front of the heavily injured God Devil Order Master. That cold weapon was pressed against the God Devil Order Master's throat. Stop. You can't kill him. King Zhong suddenly roared. Why not? Ling Xiao asked. If you kill him, you will definitely regret it. He is the representative of the 4 major regions. If you kill him, it means declaring war on the 4 major regions. King Zhong explained, I know you have become stronger, but facing the 4 major regions, you are still nothing. You have to admit that. Ha, looks like there is a smart person. The God Devil Order Master laughed crazily. That's right, Ling Xiao, so what if you are stronger than me? You still can't kill me, the 4 regions are my backers. If you kill me, the western region will definitely be destroyed by the 4 regions. Idiot. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Ice Age had already pierced out. It pierced through the throat of the Fiend God Order Master. At that moment, a hero of a generation had fallen. Everyone was stunned. He was even a little frightened. The Fiend God Order Master also widened his eyes. Before he died, he never thought that Ling Xiao would actually make a move. You actually did it. You're too impulsive. Prince Zhong slumped to the ground. It's over. It's all over. The western regions will suffer a calamity. Coward. Ling Xiao looked at Prince Zhong and said, Aren't you thinking too highly of this trash? The last time a God Fiend Token Master was killed was during the reign of the ancient Sword Emperor. What did the 4 regions do? They had only sent some trash over. And that was a year after the incident. Now, my strength is much stronger than those trash. Although I'm not the ancient Sword Emperor, I have an army stronger than the ancient Sword Emperor. Just wait. In a year's time, an invincible army will rise in the western regions, a God Fiend Token Master. So what if I killed him? What's there to sigh about? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone was speechless. They had never thought of becoming enemies with the 4 regions. Even more so, they never thought that one day, the legend of the ancient Sword Emperor would reappear. Killing the God Fiend Token Master. This was a huge matter. Now, have you all thought of how to answer my question just now? Do you choose to surrender and submit, or do you choose to die and resist? The God Fiend Token Master's corpse was still bleeding. There was no suspense at all when Ling Xiao asked such a question again. We are willing to follow the Imperial Emperor and sacrifice our lives. Everyone knelt down, including Prince Zhong. Although he feared the 4 regions, right now, Ling Xiao was the most terrifying existence. Very good. Then today, you all will carry out your first mission. Follow me to the God Fiend City. Occupy the God Fiend City. Ling Xiao sneered. Did these people think that it was okay to just say that they wanted to surrender? How could they not show their loyalty? The God-fiend city was what they used to show their loyalty. But the door of the divine tomb hasn't been opened yet. Prince Zhong said. From now on, there will be no more door of the divine tomb. That place will be the Cultivation holy land of the Western region. Martial artists, let's go. I will personally lead the team and cheer for you. My black armored army will also help you attack the God-fiend city. Ling Xiao said loudly. Although many people were unwilling, the situation was beyond their control. With Ling Xiao personally supervising, they had no other choice but to bite the bullet. Whoosh, suddenly, a figure dashed out of the crowd and fled into the distance. If you didn't escape, I almost forgot about you. That person was one of the 3 experts under the God-fiend token master. Ling Xiao sneered and casually flicked out a sword light. At a distance of 1,000 meters, that person's throat was pierced, and the corpse fell heavily to the ground. This was an example to others. Seeing this scene, no one dared to hesitate at all. Following the black armored army, a group of experts set off for the God-fiend city. A few days later, a war broke out in the God-fiend city. The head of the God-fiend token master became the fuse of this war, and also the weapon that ended it. When the martial artists in the God-fiend city saw that the God-fiend token master was killed, they immediately lost the courage to fight. They were leaderless. From the beginning of the war, they leaned towards the Celestial Empire. Those experts from the Western region, under the supervision of Ling Xiao and the Black Armored Army, erupted with amazing combat power. In the end, the God-fiend city was taken down. Out of the 100,000 soldiers in the God-fiend city, 50,000 surrendered and pledged their allegiance to the Celestial Empire. As for how to control these people, Ling Xiao naturally had his own way. From the Skydragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, this was not the first time he dealt with this kind of problem. The soul-absorbing pill combined with the soul-absorbing technique. These people would never betray him. They would only fight to the death. As long as they did not betray him, their bodies would not have any abnormalities. Although this method of controlling people was somewhat low-end, Ling Xiao did not have the time to do any brainwashing. To him, this was the most efficient and direct method. And after those experts took down the God-fiend city, although they were injured and some died. But from this moment on, they were completely on the same boat as Ling Xiao. Even if they were unwilling, it was useless. After the war ended, Ling Xiao gathered all the generals of the Celestial Empire for a meeting in the God-fiend city. This battle was also his last battle in the Western region. Next, he would head to the 4 major regions. The remaining matters would naturally be left to the people who stayed here. Jian Fulong was appointed as the king of the Western region and was in charge of the overall affairs of the Western region. Haim Myung-ko was still an important contact between the Black Tortoise continent and the Celestial Empire. In fact, she was the highest commander. Her position was second only to Ling Xiao. This former holy son had matured a lot. Even if her strength was not as good as many people. But she was a pillar of the country. After settling the matters of the Western region, Ling Xiao finally embarked on the road to the 4 great regions. Whether it was his own woman, Yu Fanghua, or his sister in this life, Ling Jiaojiao, or his friends, Xiao Jin, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum. They were all in the 4 great regions. This time, Ling Xiao was not only going to retrieve what he had lost. It was also a solid step for Wang Qing to unify the profound world. To unify the Black Tortoise continent, the 4 great regions were the key. The Western region was just a corner of it. The closest to the Divine Devil City was the Golden Heavenly region. And it had a teleportation array. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not spend much time to arrive at the first battle of the 4 great regions, the Golden Heavenly region. Looking at this unfamiliar place, Ling Xiao felt that it was a little strange. The spiritual energy in the air continuously poured into his body and then transformed into his own energy and potential. You don't even need to cultivate to feel the density of the spiritual energy. Compared to the Western region, this place was really much better. He really wanted to bring all the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire to take a look and feel the atmosphere here. If he could cultivate here, it would naturally be even better. To martial artists, this place was simply a cultivation paradise. Ling Xiao began to calm down and carefully observed the situation around him. The environment here was not bad. A large area of dense vegetation covered the surface of the ground. Some towering trees were actually hundreds of meters tall. But he could not see a single person, nor could he see any buildings. Ling Xiao frowned, opened the Tai Chi eye and looked into the distance, and could not help but be shocked. This Tai Chi eye, when in the western region, could already see things hundreds of miles away. But here, he could only see about 100 meters. The effect was greatly reduced. Could this be the reason why the God-Devil Token Master said that the laws were sturdy? Ling Xiao looked at a huge rock. If this rock was placed in the western region, he would only need to lightly touch it to shatter it. He did not know how it was now. He had to figure this out. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage here in the future. Thinking of this, he walked over and pointed out. To his incomparable surprise, the huge rock did not move at all. The laws of the 4 great regions are actually so sturdy. He began to increase his strength. When his strength had increased to about 100 times, he was finally able to shatter the boulder. In other words, the laws of the 4 regions were 100 times stronger than the western regions. Something that could be done in the western regions would require 100 times the effort to accomplish here. This was truly shocking. Interesting. Ling Xiao chuckled. He liked things that were challenging. Disciple, don't be happy too early. You'll encounter a lot of trouble here. A Yuan Venerate suddenly appeared. This lessened Ling Xiao's loneliness from being away from his friends. After all, there was still a Yuan Venerate by his side, wasn't there? However, what was the meaning of his master's words? Master, what trouble are you talking about? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Try using your movement technique to fly first. Yuan Venerate said with a smile. All right. Ling Xiao didn't know what Yuan Venerate meant, but his master definitely wouldn't harm him. Therefore, he used his blizzard ice ceiling steps in an attempt to soar into the sky. However, what shocked him was that after his body rose 7 or 8 meters into the air, he suddenly plummeted rapidly and couldn't go up anymore. Flying was even more impossible. The blizzard ice ceiling steps had allowed him to fly thousands of meters in the air and shuttle back and forth rapidly. Now, he could only hover about a foot above the ground. This was probably also an effect of the laws. It was no wonder that those fellows from the savage beast race kept saying that the western regions were inferior humans. In terms of pure strength, the top martialists from the western regions would only be at the bottom of the hierarchy in the 4 great regions. Ling Xiao felt even more incredulous when he thought about how he had actually killed a martialist from the Eternal Life Palace. It's true that the spirit chi here is abundant, but the restrictions on the martialists are also greater. It's no wonder that the martialists here can become extremely powerful after cultivating a little. I even suspect that the babies here are already powerhouses who have entered the samsara cycle from the moment they are born, right? Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate with a puzzled look. What you said isn't exactly correct. In fact, the babies here have a cultivation base between the 1st and 9th levels of the First Revolution life-seizing realm when they are born. This depends on their aptitude. The Yuan Venerate smiled. No way, doesn't this mean that I'm not even comparable to a baby? Ling Xiao said in shock. That's not entirely true. Although the starting point is higher after birth, cultivating from the 1st level to the 9th level of the life-seizing realm isn't easy. Most of the martialists from the 4 great regions need a decade or 2. Of course, those freaks who are born at the 9th level of the life-seizing realm aren't included. Those fellows might already be divine vein realm martialists in their teens or even a few years old. The Yuan Venerate explained. It seems like I really have to take it slow. Although I've come to the 4 great regions, it seems like the distance between me and the Moon Lady hasn't shortened at all. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Are you feeling very desperate? The Yuan Venerate asked. Desperate? That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I came from a small town. The first 15 years were basically wasted due to various reasons. In fact, I've only cultivated for a little more than 2 years. Now that I'm 17 years old, I'm already the strongest in the western regions. Now that I've come to the 4 great regions, I firmly believe that I can become an absolute overlord in 2 or 3 years. Perhaps it won't even take that long. This is because the resources here are more abundant, and the spirit chi here is more abundant. My cultivation speed will also be faster. Good, you have ambition. I was most afraid that you would become dispirited after learning about the 4 great regions. Now it seems like I was worried for nothing. The Yuan Venerate heaved a sigh of relief. Master, you can't do that. Have you forgotten? My goal is to unify the mystic world. A mere 4 major regions is but a small step on my path of martial arts. If I can't even take this small step, then how can I unify the mystic world? Isn't that a joke? Ling Xiao would never lose confidence because he had the powerful tyrannical martial soul. He also had excellent aptitude. In this place, where the cultivation environment was obviously better, his growth speed would only be faster than before. Ha ha ha, it seems that I've worried too much. Alright, let's go in that direction, if I'm not wrong. If I remember correctly, there should be a city there. The Yuan Venerate went back to rest after he finished speaking. Ling Xiao looked in the direction the Yuan Venerate had pointed and walked over. He had no goal at the moment anyway. Since the Yuan Venerate had given him directions, he would give it a try. Perhaps he could really find a place where people lived. He was really curious now. How were the martialists of the 4 great regions? How would he compare to the martialists of the 4 great regions? There would definitely be danger, there would definitely be stumbling blocks, but who was he? He was Ling Xiao. He was the person who had inherited the will of the human monarch. He was also the person who had inherited the tyrannical martial soul. No matter what trouble he encountered, he would never back down. Sister Jiaojiao is in the Golden Skies region. That lass from the Golden Scripture seems to be the daughter of a rather powerful figure in the Golden Skies region. Let's see if I can find them. This place is still too far from the Eternal Emperor region. Sister Moon Maiden's matter will have to wait. Ling Xiao obviously wanted to reunite with the Moon Maiden now, but he wasn't someone who would bite off more than he could chew. With his current strength, even if he met the Moon Maiden, he would probably be killed. Although the Black Devil was extremely powerful, he couldn't be controlled. There was no way to know if he would appear. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained the tyrannical sky martial soul, the Black Devil had only appeared once. Therefore, he had placed his and the Moon Maiden's lives on such uncertain matters. He really didn't dare to do so. However, there was still some improvement. Compared to the Western region, the Golden Skies region was very close to the Eternal Emperor region. It was even said that the areas were connected. During the journey, Ling Xiao wasn't idle. On one hand, he was making use of the abundant spiritual qi to increase the energy in his cultivation C and raise his cultivation. On the other hand, he was continuing to cultivate the God-Fiend Sword Soul. As for the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend Art and 100 Transformation Weapon, he wasn't in a hurry. It wouldn't be too late to cultivate and comprehend them after his cultivation reached the Divine Pulse realm. Now that he had the Ice Age and Ice Emperor Sword Art and the 9 Supreme Sword Art, it was definitely enough. Previously, he had tried to cultivate the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend Art and almost died from chi deviation. He had to rely on life reversal to save his life. From then on, he knew that the ancient Sword Emperor's words were true. The 9 Revolutions God-Fiend Art had to be at the first level of the Divine Pulse realm at the very least. Otherwise, cultivating it would be courting death. After walking for less than 2 hours, Ling Xiao felt that the energy in his cultivation C was already full. Although he hadn't broken through yet, he wasn't far from it. This was indeed one of the 4 major regions. In the Western region, pure cultivation wouldn't have such an amazing effect. There's someone? Ling Xiao was about to continue forward when he suddenly smelled the scent of people. At the same time, his Tai Chi eye captured over 20 figures. These people were all at level 8 reincarnation divine state. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as what the savage beast race had said, this was still the border of the 4 regions, the place closest to the Western region. 20 over martial artists actually randomly came out, and they were all existences at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the martial artists of these 4 regions were. If any of these people went to the Western regions, they would definitely be top-notch existences. He was the kind of expert who could destroy a country with a casual wave of his hand. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. The distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant. Those 20 or so people seem to have discovered Ling Xiao long ago. Kid, I see that your cultivation is not high. How dare you walk around in this sleeping forest alone? Be careful not to encounter those black warriors. You won't even know how you died. There were a total of 26 people. The leader was actually a young girl. He was only 15 or 16 years old, but his cultivation was already at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state. He was the strongest person in the group. The woman only glanced at him indifferently, then threw down a sentence, and the 26 people continued to rush forward. Their goal was actually the same as Ling Xiao's. Black warriors? Sleeping forest? Ling Xiao felt a little confused. When he was about to ask about these things, the 26 people had already left like a gust of wind. They really do things their own way. Ling Xiao shook his head and hurriedly chased after them. Relying on the Tai Chi eye, he kept falling behind. But after a moment, his actions angered the group of people. The 26 people stopped. One of the sturdy young men shouted at him 200 meters away, "Kid, what do you want to do with us?" "Meng Chong, don't be so loud. Be careful not to scare him. Maybe he's just on the way with us." The girl in the lead looked at the sturdy young man and said, "Miss, we can't be careless. The black warriors in this sleeping forest are quite cunning. Who knows if he's a spy for those black warriors?" Meng Chong frowned. "Okay, I know what to do." The girl waited for Ling Xiao to walk over before saying, "Are you going to the City of Raging Fire too?" "Yes." The City of Raging Fire was the city that the Yuan Venerate had pointed out to Ling Xiao. He had just arrived. Although he knew the general direction, he didn't know the way. If he went alone, it would take a long time. That was why he had the idea of following these people. He didn't expect to annoy them. "Everyone, I don't mean any harm. It's just that I'm new here and not familiar with the way, so I followed you. If you are willing to let me accompany you, I can pay you." Ling Xiao continued. "That's not necessary." The girl shook her head and said, "My name is Meng Fian." "What's your name?" "Ling Xiao." "Then Ling Xiao, you can follow us. Anyway, there are more than 20 of us. It doesn't matter if you join us." Meng Fian smiled. This girl was a good person. Ling Xiao was a little touched. "Miss, this person is of unknown origin. You have to think twice." Meng Chong hurriedly said. "There's no need to say more. The people of our Meng village have always been warm-hearted and helpful. Besides, I don't think he's a bad person. If he's a spy for the Black Warrior, he could have informed the Black Warrior long ago. There's no need to follow him all the time. Instead, he'll expose himself." Meng Fian shook her head. Meng Chong looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said, "Our miss is kind and willing to help you. However, I'll say this first. If you have any ulterior motives, don't blame me for being rude. I'll break your neck. Thank you for taking care of me." Ling Xiao didn't dislike Meng Chong. Everything Meng Chong did was for the sake of his team. Although it was unreasonable, it was the way of a smart person. If it were him, he would have done the same. "All right, let's go. These people seem to be in a hurry." Meng Fian didn't want to waste time, so she called out to everyone and went forward. To her, Ling Xiao was just a passerby. She could help him out a little, but it was just in passing. She didn't think too highly of Ling Xiao. If he really encountered danger, she wouldn't help Ling Xiao. What she wanted to do was to let Ling Xiao follow them to the City of Raging Fire. She was kind, but she wasn't a saint. As for Meng Chong and the others, they didn't put Ling Xiao in their eyes. 26 people, all of them increased their speed to the limit. "Hee, if you can keep up, we'll take you to the City of Raging Fire. If you can't keep up, don't blame us." Meng Chong laughed and rushed out with the large group. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and followed closely behind. Although he could only float about a foot in the air in the 4 great regions, his speed was much slower. However, the speed of these people was also not fast. "It seems that my fighting strength still surpasses theirs," Ling Xiao thought to himself as he chased. Although he was only at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm, his actual fighting strength was stronger than the girl called Meng Fian. This way, he would be more confident in his heart. Next, even if he encountered trouble, he would know what to do. After rushing forward for a while, Meng Fian looked back. She was kinder than those men. She was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to keep up. However, she was shocked by what she saw. They had already been rushing forward for half an hour, and this young man called Ling Xiao had actually been following closely behind. Moreover, his expression didn't change at all. It seemed that he was even more relaxed than them. Not to mention her surprise, Meng Chong was even more surprised. Good boy, you're hiding your strength. Meng Chong was a strong person, but he had to admit that Ling Xiao was even more powerful than he had imagined. You also want to go to the Raging Fire City to meet the Zifu Special Envoy, right? Meng Fian slowed down a bit, so that she could walk side by side with Ling Xiao. Since Ling Xiao wouldn't delay the speed, then there was no need to worry. Zifu Special Envoy? What's that? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. To be honest, let alone the Zifu Special Envoy, I have never heard of the Black Warrior or the Sleeping Forest. No way, you don't even know the Zifu Special Envoy, this is too shocking. Where did you come from? Meng Fian was obviously surprised. A small place, not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao didn't say that he came from the western region, otherwise it would scare others. After all, ever since Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia, no one had come from the western region to the four great regions. Meng Fian wanted to say something, but suddenly, two screams came from the front. It turned out that the two people at the front were suddenly shot by arrows from the dense forest and died. Protect the miss. Meng Chong shouted, and immediately went to Meng Fian's side, and slashed towards Ling Xiao. Boy, you really are the Black Warrior's spy. This brother has misunderstood. After Ling Xiao dodged the blade, he said, this is my first time here. I don't even know what a Black Warrior is. Who would believe your nonsense? Meng Chong was obviously much more cautious than Meng Fian. He did not believe Ling Xiao's words at all. You should leave. Meng Fian glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Although she was willing to believe in Ling Xiao, she could not maintain absolute trust in a stranger at this juncture. It was already very good that he didn't make a move. Alas! Ling Xiao sighed and turned around, disappearing into the forest. He got off easy. Meng Chong gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to fight. However, the overall strength of the dark warriors in the forest was much stronger than these men from Meng village. All of them were at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Other than Meng Fian who could still fight, among the other martial artists, only Meng Chong looked like he could still hold on. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 people had been killed. Some were killed by arrows, while others had their heads cut off by swords. Their deaths were extremely tragic. Meng Chong, take the young miss and break out of the encirclement. We will stop these guys. Although these people were not as strong as the Dark Warriors, they were all good men. No one was willing to run away. They were willing to stay and fight to create a chance for Meng Fian to escape. Brothers, I'm sorry. Meng Chong gritted his teeth. He knew very well that if he continued to stay here, the final result would be a complete annihilation. Not only would he die, but Meng Fian would also die. Their mission was to safely send Meng Fian to the city of Raging Fire. As long as this mission was completed, even if they died, it would be worth it. What they were most afraid of was that the mission was not completed, and they died. That would be depressing. Escape? Where are you going? Your Meng village has been against us Dark Warriors for many years. Today, you have run into our hands. I don't know if that old thing from Meng village will vomit blood if we capture Meng Fian. Ha 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 ha. Among the Dark Warriors, one of them held a long sword and blocked Meng Fian and Meng Chong's path. There were as many as 18 Dark Warriors in this group. Although there were fewer of them, their overall strength was much stronger. Therefore, the people from Meng village were naturally not their opponents. How did you know our route? Meng Fian asked coldly. What's the point of asking this now? The leader of the Dark Warriors sneered, but, it's okay to tell you. We have people in your Meng village. Miss, I told you, that guy is a spy. Meng Chong said angrily, you shouldn't have let him go. No, it was just a coincidence that he met us. I believe that the spy that the Dark Warriors said is not him. Meng Fian shook her head. This time, the route was very secret, and the time was also very secretive. It was impossible for the Dark Warriors to know. Therefore, it must be the people who participated in the planning of the route who leaked this matter. Well, I have answered your question, you should be obedient and let us capture you. In fact, I really want to know how the young miss of Ming Village will feel in bed. Such a fierce little wild horse, it must feel good. The leader of the Dark Warriors walked toward Meng Fian and Meng Chong and sneered. Miss, you go first. I will block these people. Meng Chong roared. Little Chong, get out of the way. You are not their match. Let me do it. If they want my life, they will have to pay the price. Although Meng Fian was the one being protected, she was actually the strongest among the 26 people. If she left, these people would have no chance to live. The Dark Warriors were all wearing black soft armor, only revealing a pair of eyes. They looked very mysterious. However, his eyes were filled with an extremely cruel intent. From their fighting style, it could be seen that they were not only stronger than the people of Ming Village. Moreover, they had more combat experience. Obviously, they were a group of 30 to 40 years old veterans. In the dense forest, Ling Xiao did not leave. He had been waiting for an opportunity to cut in. The opponent was not weak. 17 ninth level reincarnation divine realm martial artists had not lost a single one. Only 2 of them were injured. In this way, even if he rushed out, it was impossible for him to defeat all 17 of them. Therefore, once he decided to make a move, he had to ensure that he could win. Because the girl called Meng Fian treated him well. He did not like to owe others favors. Since he owed them a favor, he had to return it. However, to be honest, seeing those 8th level reincarnation divine realm martial artists being killed like cutting melons and vegetables, Ling Xiao was still very shocked. Such an expert was definitely a giant in the western region, and was only slightly weaker than the God and Devil Order Master. But here, they were only low-level martial artists that could be killed by others at will. Don't be afraid. There are no cowards in our main village, they have fewer people and we have more people. If we join forces, even if we die, we will drag a few of them down with us. Meng Fian stood out and shouted. As a young girl, a woman, to have such courage was really not bad. Under Meng Fian's command, the Meng village's warriors, who had low morale, surrounded Meng Fian and formed a battle formation. In this way, it would not be easy for the 17 black warriors to kill them. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The young man named Meng Chong suddenly placed the blade in his hand on Meng Fian's neck. I should have known that you are the spy. Meng Fian sighed. She did think of this matter, but she did not want to believe it. Meng Chong was her childhood sweetheart who had grown up with her. How could he become a spy for the Black Warriors? I'm sorry, don't blame me. There is no future in the Meng village. But as long as I hand you over to the leader of the Black Warriors, I can become a Black Warrior. I will have a great opportunity to be promoted. Meng Chong said lightly. When he said this, he did not feel that it was inappropriate, as if it was normal. Meng Chong, you shameless bastard. Big Miss has always been good to you. Your old mother, who could not move, was always helped by her. She even found someone to take care of her. Among all the guards, your pay is the highest. You are simply heartless. A young man roared. Meng Yi, stop talking. You can leave now. Stay alive and avenge me. Meng Fian suddenly shouted, go. No. We will never go, we are not a shameless villain like Meng Chong. We are willing to live and die with Big Miss. Meng Yi roared. Live and die with Big Miss. The others also shouted loudly. Hee hee, Meng Chong, you did a good job. The leader will definitely reward you in the future. The leader of the Black Warriors sneered, looked at the Meng village warriors and said, now, all of you kneel down and commit suicide one by one, otherwise, I will kill your Big Mississippi. No, it will be a pity to kill her. We will use her to our advantage in front of you. Beast, you will die a horrible death. Meng Fian roared hysterically. Die a horrible death? Hee hee, I want to see who can make us die a horrible death. Meng Chong, hold this bitch down for this daddy. The leader of the Black Warriors sneered and walked towards Meng Fian. Meng Fian's struggle had instead aroused his beastly nature. At this moment, he only had eyes for Meng Fian. He never thought that someone would attack him at this time. However, just as he was about to take off Meng Fian's clothes, blood splattered everywhere. The leader of the Black Warriors widened his eyes. He couldn't believe it. His head gradually slid down from his neck. Then, he fell to the ground. Ah! Meng Chong cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated, afraid that he would be the next to die. However, the attack did not continue. Ling Xiao used the Shadow Warrior to finally kill the leader of the Black Warriors. Although he had only killed one person. But all the Dark Warriors were shocked. He shielded Meng Fian behind him and coldly shouted, "Meng Yi, protect your eldest Mississippi, it's you." Meng Fian recognized Ling Xiao. "That's right, it's me." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "You could have just left." Meng Fian said. "Yes, but I have a bad habit. I don't like to owe people favors. Since you are willing to help me, I can't just watch you get hurt." Ling Xiao laughed. "But you are definitely no match for them. There are too many of them." Although Meng Fian was surprised that Ling Xiao could actually kill the leader of the Black Warriors. But she also knew. Killing one person was different from killing 16 people. "Isn't there still everyone?" Ling Xiao said. "Miss Fian must be very angry now and want to take revenge. So, kill all these disgusting enemies." "Yes." Meng Fian wiped away her tears and looked at Meng Chong. "You traitor, today I will start with you." After saying that, she rushed towards Meng Chong. Meng Yi and the others stood behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's appearance, as well as his shocking killing move, made them incomparably impressed. Although they looked down on Ling Xiao before, they were now extremely impressed by Ling Xiao. The world of martial arts was like this. The strong would be respected. "Big brother Ling, your orders," Meng Yi said. "Follow behind me and pick up the scraps. I will try my best to injure them first," Ling Xiao said. "All right." They did not doubt Ling Xiao's words at all. At this time, the Black Warriors had already recovered from their initial shock. They could feel the aura of Ling Xiao's 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm. One of them could not help but sneer, "I was almost scared to death by him. So he is just a martial artist at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Boss was careless just now and was actually killed by him. Brothers, don't be afraid. Take revenge for boss." "Revenge!" Everyone shouted in unison. Obviously, they did not take Ling Xiao, who was at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm, to heart. "I will use you guys to test my fighting strength. After all, dead objects are just dead objects. They are different from martial artists." Ling Xiao actually hoped that there would be a battle. Because only in this way could he find out what he was now in the 4 major regions. This included his cultivation, his martial arts, and so on. His eyes were filled with excitement. Ice Age appeared in his hand, shining with a cold light. Then, he released his divine demon sword soul. He did not plan to use his beast soul transformation to deal with these people. In addition to the Shadow Warrior from before, he wanted to use his own body to try. With his divine demon sword soul, if everything went well, he should be able to take down these people easily. "Oh? He is a sword warrior. I wonder how strong he is." A Black Warrior walked out from the crowd. The rest of them walked towards the Meng village's martial artists. They felt that sending one of them to deal with Ling Xiao was already giving him enough face. "Kill." Suddenly, one of the Black Warriors charged towards Ling Xiao with a long saber in his hand. Wherever the long saber went, saber chi swept across. However, Ling Xiao frowned. This was because the martial arts technique used by the Black Warrior was only at the elementary king level. He did not know if the other party was looking down on him, or if the martial arts techniques of the 4 major regions were only at this level. Don't worry too much. Although the cultivation of the 4 major regions is generally very high, their martial arts techniques are not that powerful. The reason why there are advanced and peak king level martial arts techniques in the Western region is because of the inheritance of the immemorial divine tomb. Furthermore, only the top martial artists of the four major factions possess king-level martial arts techniques. It is the same in the four major regions. Generally speaking, only Divine Vein Realm martial artists are qualified to use advanced king-level martial arts techniques. Most Reincarnation Realm martial artists only have intermediate king-level martial arts techniques and below. Yuan Venerate explained to Ling Xiao in a timely manner. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's hands did not stop moving. If what Yuan Venerate said was true, then wouldn't using Ice Age to deal with these people be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? After all, the martial arts techniques of Ice Age were all at the peak king level. After thinking about it, he simply put away Ice Age. He took out the Ice Revered Sword. Mid-king level Revered Ice Supreme Sword Art, coupled with mid-king level Realm of Extreme Cold, Whale Hunting Lightning Spear, Black Flame Skull, and other mid-king level secret techniques. Ling Xiao felt that he should be able to win. Although the warriors of the four major domains should not be underestimated. But there was no need to think too highly of them. His Tai Chi eye could tell him how much strength he should use to deal with his opponents. Extreme Cold Domain. Ling Xiao coldly shouted, and the surroundings instantly became cold and gloomy. Those warriors who were rushing towards Meng Yi and the others suddenly slowed down their speed. Go. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Using his Extreme Cold Domain to control the enemies, and then letting the Meng village people attack, he could make up for the disadvantage in cultivation. Brothers, follow me to kill the enemies. Meng Yi roared and rushed out. Ling Xiao's Extreme Cold Domain was controlled by his soul power, so it was easy for him to distinguish between friend and foe. Kill. Ling Xiao also attacked at the same time. The Revered Ice Supreme Sword stabbed out, and the Revered Ice Supreme Sword Art exploded. The black warrior who was rushing towards him had his throat pierced by the sword. He died on the spot. His explosive combat strength made everyone incomparably shocked. Bloodthirsty Plague. Seeing that the Meng village youths did not have much of an advantage, Ling Xiao simply released the Bloodthirsty Plague. It further weakened the black warrior's strength. The group of black warriors had to use almost 50% of their strength to suppress the plague's invasion. As a result, the Meng village youths suddenly had a huge advantage. Previously, 6 of their brothers were killed. They died miserably. Now, they had a chance to take revenge. He attacked furiously, forcing the remaining 15 black warriors to retreat step by step. Meng Yi had already killed one of them, and he rushed towards another. This kid is too strange. What the hell is that? Retreat. Quickly retreat. The black warriors finally realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. However, it was already too late to escape. Within the domain of extreme cold, the speed of each of them was abnormally slow. They could not escape the attacks of the Meng village youths. In just a moment, all 15 black warriors were killed. The situation was completely reversed. As for the rest of the Meng village's young men, none of them were killed, and only one of them was lightly wounded. At this moment, the battle between Meng Fian and Meng Chong had yet to end. It was obvious how unlucky those black warriors were under the control of the bloodthirsty plague and the domain of extreme cold. Too strong. Brother Ling. Meng Yi excitedly wiped the blood off his face. He was not injured. It was all the enemy's blood. Sure. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It seemed that the current 9th level reincarnation divine realm martial artist was not worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. Next, he would challenge a divine vein realm martial artist. Eldest miss, please spare my life. Finally, Meng Chong was also slashed to the ground by Meng Fian. Meng Chong covered his bleeding shoulder and knelt on the ground crying, "Miss, I was forced. They said that if I didn't help them, they would kill my mother. I really don't have a choice." The saber in Meng Fian's hand could no longer cut down. She thought of their childhood sweethearts. He thought of Meng Chong's mother's sorrowful look after learning of Meng Chong's death. Her saber seemed to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms. She could no longer swing it. However, at this moment, Meng Chong suddenly jumped up, grabbed Meng Fian's hand, and placed the saber on Meng Fian's neck. What a stupid woman. Do you believe everything I say? Meng Chong sneered, looked at Meng Yi and the others, and said, "All of you, step back. Whoever dares to come over, I will kill her." You're really shameless, Meng Yi said angrily. But he had to step back. The rest of the Meng village youths also stepped back. However, one person took a step forward. Then kill her. I guarantee that if she dies, not only will you not live, but you will also be tortured. Ling Xiao looked at Meng Chong coldly and continued to walk forward. Anyway, she has nothing to do with me. I just feel that you are too annoying. Too despicable. If I don't kill you, I will be very unhappy. Stop. If you don't stop, I will really make a move. The saber in Meng Chong's hand left a bloody mark on Meng Fian's neck. However, Ling Xiao still did not have any intention of stopping. I said, if you want to do it like a man. She has nothing to do with me. You can't threaten me. Not only did Ling Xiao not stop, but he also sped up. Damn it. Meng Chong knew that Meng Fian was useless to him. He suddenly pushed Meng Fian towards Ling Xiao. He tried to use Meng Fian to block Ling Xiao's advance. Then he turned around and fled. Soul-devouring domain, whale-hunting lightning spear. Suddenly, a spear flashing with lightning rushed in front of Meng Chong. Without any warning, Meng Chong directly hit the whale-hunting lightning spear. He was pierced through. However, he still did not die. Because Ling Xiao did not intend to take his life. You go and deal with him. I won't help anymore. Ling Xiao looked at Meng Fian and said. Meng Fian gritted her teeth. This time, she didn't hesitate. Even when facing Meng Chong's painful cries. Her saber still slashed down fiercely. Meng Chong's head was separated from his body, and he died tragically on the spot. Miss, remember in the future, when you are in the world of martial artists, you must not be soft-hearted. Although you are a woman, you must remember this. If it wasn't for me just now, you would have died. Ling Xiao looked at Meng Fian and said very seriously. Thank you, Brother Ling, for your guidance. I understand. Meng Fian bowed and said. Well, it's not a guidance, but shouldn't we be on our way? Such a big thing happened here. I'm afraid that the black martial artists will soon know. It's not good to stay here for long. Ling Xiao reminded. Yes, these are just trash among the black martial artists. If we encounter a divine pulse realm expert, we will be dead for sure. Under Ling Xiao's reminder, Meng Fian immediately gave the order to put the corpses of her companions into the storage ring. Then, they quickly set off. Ling Xiao noticed that Meng Fian had also put away Meng Chong's corpse. But he didn't say anything. A dead person will no longer be a threat. What Meng Fian wanted to do was actually not important. They rushed forward for another hour. The outline of the city of raging fire could be faintly seen. Everyone finally found a place to stop and rest. Ling Xiao just sat there. Meng Yi and 17 Meng family youths knelt in front of him. Thank you, Brother Ling, for saving our lives. If it wasn't for Brother Ling today, we wouldn't have the chance to see the light of day again. Meng Fian also walked over, bowed and said, Meng Yi is right, if it wasn't for Big Brother Ling today, I wouldn't be here today. If it wasn't for Brother Ling today, I'm afraid I would have been defiled by those black martial artists. Even if I die, I can't be innocent. Your great kindness to our Meng village will be engraved in our hearts. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely be a cow or a horse. That's too much of an exaggeration. I'm just lifting a finger. Besides, most of the black martial artists were killed by you. Ling Xiao smiled and said. This group of people was too honest. They were willing to be a cow or a horse. Big Brother Ling must be joking. No matter how stupid we are, we can understand that if it wasn't for Big Brother Ling's actions, those people wouldn't have become so weak all of a sudden. Meng Yi said. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Actually, you should be thanking yourselves. If not for Miss Fian being willing to bring me to the Raging Fire City. Who knows, I might just leave you guys in the lurch. Ling Xiao waved his hand, allowing everyone to stand up, and then asked, Can you tell me about the situation around here? Big Brother Ling, are you really not from here? Meng Fian had thought that Ling Xiao was just making an excuse, but now, it seemed like it wasn't the case. I already said that I came from a small place and have always been obsessed with cultivation. I know very little about the outside world. Can I trouble you to tell me about it? The reason why he didn't ask before was because he suddenly met the Black Warrior. Now, he could finally ask about it in a down-to-earth manner. Of course. Meng Fian sat beside Ling Xiao and laughed. Firstly, this is the Golden Heavenly Domain. Secondly, in the Golden Heavenly Domain, there is a large empire, for strong countries, and one large empire is the Golden Heavenly Country. And here, it belongs to one of the 4 strong countries, the Eastern Victory Strong Country. Thirdly, the area occupied by the Eastern Victory Strong Country should be about 1/5 of the Golden Heavenly Domain. In this huge territory, there are 300 big countries, 30,000 small countries, 1,000,000 main cities, and hundreds of millions of cities, and here, one of the 300 big countries, the Purple Mansion Great Country. Fourthly, the Raging Fire City is one of the hundreds of millions of cities, and our Meng family village is a small force within the Raging Fire City. As for the Sleeping Forest, it is the largest forest outside the Raging Fire City. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. What a joke. He had only heard of the 4 great regions before. He had never thought that just the Golden Heavenly Domain would have such a huge territory. One big empire, for strong countries, 300 big countries, and the number of cities was over 100 million. To be more specific, we are currently in the 4 great regions, the Golden Heavenly Domain, the Eastern Victory Strong Country, the Purple Mansion Great Country, the Purple Spirit Small Country, and the Raging Fire City under the Thousand Flames Main City. Meng Fian was afraid that Ling Xiao, so she explained it again. This place of yours is truly large. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was meeting the Moon Lady, Ling Jiaojiao, or the Godly Grimoire, he had to postpone it. Because with his current strength, he wasn't even able to fly. If he wanted to head to the Eternal Emperor region from Raging Flame City, that would probably take over 100 years. This place was too big, and it was really troublesome to not be able to fly. Moreover, they weren't familiar with the roads, so it was easy for them to get lost. In the end, he might even end up going in circles. I've heard of a place called the Western Region. Although it's also called a region, it's actually smaller than the territory of a small country. Meng Fian said proudly. Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew best how big the Western regions were. Among these 4 regions, the Western region was not even as big as a small country. However, just below the Zifu Kingdom, there were 30,000 smaller kingdoms. 30,000 Western regions, F*CKU, F*CKF*CKF*CK. Ling Xiao was completely speechless. He had thought that he would be able to meet the Moon Lady quickly after arriving in the 4 major regions. Who knew that the outcome would be like this? It seemed like the entire Black Tortoise continent was basically occupied by the 4 major regions. He had spent such a long time, but he was actually just strolling in a small corner of the Black Tortoise continent. It was really a blow to him. Oh right, Fian, do you know of any faster ways to go from the Golden Sky region to the Eternal Emperor region? Ling Xiao suddenly asked, for example, something like a teleportation formation. Yes. Meng Fian nodded. Basically, there are teleportation arrays between cities and main cities, between main cities and small countries, between small countries and large countries, between large countries and powerful countries, and between powerful countries and empires. However, you have to take it step by step. Moreover, to use the teleportation formation, even if it's just between cities, you have to be at least a Divine Vein Realm martial artist. Not only that, you have to consume high-grade spirit stones every time. It's not that I want to say this, Big Brother Ling, but with your current cultivation, it's impossible to do such a thing. Moreover, from what I heard, you want to go to the Eternal Emperor region. I really don't know if there are any teleportation formations between the 4 major regions. Even if there are, I reckon that the requirement of strength is extremely high. Speaking until here, Meng Fian glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed, Big Brother Ling, I think that rather than thinking about the teleportation formation now, it's better to go to the Golden Sky region. It's better to raise your strength as soon as possible. If that's the case, everything will be easily solved. You're right. Ling Xiao nodded and said, no matter how many difficulties there are, it won't be able to stop the increase of cultivation. In this world, there's nothing that the strong can't do. Big brother Ling, you have a backbone. We wouldn't even dare to think about such a thing. Perhaps people like us can only stay in this raging fire city for the rest of our lives. Meng Fian was very surprised that Ling Xiao wasn't discouraged after hearing her words. One must know that generally, only martial artists at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm would hear so many difficulties. It was impossible for them to think about going to the Eternal Emperor region. Because I have a reason to go to the Eternal Emperor region. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. Sister Moon Maiden, wait a little longer. It'll be soon, I'll definitely rush to the Eternal Emperor region as soon as possible. He didn't dare to say anything else, but in terms of cultivation speed, he wasn't bragging. Even if he came to the 4 major regions, he believed that he would definitely beat anyone here. And for some reason, he had a strange feeling. Perhaps he wouldn't have to wait that long. The Moon Maiden would soon appear by his side. Although this was just an inexplicable feeling, Ling Xiao believed that there was definitely a connection between him and the Moon Maiden. Let's go. He stood up. The first step was to go to the Raging Fire City and find an opportunity to see if he could go to a bigger place. Everything had to be done step by step. You just said that the Zifu envoy is coming to the Raging Fire City? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of what Meng Fian said before. Yes, I'm going to the Raging Fire City this time to see if I can find a way to become a member of the Zifu Academy. Meng Fian said excitedly. Zifu Academy? Ling Xiao asked as he walked. He was very curious about everything here. The Zifu Academy is a place where the Zifu Great Kingdom cultivates talents. The martial artists who are able to enter that place are usually either generals or martial arts masters. Meng Fian continued excitedly, it's a pity that the Zifu Academy's enrollment is very strict. Not only do you have to be clear about your background, the most important thing is that your cultivation has to be at least at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. This is really too difficult. Then why are you still going? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. According to the requirements of the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm, the Zifu Academy wouldn't even look at Meng Fian. Wouldn't it be a waste of time? You misunderstood. I am not going to join the Purple Mansion Academy now. That Purple Mansion Special Envoy is actually a disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy. And the disciples of the Purple Mansion Academy would sometimes choose people with outstanding aptitude to be their disciples. Once you become their disciple, it would be highly possible for you to enter the Purple Mansion Academy in the future. I just want to try my luck. That's right, Brother Ling, you should also try. With your aptitude, you might really succeed. Meng Fian explained. I can try my luck. Ling Xiao nodded and said, but there shouldn't be many disciples in the Purple Mansion Academy. The requirements are so high. Brother Ling, you guessed wrong. The Purple Mansion Academy is the #1 academy in the Purple Mansion Kingdom. They have more than 300,000 students. Meng Fian said with a smile. How many? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. 300,000, what kind of concept is this? The sects that he encountered before were already considered top-notch sects if they had tens of thousands of students. This guy actually wants 300,000 martial artists at the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm and above, and this is only the students of the Purple Mansion Academy. Not including the instructors. Also not including the martial artists outside the Purple Mansion Academy. And from Meng Fian's words, this Purple Mansion Academy isn't the only academy in the Purple Mansion Kingdom. How many people does the Purple Mansion Kingdom have? Ling Xiao asked again. This, according to last year's statistics, the population of the Purple Mansion Kingdom has already exceeded 1 billion. In the entire Purple Mansion Kingdom, there are a total of 700 million martial artists at the Divine Pulse realm and above. Instead, there are fewer reincarnation realm martial artists. Meng Fian smiled bitterly. F***K, Ling Xiao cursed again. A mere Purple Mansion Kingdom has a population of 1 billion. And the Eastern Victory Kingdom has 300 kingdoms. Doesn't that mean that the population is close to 300 billion? What kind of F***king concept was this? Ling Xiao was completely dumbfounded. He once accidentally obtained the memory of another world. That world, the entire world, only has a population of 6 billion, which is already considered a lot. A population of 1 billion is definitely considered a superpower. And there are 300 such kingdoms in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. In the entire Golden Sky region, there are 4 other kingdoms that are similar to the Eastern Victory Kingdom. Damn, this is really unthinkable. If a person was thrown into this place, he would be as small as a grain of sand. As expected, the 4 great regions were on a completely different level from the Western regions. Is there anything special about this Sifu Academy? Ling Xiao asked curiously. It wasn't easy to choose 300,000 students from 1 billion people. There must be something special about this academy. Of course there's something special about it. In the entire Purple Kingdom, apart from a few great powers that possess 1 or 2 sets of Emperor-class martial skills, there's no one else. Most of the Emperor-class martial skills were stored in the Purple Mansion Academy. It was said that so long as one became a disciple of the Violet Mansion Academy, one would immediately be able to obtain a peak king rank martial skill. After a year, if one's performance was outstanding, one could even obtain an emperor-level martial skill. Big Brother Ling, you should know that in Raging Flame City and other places, even king-level martial skills are extremely precious. Not to mention peak king-level martial skills, or even emperor-level martial skills. This is the reason why so many people want to join the Purple Mansion Academy. Speaking of this matter, Meng Fian's entire face was flushed red with excitement. Ling Xiao was also shocked. In the entire Western regions, there were only 1 or 2 sets of peak king-level martial skills. Emperor-level martial skills, only his 9 turns godly demon technique. In these 4 great regions, just one Purple Mansion Kingdom had so many peak king-level martial skills and emperor-level martial skills. It seemed that he really didn't come to the wrong place. This place was full of opportunities. It was also full of motivation to climb up. With better martial skills, my battle prowess will increase even faster, and my cultivation will also increase even faster. It seems that it's not as difficult as I thought. Ling Xiao was full of enthusiasm. Although with his current strength, it was still somewhat impossible to be included in the Purple Mansion Academy. But he believed in his potential. Everyone was talking as they hurried along. Not long after, the outline of the Raging Flame City became more clear. The huge city walls were like giant beasts lying on the green plains. It exuded a solemn aura. This ordinary city felt as if it was comparable to the former capital of the Sword Dynasty. I really don't know how big the main city is. Young miss, we're almost there. It was really thrilling along the way. I don't know if we can meet the student of the Purple Mansion Academy. If we can accept young miss as a disciple, then our Meng village will have face in the future. Even if the Black Warriors want to deal with us, they have to think twice. Meng looked at the huge Crimson City walls and said excitedly. Don't be too excited. We're just going to try our luck, lest the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. And that's the student of the Purple Mansion Academy. You must be well behaved and don't dare to make mistakes. Otherwise, if you offend the student, I'm afraid it will harm the entire Meng village. You must have heard before that there was a student who directly destroyed a city. Just because the city lord of that city was disrespectful to him. Our Meng village is far worse than a city, so you must be careful. Meng Fian's expression was very serious. For her, this was just an opportunity to try her luck. She must not let this opportunity turn into a nightmare. Young miss, don't worry, we understand. Meng cupped his hands and said. There was a fire spiritual vein under the Raging Flame City, so it was named. When they arrived near the Raging Flame City, they could feel the heat. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of Xiao Jin. If he was here, he would be very happy. Big Brother Ling Meng Fian looked at Ling Xiao and said, I know you are very strong, but after entering the Raging Flame City, don't mess around. The army of the Raging Flame City is also very strong. Basically, they are all 8th and 9th level reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists. After all, you can't fight against 4 with 2 fists, so you must be careful. Meng Fian was afraid that Ling Xiao would cause trouble, so she warned him. Don't worry, I don't like to cause trouble, but if others find trouble with me, I won't be a coward. Ling Xiao didn't need to hide his aura, because 8th level reincarnation Divine Realm martial artists were too common here. Stepping into the Raging Flame City, Ling Xiao was even more surprised. What Yuan Zun said was right. The 2- or 3-year-old children running around in the raging flame city were actually life seizers. If the martial artists of the western region knew about this, they would be so depressed that they would vomit blood. These children didn't need to cultivate, and they were born with first revolution life seizers, which was really enviable. And those 8th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists, who could be called the top experts in the western region, were doing the lowest level of guard work. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. It was just that perhaps they were affected by the laws. Although the cultivation of the people here was strong. But the things they did were not much different from those in the western region. To put it bluntly, although these people were all experts, the things they did were no different from the civilians in the western region. Big Brother Ling, we plan to find an inn to stay in first, and then we'll find the whereabouts of the Purple Mansion special envoy. Do you want to come with us? Meng Fian's eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, although Ling Zhao's cultivation was not strong, his combat strength was very strong. A 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artist was nothing in front of him. With such an expert by his side, it was always safer. Well, then I'll have to trouble you. After all, I'm really not familiar with this place. Ling Xiao nodded. Great. Not only Meng Fian felt that it was good, but Meng Yi and the others also felt that it was good. Although Ling Xiao was about the same age as them, it was obvious that he had experienced much more than them. Following by Ling Zhao's side, they could learn a lot. After all, Meng Fian was the young miss of Meng Village. In terms of money, it was not a problem. Therefore, they found the best inn in Raging Fire City and booked a sky room. There was no need for Ling Xiao to worry about anything. Ling Xiao was also happy to do so. He had never been willing to waste too much time on these small things. After staying in the room, everyone else was taking a nap. Ling Xiao began to cultivate. Ever since he came to the 4 major regions, he felt that the barrier of his cultivation had automatically torn apart. A huge gap had opened up in the door breakthrough. It was probably because the spiritual qi here was too abundant, that was why it was like this. He spent only a moment to raise his cultivation from the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm to the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. The breakthrough this time was as easy as eating a meal. Ling Xiao suspected that the cultivation of the 4 major regions was probably the divine vein realm. The cultivation of the reincarnation divine realm was probably relatively easy. The 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm is still too weak, even if I use all my trump cards. I'm afraid I can only contend with a martial artist at the 1st level of the divine vein realm. I have to find an opportunity to break through as soon as possible. And this opportunity is naturally a battle. When he was in the immemorial divine tomb, he obtained a lot of potential and urgently needed to stimulate it through battle. It was a pity that he had not encountered any strong opponents after coming to the 4 major regions. Perhaps my goal should be the Purple Kingdom. There must be many experts there. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. He already had an idea. Of course, the best way to go to the Purple Palace Great Kingdom was to follow the Purple Palace Special Envoy. Otherwise, he would definitely encounter a lot of trouble if he went alone. But no matter what, he had to stay in Raging Fire City for a while. At the very least, he had to have a good understanding of the situation in the Purple Kingdom. Otherwise, he would be in the dark. Just as he was thinking about these things, the heart of gold, which had been lying quietly in his storage ring, suddenly moved. This was not the first time. Ever since he stepped into the 4 great regions, the heart of gold had only moved once. However, Ling Xiao had never understood the reason for this. This time, the heart of gold was even more tempted. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao took out the heart of gold. He activated his Tai Chi Eye and unleashed the aura of the tyrannical martial spirit. After all, the Tai Chi Eye was a divine ability derived from the tyrannical martial spirit. Naturally, there would be the aura of the tyrannical martial spirit. The moment this aura covered the heart of gold, the heart of gold began to tremble violently. As if it was afraid of something. Is it afraid of my tyrannical martial spirit? Ling Xiao was a little stunned. This martial spirit was indeed the strongest martial spirit in the mysterious world. Even this mysterious heart of gold was afraid. Boundary martial spirit. Ling Xiao directly released the boundary, and then the tyrannical martial spirit came out. At that moment, the whole room seemed to be swallowed by the pitch-black universe. The heart of gold's trembling became even more violent. It was as if something was going to crawl out of the heart of gold. Buzz, the heart of gold suddenly turned into a golden light and shot into his heart. It actually quickly merged with his heart. And the originally blood-red heart turned golden at this time. It was as if it was cast in gold. Xianxia could clearly feel that the strength of his heart had reached a very terrifying level. He believed that even if someone could pierce through his body, they would not be able to pierce through his heart. He was planning to further study this heart of gold. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and the door was frantically knocked on. His face suddenly became gloomy. Just as he was about to get up to take a look, someone suddenly kicked the door open. A few strangers walked in from outside. Their faces were arrogant and despotic. Hee hee, there's someone here. I thought this was empty. Kid, you didn't even respond when we knocked on the door. I think you're that thief, come, search for me. One of the strangers saw Xianxia. With a sneer, he ordered the few people behind him to search the room randomly. A trace of killing intent flashed in Xiao's eyes. He did not want to provoke trouble, but there were people who just had to provoke him. As soon as these people came in, they said that they were looking for a thief, and then they began to search his things randomly. They did not even greet him, as if he was really just air. Boss, there's nothing. After a moment of searching, they did not find anything. Xianxia thought that these people were going to leave. Who knew that they would take a mile after taking an inch? Search him. The leader of the martial artists shouted sternly. Xianxia listened to Meng Fian's words and did not want to provoke trouble. He even endured his anger and watched the other party rummage through his things. He did not expect that these guys would actually search him. He directly removed the barrier martial spirit. He looked coldly at the few of them and said, I want to see who dares to search me today. Even a clay figurine had 3 points of anger. Moreover, Xiao's temper was not very good to begin with. Hey, in the city of raging fire, there is actually someone who dares to be so arrogant with us? Where did this hothead come from? Beat him up. The leader of the martial artists shouted angrily. It seems that you all really deserve a beating. Xiao sneered and took a step forward. A cold air was suddenly released. The extreme cold domain instantly enveloped the 7 or 8 people in front of him. The cultivation of these people was only at the 8th level of the reincarnation divine realm. They actually dared to behave atrociously in front of him. He did not even need to use martial skills. He directly froze them all with an extreme cold domain. Then, they were all sent flying out of the room. Outside, there seemed to be the sound of fighting. Xiao thought of Meng Fian and the others. Since someone came to find trouble with him, then they would definitely find trouble with Meng Fian and the others. With the personality of those youths, they would probably not be able to endure the humiliation of being searched. They would definitely fight. It's fate that brought us together. Since these guys have provoked me, I'm not going to let this matter rest. I want to see who is so awesome that they dare to cause trouble in the best inn in the city of raging fire in broad daylight. Thinking of this, Xiao lifted his foot and walked out of the room. The room he lived in was on the 2nd floor. As soon as he arrived outside the room, he saw a few martial artists lying on the ground in the lobby on the 1st floor. Who else could it be but the children of the Meng family? The 1st floor of the inn was originally a place to eat, but at this time, there were no guests sitting in their seats. They all retreated outside and stared at the changes inside. Xiao walked out of the room. He found that Meng Fian and Meng Yi were fighting with a group of people. However, the disparity in strength was too big. Because their opponent was a young girl who was not even 20 years old. However, this young girl's cultivation had already reached the 1st level of the divine vein realm. The young girl did not even let her subordinates attack. She was alone, and the people from the Meng village could not fight back. In a moment, more than a dozen people were lying on the ground. Only Meng Fian and Meng Yi were still stubbornly resisting. Although those who were beaten to the ground were not dead, they were all seriously injured. She was even more domineering than the black warriors in the sleeping forest. The young girl's appearance was not good, but her clothes were extremely luxurious. Just the various accessories on her body were worth tens of thousands of gold. Moreover, it seemed that each of them had a special effect. Needless to say, this girl must be from an extraordinary family. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to afford such good things. Perhaps because of excessive nutrition, this girl's body was extremely fat. At the very least, it was comparable to 4 Ling Zhao's. However, that fat body did not affect her performance in the battle. Instead, it allowed her to have terrifying strength. It was fine if she was ugly, but she was actually so vicious and rude. She really did not have any good points. Bastards, you should have obediently cooperated when I searched your body. You actually dared to resist. I can tell at a glance that you lowly commoners are related to that thief. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so resistant. The woman waved a huge mace in her hand. Every time she smashed it, a hole would be left on the ground. One must know that the laws of the 4 major regions were extremely strong. It was very difficult for Ling Xiao to destroy a tree. The fact that this girl could leave a hole on the ground was enough to prove that her strength was very powerful. At the very least, her cultivation was at the divine vein realm. Bang, after all, Meng Fian was much weaker than her. After being hit by the huge mace, she spat out blood and flew backward. Her face became extremely pale. However, this woman was still unwilling to give up. I feel disgusted when I see you beautiful women. What's the use of relying on your seductive appearance? Without strength, you're nothing. She jumped up and waved her mace in the air, smashing it down towards Meng Fian. Meng Fian was already heavily injured and dizzy. Even standing up was difficult. If he was hit by this attack, his head would definitely explode. Sigh, these people are really pitiful. Unfortunately, Miss Ma's things were stolen. He was in a bad mood. They refused to cooperate with the body search. He even dared to talk back. I'm afraid they're all dead now. Yes, Miss Ma is from a prominent family. The current city lord of Raging Fire City is her godfather. Even if she casually kills people in this Raging Fire City, no one dares to do anything to her. The people outside the door sighed, even though they knew that Miss Ma was in the wrong. However, no one dared to say anything. Whoever offended Miss Ma would definitely die. Not to mention the outsiders, even some of the big families in the city of Raging Fire were also unlucky. Young miss. Meng Yi saw that Meng Fian was shot down to the ground and was about to lose her life. His eyes were bloodshot as he screamed crazily. Unfortunately, it was useless to shout. In this world, the strong were respected. No matter how loud the voice was, it couldn't save people. He was stopped and could only watch as Miss Ma's mace smashed towards Meng Fian. Bang, a loud rumbling sound rang out. Meng Yi directly fell to the ground. Even in the face of death, he had never been so desperate. But the young miss was dead. How could he explain it to the Lord? As a guard, it was a disgrace to watch the person he was supposed to protect die. However, the smoke and dust dissipated. Meng Yi was pleasantly surprised to find a person standing there. A man. An indomitable man. He reached up with one hand and actually caught the huge mace. He protected Meng Fian. Big brother Ling. Meng Yi cried out directly. Saved, the young miss was saved. Boy, where did you come from? How dare you attack me, Ma Xianxia, do you know who I am? Ma Xianxia put away the mace and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Her eyes released a cold-killing intent. However, she did not immediately make a move. Ling Xiao was actually able to block her attack with one hand. His bones did not shatter. He was definitely not simple. She wanted to see what kind of background this unfamiliar face had. Everyone also looked at that young man. He was probably only 16 or 17 years old. But his figure was taller and sturdier than the average young man. That face was very delicate and handsome. Any woman who saw it would blush and her heart would beat faster. But this world was not a world that looked at faces. It looked at strength. Without strength, casually making a move would be unlucky. Meng Yi, give this to everyone. Ling Xiao did not look at Ma Qianqian at all. This fat pig-like woman was given such a delicate name. It really did not match. N. Meng Yi walked towards Ling Xiao. However, he was stopped by Ma Qianqian's subordinates. Scram! Ling Xiao suddenly shouted, sounding like a thunderclap in the hall. The two martial artists who stopped Meng Yi actually fainted on the spot. A mere 8th level reincarnation divine realm martial artist could not resist Ling Xiao's soul attack. Meng Yi walked over and took the healing pill from Ling Xiao's hand. Then, he fed it to the people of Meng village. Even Meng Fian, who was the most injured, had already recovered a lot after taking the pill. She could even stand on her own. This was a pill personally refined by Ling Xiao, so the effect would naturally not be bad. Brat, I'm asking you a question. Ma Qianqian was very angry. Someone actually dared to ignore her. This made her extremely angry. Her voice became even colder. Don't be so loud, I can hear you. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said, I don't care who you are. You barged into the inn rashly, not only did you disturb our rest. You even wanted to search us. You even framed us as thieves. Just based on this point, even if you don't do anything, I will. He was very unhappy now. Originally, there were some changes in his cultivation. The golden heart had mutated, and he was studying it. But he was interrupted by this woman's subordinates. He was in a bad mood. The consequences were very serious. He had seen many young men and women who relied on their family background to do whatever they wanted. He had also killed many of such people. The most recent incident happened in the God Devil City. To be honest, he still wanted to keep a low profile when he came to the 4 major regions. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place. But others had already ridden on his head and pissed on him. How could he tolerate it? That was not keeping a low profile, but simply a turtle. Oh, you brat, you're even more aggressive than me? Ma Qianqian was stunned for a moment. She still wanted to find fault with this brat. She did not expect him to find fault with her first. Looking at the aura you released just now, you should only be at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. I really don't know where you get the courage to shout at me, a martial artist at the 1st level of the divine vein realm. Ma Qianqian sneered. Ma Qianqian was so angry that she laughed. You look pretty good, how about this? You go back and be a gigolo for me. Accompany me for a while, and I will let your people go. To be able to become the #1 beauty of my raging fire city, you should feel infinitely honored. #1 beauty, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud, with your fat pig-like figure, I didn't discriminate. But you actually said that you were the #1 beauty. Please have some self-awareness, okay, it's fine if you're ugly, but it's your fault to come out and scare people. #1 beauty, you don't even have a beautiful appearance or a beautiful soul. You're simply the ugliest ugly monster I've ever seen. Oh no. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Ma Qianqian's subordinates all rushed out of the inn. Their Miss Ma, what she couldn't bear to hear was others calling her ugly. That was her reverse scale. Those who touched it would die. And once this Miss Ma got angry, she would really not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as it was something around, it would be destroyed. If they didn't escape, they would be implicated later. Do you dare to say it again? Ma Qianqian was like a bomb that could explode at any time. It's the same no matter how many times I say it. You ugly and bad ugly monster, I've never seen such an ugly and shameless person. Ling Zhao's voice rose a lot. Ah dash! Ma Qianqian suddenly roared, like a ferocious beast roaring there. Meng Fian, Meng Yi, and the others were so scared that they hurriedly retreated to the side. Big brother Ling, can we do it? If not, let's run away. This woman doesn't look easy to deal with. Meng Yi didn't want Ling Xiao to be killed by this humanoid beast-like woman because of their matter. Yeah, big brother Ling, there's no need to fight head-on. Meng Fian also said. You don't have to say any more, I'm in a very bad mood right now. I was just looking for someone to fight with. Damn fat pig, do you dare to fight with me? He waved his hand, telling Meng Fian and Meng Yi not to speak. Then he looked at Ma Qianqian and said. Crazy, crazy. This kid is really crazy. He's just a LV9 Divine Realm martial artist. He actually wanted to fight against a Divine Vein Realm martial artist? Is he tired of living? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to take it either. I didn't steal anything, but I'm being treated like a thief. However, it's a pity that he has no chance of winning this battle. Actually, he's not wrong. With Ma Xianxian's looks, shut up. Do you not want to live anymore? In the past few years, how many people have been killed because they said she was ugly? Do you think that young man is lonely and wants to die too? Most of the people outside the door felt pity for the young man Ling Xiao. He could have offended anyone, but he just had to offend Miss Ma. Even if she's really unreasonable, you have to go along with her. Otherwise, you'll die. You. How dare you call me ugly? How dare you call me ugly? I will give you one last chance. In front of these people, say that I am the most beautiful woman in the Raging Fire Castle. I'll spare you and make you one of my men. Ma Xianxian roared. Even if I don't marry for the rest of my life, it's impossible for me to marry an ugly and bad woman like you. Ling Xiao didn't seem to understand Ma Xianxian's anger at all, and continued to talk to himself. Since it had already come to this point, then don't admit defeat. And in order to break through to the divine vein realm as soon as possible, he had to fight with the strong. It had to be said that Ma Xianxian was too unlucky to be used as a stepping stone for him to break through his cultivation. Boom, a terrifying aura was released from Ma Xianxian's body, rolling towards Ling Xiao like it was covering the sky and covering the earth. Ling Xiao's body swayed, and he actually looked like he was going to kneel down. His body seemed to be directly bent by this terrifying aura. Kneel down and apologize. Ma Xianxian roared like a violent giant bear. She looked down on Ling Xiao too much. After all, she had seen too many 9th-level reincarnation divine realm martial artists. Just the aura of Zishan was enough to make these martial artists kneel down in front of her and lower their heads to admit their mistakes. Seeing Ling Xiao's reaction, Ma Xianxian laughed proudly. Look, with just this little bit of skill, you actually dare to shout in front of this young lady. Since you like to shout so much, this young lady will definitely let you shout enough. But not here, but on the bed. She felt that she could completely rely on her aura to completely subdue Ling Xiao. There was no need to even make a move. Although the mace was blocked by Ling Xiao, it was just her most ordinary attack. She didn't even use any martial skills. Even if it was blocked, there was nothing strange about it. Kneel. Ma Xianxian roared again. Her aura rushed out even more crazily, like a terrifying demon beast pressing down on Ling Xiao's body. Big brother Ling, let me help you. Seeing Ling Xiao's situation, Meng Yi became anxious and hurriedly shouted. Stand there. Ling Xiao roared. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Ma Xianxian. The aura of the divine pulse realm is just SOSO. I thought it would be more powerful. Boom, as he spoke, he had completed the beast soul transformation. He had entered the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. However, it wasn't over yet. Innate level 30, divine demon sword soul. Boom, once again, Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketed. It was like a sharp sword that directly pierced through Ma Xianxian's aura. At this moment, Ling Xiao's strength was infinitely close to the first level of the divine pulse realm. And he had yet to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He was like a ferocious beast with a bloody and murderous aura. He was also like a peerless killing blade that was unsheathed, with a crazy and sharp aura. The ultimate heavenly rat beast soul and innate level 30 divine demon sword soul were a perfect combination. It made him even more terrifying. What? Seeing Ling Xiao's sudden change, not only Ma Xianxian, but also the people outside the door were stunned. How could a weakling suddenly become so powerful in an instant? Brother Ling really didn't use his full strength before. Yeah, he was just casually attacking at that time. Meng Fian and Meng Yi were a little emotional. The brother Ling in front of them had become more mysterious and more respectable. Ugly, aren't you awesome? Didn't you want me to kneel down? Now, kneel down. Ling Xiao took out 2 swords. One was the Fire Supreme Sword, the other was the Ice Supreme Sword. The crazy sword aura was still rising. The terrifying sword essence made Ma Xianxian's forehead sweat. Kill. Ice Supreme Sword Art, Fire Supreme Sword Art, 2 swords in one. The 2 swords in one was an advanced king-level martial technique. In the city of Raging Fire, this martial technique was definitely very rare. Seeing the terrifying attack coming, Ma Xianxian panicked for the first time. Although her cultivation was good, The martial technique she used was only a medium king-level martial technique. Facing the two-colored sword light that tore through the void, she had no way to deal with it. In a panic, she could only try her best to block it. Why? Why is this happening? How did this guy become so powerful all of a sudden? Ma Xianxian's shock was the same as the onlookers. No wonder that young man dared to be so presumptuous. He's a hidden expert. Miss Ma has kicked a metal plate this time. I wonder if she'll be in trouble. The crowd sighed. In the blink of an eye, the situation had turned around. It was really shocking. Kill. Ma Xianxian couldn't dodge Ling Zhao's attack. She could only swing the mace in her hand with all her might. The mace was surrounded by flames. It was obvious that she had used a martial technique. It was the intermediate king-level martial technique that she was most proficient in. It didn't matter if she could block it or not. She had to try. Otherwise, was she going to wait for death here? However, this kind of attack was not worth mentioning at all in Ling Zhao's view. The infinite heavenly rat beast soul transformation coupled with the innate third-level god fiend sword soul. Coupled with an advanced king-level martial technique. Ling Zhao's attack completely crushed Ma Xianxian. The two tyrannical swords instantly sent the huge spiked club flying. The Ice Supreme Sword and Fire Supreme Sword landed on Ma Xianxian's body at the same time. Ma Xianxian's fat body was thrown out and hit the ground heavily. She was seriously injured. Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and pointed the Ice Supreme Sword at Ma Xianxian's throat. The cold sword intent almost pierced Ma Xianxian's soul. It made her tremble. The crowd was stunned. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant Ma Xianxian was seriously injured. And now, her life was in the hands of someone else. As long as the sword was slightly pushed forward, Ma Xianxian would die. It didn't matter if she was Miss Ma or Clown Ma. She couldn't live. Are you still so stubborn now? Ling Xiao looked at the trembling woman in front of him mockingly and said coldly. You should be glad that you didn't kill anyone earlier. Otherwise, my sword would have pierced your throat. Now, take your people and get lost, you'd better not let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao moved the Ice Supreme Sword away. Ma Xianxian still didn't dare to do anything. The fear that Ling Xiao brought to her was something that went deep into her soul. At least in front of Ling Xiao, she didn't even dare to talk back. Ma Xianxian got up from the ground and touched her neck. There was a red dot there. It was a scar. If the scar was a little deeper, she would really die. She, Ma Xianxian, actually lost to a martial artist at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Anger and killing intent surged in her heart. But she didn't dare to show it. Because she was afraid that he would kill her in a fit of rage. Let's go. Ma Xianxian called out to her people and turned to leave. You. Did you forget something? Ling Zhao's voice was cold and stern. I'm sorry. What happened today was our fault. Ma Xianxian turned around and apologized. I don't care about your apology. In order to heal them, I used up a lot of medicinal pills. Don't you think you should make up for it? Ling Xiao said coldly. How much do you want? Ma Xianxian asked. She knew that she had failed today. No matter what he said, she had to do it. Because nothing was more important than her life. I won't ask for too much. How about 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? Ling Xiao said indifferently. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was enough for a divine pulse realm martial artist to cultivate for a year. It didn't sound like much, but it was a huge amount. After all, high-grade spirit stones were much more precious than middle-grade spirit stones. Here. Ma Xianxian didn't even frown when she saw so many high-grade spirit stones. She gave them to Ling Xiao. The Ma family had nothing else but enough spirit stones. Otherwise, the city lord of Raging Fire City wouldn't have taken her in as his goddaughter. Get lost. Ling Xiao took the spirit stones and put them in his storage ring. He could feel that middle-grade spirit stones were no longer helpful for cultivation in the 4 major regions. Here, people spent high-grade spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones could only be used as the lowest level of currency. Gold and silver weren't even qualified to be used as currency. How should I address you? Ma Xianxian asked before leaving. What? Are you coming to settle accounts with me after knowing my name? Well, there's no harm in telling you. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied today. As a Divine Pulse Realm martial artist, Ma Xianxian was too weak. The key was that her martial arts weren't strong enough. So she was instantly suppressed by him. It didn't help his cultivation at all. He hoped that there would be a stronger opponent. Ling Xiao, I've never heard of this name. Are you not from Raging Fire City? Ma Xianxian asked again. Don't you think you talk too much nonsense? Do you want me to cut off your tongue? Ling Xiao frowned. Ma Xianxian was shocked and quickly turned to leave. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly change his mind about letting her go. Godfather! Ma Xianxian suddenly exclaimed when she reached the door of the inn. Ling Xiao frowned. Ma Xianxian's godfather was the city lord of Raging Fire City. Trouble. Hurry up and leave from the back door. If you provoke that Ma Xianxian, I'm afraid it's impossible to worship the Zifu special envoy as a teacher. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about himself. Raging Fire City was just an ordinary city. The martial artists here shouldn't be too strong. So he was sure to protect himself. But if Meng Fian and others followed, it would be a bit troublesome. Meng Fian seemed to know that they would be a burden if they stayed. Without much hesitation, she turned to leave. Unfortunately, this inn didn't have a back door at all. They could only wait. Ma Xianxian had returned at this time. Behind her, there was another group of people. 3 of them were particularly eye-catching. The first was a young man, only 16 or 17 years old, but he felt that his cultivation was much stronger than Ma Xianxian. The young man had fiery red hair, and his skin was also red. It was as if he was born from the fire. In those eyes, there was a strong arrogance and confidence. Needless to say, it was naturally the son of the city lord of Raging Fire City. Ling Xiao had traveled extensively and experienced so many things. He still had this eyesight. The second person was a middle-aged man, wearing a gray-white robe, walking quite gracefully. At first glance, he was an expert. His every move revealed the feeling of a person in a high position. Needless to say, it must be the city lord of Raging Fire City himself. It was difficult for Ling Xiao to judge the true cultivation of this person, even with the help of the Tai Chi eye. The third person was also a young man, about the same age as Ling Xiao. But that aura made people feel very strange. The city lord of Raging Fire City was respectful to him. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that this person's status was definitely not low. But what was his identity, Ling Xiao still couldn't tell. The last possibility was the Zifu special envoy. The third young man was wearing a purple robe. But this robe was very special. On the robe, there were all kinds of special patterns. They formed countless arrays. This caused this seemingly ordinary robe to have the power of a magic treasure. Big Brother Ling, that's the Purple Mansion special envoy. The disciples of the Purple Mansion Academy all wear that kind of robe. Meng Fian said in a low voice behind Ling Xiao. After all, she was from the Purple Mansion Great Kingdom and was more familiar with the people of the Purple Mansion Academy. Oh? How can you be sure? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The robe worn by the students of the Purple Mansion Academy is called the Purple Spirit Robe. In battle, it can increase a warrior's strength by almost 2 times. It's very scary. Meng Fian explained. Yes, the Purple Spirit Robe is not only handsome but also has special effects. However, the Purple Mansion robe, which was of a higher level, was even more powerful. Not only could it increase one's strength by nearly 5 times, but it could also increase one's strength by almost 5 times. It can also store a lot of things. It's better than a storage ring. Meng Yi said with emotion. Whether it was the Purple Mansion robe or the Purple Spirit robe, to Ling Xiao, it was a special equipment made with arrays. It should be considered a magic treasure. Others might think it was mysterious, but in his eyes, it wasn't too mysterious. In fact, what interested Ling Xiao more was the cat on the shoulder of the Purple Mansion special envoy. It looked almost no different from a real cat. But under his Tai Chi eye, its true appearance was revealed. It wasn't a cat at all. It was an extremely powerful puppet. It even felt a bit stronger than the Purple Mansion's special envoy. The power of arrays flowed on the puppet's body, circulating along the patterns. When he was in the western region, he had seen the terror of puppets. A weak person, as long as he had a powerful puppet, could immediately turn the tide of the battle. And the people of the Sword Dynasty had always been researching powerful puppets. It seemed like their knowledge had been passed down from the 4 major domains. And the knowledge of the 4 regions was probably passed down from the Xianxia continent. The Purple Mansion Special Envoy was very different from the sect disciples Xianxia had seen before. Although he was young, his whole body was emitting a strong murderous aura. Xianxia absolutely believed that when he was in the Purple Mansion Academy, he had surely experienced countless actual battles. He was a man with a terrifying combat record. He was definitely not an inexperienced student. Judging from this point, this Purple Mansion Academy was really extraordinary. When they entered the inn, they found that the lobby on the first floor was in a mess. Although the laws here were very strong. However, Ma Xianxian and Xianxia were not weak, so many tables and chairs were still smashed. Envoy Wang, why don't you just stay in the City Lord's mansion? As you can see, the inn is in a mess. The City Lord of Raging Fire City looked at the young man in the purple robe and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, City Lord Liu, but this place is pretty good. I'm just an ordinary student of the Purple Mansion Academy. You don't have to call me Special Envoy. I can't afford it." The student surnamed Wang was very modest. "I came to Raging Fire City this time just to complete a task." He wasn't here to enjoy himself. Fortunately, only a few tables and chairs are broken. "Is the guest room okay?" He suddenly looked at the shopkeeper and asked. "The guest room is okay, you can rest assured." The shopkeeper also wanted to curry favor with the Purple Mansion Special Envoy. If the Purple Mansion Special Envoy could come to live with him, then no one would dare to come here to make trouble. Even Ma Xianxian didn't dare. And even if the Purple Mansion Special Envoy left in the future, the business of his inn would inevitably rise. "That's good." The young man surnamed Wang smiled and said, "Give me a heaven room." "No problem, please go upstairs." The shopkeeper personally entertained, this was a very rare thing. "Envoy Wang, you came to Raging Fire City for the legendary Dark North Divine Water, right?" The City Lord of Raging Fire City suddenly said. "You know it too?" Envoy Wang didn't seem surprised. "This Dark North Divine Water is rumored to appear in the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. But it has never been accurate. Xianxian, go back and let your father investigate to see if there is really such a thing as the Dark North Divine Water. So that the envoy doesn't come here in vain." The City Lord of Raging Fire City suddenly looked at Ma Xianxian. Ma Xianxian's father was the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House in Raging Fire City. That's why the City Lord of Raging Fire City said this. "No problem, Godfather's matter, I will do it well." Ma Xianxian said excitedly. "Then I'll have to trouble City Lord Liu and shopkeeper Ma." This special envoy Wang seemed to be very calm all along. His emotionless appearance made it impossible for others to see through his thoughts. "By the way, Xianxian, who did you say hit you?" "It's just that the envoy is here. He can definitely uphold justice for you," City Lord Liu suddenly said. With the people of the Purple Mansion Academy, even if they encountered people who were not easy to deal with, he believed that they could definitely deal with it. After all, the Purple Mansion Academy was the most powerful force in the Purple Mansion country. And in the imperial court of the Purple Mansion country, they were basically the old students of the Purple Mansion Academy. The power of the Purple Mansion Academy was definitely not what outsiders could imagine. Ma Xianxian heard this and hurriedly knelt down. She said to the Envoy Wang, "Today my daughter was walking on the road and her pet was stolen. They chased her all the way to this inn. But I didn't think that those people turned out to be the accomplices of the thief, not only stopped us from catching the thief, but also seriously injured my daughter. Sir Special Envoy, you have to make a decision for my daughter. If the Northern Underworld Divine Water really exists, I will let my father give it to you with both hands." "That's not necessary. Although the Northern Underworld Divine Water is precious, it is only a valuable thing after all. As a student of the Purple Mansion Academy, I don't lack that spirit stone." Envoy Wang smiled and then looked at Ling Xiao and others. Before he spoke, the young lord of Raging Fire City had already exploded. A terrible aura was released from his body. Envoy Wang, this is just a small matter. We can solve it. We dare not bother you. The young lord of Raging Fire City, Lu Ruhua. He was a violent man. And a powerful young man. But this person had a quirk, that was, he liked fat women. Ma Xianxia was exactly what he wanted. Suddenly hearing that someone had hurt his sweetheart, how could Lu Ruhua not be angry? He was angry because of his sweetheart. Even if his sweetheart was fat, it would not affect his anger. The envoy surnamed Wang did not speak. Lu Ruhua felt that he acquiesced, so he took a step forward and stared at Ling Xiao fiercely. Where did this dog come from? Even hurt my sister Xianxia. Today I will not break your dog leg. I am not called Lu Ruhua. Ruhua, with Envoy Wang here, don't be so unruly, speak civilly. City Lord Lu frowned. He was a cultured man, but why did he have a son who was simply unbearably rude? Although his talent was good, he just liked to use dirty words. Mr. Special Envoy, I'm really sorry. My son is a little rude. But it's mainly because his beloved was bullied. He's a little angry. City Lord Lu hurriedly apologized to Mr. Wang. I can understand. Mr. Wang nodded. But this isn't in after all. It's not appropriate to fight here. Ruhua, did you hear that? Mr. Special Envoy chose this inn to stay temporarily. Even if you want to fight, get out of here. Don't disturb Mr. Special Envoy here. City Lord Lu glanced at his son and said. Lu Ruhua was a little depressed. But he didn't dare to fight in front of Mr. Wang. He said that he didn't want to see a fight here. If he didn't listen, he would offend people. Lu Ruhua still wanted to rely on this special envoy to enter the Zifu Academy. He couldn't do that. Although he wasn't a smart person, he still had a brain. Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Ruhua indifferently. This kid had a violent temper, but he didn't take it to heart. Although he was more powerful than Ma Xianxia, he still had a 50 to 60% chance of winning. In fact, the more troublesome ones were Mr. Wang and the City Lord of Raging Fire. These two people were a little strong. At least with his current strength, he definitely couldn't win. But now it seemed that the two people didn't mean to fight, so it was easy to deal with. Kid, if you have the guts to steal Xianxia's things, you should have the guts to accept my challenge. Come out with me, or I'll kill all of you. Lu Ruhua looked coldly at Ling Xiao and shouted. First, I haven't even seen your fat girlfriend's things, let alone steal them. Second, I can fight with you, but we have to make a life and death contract so that your father and the special envoy can be witnesses. If you die, no one can complain. Do you dare? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruhua without showing weakness and said coldly. He hated it when people threatened him with his friends. Although Meng Fian and others could only be regarded as ordinary friends, it was still not enough. The feeling of being threatened was very uncomfortable. How dare you, a lowly person, to make a life and death contract with me? Lu Ruhua said disdainfully. Are you scared? Ling Xiao mocked. I am only at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm, you are much stronger than me. You don't even dare to do this? It's not that I don't dare, it's that I don't care. Lu Ruhua said coldly. You really know how to find excuses. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, Fei Yan, you guys go first. I want to see if the City Lord of Raging Fire City and his son are reasonable people. Yes, Big Brother Ling. Meng Fian had already given up on the idea of becoming his disciple. She was already very happy to be able to return to Meng Village safely. And if she stayed here now, she would be a burden to Ling Xiao. The earlier they left, the better it would be for Ling Xiao. Stop. Just as Meng Fian was about to leave, the special envoy surnamed Wang suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao frowned, but did not do anything. He did not know why special envoy Wang stopped Meng Fian. What are you doing in Raging Fire City? Special envoy Wang asked faintly. I don't dare to hide it from special envoy. I came to Raging Fire City hoping to be lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple. In the future, I will enter the Zifu Academy to cultivate. Meng Fian did not dare to lie. Ha ha ha, a lowly commoner like you, with your trashy strength, why would Lord Special Envoy fancy you? Lu Ruhua heard Meng Fian's words and could not help but laugh. His father had curried favor with Special Envoy Wang so that he could become Special Envoy Wang's disciple. And then smoothly enter the Zifu Academy to cultivate. But even then, Special Envoy Wang did not reply. If he couldn't do it, how could Meng Fian do it? Meng Fian was also a little embarrassed. If she knew earlier, she would not have come to Raging Fire City. It was dangerous and embarrassing. Little girl, go back, don't think about these things that are beyond your grasp. Special Envoy Wang waved his hand. Did you hear that? Hurry up and go back, don't come here to make a fool of yourself. Lu Ruhua laughed even more proudly. Special Envoy. Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. What? You also want to be my disciple? Special Envoy Wang asked faintly. That's not it. I just want to say that this girl has the innate golden body, but she hasn't noticed it yet. Don't you want to think about it? Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I was very vicious. Meng Fian was definitely a piece of jade. As long as she was carefully carved, she would definitely be able to be cultivated into a great martial artist. At the very least, the reincarnation divine vein realm would not be able to stop her. It was estimated that she could at least cultivate to the reincarnation divine core realm. Oh? Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Special Envoy Wang's feet shook slightly, and his figure had already arrived beside Meng Fian, and then he grabbed her shoulder. After a moment, he said in surprise, it really is the innate golden body. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it. This time I came to a remote place like Raging Fire City, and I can still find such a treasure. Little girl, you just said that you want to be my disciple? Yes. Meng Fian was a little confused. She had never heard that she had a golden body in her entire life. But listening to Special Envoy Wang's words, it seemed that he really wanted to accept her as a disciple. Well, then you can be my disciple now. I am Wang Yongming, what is your name? Brother, disciple Meng Fian. Meng Fian felt like she was dreaming. What was originally impossible had now become possible. At this time, Lu Ruhua, who was laughing at Meng Fian just now, was the most depressed. He couldn't believe his ears. He had just mocked Meng Fian for overestimating herself and being a trash martial artist. Now he was slapped in the face by Wang Yongming. The feeling was really unpleasant. Could it be that he, Wang Yongming, was inferior to a lowly servant? Meng Fian, very good, although you are a little old. These years can be considered as a waste. But it doesn't matter, you have the innate golden body, and your cultivation can at least reach the reincarnation divine core realm. You will definitely become a powerhouse of my Zifu Great Kingdom. Wang Yongming said with a smile, I am afraid that even I will not be your opponent in the future. Really? Meng Fian still felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe that this was a fact. Special Envoy, I am not convinced. Lu Ruhua suddenly shouted, how can this lowly servant have a better aptitude than me? What he couldn't accept the most was a trash that could be trampled under his feet. She might even surpass him in the future. Lowly servant? Wang Yongming's face turned cold. You said that my disciple is a lowly servant? Ruhua, why aren't you apologizing? Sensing Wang Yongming's displeasure, City Lord Lu hurriedly said. Although he was a city lord, to be honest, any disciple of the Zifu Great Academy could easily replace him. In front of these people, he didn't dare to offend them. Who would have thought that he would have such a stupid son? Lu Ruhua also felt the terrifying killing intent from Wang Yongming. At this moment, he felt like a pitiful person drowning in the sea. He struggled with all his might, but even breathing became difficult. Lord Envoy, please spare my life. Just now, I was careless and said the wrong thing. It was an unintentional mistake. Please spare my life, Lord Envoy. In front of Wang Yongming, the arrogant Lu Ruhua was like a pitiful ant. He was so scared that he couldn't even speak properly. Get up. I won't kill you for your father's sake, however, I can give you an answer to your previous request now. You are not qualified to be my disciple. Wang Yongming said coldly, but your father is a good person. I don't want to cut off your thoughts. How about this, if you can reach the third layer of the divine vein realm before the age of 20, I will give you a recommendation. I will recommend you to enter the Zifu Academy to cultivate. If you can't, then don't bother me anymore. Hearing Wang Yongming's words, Ling Xiao secretly praised. This person was really powerful. Using this matter, not only did he suppress City Lord Lu, but he also gave him a sweet fruit. Not only would he not offend City Lord Lu, but he also saved himself a lot of trouble. Presumably, City Lord Lu wouldn't do such a stupid thing for his son's future. Hurry up and thank him. City Lord Lu kicked his son's body and urged. Thank you, Lord Envoy. To be honest, Lu Ruhua looked down on Wang Yongming. He felt that his aptitude was better than Wang Yongming. As long as he had the chance to enter the Zifu Academy, he naturally didn't want to become Wang Yongming's disciple. It could be said that he was very satisfied with Wang Yongming's decision. The only thing that made him unhappy was that he was robbed by a commoner. This was simply a disgrace. But Meng Fian had already become Wang Yongming's disciple. No matter what, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, with Wang Yongming's strength, he could easily take his life. Ma Xianxia was even more unhappy than him. Originally, she wanted to take revenge because Lu Ruhua came. But now, Meng Fian suddenly became Envoy Wang's disciple. How could she take revenge? She could only obediently leave with City Lord Lu and Lu Ruhua. But Ling Xiao knew that this group of people didn't dare to provoke Meng Fian and the people from Meng village. But to him, they wouldn't let him go. But would he be afraid? He couldn't wait for Lu Ruhua to find trouble with him. Without any worries, he could go anywhere he wanted. If he wanted to fight, he could fight. A small place like Raging Fire City couldn't trap him. After City Lord Lu left with his people, Meng Fian formally carried out the apprenticeship ceremony. Wang Yongming then gave her a day to say goodbye to her friends and family. Then, he returned to his room. Everyone set up a few tables in the inn to celebrate. Meng Fian, on the other hand, sent a messenger pigeon to inform them of what had happened. Fei Yan, first of all, I have to congratulate you for getting what you wanted. But remember, when you're alone outside, don't be as naive as before. Keep in mind at all times that if anyone in this world is too kind to you, a stranger, you will never know. He definitely had other motives. Take me as an example. The reason why I helped you was because I wanted to borrow your strength to reach the city of Raging Fire. As for your current master, that Wang Yongming, he is not a simple person. Always be careful. Don't get sold off and even help them count the money. Ling Zhao's words came from the bottom of his heart. They came from his own experiences. Brother Ling thinks that there's something wrong with master? Meng Fian asked. That's not it. What I'm saying is just a universal truth. Remember, just be careful and be on your guard. At least at this stage, don't trust him too much. Time will reveal a person's heart. Take your time and see. Ling Xiao said. Fian knows. Meng Fian nodded. She was too happy before and didn't think about these things at all. But after careful consideration, even Meng Chang's childhood sweetheart would betray her. Not to mention Wang Yongming, the master she just met. It's good that you understand. Of course, nothing may happen. Ling Xiao smiled and said, right, let's not talk about this. Today, I saw Wang Yongming wearing a purple spirit robe. Is that purple spirit robe the exclusive equipment of the Zifu Academy? And the cat on Wang Yongming's shoulder, I can feel that it's a puppet beast. But such a magical puppet beast, it's the first time I've seen it. Do you understand? After asking 2 questions in a row, Ling Xiao himself was a little embarrassed. But Meng Fian didn't think much of it. She smiled and said, Big Brother Ling really came from a small place. You don't even know this. Actually, whether it's the purple spirit robe or the puppet beast, the fundamental principle is the result of the combination of arrays and incantations. I think Big Brother Ling has heard that the Xinji continent is the most famous place for making puppets and mechanical beasts. But it's a pity that it's very far from us. But there were martial artists from the Xinji continent who fled here and developed their skills. Thus, the 4 major regions have the 2 professions of puppet master and spirit augmentation master. Puppet master is a profession that makes use of arrays to make puppets. In the 4 major regions, the utilization rate of puppets is quite high. The pigeons and the messenger pigeons that I mentioned before are puppet pigeons. Arrays operate. Using spirit stones, they can fly for a long distance. Of course, there's another type of puppet. Because it has a charging array, it can be used for a long time after charging once. It doesn't need to use spirit stones. The most powerful puppets don't need spirit stones and don't need to be charged. Because they can already absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to move like martial artists. Unfortunately, in the 4 major regions, there are probably less than 10 people who can make these top-level puppets. They're very rare. The cat on Master's shoulder should be an ordinary puppet that consumes spirit stones to move. It's not bad. As long as there are enough spirit stones, they can perform equally well. I see, then what about spirit augmentation masters? Ling Xiao asked again. Spirit augmentation masters and puppet masters are a bit similar, because they both use arrays to achieve their goals. The only difference is that puppet masters make puppets. Spirit augmentation masters make magical treasures. As long as they combine arrays with incantations, they can make an item produce special effects. The purple spirit robe is such an item. There are also talismans made by imitating the ones in the Immortal Court. Although their power can't be compared to the talismans in the Immortal Court, it's enough in the 4 major regions. The most terrifying one was that it could instantly kill a reincarnation divine core warrior. That's why puppet masters and spirit augmentation masters are always in high demand in the 4 major regions, no matter where they go. They're always the focus of attention. Meng Fian knew a lot of things. It seemed like she had been paying attention to the outside world since she was young. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of studying in the Purple Mansion Academy. Last question, what is the Northern Underworld Divine Water? Since Meng Fian was a walking dictionary, of course he had to ask. From what? Those people said the Northern Underworld Divine Water seemed to be very precious. Although it wasn't a priceless treasure, it must be good. Meng Fian thought for a moment and said, speaking of the Northern Underworld Divine Water, we have to talk about alchemists. In other places, alchemists might not be separated from doctors. Meng Fian continued, in the 4 major regions, alchemists are not only separated from doctors. And they are as popular as spirit augmenters and puppet masters. That Northern Underworld Divine Water is the most important ingredient to refine the Divine Pulse Pill. I guess Master is trying to refine the Divine Pulse Pill. Meng Fian replied. Ling Xiao touched his storage ring. There was a God's Vein elixir in it. It was refined by his mother, Xianxia, and the ancient Sword Emperor gave it to him as a gift. As long as the energy in his cultivation increased to 100%, he could use the Divine Pulse Pill and the Reincarnation Immortal Bone to advance to the Divine Pulse realm. However, the effect of the Divine Pulse Pill was not just that. The Divine Pulse Pill could not only help a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm to advance to the Divine Pulse realm. It could also strengthen the Divine Pulse and allow a martial artist at the 1st level of the Divine Pulse realm to advance by 1 level. And martial artists at the 2nd level of the Divine Pulse realm and above could use the Divine Pulse Pill to improve and restore their true essence. Strengthening the Divine Pulse. It was very useful all the way to the 9th level of the Divine Pulse realm. If there was a chance, he could try to get the Northern Underworld Divine Water. To Ling Xiao, the more God Meridian pills he had, the better. He always liked to have pills on him, so he didn't panic. At present, he only had 1 Divine Pulse Pill, which could only help him break through to the 1st level of the Divine Pulse realm. But he couldn't use it later. After all, pills were also part of his overall strength. Heavenly Dragon Auction House, what a familiar name. Ling Xiao touched the supreme card in his storage ring. That was the top membership card of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. With that thing, he not only had priority to buy things in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, but he could also buy at half price or even at a discount. That supreme card was approved by the headquarters of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Immortal Court continent. In the entire mystic world, there were probably not many of them. But the supreme card was too eye-catching. With his current strength, without a backer, it would be easy to get into trouble. It was better to bid with spirit stones as much as possible. If he really couldn't get it, it wouldn't be too late to take out the supreme card. Others were afraid of Wang Yongming, but Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. To put it bluntly, Wang Yongming was just an ordinary student of the Purple Academy. It was just that the Raging Fire City was too small, so that this ordinary student could become the #1 master here. That was why everyone feared him. But what was he afraid of? As long as he could break through to the Divine Pulse realm, he would be able to fight with Wang Yongming. Even now, he could use the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to escape. He only wanted to improve Yue. He wanted to reunite with his sister of this life. Who knew what would happen? Underworld God could you, after the Yun, everyone of heaven and was Yuan Yu Jian Yu's. Master, Meng Fian said that if you want to use the teleportation formation, your cultivation must at least reach the Divine Vein realm. How did they directly pass through the Golden Sky region from the immemorial Divine Tomb to the Savage Beast region? Previously, Ling Xiao had been intimidated, so he did not think too much about this matter. The Yuan Venerate explained, I have always wanted to say that those fellows aren't that weak. They must have used some kind of magic treasure to forcibly suppress their own cultivation. It was similar to what the two parasitic martialists did when they entered the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum. Because the laws of the immemorial Divine Mausoleum are lax, they can't support their true strength. Once their strength is fully released, the entire world might collapse or they might be obliterated by the laws. This is why the strongest martialists of the 4 great domains invading the western region are only at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine boundary. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. You don't have to think too much. It's not like you can't go to the Eternal Emperor region now. Even if I have to exhaust my soul, I can help you do it. But what will happen after you go? Given your current strength, you will only be killed if you meet Yu Fenghua. Do you really think that's a good idea? The Yuan Venerate said solemnly. Your disciple understands. I was too anxious. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He lost his composure at the thought of the Moon Lady. Fortunately, he had a Yuan Venerate by his side. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Actually, you don't have to be anxious. Given your cultivation speed, it won't take long. I estimate that you will be able to head to the Eternal Emperor region in at most a year. The Yuan Venerate encouraged him. Thank you for your encouragement, Master. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ling Xiao smiled. I can't be discouraged. Besides the Moon Lady, there is also your matter, Master. Perhaps the Heavenly Dragon trading firm in the City of Raging Fire also has treasures that can repair souls. I will definitely get them for you. Just do your best. I won't force you. After all, treasures that can repair souls are rare and expensive. You lack the means to make money now, so it's better to take it easy. The Yuan Venerate was very considerate. It's all right. I'll just refine more elixir pills when I have the raw materials. Given my alchemy skills, I'm afraid no one in the City of Raging Fire can compare to me. Ling Xiao was still very confident in making money. Alchemy, at any time, would never fall behind. Then Master will look forward to it. I'm going to rest. The Yuan Venerate turned into a wisp of green smoke and entered Ling Xiao's mountain river realm. Ling Xiao began to take out the medicinal herbs in his storage ring. After taking a look, he immediately shook his head and destroyed them. This was the 4 great regions. The medicinal herbs in the West region were too inferior. Even if they were used to refine elixir pills, the effect wouldn't be good. Anyway, he still had some capital. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and left the inn. In a dark corner, a sparrow stared at Ling Xiao as he walked out of the inn. Then, it flapped its wings and followed closely behind. Bang! Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was walking forward, turned around and pointed his finger. The sparrow's body was directly pierced through. It landed on the ground. However, it didn't look like the corpse of an animal. It was actually cremated strangely. He walked over and picked it up. A puppet bird? Ling Xiao frowned. There was no need to ask. This thing was definitely used to monitor him. Presumably, Ma Xianxia still hated him very much for not being able to deal with him. Thus, she was always monitoring him. As long as he left the inn, she would make a move on him. Bang! Ling Xiao crushed the puppet bird as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He had spared the fat pig's life, but he hadn't expected the fat pig to be so ungrateful. He still wanted to make a move on him. Alright, in that case, I'll wait for you. He looked up and saw an eagle soaring in the sky. He sneered and didn't make a move again. Instead, he continued to walk into the distance. The eagle kept following him until he walked into a hidden alley. Suddenly, a group of martialists charged in from outside the alley. They blocked his way. Kid, you didn't expect that, right? Although that Meng Fian has become Wang Yoming's disciple, I can't touch her. But anyway, Xianxia only wants your life. Two people walked out of the crowd. One was Fat Pig Ma Xianxia. The other was Lu Ruhua. What do you want to do? Don't tell me you're going to kill someone in broad daylight in the middle of the world? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruhua and Ma Xianxia and asked coldly. Are you an idiot? Who am I? I am the son of City Lord Lu, the young City Lord of Raging Fire City. I am the king of this place, not to mention killing you. Even if I chop you into minced meat, no one will dare to say anything. Lu Ruhua looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously and mocked. Hee, are you afraid now? You had so much fun beating me before. Now that my brother Ruhua has made his move, you are dead. Ma Xianxia sneered and was very proud. It was as if the Ling Xiao in front of her was already a dead man. Fat pig, I seem to have told you not to let me see you again. Otherwise, it will be your death date. You don't seem to take it seriously. Forget it, I didn't bring much money today. Most of the spirit stones were left at home. You two have prominent families, so you must have a lot of spirit stones on you. All of them are mine. Ling Xiao looked at Ma Xianxia, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sneer. Ha ha ha, this kid really has a problem with his head. Could it be that he thinks he can still win? Our subordinate's cultivation is about the same as his. With the two of us, killing him is as easy as stepping on a bug. I say, Xianxia, are you sure it was this fool who hurt you? Did you make a mistake? The more Lu Ruhua looked at Ling Xiao, the more she felt that Ling Xiao was stupid. Everyone could see that it was impossible to win the battle, but this guy was still quite calm. He even dared to say such harsh words. Ling Xiao did not say any more nonsense. On his body, a hideous armor grew out. In an instant, he entered the limitless heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. Innate demon god sword soul was released at the same time. Facing Ma Xianxia, he did not dare to hold back. Moreover, Lu Ruhua was even stronger than Ma Xianxia. She had already reached the second level of the divine vein realm. Although he had just stepped in. However, his strength was extremely terrifying. Today's battle was definitely going to be a bitter one. Injuries were inevitable. However, it would also be of great help to him. What he needed now was this kind of danger. Only danger could stimulate his potential. He already had the reincarnation immortal bone and the god meridian elixir. As long as the energy in his cultivation C increased to 100%, he would be able to break through directly. There was no need for any preparation. Holding Ice Age in his hand, Ling Xiao beckoned to Lu Ruhua and Ma Xianxia and said, I'm still busy shopping. If you want to make a move, do it quickly. Go. Lu Ruhua did not personally take action. This time, he had brought over 100 subordinates with him. All of them were at the 8th and 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. He didn't believe that these hundreds of people couldn't take down one person. Facing the group of martial artists charging over, Ling Xiao revealed a trace of a cold smile. 9 Snake General, Death Kingdom Black Poison. Following that, 9 snake heads suddenly popped out from behind him. Terrifying black fog filled the entire place. In just an instant, hundreds of people were all dead. These people were either at the same cultivation level as him or weaker than him. Death Kingdom Black Poison could kill them instantly. The black fog disappeared. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruhua with a smile and said, the trash has been cleaned up. It's your turn. This guy. Lu Ruhua's eyes finally revealed a serious look. However, it was only serious. He was really unwilling to deal with a 9th level reincarnation divine realm warrior. It was completely disdainful. However, there was no other way now. All of his subordinates were dead. He could only do it himself. I admit that you have some strength, but it's only enough to show off in the reincarnation divine realm. Without condensing the divine vein, how can you fight with me? Boom, as he spoke, a terrifying aura was released from Lu Ruhua's body. His whole body was burning with blazing flames. A ball of fire appeared behind him. Needless to say, this should be his martial soul. Kill. There was a violent roar. Lu Ruhua directly threw a punch at Xianxia. That fist was wrapped in blazing flames and turned into a huge fire fist, wanting to blast Xianxia into charcoal. The air suddenly trembled. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Even the ground seemed to be scorched. One had to know that the laws of these four regions were incomparably strong. To be able to cause a change in the natural environment, it was enough to show that Lu Ruhua was powerful. A second-level Divine Vein Realm warrior, that was really not a bluff. It was indeed powerful. I can't clash with him head-on for the time being. Let's kill Ma Xianxian first. Ling Zhao's heart was as clear as a mirror at this time. If he wanted the energy in his cultivation sea to skyrocket, he had to fight Lu Ruhua head-on. However, the result of a head-on battle was that he would definitely be injured. It would be very troublesome to face two people at the same time. He had to kill Ma Xianxian first. Thinking of this, he moved and used the Blizzard Ice Sealing Step to kill Lu Ruhua directly. What a good movement technique, and it can actually slow down my movements. Lu Ruhua frowned. However, he soon sneered. The raging fire burst. The surrounding coldness instantly retreated. His speed returned to normal in an instant. Fire Dragon Divine Fist. In the roar, several fire dragons burst out from Lu Ruhua's fists and rushed towards Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia frowned slightly. This guy was really hard to deal with. This move should be an advanced king-level martial arts technique. Perhaps in the entire Raging Fire City, only the son of the city lord had such a martial arts technique. If it was someone else, it would probably not work. Extreme Cold Domain, at the critical moment. Xianxia released the Extreme Cold Domain. Then he used the Blizzard Ice Sealing Step again. He barely avoided the attack of the fire dragon. Can you dodge it? Lu Ruhua sneered, stomped on the ground, and suddenly jumped up. Although they could not fly, Lu Ruhua's jumping power was amazing enough. She chased after Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. Ma Xianxian was left alone on the spot. Here's the chance. Xianxia sneered. If Lu Ruhua had stayed by Ma Xianxian's side, he would not have been able to kill the other party. However, Lu Ruhua left Ma Xianxian in order to chase after Xianxia. Ma Xianxian did not seem to feel anything wrong. Obviously, Lu Ruhua was chasing after Xianxia. What kind of accident would happen? Kid, even if you are a loach today, I will catch you and stew you. Don't think about escaping. Lu Ruhua condensed his true essence on the way, and several more fire dragons spewed out. It was as if this move was his strongest attack. Xianxia had a rough understanding of this guy's strength. He would not die if he met force with force. It was just that he had to be injured. But if he was not injured, how could he stimulate his potential? He had long been used to this kind of thing. Little dog, you can't catch your grandfather today. Xianxia smiled coldly. Vertical Golden Light Technique. This was Xiao's most terrifying technique. It was much faster than Blizzard Ice Sealing Step. In the blink of an eye, Xiao disappeared from Lu Ruhua's sight. Lu Ruhua turned pale with fright. She hurriedly turned her head to look. Before she could turn her head, she heard Ma Xianxian's cry for help. Ruhua, save me. Ma Xianxian naturally did not stay idle. Didn't I accidentally lose to you once? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Do you think you can bully me? Ma Xianxian was very upset. She felt that she was being looked down upon. Accident? Xiao sneered in his heart. As long as you're happy. The previous battle in the inn was not an accident. He easily defeated Ma Xianxian with his true ability, but Ma Xianxian was unwilling to admit it. Stop. Lu Ruhua rushed back. However, Xiao was closer to Ma Xianxian at this time. Even if he chased her back, it would not make much sense. Xiao held Ice Age in his hand. At this time, Ice Age was no longer a two-handed giant sword. Instead, it turned into a long sword held in one hand. It could allow him to exert his speed to the extreme. The first move of Ice Emperor's sword technique, instant freeze. A soft chant was released from Ling Xiao's mouth. Ma Qianqian's attack was instantly frozen and then destroyed by the sword qi. She suddenly understood at this time. The battle in the inn was not an accident at all. That was the inevitable result. Ling Xiao had stronger strength and a stronger martial soul than her. Innate martial soul. At the moment before death, Ma Qianqian suddenly understood. Unfortunately, it was already too late to find out everything. Ling Xiao's body directly passed through Ma Qianqian's body. The woman's body was split into two. But because of the cold, they were still frozen together and did not separate. This made Ma Qianqian experience the most terrifying moment before death. She was going to die, but she did not die completely. At that moment, she regretted it very much. Remember this in your next life. No matter what you do, don't push your luck. I spared your life in the inn not because I was afraid of you, but because I didn't want to be stained with blood. But you just had to throw your life away. I won't hold back either. With a light flick, the blood on Ice Age was flung to the ground. I regret it. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ma Qianqian uttered the last sound of her life. Looking at this demon-like person holding a sword, she regretted offending him. Why did he still want to take revenge? Ling Xiao didn't care if she regretted it or not. Holding Ice Age in his hand, he pointed it at Lu Ruhua. The next battle was the key. If he couldn't achieve a breakthrough in this battle, even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he would still die. Therefore, this was a battle that forced him into a dead end. He must not lose, seeing Ma Qianqian being killed, and dying so miserably. Lu Ruhua let out a beast-like roar. Although Ma Qianqian was ugly, her father was rich. As the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House in Raging Fire City, Ma Qianqian's father had the most wealth in Raging Fire City. Even his father, City Lord Lu, had to curry favor with him. This was the reason why he liked Ma Qianqian. Otherwise, how could he like that fat pig woman? Ling Xiao killing Ma Qianqian was equivalent to cutting off his source of spirit stones. Ever since he got together with Ma Qianqian, he had an endless supply of spirit stones every day. A large amount of resources could be obtained whenever he wanted. That stupid woman couldn't wait to dig out her heart for him. She let him play with her. But Ling Xiao had completely ruined his dream today. How could he not be angry? The roar represented his anger. The frenzied flames represented his fury. His eyes were wide open, staring fiercely at Ling Xiao, wishing that he could completely turn this guy in front of him into ashes. Very angry, hate me for cutting off your source of wealth, or hate me for killing that woman in front of you, hate your own incompetence, hate your own idiocy? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruhua indifferently, constantly provoking him, making him even angrier. In a rage, his combat strength would soar, but his brain would be even worse. At that time, it would be easier for him to act according to his plan. No matter what the reason is, you deserve to die today. You killed my woman. Today, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Lu Ruhua's temper was rough and violent. Ling Xiao's casual poke had caused him to explode. All he could think about was killing Ling Xiao. As for anything else, he didn't think much about it. Ling Xiao felt the murderous intent of the other party. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He activated his vital essence, and the shadow of a black tortoise wrapped around him. Advanced King-level Black Tortoise Divine Body, the defense against advanced King-level martial skills could reach 50%. In other words, even if an advanced King-level martial skill pierced his body directly, it would only cause half of the damage. In addition to the advanced King-level Black Tortoise Divine Body, he had an even more terrifying transformation weapon. The 7-colored armor was close-fitting, like a thin layer of clothing. However, its defensive power had reached the level of a peak King-level martial skill. With it, his opponent's advanced King-level martial skill would not be able to hurt him at all. Even a peak King-level martial skill could only cause half of the damage. Of course, Lu Ruhua was not at the same level as him. Lu Ruhua was much stronger than him. This strength allowed Lu Ruhua's advanced King-level martial skill to cause a peak King-level martial skill to damage his body. This was the benefit of being strong. Kneel down. Lu Ruhua suddenly jumped up. This time, he was faster than before. In his anger, he abandoned his own defense and used all of his true essence to attack. The moment he jumped up, the ground began to shake. Fire Dragon Burst. It was also an advanced king-level martial skill, but the moves were different. It seemed more ferocious than the Fire Dragon Divine Fist. It was more overbearing. As the punch fell, Xianxia waved his Ice Age to block it. In that instant, he felt a terrifying power sweep over him. It was as if a mountain had smashed directly on his body. Bang, his body was bent, and his knees almost fell to the ground. However, he still stood proudly. If this had happened in the West region, the ground would have definitely cracked open. Xianxia would have even been smashed directly into the ground. However, this was the 4 regions. Therefore, Xianxia could not use burrow to relieve the pressure. He could only meet force with force. Even his spine let out a mournful cry. Instant freeze. Xianxia roared, and Ice Age erupted with terrifying power, instantly freezing the surroundings. Even Lu Ruhua's hands began to freeze. However, the fire seemed to be even more powerful. The moment it was frozen, it melted. Pfft. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body retreated rapidly. Lu Ruhua punched the ground, and the ground shook a few times. An inconspicuous crack appeared on the ground. Not only that, Lu Ruhua's attack caused a raging fire to burn the sky. Within 10 meters of the surrounding area, everything became a sea of fire. Strong enough. Xianxia believed that if he did not retreat just now, his spine would have been smashed. This Lu Ruhua was indeed powerful. He suffered internal injuries. But fortunately, the injury was not too serious. The most peculiar thing was that golden heart. After fusing with his heart, it could actually make his heart stronger than his body. Such a great force actually did not damage his heart at all. Instead, the energy in his cultivation instantly skyrocketed by 30%. Die. Without waiting for Xianxia to think more, Lu Ruhua's attack came again. This guy jumped and instantly arrived in front of him. Then both fists blasted out again. Fire Dragon Divine Fist. 10 fire dragons roared and pounced at Xianxia. This time, Xianxia still did not dodge. But if he took this blow head-on, it would definitely not work. Even if he only suffered half of the damage, it would be enough to seriously injure him. So he had to fight back and resist. Ice River 9 turns. Ice Age stabbed out again. An ice river appeared from the void and turned 9 times in a very strange path, attacking Lu Ruhua. Although Lu Ruhua was very strong, he used all his true essence on the attack. His defense was extremely low. He had no choice. He could only turn the attack that was blasted at Xianxia back to deal with this Ice River 9 turns. In an instant, the flame swallowed the ice river and gradually melted. And then the remaining power still blasted on Xianxia's body. Xianxia was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. Cultivation C energy, 60%. Xianxia had to take out a handful of medicinal pills and swallow them into his stomach. He was already seriously injured. If he did not eat the medicinal pills, the next blow would probably directly kill him. Let's see how many times you can resist. Lu Ruhua did not expect that Xianxia was actually using him to break through. Relying on his strength, he began to attack wildly. And Xianxia could only passively defend. He was repelled again and again. He vomited blood again and again. However, the energy in his sea of cultivation was rising rapidly under the constant attacks. As expected of the 4 great domains. Even the release of potential has become faster. Xianxia was secretly delighted. After about a dozen collisions, the energy in his sea of cultivation finally rose to 100%. Time to end this. Looking at Lu Ruhua, Xianxia suddenly used the golden light spell to dodge to the side. Then, he swallowed the divine vein pill and held the reincarnation immortal bone in his hand. Even in the 4 great regions, the divine pulse elixir was an extremely precious elixir, at least in the city of raging fire. Even if there was a price, it would be extremely expensive. As for the reincarnation celestial bone, although it was not as expensive as the divine vein elixir, it was definitely not cheap. In the eyes of the warriors of Raging Fire City, these 2 things were treasures. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure on you. You don't deserve it. At this moment, Lu Ruhua seemed to have forgotten about revenge. Instead, greed took over his heart. Greed flashed in his eyes. Once again, they launched a frenzied attack. For him, the reincarnation immortal bone and the divine vein pill could strengthen his divine vein and increase his vital essence. Maybe it could help him break through again. As long as he could break through to the third level of the divine vein realm, he could go to the Purple Mansion Academy. This was something that countless people dreamed of. At this moment, Ling Xiao no longer chose to meet force with force. Instead, he used the Blizzard Ice Sealing Step, the Extreme Cold Field, and the Golden Light spell to avoid Lu Ruhua's attacks. In terms of speed, Lu Ruhua was still not as fast as him. In particular, there was no way to compare with his Golden Light spell. Under such circumstances, the reincarnation immortal bone in his hand was rapidly consumed. The divine vein pill in his stomach was also rapidly taking effect. He could feel that the meridians in his body were also rapidly changing. The change from the martial vein to the divine vein was a qualitative leap. Only by condensing the divine vein could the body withstand the next reincarnation. Otherwise, it would be courting death. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Lu Ruhua also realized. Such an attack could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. Because his speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao, he would only be dodged by Ling Xiao. So he had to change his strategy. Martial soul skill, Prairie Fire. With a furious roar, his martial soul suddenly bloomed with a blazing light. Then, with Lu Ruhua as the center, a large amount of flames crazily spewed out to the surroundings. It could reach a height of more than 10 meters. Even if he could jump, he could not exceed this limit. Ling Xiao was actually not unfamiliar with martial soul skills. Because all his beast souls had martial soul skills. But before, he had never heard of other people's martial souls having martial soul skills. He had always thought that this was his special skill. But when he came to the 4 great regions, he realized. As long as he cultivated his martial soul, he could learn martial soul skills. Martial soul skills were different from martial skills. Martial skills were cultivated by martial artists. Martial soul skills were cultivated by the martial soul. This made the martial soul's role in a battle between martial artists further increased. Facing this prairie fire, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. With the undying bird-beast soul, how could he be afraid of flames? So he didn't escape at all, but used his movement technique in this flame and continued to dodge. Why, this is the martial soul skill that I painstakingly cultivated. In the entire raging fire city, there were no more than 5 people who knew martial soul skills. Why, I don't understand, what kind of monster are you? Finally, Lu Ruhua was a little anxious. Or rather, a little scared. He had already brought out all of his trump cards. In the end, he found that this thing did not harm Ling Xiao at all. This was simply like a basin of cold water poured down on his head, making him feel cold. Boom, suddenly, Ling Xiao's aura soared into the sky. The surrounding flames were all dispelled. A chill instantly filled the entire space. On the ground, a layer of ice formed. Ling Xiao broke through. He finally stepped into the next realm, Divine Pulse Realm. To be precise, it was the reincarnation Divine Pulse Realm. Once one reached this realm, one would have to prepare for the next reincarnation. After his cultivation broke through to the Divine Pulse Realm, Ling Xiao could feel that his strength had at least skyrocketed by 100 times. Lu Ruhua's advantage in front of him was of course gone. Even if he did not use the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation, he could kill Lu Ruhua, a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Divine Pulse Realm, just by relying on the innate 30% Divine Demon Sword Soul. Although I am very grateful to you for helping me make a breakthrough. But since you want to kill me today, I have to kill you, lest the cause of Ma Xianxian's death spread out. I can't continue to stay in the raging fire city. Ling Xiao wanted to kill her to silence her. This place was extremely remote. Except for Lu Ruhua, there was a corpse on the ground. As long as he killed Lu Ruhua, at least in a short time, no one would know that he did it. In this way, he could also go to the Heavenly Dragon auction house to buy the Northern Underworld Divine Water he wanted. A drop of Northern Underworld Divine Water could refine at least 10 Divine Pulse pills. The North Underworld Divine Water was a treasure, especially for alchemists. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it could refine at least 10 divine pulse elixirs. However, if it fell into the hands of a garbage alchemist, it could only refine 1 divine pulse elixir. And the effect might not be good. Next, it's my turn to fight back. You beat me up so badly just now. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Ruhua with ridicule in his eyes. You? Even if you have a breakthrough, you are only at the first level of the Divine Pulse realm. Do you think you can defeat me, a martial artist at the second level of the Divine Pulse realm? Lu Ruhua was a little afraid, but how could he admit defeat? Although he was not as powerful as his father in the City of Raging Fire, he could be considered a top expert. If he couldn't even deal with this puny Ling Xiao, then he would lose face. Fire Dragon Collapse. With a roar, Lu Ruhua vented his anger and used the Fire Dragon Collapse to attack Ling Xiao again. However, this time, Ling Xiao just stood there and did not move. The Fire Dragon Collapse hit Ling Xiao's head directly. Lu Ruhua was overjoyed. Serves you right. You are courting death. However, the next moment, he turned pale with fright. Because he found that his hands were grabbed by someone. Are you tickling me? Ling Xiao laughed. Now, there was no gap between their strength. In fact, Ling Xiao was even stronger. Therefore, the peak king-level defense was enough to render Lu Ruhua's advanced king-level martial technique useless. No. Impossible. How could this be? Let me go. Lu Ruhua struggled wildly. However, Ling Xiao's arms were like huge iron pincers, and he could not escape at all. Don't you like fire? Today, I will let you know what fire is. Ling Xiao smiled. He instantly transformed into the immortal bird-beast soul. Then, the immortal fire exploded. Lu Ruhua shouted in horror, "Let me go. I am the young city lord of the City of Raging Fire. How dare you kill me? Idiot, it's already come to this. If I don't kill you, I'll be crazy." Ling Xiao sneered. Not only did the flames not stop, but they became even more ferocious. A moment later, Lu Ruhua's entire body was burnt to a crisp. Poor Lu Ruhua. She possessed a flame martial spirit and had burned countless innocent people to death. Now, he had suffered retribution and was burned to death by the flames. This could be considered an eye for an eye. Lu Ruhua's flame was only a demonic flame, not even an alien flame. However, Ling Xiao's flame was an immortal flame, which was extremely domineering. However, it seems a little wasteful. Using the heavenly flame is enough. Ling Xiao discovered that no matter what kind of flame it was, it would become more ferocious than before after reaching the 4 great domains. It was absolutely feasible to burn Lu Ruhua to death with the deviant flame. Looks like I have to slowly familiarize myself with this world in the future. There are many things that are different from the western regions. He looked around. There was no one there. Ling Xiao quietly left the scene. Perhaps Lu Ruhua did not expect that she would die in such a cowardly manner. She was actually killed in the City of Raging Fire. She originally wanted to kill Ling Xiao, so she chased away the nearby people. In the end, there was not even a messenger. On the contrary, it saved Ling Xiao a lot of trouble. Of course, he did not forget the belongings on the 2 of them. He directly took the things inside and left the storage ring where it was. Who knew if there was any soul imprint on the storage ring? In order to avoid being followed. It was better not to. Anyway, Ling Xiao had the mountain river world. The storage ring was just a cover for him. It was meaningless to have too much. There's actually a puppet eagle. I'll go back and study it to see if I can imitate it. Ling Xiao found the puppet eagle that was used to monitor him among Lu Ruhua's belongings. He had never made a puppet before because he did not know the principle. However, after learning that the foundation of the puppets in the 4 great domains was formations, he became very interested. Even if he could not make a puppet for fighting, it would be good to make a mount or something. The beasts here were too strong. It was not easy to catch and tame. A puppet mount was obviously more suitable. For the sake of safety, he directly used the Shadow Warrior to leave the alley. It would not be good if someone saw him. The Shadow Warrior could ensure that nothing would go wrong. When he was far away, he showed his true body and mixed into the crowd. He did not return to the inn but continued to buy medicinal herbs. Many people in the inn saw him come out. It would not make sense if he did not buy something back. In fact, his worries were a little unnecessary. In the eyes of others, he was just a martial artist at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. With his strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill Lu Ruhua and Ma Xianxia and hundreds of martial artists at the same time. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Ling Xiao still made all the preparations. In the market, he found many medicinal herbs similar to those in the western regions, but the efficacy was no less than 100 times better. Using these herbs to refine pills was simply the best option. Ling Xiao almost ran through the entire market and prepared all the supplementary medicinal herbs to refine the divine pulse pill. A total of 10 sets. As long as he got the North Underworld divine water, he could quickly refine 10 divine pulse pills. After buying all the materials for the divine pulse pill, he went to buy some materials for the healing pill. The healing pill was a pill that could be used at any time. It could be used by everyone, from ordinary people to top martial artists. However, with different supplementary materials, the efficacy of the healing pill would also change. The grade would also be improved. The materials that Ling Xiao bought were more suitable for martial artists in the divine pulse realm. Therefore, it was also called the divine pulse healing pill. It was simple and easy to understand. The materials were not expensive. In fact, he was not short of money. Before coming to the 4 major regions, he left most of his spirit stones in the western regions to help rebuild the western regions. But he had about 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones with him. It only cost him about 500 to buy these medicinal herbs. It was worth mentioning that he got nearly 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones from Lu Ruhua and Ma Xianxia. It was definitely enough to bid for the North Underworld divine water. The auction price of the North Underworld divine water was estimated to be about 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. He now had more than 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Although the North Underworld divine water was precious, it could at most be used to refine the divine pulse pill. The price of a divine pulse pill was only 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Only an idiot would buy it if the price was higher. After all, not everyone could be like Ling Xiao, who could refine 10 divine pulse pills with 1 drop of the North Underworld divine water. Most alchemists could refine 1 pill, which was already very good. It could be called a miracle if they could refine 2 pills. If Wang Yongming really treated Meng Fian well and did not cause trouble for him, he did not mind selling a divine pulse pill to Wang Yongming. But if Wang Yongming had ulterior motives, not only would he not give him anything, but he would also kill Wang Yongming. In case Meng Fian was deceived, the best way to test it was to bid for the North Underworld divine water. He wanted to see what Wang Yongming planned to do. At that time in the inn, because the situation was not optimistic, Ling Xiao proposed that Meng Fian had an innate golden battle body. Let Meng Fian worship Wang Yongming as her master. But the more it was like this, the more he couldn't take it lightly. If a good girl fell into the fire pit because of him, then his sin would be big. Back at the inn, Ling Xiao sealed his room. With the last lesson, he directly used a formation to protect the room. Whoever intends to rush in, just wait for bad luck. After sealing the room, Ling Xiao began to refine pills. His way of refining pills was different from most people. Others still need a medicinal cauldron to refine pills. But he wrapped the herbs with strange fire and refined pills directly in the air, using the spirit energy of heaven and earth to condense the spirit energy cauldron. This effect was better than refining pills directly in the metal cauldron. It just required a strong control ability. Only Ling Xiao could do it. When he was refining pills, Meng Yi and others came once. Because they were going back today. They hoped to say goodbye to Ling Xiao. Now that Meng Fian had become Wang Yongming's disciple, she naturally would not go back together. However, the teenagers of Meng village waited at the door for a long time. But they didn't wait for Ling Xiao to come out. In desperation, they could only entrust Meng Fian to help them say goodbye. Then the group left in a hurry. The city of raging fire was a place of trouble, and the longer they stayed here, the more troublesome it would be. In fact, this was the case. They had just left the city of raging fire for half an hour. Suddenly, the city of raging fire was under martial law. There were rumors that Lu City Lord's son Lu Ruhua and Lu Ruhua's woman Ma Xianxia were killed. City Lord Lu was looking for the murderer. When Ling Xiao finished refining the healing pills, the inn was also surrounded. Although City Lord Lu did not dare to rush into search. However, anyone who left the inn would have to be interrogated by them. Except for Envoy Wang. But Ling Xiao didn't plan to go out anyway. He had inquired that the auction would be held in 3 days. These days, there were more foreigners in the city of Raging Fire. In addition to the northern underworld divine water, there were many other treasures that attracted people's attention. This, in turn, gave Ling Xiao an excellent cover. If City Lord Lu wanted to find out who killed his son, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Smiling, he continued to stay in the room. However, this time it wasn't alchemy, but cultivation. After breaking through to the first level of the Divine Vein realm, Ling Xiao could already cultivate the 9 transformation technique. The 9 revolutions Fiend God technique was an elementary emperor-level martial skill. Incomparably precious. In order to cultivate, one had to be a Divine Vein realm martial artist. The first move was called Descent of the Fiend Gods. When it was used, it could utilize the power of the Fiend Gods, and its attack power would skyrocket. Its destructive power was terrifying. What was even more interesting was that the 9 transformations God-Fiend technique did not have any requirements for weapons. It could be used barehanded or with all kinds of weapons. Its essence could be infused into any weapon. It was no wonder that the 9 transformations God-Fiend art was used in conjunction with the 100 transformations weapon. The shape-shifting divine weapon had countless transformations and could use the 9 revolutions God-Fiend art. However, it was a pity that Ling Xiao's current cultivation was still unable to use the 100 transformations weapon, which was a heavenly emperor-level weapon. Even if he used the Ice Age now, he still couldn't make full use of it. With his current strength, it was more suitable for him to use the 9 Supremacy Sword, which was a precious emperor-level weapon. In fact, in the 4 major regions, especially in a small place like the city of Raging Fire, precious emperor-level weapons were extremely precious. If Ling Xiao hadn't obtained the inheritance of the Ice Emperor and the Ancient Sword Emperor, it would be impossible for him to have weapons like the Ice Age and the 100 Transformations weapon. Fortunately, the Ice Age and the 9 Supremacy Sword could both use the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend art. It could even be used barehanded, and the requirements for weapons were not that high. This was a good thing. In 3 days, he finally comprehended the first move of the 9 Revolutions God-Fiend art. Although it was only a small success. That was an emperor-level martial skill. Even someone at Wang Yongming's level couldn't possibly have an emperor-level martial skill. He had observed that Wang Yongming was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. He was the lowest disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy. Such a disciple came to the city of Raging Fire and became the #1 expert. It was enough to see the level of the city of Raging Fire and the strength of the Purple Mansion Academy. After stopping his meditation, Ling Xiao washed up and walked out of the room. 3 days had passed, and there was still no conclusion about the death of Lu Ruhua and Ma Xianxia. However, under pressure, City Lord Lu could only restore everything in the city to normal. Then he continued to secretly investigate the cause of his son's death. He alone couldn't afford to offend experts from all directions. Big brother Ling, you finally came out. I thought something happened to you. Outside the door, Meng Fian was waiting there in boredom. When she saw Ling Xiao, she was very happy. Did Meng Yi and the others return safely to the Meng village? Ling Xiao asked. Big brother Ling, don't worry. The reason why we were ambushed by the Black Warriors was because of the traitor Meng Chong. When we returned, everything was fine. Meng Yi and the others returned safely to the Meng village. Meng Fian said with a smile. That's good. Where's your master? Why are you here alone? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Master has already gone to the Heavenly Dragon auction house. Today is the day of the auction. Once the auction ends, Master will bring me to the Myriad Flames main city. When Meng Fian said this, she was very excited. This time, it's all thanks to you, Big Brother Ling. If you didn't discover that I have the innate golden battle body, Master would never have accepted me. It's impossible for Master to accept me as a disciple. Seeing how happy she was, Ling Xiao didn't have the heart to pour cold water on her, so he changed the topic. I also want to go to the auction house to sell some things. Do you want to come with me? Sure, it's too boring to stay here alone. However, I have to dress up. Master said that he won't let me go out. It won't be good if he sees me. Meng Fian giggled. Then wear this. Ling Xiao gave her a human face mask. This thing was made of a special material. It could record the appearance of others. After wearing it, one's face would change. This treasure was obtained by Ling Xiao from the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. Although he didn't need it, his friends might need it. Hence, he took one. Now, Meng Fian could use it. After Meng Fian dressed up, Ling Xiao also dressed up. He had the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique. He could easily change his appearance and body. Even his aura would change. In this auction for the Northern Underworld Divine Water, he would definitely have a conflict with Wang Yongming. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to disguise himself. If Wang Yongming was a good person, even if he was just a decent person, he shouldn't offend him. He didn't want to affect the relationship between Wang Yongming and Meng Fian. Otherwise, he would become a sinner. After doing all this, the two of them didn't go through the main door. Instead, they jumped out of the window and onto the street. In front of the Heavenly Dragon auction house, it was unusually lively. Warriors from various cities hoped to get what they wanted at this auction. It was not for the Northern Underworld Divine Water. After all, there were other things in addition to the Northern Underworld Divine Water. Ling Xiao directly showed his Supreme Card. The personal information in his Supreme Card could only be accessed by the highest level people. The shopkeeper of the City of Raging Fire was not qualified. But the authenticity of the Supreme Card could be easily identified. Seeing Ling Xiao take out his Supreme Card, the shopkeeper personally came out to greet him and arranged him into the best VIP box. He was more respectful than Wang Yongming of the Zifu Academy. Ling Xiao was not afraid of causing a commotion. Anyway, he had changed his appearance and figure. Once it caused a commotion, he could change back. The auction house of the City of Raging Fire was not small. It could accommodate at least 100,000 guests. The huge auction site was now crowded with people. Without the Supreme Card, one might not be able to find a seat. Most people were sitting in the seats outside. There were not many who were qualified to enter the box. After all, there were only a dozen boxes in total. Ling Xiao occupied the best position. Coincidentally, Wang Yongming was arranged next door. Accompanying him was City Lord Lu and the shopkeeper. Ling Xiao released his soul force to eavesdrop on the conversation next door. Because it might be helpful to him. City Lord Lu, how is the investigation going? Have you found out who killed them? It was Wang Yongming who asked. City Lord Lu treated him as a VIP, so he still had to show a little concern. Alas, to tell you the truth, it has been 3 days, and there is no clue. If I find out who this person is, I will skin him alive. City Lord Lu sighed and was burning with anger. In my opinion, we have to narrow down the scope. The person who can kill Ruhua and Xianxia is definitely not an ordinary person. His cultivation is probably above the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. The shopkeeper reminded. What you said makes sense. I also checked so. But the martial artists above the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm all have extraordinary backgrounds and can't be easily touched. We can only investigate secretly. City Lord Lu also had his own frustrations. In Raging Fire City, he was the lord of one side, but outside of Raging Fire City, who would put him in their eyes? Don't worry, do your best to investigate. No matter what, I still owe City Lord Lu and the shopkeeper a favor. Once I find out, I will definitely come forward. Wang Yongming knew how to conduct himself. As for whether or not he would help, that was another matter altogether. However, saying these words at this time made the other two feel very comfortable in their hearts. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. Above the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm, it would be strange if you could find out, even now, his cultivation was only at the 1st level of the Divine Vein realm. It was impossible for them to suspect him. He could sit back and relax. He was about to withdraw his soul power and focus on the auction. All of a sudden, he frowned. Fei Yan, did that Wang Yongming do anything to you these past few days? Ling Xiao's voice turned cold. Because when his soul power slid past Wang Yongming just now, he actually felt the aura of the innate golden battle body from Wang Yongming. How was this possible? The innate golden battle body wasn't trash on the street that could be encountered casually. Moreover, he didn't find Wang Yongming with this aura in the inn before. Then there was only one possibility. That guy did something to Meng Fian's body. It's nothing, it's just that master will draw some of my blood every day. He said that he wanted to test my cultivation aptitude. For the past few days, he has been drawing my blood every day. Meng Fian didn't know why Ling Xiao suddenly became so serious, so she thought about it and said, "Give me your hand." Ling Xiao said. "Oh." Meng Fian blushed and reached out her hand. Ling Xiao pinched her wrist and transmitted a stream of vital essence into it. A moment later, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. "Dog." He cursed fiercely. "Brother Ling, what's wrong with you?" Meng Fian didn't know what was going on. "Fian, have you been feeling very cold and uncomfortable when you sleep at night these past few days?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, how did you know, Brother Ling?" Meng Fian was surprised. Damn Wang Yongming, he actually used your blood to nurture a parasite. He wants to use this parasite to take away your innate golden battle body. Generally, this kind of constitution is related to the bloodline. He is obviously changing your blood, but it hasn't been completely successful. No wonder he didn't want you to come out. He was probably worried that your situation would be discovered by others. This parasite sucks your blood every day and then transmits it to his body. After 10 days, you will die, and he will be able to obtain your innate golden battle body. Ling Xiao had heard Yuan Venerates mention this many times. As an alchemist, it was impossible for him not to understand. "What?" Meng Fian screamed. "Shoo! That guy is next door, lower your voice." Ling Xiao made a shushing gesture and said, "Fian, do you believe me?" If Meng Fian didn't believe him, then he definitely wouldn't interfere in this matter. But if Meng Fian believed him, he would definitely interfere in this matter. Meng Fian was hot-blooded and wanted to become Wang Yongming's disciple. In the end, she was treated as a tool. It really made one's heart turn cold. "Brother Ling, I believe you." Meng Fian wasn't stupid. She also felt that her body was getting weaker these few days. She had always felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was going on. After Ling Xiao said this, she instantly understood. "Okay, believe me, listen to me, don't make a fuss. I will definitely kill that bastard for you, however, it will be very troublesome to change half of your blood. We have to get that parasite first. When we return to the inn today, pretend that you don't know anything and let him put the parasite in your body. Just leave the rest to me." Ling Xiao said. "Don't worry, Brother Ling, I will listen to you." After all, Meng Fian was not a lady from a big family in the city, but a woman from the Meng village. Her character was very strong. "Okay, don't think about it now. Start paying attention to the auction." Ling Xiao couldn't do it here. There were too many people and too many eyes. On the other hand, the inn was different. He had a way to kill Wang Yongming without anyone knowing. Of course, after learning that Wang Yongming was this kind of bastard, he had to snatch the northern underworld divine water from this guy. As long as it was something that could make this bastard angry, he was willing to do it. The northern underworld divine water was only the main material for refining the God Pulse pill. Generally speaking, it wasn't too expensive. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones was quite a lot. But this thing was still a treasure in a small place like Raging Fire City. It was also a strategy of the auction house to put the Dark North heavenly water at the end of the auction. Otherwise, if the guests left after the good stuff was auctioned first, there would be no atmosphere. Ling Xiao was also paying attention to other things. If there was something suitable for him, he didn't mind bidding for it. Anyway, he had the Supreme card, so he only needed to pay half or even 1/10 of the price. However, it was a pity that none of the items up for auction caught his eye. Even advanced king-level martial skills were being auctioned off as supreme-grade treasures. What else could he expect? The high-level king stage martial arts technique was put on the second-to-last auction and was won by City Lord Liu. Then, the Dark North Heavenly Water was taken out. The host took out a crystal-clear jade bottle, which could be seen clearly from the outside. There was a drop of black liquid. That was the Dark North Heavenly Water. The host said with a smile, "There's no need to say more. I think you all understand. This is the Dark North Heavenly Water, the legendary material for refining the God Pulse pill. However, you may not know that the Dark North Heavenly Water has other functions besides refining pills. First of all, the Dark North Heavenly Water is indispensable when practicing the Dark North Mystic Art. And the Dark North Mystic Art is an Emperor stage martial arts technique. Second, the Dark North Heavenly Water can also be used to cultivate the Dark North Divine Body. The Dark North Mystic Art can absorb a martial artist's vital essence. The Dark North Divine Body can increase the absorption speed of heaven and earth spirit chi by 10 times. It can also absorb a lot of the vital essence that attacks you. No matter which one it is the best. Without further ado, the starting price of this item is 1,000 upper spirit stones, and each increase must be no less than 100 upper spirit stones. Now let's start. This starting price was definitely not expensive. Because of all the previous auction items, the highest starting price was the high-level king stage martial arts technique, which was only 100 upper spirit stones. Here, it became 1,000 upper spirit stones in an instant. After all, the Dark North Heavenly Water had two special effects in addition to refining the God Pulse pill. For many people, it was very attractive. 1 100, 1 200, 1 300. As soon as the host's voice fell, the auction house became lively in an instant. Although 1,000 upper spirit stones was not a small number for the martial artists of the City of Raging Fire. But there were also rich people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were a few hundred tycoons among the nearly 100,000 guests. Bang! Suddenly, a voice came from the private room. One of them opened the window of the private room and shouted, 1,500 upper-grade spiritual stones. Please give me some face. The one who spoke was Wang Yongming. At this moment, he was no longer as humble as before. His performance was very domineering. Perhaps this was his true face. After all, he was a student of the Purple Mansion Academy. Coming to this Raging Fire City, he was a top existence. If he wanted others to give him face, very few people would dare to not give him face. As expected, after he finished speaking, no one else made a bid. The host was a little depressed. The shopkeeper felt uncomfortable in his heart. However, 1,500 upper-grade spirit stones was not a small sum. That was the price they had set for the Northern Underworld Divine Water. Wang Yongming was giving them a lot of face. He didn't bid from the start. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to reach such a price. Sir Special Envoy, you are really polite. If you need this thing, just say the word. I'll just give it to you. The shopkeeper was also hypocritical. If he really asked him to give it to him, he wouldn't dare. To put it bluntly, he was just a shopkeeper here. However, the Northern Underworld Divine Water was sent to him by his superiors. Unless he paid for it himself, he wouldn't dare to give it away. However, 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones was really not a small sum. Take Wang Yongming as an example. As the most ordinary student of the Purple Mansion Academy, the subsidy he received a month was only 10 upper-grade spirit stones. If he added the rewards from performing tasks, it was already very good to get 100 upper-grade spirit stones a month. 1,500 upper-grade spirit stones, that was more than a year's income. Fortunately, many people gave him money when he came to the City of Raging Fire this time. He had also accumulated 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones. That was why he was so generous. However, no matter how good the Northern Underworld Divine Water was, 1,500 upper-grade spirit stones was not bad at all. If he wanted to pay more, it would be purely because there was something wrong with his brain. Unless someone could use a drop of Northern Underworld Divine Water to refine multiple Divine Pulse pills. A Divine Pulse pill could be sold for 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. If it was auctioned, it could probably reach 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Ordinary alchemists could only refine one pill, so no matter how expensive the Northern Underworld Divine Water was, it had a limit. Hurry up and knock the hammer. What are you waiting for? No one will bid again. The shopkeeper shouted at the host below. It was also to curry favor with Wang Yongming. Wait a minute, I'll pay 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. For Ling Xiao, the northern underworld divine water was more than this price. He could use a drop of northern underworld divine water to refine 10 perfect divine pulse pills. Each perfect divine pulse pill could be sold for 4,000 upper-grade spirit stones. In total, 10 pills were 40,000 upper-grade spirit stones, excluding the cost of auxiliary herbs, 500 upper-grade spirit stones. There was still a profit of 35,000 upper-grade spirit stones. So for Ling Xiao, even if the northern underworld divine water was sold for 20,000 or even 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones, it was worth it. After all, he only needed to pay half the price. Hearing this price, everyone was stunned. In the city of Raging Fire, there was someone who dared not to give face to the Zifu special envoy, and 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones for a drop of northern underworld divine water. Was there something wrong with his brain, unless this person got the northern underworld mysterious art or the cultivation method of the northern underworld divine body? Otherwise, it was definitely not worth it. There's a good show to watch, hee. Yes, don't look at the special envoy, usually gentle and elegant, but no one in the Zifu Academy is easy to mess with. That kid is courting death. Yes. But this person seems to have a high status. He even occupied the best box. Is his background more important than the Zifu special envoy? Everyone also noticed that the voice came from the best private room. Without a certain status, it was impossible to sit there. Bastard! Who dares to not give face to the special envoy, courting death? Wang Yongming's eyes flashed with malice, but after all, he could still endure and did not say anything. But City Lord Liu, because of the death of his son, was in a very bad mood at this time. Suddenly, he heard that someone dared to not give face to Wang Yongming in public. That was not giving him face. After all, everyone saw him with Wang Yongming. Courting death? Is the City Lord of the City of Raging Fire tired of living? Do you want to die? Unfortunately, this old man has seen a lot of things, and I am not afraid of the threat of a little City Lord of the City of Raging Fire. At the auction, the highest bidder wins. Do you not put this old man in your eyes, or do you not put the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in your eyes? Ling Xiao was dressed as an old man at this time. Therefore, his voice was naturally the same as the old man's. He pretended to be an expert. Anyway, with the supreme card, the shopkeeper would probably think in this direction. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. Even City Lord Liu's expression changed. This person's tone was arrogant, and he was staying in the best private room. Was he really an expert? It would be bad if he ended up kicking an iron plate instead of flipping out. Shopkeeper Ma, who is this man? Lord Liu asked. I don't know the details, but he has the supreme card of our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. You know, with the supreme card, he can even mobilize the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to help. Even I am no exception. Shopkeeper Ma smiled bitterly. What? Hearing Shopkeeper Ma's words, Lord Liu's face turned even uglier. Did a big Buddha really come to a small place like Raging Fire City? Forget it, Lord Liu. When Lord Liu was in a dilemma, Wang Yongming smiled and said. The price was too high, so he couldn't continue to increase it. Besides, he didn't know the details of this man. He couldn't easily offend him. That guy better not be bluffing. Otherwise, I will skin him alive. How dare he not give me face? City Lord Liu muttered to himself before sitting back down. Lord Liu, don't be angry. Although the Dark North Heavenly Water is precious, it is definitely not worth 2,000 upper-level spirit stones. I'm afraid that the other party is really playing with us. We can't afford to offend him. Although that was what he said, he was thinking the same thing as City Lord Liu. If the other party was really an expert, it would be fine. If the other party wasn't an expert and was just bluffing to scare him, he wouldn't have let him off so easily. Since Wang Yongming didn't insist, this drop of Dark North Heavenly Water naturally belonged to Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao asked Meng Fian to go back first. After he got the Dark North Heavenly Water, he paid with the Supreme Card. The total cost was only 1,000 upper-level spirit stones. This time, it was definitely a profit. After that, he turned and left. Shopkeeper Ma wanted to ask him to stay for a cup of tea, but he didn't give him any face. After leaving the auction house, Ling Xiao didn't go to the inn. Instead, he went straight out of the city. As he expected, Wang Yongming directly chased him out. This special envoy Wang really doesn't show his emotions on his face. He should have been the angriest just now. Shopkeeper Ma said to Castellan Lu as he watched Wang Yongming leave. That's why I don't want to offend him. Although he looked humble on the surface, he was extremely vicious inside. I don't think that old man will survive this time. City Lord Lu sneered. That might not be the case. Those who can obtain the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's Supreme Card all have extraordinary identities. I'm guessing he won't be able to take advantage of you. Shopkeeper Ma smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something. Old Lu, do you think it's possible that Wang Yongming killed Xianxia and Ru Hua? This guy's heart is vicious. A few days ago, he came to the trading company to buy some things. I took a look and they were all highly toxic drugs. I don't know what he's up to. Impossible. City Lord Lu shook his head and said, he wants to kill Xianxia and Ru Hua. There is no benefit at all. That's not necessarily true. Shopkeeper Ma frowned. While they were talking, Ling Xiao had already left the city. After entering the forest, he chose to use the earth-crossing golden light technique and instantly disappeared from Wang Yongming's sight. Even if he fought now, he was absolutely not afraid of Wang Yongming. However, he had to wait. Tonight, when the goo worm entered Meng Fian's body and helped her resolve the aftereffects of the blood exchange technique, then, he would fight Wang Yongming to the death. Wang Yongming's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Now that he was at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm, coupled with the Beast Soul transformation and the innate Sword Soul, he was able to unleash his full potential. Coupled with the Emperor-level martial skill that he had just cultivated, it should not be difficult to kill Wang Yongming. If it really did not work, he could still use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Anyway, this guy must not be left alive. Wang Yongming suddenly lost Ling Xiao's aura and immediately became furious. Bastard, it seems that this old man has already discovered me. He's not someone to be trifled with. His face was gloomy. The Northern Underworld Divine Water was very important to him because he had recently obtained the Emperor-level martial skill, the Northern Underworld Mysterious Technique. He had to rely on the Northern Underworld Divine Water to cultivate. Who would have thought that someone would dare to compete with him for the Northern Underworld Divine Water? He stood there for a long time. He took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Fine, I shouldn't be too greedy. I can still find more Northern Underworld Divine Water. It's not like there's only one drop in this world. But, the innate golden combat body is extremely rare. As long as I succeed in the blood exchange technique, I'll have the innate golden combat body, and my cultivation will definitely break through to the divine core realm. At that time, those who look down on me will be in trouble. His status in the Purple Court Academy was extremely low. He belonged to the new recruit camp. The Purple Court Academy was completely run by the military. The new recruit camp consisted of the disciples who had just joined the academy, as well as those disciples below the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm who couldn't break through. If his status was too low, he would receive too few resources, and he would often be bullied by others. It was not a pleasant feeling. Therefore, he wanted to obtain the innate golden combat body. He wanted to become stronger. It was a good idea, but to become stronger by bullying others, it was shameless and dirty. Let's go back as soon as possible, we can't let that little girl run away. Looking around, Wang Yongming knew that it was impossible to get the Northern Underworld Divine Water. Therefore, he went back the way he came and returned to the inn. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already returned to the inn. He was still living in his heavenly room. After using an array formation to shield the room, he began to refine pills. From morning to evening, it took 10 holy pulse elixirs to complete the refinement. Looking at the 10 pills with perfect luster, Ling Xiao felt a little proud. If he hadn't learned such alchemy skills from Yuan Venerate back then, his cultivation speed wouldn't have been so fast. Let's try one first. He had heard that a martial artist at the first level of the Divine Vein realm could break through to the second level of the Divine Vein realm after swallowing a Divine Vein pill. However, this was only a rumor. Therefore, he wanted to try it first. He wanted to see if this pill really had that kind of effect. However, at this moment, the trace of soul power he had left in Meng Fian's body suddenly sent a signal. Wang Yongming had started again. Let's put cultivation aside for now. Saving someone is more important. Ling Xiao removed the array formation, opened the door, and walked toward Wang Yongming's room. It was already night time. The inn was closed, so there was no one outside. However, Ling Xiao still used the ability of the shadow dancer to sneak over. He wanted to get rid of Wang Yongming without anyone noticing. Therefore, he couldn't let anyone find out. Through the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao could see the situation in the room. Meng Fian was lying on the bed and had obviously fainted. A venomous insect was crawling on her body and then burrowing into it. As for Wang Yongming, he was sitting at the side and forming hand seals. It was unknown what he was doing. However, it definitely wasn't anything good. Meng Fian seemed to be in great pain. However, because Wang Yongming had done something to her, she couldn't wake up from her sleep. She could only endure endless pain and torture. This dog is really not human. Ling Xiao was getting more and more annoyed. Although he wasn't clear about Wang Yongming's true fighting strength, he was still able to defeat Wang Yongming. However, the other party's cultivation was at the third level of the Divine Vein realm, which was the lowest standard of the Purple Mansion Academy. His combat power shouldn't be too strong. Otherwise, he would have left the recruit camp long ago. It could be seen that Wang Yongming intended to continue to stay in Raging Fire City until the blood exchange plan was completed before he chose to leave. After all, it was not safe to bring Meng Fian along. There were not many experts in Raging Fire City, but that did not mean that there were none in 10,000 Flames main city. But that didn't mean that the Zifu Great Country didn't have any. He was afraid that something would happen, so he stayed behind. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Otherwise, in a few days, Meng Fian would really be killed by this dog. Ling Xiao felt a strong killing intent rise in his heart. Meng Fian, what a good girl. He wouldn't even let go of a little girl like her. Was he even human? Seeing that it was about time, Ling Xiao suddenly rushed into the room. He grabbed Meng Fian, who was lying on the bed, and threw her into the beast ring. The beast ring could not contain too many people. This was because the beast ring was originally used to store demonic beasts. Humans all possessed martial spirits, which would affect the rules of the beast ring, resulting in additional weight. Ling Xiao didn't care if he was alone. But if there were too many people, it would be troublesome. The Mountain River world was the same. 1 or 2 people would not be a problem, but if there were too many people, Ling Xiao would have to bear a huge pressure. His actions were simply too fast. As a result, Wang Yongming didn't react at all. Wang Yongming instantly lost his connection with the goo worm. The parasite, which was controlled by the Yuan Venerate, started to release the absorbed essence blood back into Meng Fian's body. Wang Yongming wanted Meng Fian's innate golden battle body. The method was to first let the goo worm absorb Meng Fian's blood essence and condense it into the purest essence. After that, he would refine the goo worm and fuse it into his body. Therefore, as long as the goo worm was captured, Meng Fian would be saved. The instant he saved Meng Fian, Ling Xiao released his barrier martial spirit. Since he wanted to kill Wang Yongming quietly, he could not let others know. The barrier martial spirit could block everything. So it's you? If I had known earlier, I would have killed you. Wang Yongming recognized Ling Xiao. When he first came to the inn, it was Ling Xiao who introduced him to Meng Fian's innate golden battle body. But this kid's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. He actually dared to meddle in his business? Boy, I actually have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that this girl has the innate golden battle body. Now, hand him over to me obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Wang Yongming looked coldly at Ling Xiao. At this moment, he no longer had any pretense or disguise. Instead, it revealed its true face. Ferocious and crazy. I really regret it. Why didn't I see through your ambitions back then? If I had known that you were such a dog, I wouldn't have told you about Meng Fian's situation even if you beat me to death. Ling Xiao was indeed a little regretful. Although it was for Meng Fian at that time. However, it was too careless of him to rashly reveal Meng Fian's innate golden battle body without investigating the other party's situation. Ha 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 ha, so what if you knew? What can you do with your strength? Wang Yongming didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all and laughed very proudly. I can do a lot of things. Kill Lu Ruhua and Ma Qianqian, snatch your North Underworld divine water, isn't that enough? Ling Xiao laughed. He had to find his opponent's weakness. The enemy was too strong. If he wanted to win, he had to pay attention to strategy. Not only was Wang Yongming's cultivation stronger than Lu Ruhua, but he should also know peak king-level martial arts. Therefore, in terms of martial arts, except for the 9 transformation technique, he had no advantage. Even if he used the innate sword soul and beast soul transformation, their strength would at most be on par. The final winner would depend on their performance. It's actually you. It seems that you have a lot of treasures on you. Wang Yongming stared at Ling Xiao and suddenly revealed a greedy look. Yes, I do have a lot of treasures, for example, this divine pulse pill, do you want it? And it's a perfect one. Even if you're a martial artist at the 3rd level of the divine pulse realm, you might be able to break through with the help of the divine pulse pill. Ling Xiao took out a divine pulse pill and waved it in front of Wang Yongming's eyes. The more greedy the other party was, the less focused they would be. This was naturally a good thing for him. Interesting. I thought you were an insignificant piece of trash, but I didn't expect you to not only have guts. And you have a lot of treasures on you. I, Wang Yongming, am really lucky this time. First, I met the innate golden battle body, and now I've met you. Even the heavens are helping me. Wang Yongming laughed and a terrifying aura was released from his body. There was nothing to say. He wanted to snatch those treasures from Ling Xiao and Meng Fian. He had to defeat Ling Xiao today if he wanted to get Meng Fian back. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Looking at Wang Yongming's expression, Ling Xiao knew that he had taken the bait. He had the best way to deal with greedy people. However, before he used his strategy, he still wanted to have a good fight. This was his style. Moreover, it was extremely beneficial for his cultivation breakthrough. He had thought about it. The Divine Pulse Pill could allow a 1st-level Divine Pulse Realm cultivator to break through to the 2nd level. However, he had to increase the energy in his Cultivation C to 100%. Right now, his Cultivation C energy was still at 0. Since he had such a strong opponent, he naturally had to make the best use of it. He absolutely couldn't waste it. Disciple, this girl's situation is not good. Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. What's wrong? Ling Xiao suddenly became nervous. Her life is not in danger, but it will be very difficult for her to recover her innate golden battle body. Almost half of her blood essence was sucked away, and it will be impossible for her to get it all back. Unless you can kill Wang Yongming, and then use this goo worm to suck back the essence blood that belonged to this girl from Wang Yongming's body. Otherwise, she would be stuck at the Divine Vein realm in the future. It is basically impossible for her to break through to the Divine Core realm. Yuan Venerate explained. Don't worry, I will kill this bastard. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Wang Yongming because he hated him. This kind of person had cruelly destroyed the dreams of a young girl. One had to know that Meng Fian used to worship and respect Wang Yongming. But in the end, this bastard had actually done such a despicable and shameless thing. Ling Xiao wasn't a kind person, but he still had a bottom line. He would kill as many people like this as he saw them, he would never be soft-hearted. He couldn't be soft-hearted either. Furthermore, if he couldn't kill Wang Yongming, Meng Fian wouldn't be able to fully recover. This girl was the first friend he had made after coming to the 4 major regions. Although their friendship wasn't too deep. Since they were friends, he couldn't just ignore them. Furthermore, if the Heavenly Dynasty wanted to enter the Western region, they would need an outpost. He felt that the Meng village was a good place. I, Wang Yongming, don't kill nameless people. Who exactly are you? Why do you have the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's supreme card? Wang Yongming was still a little afraid of Ling Zhao's identity. After all, those who had the supreme card might have an extraordinary identity. It doesn't matter what my name is. As for the supreme card, you don't need to know. Or are you afraid and don't dare to make a move? Ling Xiao mocked. Don't dare to make a move? Wang Yongming's face suddenly turned cold. Indeed, I am a little afraid of your identity. But this is the city of raging fire. Even if I kill you, I believe I won't be exposed. No matter who you are, everything you have belongs to me. Shameless boasting. As Ling Xiao spoke, he quickly transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. This Wang Yongming was definitely not to be trifled with. An expert at the third level of the Divine Vein realm and had a peak king level martial skill. No one could guarantee that he didn't have other magic treasures. 4. Example, that puppet cat. Although it was lying on Wang Yongming's shoulder as if it was dead, once it attacked, its power wouldn't be weak. Let's try it first. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, he took out the Ice Age, used the Blizzard Ice Sealing Steps, and pounced towards Wang Yongming. It was useless to guess how strong the opponent was. He had to fight with his own hands to know. His cultivation had increased to the first level of the Divine Vein realm, and he was more skilled in controlling the Divine Emperor weapon, Ice Age. Although he still couldn't fully exert its power. Compared to a precious Emperor weapon, it was much more powerful. It was equivalent to the power of an immortal Emperor weapon. As the Ice Age was unsheathed, the air in the room suddenly became extremely cold. Thick layers of ice formed on the windows, the door, and the floor. The temperature dropped sharply. On the Ice Age, cold air lingered. The closer one got, the more terrifying it was. Innate God Demon Sword Soul. The Sword Soul was released. A powerful force was injected into the Ice Age. The Ice Age actually underwent a strange change. The sword body was divided in the middle. One side was as black as ink, and the other side was as white as snow. One black and one white, the line was extremely clear. Visually, but in fact. This black and white represented the dual power of the God Demon Sword Soul. The power of darkness and light were completely integrated into the Ice Age. This caused the power of Ice Age to skyrocket. He had to thank Jian Shen and Chu Ling. If he hadn't met those two in the ancient Sword Imperial Mausoleum, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Divine Demon Sword Soul. It was even more impossible for him to upgrade his Sword Soul to the Xianxia third stage. Everyone in the 4 regions cultivated martial souls. At the very least, all of his opponents had cultivated their martial souls. Ma Qianqian's martial spirit had reached the Hotian first stage. Lu Ruhua was at the Hotian third stage. This Wang Yongming's martial spirit before his eyes had directly cultivated to the Hotian fifth stage. Therefore, even though there wasn't much of a difference in their cultivations, there was still a difference in the grades of their martial souls. The difference in strength was huge. However, none of their martial spirits were stronger than his. This was his advantage. It's actually a divine grade emperor weapon. Good boy, you really have a lot of treasures on you. Seeing the Ice Age in Ling Xiao's hands, Wang Yongming's eyes almost popped out. The terrifying aura emanating from the Ice Age made him extremely excited. I feel more and more that it's right for me to stay in the Raging Fire City. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met an idiot like you and wouldn't have been able to obtain such a peerless divine weapon. Wang Yongming smiled and didn't take Ling Xiao to heart at all. On the contrary, he was full of enthusiasm for the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. Although after Ling Xiao took out the Ice Age, he could feel that Ling Xiao's strength had increased. But he didn't care. Because a martial artist at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, no matter how much he struggled, it was impossible for him to be his opponent. But he didn't know that Ling Xiao had deliberately hidden his strength in order to give him a surprise. It was to catch him off guard. Hee, if you have the ability, come and take it, but my sword is very hot. Ling Xiao smiled. A divine grade emperor weapon made you so excited. Then if I took out the 100 transformation divine weapon, wouldn't you go crazy? There is nothing that I, Wang Yongming, can't get if I want to. Wang Yongming sneered and his aura suddenly erupted. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, not only did he not have the slightest intention of defending, he even rushed over. His target was not Ling Xiao, but the Ice Age in Ling Xiao's hands. This guy actually wanted to snatch the Ice Age away. He treated Ling Xiao's attack as child's play. Idiot. Ling Xiao saw Wang Yongming's reaction and felt disdain in his heart. He didn't expect that his plan would go so smoothly. Just one Ice Age. This made Wang Yongming completely crazy. But thinking about it, even in the Zifu Academy, only elite students were qualified to obtain an immortal-grade Emperor weapon, let alone a divine-grade Emperor weapon. If he obtained this Ice Age, it was very likely that he would enter the ranks of elite students. At that time, he would receive more attention and resources. He would soar into the sky. At this moment, Ling Xiao's attack was already approaching. He suppressed the power of his attack, using a special array to control the leakage of power and confuse the opponent. It was only 2 or 3 meters away from Wang Yongming. At that moment, Ling Xiao released the array. He blasted out his terrifying attack, instant freeze, the cold sword chi spewed out from the Ice Age. In just an instant, it froze Wang Yongming's arms. The crystals kept climbing up Wang Yongming's body, trying to freeze Wang Yongming into ice. And the terrifying tiny sword chi had already pierced Wang Yongming's body. Not good. At this moment, Wang Yongming felt fear. With a cry of alarm, his figure retreated rapidly. At the same time, the incantation on the purple spirit robe began to flicker. Obviously, in order to resist Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, Wang Yongming had no choice but to use the purple spirit robe's defense. Not yet. Wang Yongming was an expert, he could feel the power of Ling Xiao's attack. Even the purple spirit robe could not resist Ling Xiao's powerful attack. Helplessly, at that moment, the puppet cat on his shoulder instantly grew bigger and blocked in front of him. The Ice Age heavily bombarded the puppet cat's body. The puppet cat screamed, its body was directly pierced through by the Ice Age, and then black smoke came out. It was completely useless. But because of this, Wang Yongming finally got rid of the danger and successfully blocked Ling Xiao's powerful attack. Damn it, you're not a 9th level reincarnation divine realm martial artist at all. What is your cultivation level? Wang Yongming felt that he had been played. If it weren't for the puppet cat just now, he would definitely be seriously injured even if he didn't die. It was too dangerous. Moreover, he had spent a few years to buy the puppet cat. It was broken just like that. He felt that his anger had never been so strong. Kid, you're really cunning, but what are you going to do next? I already know your strength, so I will never underestimate you. I will definitely kill you and then take away all the treasures on your body. Wang Yongming roared. Wang Yongming looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He actually suffered a big loss in the first exchange. Although he wasn't injured. He even used the purple spirit robe and the puppet cat. If it was a spar, he would have lost the first round. But he wasn't afraid because of this. After all, it was because he underestimated his opponent that led to such a situation. What a pity. Ling Xiao also felt a little regretful. If it wasn't for the puppet cat, he could have seriously injured his opponent with this blow. The following battle would naturally be much easier. Now, it was just back to the initial confrontation. The only good thing was that the other party didn't have the puppet cat, so he didn't have to worry about that thing suddenly appearing and attacking him. Just as he was thinking about this, Wang Yongming's overwhelming aura had already rushed over. Aura was a very mysterious thing. Most people could only use their aura to intimidate the opponent. The stronger the cultivation and the stronger the soul power, the stronger the aura. This was why when the cultivation gap was huge, the strong didn't even need to make a move. They only needed to release their aura to make the enemy kneel down and surrender. They could even kill the opponent directly, killing with aura was no joke. It could really be done. Wang Yongming's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm, so his aura was naturally not weak. So if he wanted to deal with Ling Xiao, he would naturally use it. As the other party's aura exploded, a terrifying pressure came from the opposite side. It was like an inverted river, directly slapping down. If it was an ordinary martial artist at the 1st level of the Divine Pulse realm, they would really kneel down and surrender in front of him. However, Ling Xiao was naturally not an ordinary person, especially now that he was in the transformation of the unbounded heavenly rat. And he had a powerful innate god-fiend sword soul. In addition, he had a terrifying soul power that surpassed ordinary people. His aura was not inferior to the other party at all. With a loud explosion, it was like a giant beast that directly smashed the monstrous waves into pieces and blocked them. It can be confirmed that this Wang Yongming's cultivation should be at the peak of the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. He's not far from the 4th level of the Divine Pulse realm. No wonder this guy clearly has the same cultivation, but he is stronger than the City Lord of Raging Fire City. It seems like this is the reason. Ling Xiao calculated in his mind. Now that he knew the exact strength of the other party, he would naturally be able to target them more effectively in the following battles. So your cultivation isn't at the 9th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm, but the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm. Looks like we've all been fooled by you. Moreover, that move of yours just now should be a peak king level martial skill. Who would have thought that even trash like you would have the qualifications to cultivate a peak king level martial skill? How enviable. However, you're not the only one with a peak king level martial skill. Wang Yongming did not intend to continue probing. If he wanted to truly kill Ling Xiao, he had to use his most powerful martial skill. With the combination of the purple spirit robe, my strength is close to the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. You definitely can't compare with me in terms of the power of a peak king level martial skill. As Wang Yongming spoke, he began to condense true essence. Suddenly, a murderous aura exploded on the spot. Then, it actually emitted a sinister aura of hell. All the students of the Purple Mansion Academy will be able to obtain a peak king level martial skill after entering the academy. It's the Demon Azure Fist. Basically, all the students of the Purple Mansion Academy know this martial skill. However, there are only a few who can truly cultivate the Demon Azure Fist to the perfection of martial skill. Unfortunately, I'm one of them. Looking at your cultivation, it's unlikely that you can cultivate a peak king level martial skill to the perfection of martial skill. Therefore, today, you can only wait to die, kill. Even the King of Hell is afraid of the Demon Azure Fist, and even ghosts and gods are frightened. In an instant, Wang Yongming condensed the Demon Azure Fist. The sinister aura of hell condensed on his fists, revealing a terrifying demonic aura. It could affect people's souls. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a chill in his body. Of course, that was all. The most terrifying thing about the Demon Azure Fist was the demonic aura, which could make many martial artists tremble with fear. It even directly gave up on fighting. The effect was even better when combined with the aura. However, Ling Xiao's soul power was too strong. When the demonic aura entered his soul realm, it was like a drop in the ocean and could not be found anymore. It completely disappeared. However, Wang Yongming did not know. His attack still came as expected. Like an azure from hell, he waved his sharp claws and scratched toward Ling Xiao's throat. The surrounding space became incomparably dark at that moment, as if hell really came. Speaking of which, Wang Yongming's cultivation was only 1 level higher than Lu Ruhua's. However, Ling Xiao believed that if Wang Yongming wanted to kill Lu Ruhua, it would be as easy as turning over his hand. The reason was simple. First, Wang Yongming's combat experience was more abundant. It was obvious that he had experienced countless killings. It seemed that the rumors were true. The disciples of the Purple Mansion School were completely militarized. They even often helped the army to carry out missions. Second, Wang Yongming's martial soul was of a higher level, so the power released was more terrifying. Third, Wang Yongming had a peak king level martial skill, which Lu Ruhua did not have. In the case of the same cultivation, the level of the martial soul and the level of the martial skill were the key factors that could determine the outcome. Demon Azure Fist, throat cut. As if the voice of hell, it sounded in Ling Xiao's heart. That terrifying voice really made people tremble with fear. But it was a pity. I have the Sky Tyrant martial soul. I have the inheritance of the 12 divine beasts. I have the Black Tortoise divine body, and I have the soul power that even the Soul Clan envies. What's this little bit of frightening threat? Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Ice Age stabbed out again. He was not afraid of anyone with a peak king level martial skill. Especially when his strength was not much weaker than the opponent, he was even more fearless. This guy is really difficult to deal with. He saw the cold smile on Ling Xiao's face. Wang Yongming was shocked. The most terrifying thing about the demon Azure Fist was that the killing intent that was honed in actual combat was integrated into it. It could make the enemy feel fear. And then lose without a fight. However, Ling Xiao in front of him seemed to be completely unaffected. How could he not be surprised? This kind of thing had never happened before. You said that you underestimated me just now, so you were almost killed by me. Then this time, I'll let you see who is the king of peak king level martial skills. In an instant, a large amount of true essence poured into Ice Age. Ice Age bloomed with incomparably bright light. The surrounding air also became colder. Wang Yongming even felt as if he was about to be frozen. Logically speaking, this was absolutely impossible. After all, as a martial artist, even if he was only a reincarnation divine realm martial artist, he would not be frostbitten by the cold air. However, the cold air released by the Ice Age was incomparably terrifying. It was as if his whole body could be frozen into ice. It forced him to circulate his true essence to expel the cold. The Ice Emperor was only at the 9th stage of the reincarnation divine realm. However, both the Ancient Sword Emperor and the 8 Ancient Emperors had received guidance from Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia. As a result, their weapons and martial skills were superior to their own strength. The Ice Emperor might not be able to unleash such great power in the hands of the Ice Age. After all, Ling Zhao's current strength had surpassed the Ice Emperor's in the past. In addition, the innate sword soul gave Ling Xiao an absolute advantage. Even Wang Yongming felt that it was very troublesome. Ice Emperor Sword Technique, Ice Age 9 turns. With a furious roar, the ice river suddenly erupted from the Ice Age. Then, it penetrated through the 9 spaces and attacked Wang Yongming in an extremely strange trajectory. At this moment, the Ice Emperor seemed to have merged perfectly with Ling Xiao. Although the Ice Emperor's demonic spirit was useless, his experience was still there. This made Ling Zhao's use of the Ice Emperor's sword technique even more mysterious. Good boy, I didn't expect you to have an even more powerful peak king level martial technique. Wang Yongming frowned, and the Azure Chi in his body surged crazily. He shattered the ice that had frozen him. This time, no matter what attack Ling Xiao used, he would kill Ling Xiao. Die. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be stronger than him. After all, his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Ling Xiao was only at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm. He couldn't lose, the Azure Chi merged into the Azure Demonic Fist, and he seemed to have turned into a terrifying Azura. The demonic claw slammed into Ling Zhao's Ice Age. Without a doubt, the duel between peak king level martial techniques was the most classic duel Ling Xiao had ever had since he started cultivating. Even if the opponent was very strong, even if the opponent was a powerful martial artist from the 4 major regions, but he also had a reason to win. Rumble terrifying roars continued to sound, and the 2 attacks began to confront each other in the void. The power of the explosion caused the 2 of them to continuously retreat. A crack also appeared on the ground. Although the crack wasn't deep, this was the 4 great domains. It was already extremely difficult for cracks to appear. It was obvious how terrifying their attacks were. If this had happened in the western region, the ground would have probably been completely split apart because of this. It would have been like purgatory on Earth. It was comparable to a natural disaster. In this battle, Ling Xiao still suffered a small loss, retreating 4 or 5 steps further than Wang Yongming. This was the effect of the Purple Spirit Robe. The Purple Spirit Robe could double one's attack and defense. It didn't sound like much, but the problem was that Wang Yongming was already very strong, and his foundation was very high. It would be troublesome for Ling Xiao to double it. Of course, that was all. Ling Xiao could feel the energy in his cultivation sea rising. However, it was not as fast as he had imagined. After half a day of fighting, it had only increased by 10%. This meant that Wang Yongming did not pose much of a threat to him until now. It wasn't like when he fought Lu Ruhua at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state. That battle was the real difference in strength. A student of the Purple Mansion Academy only has this much strength? Ling Xiao was not very satisfied. The strength that Wang Yongming had shown really disappointed him. He still had many trump cards that he had not used. For example, the first move of the 9 transformation technique of the Celestial Demon, Descent of the Celestial Demon. He had been looking forward to Wang Yongming forcing him to use that move. However, it seemed that until now, Wang Yongming's performance had not surprised him too much. Everything was within his expectations. Good boy, you really surprised me. I didn't expect that even if I used a peak king stage martial technique, I still couldn't kill you. It seems that what you said before was true. You really killed Lu Ruhua and Ma Qianqian. Wang Yongming frowned. Ever since he became a student of the Purple Mansion Academy, he had been to many cities. At the very least, this could be considered the biggest test for him in an ordinary city. He had never encountered such a situation before. I said long ago that I killed them. You just didn't believe me. Ling Xiao said lightly, well, if there's nothing else, I'm going to kill you. I'm really a little impatient to waste time with trash like you. How dare you call me trash? Wang Yongming's face was extremely gloomy. When Wang Yongming came to an ordinary city, he would always be treated as a guest of honor. Who dared to not give him face? This guy in front of him dared to call him trash. Good. Very good. You asked for all of this. Don't blame me, blood-venomous insect possession. Wang Yongming roared angrily, and his eyes suddenly became extremely blood-red. A blood-red insect flew out from his storage ring and drilled into his body. Then, his strength actually continued to rise. Ling Xiao could feel that Wang Yongming's blood-venomous insect possession was very similar to his bloody demonic rat. Although the effect was not so amazing, after the blood-venomous insect possession, Wang Yongming's strength seemed to have soared by as much as 5 or 6 times. He already possessed the ability to suppress him. It was just that the side effects of this blood-venomous insect possession were probably not small. Ha 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 ha, brat, I'll let you die today. Bang, Wang Yongming suddenly flew up on the spot. Although it was only around a meter in height, his speed was astonishingly fast. Like a cannonball, he blasted towards Ling Xiao. The horrifying azure of fiendish energy also increased by a full 5 or 6 times compared to before, becoming even more violent. What Wang Yongming was actually most reluctant to use was this blood-venomous insect possession. Each time he used it, he had to endure tremendous pain. The blood-venomous insect would continuously suck his fresh blood and true essence. The longer it took, the more it would consume, and the greater the damage he would suffer. But today, he had no choice but to use this blood-venomous insect possession. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill this young man in front of him at all. He believed that doing this was worth it. Even if his body was injured, being able to obtain those treasures on Ling Xiao was also absolutely an incomparably worthwhile thing. Of course, even so, his blood-venomous insect possession could only last for 10 minutes at most. If he did not take the initiative to remove it after 10 minutes, then the blood-venomous insect possession would not be as simple as just sucking blood. It might even devour his internal organs. At that time, he would be finished before the enemy even made a move. Therefore, he had to end the battle within 10 minutes, he did not care what cultivation level Ling Xiao had exactly. Anyway, there was not much point in using it as a reference now. No matter what cultivation level the other party was at, his combat strength had already reached the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Whether he admitted it or not, it was the same. Azure Fists, Throat Slit. This attack was 5 or 6 times stronger than the previous throat slit. The power of the blood-venomous insect possession had already manifested. In the void, the demonic claw crazily attacked. Ling Xiao frowned. Ice Age still stabbed out fearlessly. Ice Age 9 turns. It was still the same move. Before he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, this move was considered his strongest move. The Icy Chi was tyrannical again. The Ice Age 9 turns crazily gushed out. It collided with Wang Yongming's Azure Fists. At that moment, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Ice Age was almost sent flying by the immense power of the Shura demonic fist. The terrifying power passed through the Ice Age and sent him flying. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he was injured. This was the 2nd time he was injured after coming to the 4 major regions. Although the injury wasn't too serious, he had no choice but to swallow a healing pill that was refined from the 4 major regions' medicinal herbs not long ago. Ha ha ha, kid, go to hell. Wang Yongming was unforgiving. Seeing that Ling Xiao was injured, he rushed over crazily, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to recover. Otherwise, he didn't think that he would have the confidence to kill Ling Xiao. No, I have to try that move. Seeing that Wang Yongming was coming again, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. At that moment, the demon god sword soul behind him seemed to come alive. The shadows of the demon god and god appeared, each holding a sharp blade. A black demon sword and a white divine sword, Ling Xiao's body was constantly releasing a terrifying aura of light and shadow. Once again, he used the light and shadow profound. The ice age in his hand actually split into two, turning into two swords. A black sword and a white sword. A demon sword and a divine sword. Even Ling Xiao's eyes were shining with two different colors. At that moment, Wang Yongming suddenly stopped, and his eyes were filled with horror. How can it be? This is an emperor-level martial skill. The aura of an emperor-level martial skill. As a member of the Purple Mansion Academy, he had naturally seen others use emperor-level martial skills. Therefore, he could tell that Ling Xiao was using an emperor-level martial skill. This is impossible. How can you know an emperor-level martial skill? Who are you? Who are you? Wang Yongming was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If he had known that Ling Xiao knew an emperor-level martial skill, he wouldn't have used the blood-venomous insect to possess him. He would have just run away. The increase in a martial artist's attack power from an emperor-grade martial technique was extremely terrifying. It should be at least 10 times. The strength that he had gained through the possession of the blood-venomous insect was now meaningless. However, at this moment, he was too close to Ling Xiao. Retreating was impossible. He could only bite the bullet and attack. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. The black and white sword stabbed out at the same time. 9 Transformation Technique of the Fiend God, Descent of the Fiend God. An explosive sword light bloomed from the two swords. One was incomparably dark, while the other was dazzling. This terrifying attack not only destroyed Wang Yongming's demon azure fist, but also sent him flying. Blood splattered on the ground in midair. Even though Wang Yongming was wearing a purple robe, there were still many sword wounds on his body. Some were even penetrating wounds. Although it wasn't fatal, it was very scary. After landing on the ground, Wang Yongming was terrified. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would take advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. He would never have thought that this insignificant martial artist, a martial artist that he completely looked down upon, would be able to do so. He actually became an existence that suppressed him. This was simply like a dream. And it was a nightmare. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't pursue and attack him. This made him heave a sigh of relief and swallow a healing pill. He began to regulate his breathing and heal his injuries. Is he looking down on me? Forget it, healing my injuries is more important. Wang Yongming didn't know what was going on with Ling Xiao, but he was clear about his current situation. If he didn't heal his injuries in time, there was a possibility that he would bleed to death. In fact, did Ling Xiao really look down on Wang Yongming? Of course not. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was undergoing a strange change. He forcibly released the 9 Transformation Technique of the Divine Vein First Tier. This caused him to lose more than half of his true essence in an instant. Just as he was about to consume a healing pill to recover, suddenly, something strange happened. The heart of gold that had merged with his heart actually completely replenished the true essence that he had lost. Not only that, but the energy in his cultivation C also increased by 10%. And this energy all came from his potential. Is this one of the special effects of the heart of gold? Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. This heart of gold made his heart extremely sturdy and indestructible. There was a second effect. It could actually extract his potential to recover his true essence when he used an emperor-level martial technique. At the same time, it increased the energy in his cultivation C. This was too heaven-defying. In the past, if Ling Xiao wanted to increase the energy in his cultivation C, he had to find a martial artist who was stronger than him. Moreover, he had to put himself in danger. This kind of method of advancement was really a sign of self-abuse. But it was different now. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they used an emperor-level martial technique, the energy in his cultivation C would increase. As for how much it could increase, it should be related to the amount of true essence he consumed. He thought for a while and suddenly released the descent of the divine demon into the void again. This attack gave Wang Yongming a fright. He thought that Ling Xiao was going to attack him, but he didn't expect to attack the void. However, what was different from before was that although his true essence still recovered this time, the energy in his cultivation did not increase in the slightest. Looks like I have to attack the enemy to achieve that kind of effect. Otherwise, wouldn't it be heaven-defying? Ling Xiao was very clear that the mystic world had its own laws, and the laws of the four major regions also had their own special aspects. No one could go against the laws. Unless it was the king of sovereigns who controlled the mystic world's laws. I reckon that attacking the enemy also has a condition. I have to use an emperor-level martial technique. Attacking when you don't need it is no different from attacking the void. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully analyzed this newly obtained ability. Although there were all kinds of restrictions, it was still incomparably heaven-defying. One had to know that the experts he encountered next might have to require him to use an emperor-level martial technique. In other words, every time he used an emperor-level martial technique, his cultivation energy would increase. This way, not only was it safer, but his cultivation speed would also increase faster. In this way, the day when he and Yufeng Hua met again was not far away. The heart of gold was indeed terrifying, and he felt that the effect had not been fully explored. As expected of the golden heavenly region's supreme treasure. It was also the most mysterious and magical thing he had obtained from the ancient Sword Emperor's mausoleum. No wonder those fellows from the savage beast race did not hesitate to lower their strength to obtain this heart of gold. From the looks of it, it was indeed very useful. According to the ancient Sword Emperor, this heart of gold was closely related to the Golden Emperor of the Golden Heavenly Region. The Golden Emperor was one of the four supreme experts of the four major regions. Since it was related to him, then this thing was definitely not simple. Perhaps his current development of it was only the beginning. This thing might be even more useful than the 100 transformation weapon. Although this was just a rumor and might not be true, Ling Xiao believed that this rumor was true. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the heaven-defying effect of the heart of gold. The Golden Heavenly Nation was the only empire in the Golden Heavens domain. The Golden Emperor was the ruler of the Golden Heavenly Nation. One had to know that Ling Xiao might not even be able to survive in the 10,000 Flames main city. Above the 10,000 Flames main city was the Purple Mansion country and the Dongxing country. Ancient Sword Emperor, you've given me something amazing. Ling Xiao was actually most worried that his cultivation speed would not be able to keep up. With the heart of gold, his cultivation speed would probably be the fastest in the four major regions. He would completely crush the top geniuses of the four major regions. Someone asked why the ancient Sword Emperor did not use such a good treasure back then. It was not that he did not use it, but that he could not use it. In fact, most people would not be able to use the heart of gold even if they obtained it. After all, it belonged to the Golden Emperor. How many people in the four major regions could be stronger than the Golden Emperor? Ling Xiao was able to fuse with the heart of gold because of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The Sky Tyrant martial soul had an absolute suppression on the heart of gold. The heart of gold could not resist at all. In addition, the Sky Tyrant martial soul had the special effect of containing everything. It was only natural that Ling Xiao would be able to fuse with the heart of gold. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, he would not be able to use the heart of gold. Even a glance at it would probably cause one to faint from the shock. Ling Xiao's cultivation was already behind most of the geniuses in the four major regions. He had to desperately chase after them to be able to catch up. As for the heart of gold, it could be considered as an accelerant, allowing him to catch up even faster. What he needed to do now was to continuously increase his potential. If he encountered any pills or treasures that could increase his potential, he could directly consume them. As long as he kept supplying potential, then, the heart of gold would be effective forever. To be honest, Ling Xiao felt a little intimidated when he first came to the four major regions. A mere student at the lowest level of the Violet Mansion Academy was able to firmly suppress him. This made him somewhat anxious. After all, in the eyes of the Eternal Palace, he might not even be considered a grain of sand. His cultivation speed was not slow, but even so, he still felt that it would take too long. Now that the heart of gold had appeared, not only increased his cultivation speed, it also restored his confidence. The immortal palace was no longer so unreachable. Ha 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 ha, let's make the challenge even fiercer. What Ling Xiao wanted the most now was to head to a stronger place as soon as possible. They encountered even more experts. He was forced to continuously use emperor-level martial skills. In that case, his cultivation would increase crazily. Lunatic. Wang Yongming had already stood up. He did not know why Ling Xiao was laughing so crazily all of a sudden. But he still felt that something was wrong. The feeling that Ling Xiao gave him was too mysterious and too terrifying. Logically speaking, after a martial artist at the first level of the Divine Vein realm used an emperor-class martial skill, they would definitely run out of true essence. However, this didn't happen to Ling Xiao. On the contrary, Wang Yongming also discovered that Ling Xiao seemed to be stronger than before. Of course. For every 10% increase in the energy in the Sea of Cultivation, one's strength would basically double. Hee, many people say that I'm crazy. Actually, I hope that you don't die too quickly today, otherwise, it would really be meaningless. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the black and white swords in his hands condensed true essence again. One black and one white sword chi directly filled the entire room. The surrounding things were directly cut apart by the sword chi. This was the 4 major regions. The laws of everything were incomparably firm. But they were actually cut apart. This made Wang Yongming's face even more unsightly. Let's go all out. We can't escape anyway. Wang Yongming took a deep breath. He had already tried. The barrier released by the spirit boundary martial spirit was unbreakable. If he wanted to get out, there was only one way, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. So today's battle was basically a battle of life and death. Either he died, or Ling Xiao died. Thinking of this, he also felt relieved. As a student of the Purple Mansion Academy, he had also experienced such a predicament. It was no big deal. As long as he put in more effort, he would definitely be able to successfully get out of this predicament. Kid, don't be happy too early. My Purple Mansion Academy's martial artists won't admit defeat easily. After saying this, Wang Yongming actually took the initiative to launch an attack. It was still the Demon Azure Fist. It seemed that this was his strongest attack. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I had already opened. Because the Tai Chi I could tell him if he should use an Emperor-level martial skill. Kill, 9 Transformation God Fiend Technique, Descent of the God Fiend. Ling Xiao roared and rushed forward. The Descent of the God Fiend exploded again. As for Wang Yongming, he was once again sent flying by the explosion. The two of them fought crazily in this narrow barrier. To be precise, it was Ling Xiao who was one-sidedly beating Wang Yongming. However, Wang Yongming's defense was really terrifying. With the help of the purple spirit robe and the blood-venomous insect, he actually received a total of 10 attacks from Ling Xiao. He actually finally became dispirited. As expected, without being abused, the energy in my cultivation sea can also increase crazily. After only 10 attacks from the Descent of the God Fiend, the energy in my cultivation sea has already increased to 100%. Next, I only need to swallow the Divine Pulse pill and I should be able to increase my cultivation. Ling Xiao looked at the dispirited Wang Yongming and swallowed a Divine Pulse pill. When the Divine Pulse pill entered his stomach, it instantly had an effect. The door of breakthrough was directly blasted open. Ling Xiao's cultivation rose from the first level of the Divine Pulse realm to the second level of the Divine Pulse realm. Not only that, because the Divine Pulse pill was refined by Ling Xiao, its medicinal effect was extremely good. Therefore, in addition to helping him break through, nearly 50% of the energy was integrated into his potential cells. It became his potential. Next, it's time for you to die. Ling Xiao walked towards Wang Yongming. After breaking through, Wang Yongming was useless. And in this guy's current state, he didn't need an emperor-level martial skill at all. It wouldn't be of any help to his cultivation. What was the point of keeping him alive if he didn't kill him? You dare to kill me? Even though Wang Yongming was dispirited, he still maintained his arrogance. He was a member of the Purple Mansion Academy, and the Purple Mansion Academy was the strongest force in the Purple Mansion Kingdom. Even the royal family was a member of the Purple Mansion Academy. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao dared to kill him. Hee hee, the Purple Mansion Academy is indeed terrifying, but if I kill you now, who will know? Ling Xiao sneered and extracted the goo from Meng Fian's body, then used his soul to control it. It entered Wang Yongming's body and crazily sucked his blood. At this rate, Ling Xiao didn't need to make a move and Wang Yongming would soon die. No. Don't do this to me. I can recommend you and let you join the Purple Mansion Academy. I can even give you the treasures that I have stored for many years. Wang Yongming was finally afraid. The name of the Purple Mansion Academy couldn't scare Ling Xiao, so he could only use benefits to tempt Ling Xiao. There's no need for that. I'll go to the Zifu Academy myself. As for your treasure, I'll find it myself. Its location should be stored in your mind. Soul absorption. Taking advantage of the fact that Wang Yongming was still alive, Ling Xiao directly used soul absorption. Then he smiled. Although Wang Yongming was only a student at the bottom of the Zifu Academy, because he often went out to carry out missions, he had obtained a lot of high-grade spirit stones. The total was more than 100,000. These high-grade spirit stones were definitely good stuff. Just now, Ling Xiao directly consumed thousands of them to break through. If this was the case for one breakthrough, the consumption would probably be more in the future. High-grade spirit stones were also important items to replenish potential. Also, this thing was the source of the puppet beast's movement. The more, the better. However, Wang Yongming seemed to have stored a large number of high-grade spirit stones in his residence in the Zifu Academy. Wang Yongming's storage ring only had about 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. This should be a gift from shopkeeper Ma and City Lord Liu. But now it belonged to Ling Xiao. You'll definitely die a horrible death, definitely. In the roar of grief and indignation, Wang Yongming turned into a dry corpse and was burned by Ling Xiao. He didn't want others to know that he was the one who killed Wang Yongming. The parasite that had absorbed enough blood essence drilled out of Wang Yongming's body and was controlled by Ling Xiao to merge into Meng Fian's body again. After more than an hour, Meng Fian gradually woke up. At this time, she had been taken out of the beast ring by Ling Xiao. Big brother Ling. Seeing Ling Xiao, Meng Fian directly threw herself at him and shivered under Ling Xiao's arms. Until now, she still couldn't forget that nightmare. Okay, Fian, it's okay, it's okay. I've already killed Wang Yongming. You've also recovered your health. And it's a blessing in disguise, the innate golden battle body has completely awakened. Your strength has also advanced to the first level of the Divine Vein realm. This is definitely a great fortune for you after surviving a great disaster. Ling Xiao rubbed Meng Fian's head and said with a smile. Meng Fian didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when she heard what Ling Xiao said, she hurriedly looked inside herself. Sure enough, he found that not only had he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had also gained a very powerful energy. That should be the innate golden battle body. To the martial artists of the Golden Sky domain, the innate golden battle body was the most outstanding aptitude. Unfortunately, Meng Fian had never noticed it before. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't stop it in time. What are you doing? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Big brother Ling, although I just fainted and don't know what happened, I understand in my heart. If it wasn't for you, Big brother Ling, not only would I not have been able to break through, I'm afraid I would have lost my life as well. Big brother Ling, you have given me a new lease of life. I, Meng Fian, am willing to repay you with anything. Even if Big brother Ling wants my body, I won't reject him. Meng Fian said loudly. Fortunately, Ling Xiao hadn't removed the martial spirit barrier, otherwise, it would be so awkward. Don't mess around, I saved you purely because of your kindness, and I killed that Wang Yongming because I don't like that guy. You don't need to care so much. If you really want to repay me, there are many ways, you don't need to use such an extreme method. Ling Xiao said sternly. Sorry, I was too rude. Meng Fian was a little embarrassed and a little disappointed. Actually, she hadn't spent much time with Ling Xiao, but she was absolutely sure that Ling Xiao was someone worth entrusting her life to. She wasn't agitated, but made a decision after careful consideration. But it seemed that she was still a little reckless. It's fine. Ling Xiao glanced at Meng Fian and sighed, let's not talk about this anymore. Now that Wang Yongming has been killed, we have to leave quickly. I'll have to trouble you to stay in my beast ring for a while. I'll go check out. Okay. Meng Fian was very obedient now. If it was before, she might suspect Ling Xiao and be wary of Ling Xiao. But after experiencing the incident with Wang Yongming, she didn't think so anymore. In order to save her, Ling Xiao was willing to fight with an expert like Wang Yongming. This was an extremely dangerous thing in itself. After Meng Fian entered the beast ring, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to check out, and he only checked out the next day. Checking out in the middle of the night would definitely attract attention. Wang Yongming's corpse had already been dealt with, and Meng Fian had suddenly disappeared. Many people would probably think that Meng Fian had followed Wang Yongming to the Wanyan main city. So this matter wouldn't be exposed for a while. As for whether the Purple Mansion Academy would investigate Wang Yongming's death, Ling Xiao didn't think so. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Purple Mansion Academy, and Wang Yongming was only at the bottom. He was even worse than the outer sect disciples in the sect that he had been in before. When the outer sect disciples were killed or disappeared, the sect wouldn't even ask about it. With how big the Purple Mansion Academy was, they wouldn't even ask about it. This matter would probably become a complete mystery in the future. Of course, these were all things for later. It was time to clean up the traces, and Ling Xiao would definitely not leave any clues behind. He brought Meng Fian out of the raging fire city and arrived at the sleeping forest. Only then did he let Meng Fian out. Big brother Ling, why don't you come to our village and have a seat? Let me do my part as a host. Meng Fian really wanted to repay the kindness. However, after thinking about it, with Ling Xiao's current strength, even if she wanted to repay the kindness, it wouldn't be easy. After all, Ling Xiao was too strong. So, going to the village to entertain Ling Xiao for a meal could be considered as a bit of fun. All right. Ling Xiao immediately agreed. His thoughts were very simple. If the warriors of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire were to come to the four regions, their first battle would definitely be in the sleeping forest. If they had the Meng village as a stronghold, it would be much safer. This time, he went to the Meng village as a guest, and at the same time, to see if it was possible to reach a cooperation with the Meng village. With Meng Fian leading the way, Ling Xiao spent a full 4 or 5 hours to arrive at the Meng village. The environment of this place was very good, but it was a bit too remote. The Meng village was a water stronghold. There were more than a dozen small islands connected to form such a place. The stronghold was small, but in fact, it was not small. According to Meng Fian, there were 50 to 60,000 people in the stronghold. The spiritual energy in this place was quite abundant, and the aquatic products were abundant. For cultivators, it was indeed a good place. When Ling Xiao and Meng Fian appeared outside the water stronghold, someone had already noticed them through the watchtower. When they arrived at the entrance of the water stronghold, someone had already come out to greet them. Eldest Miss, why are you back? This is the Zifu Special Envoy, right? This group of people looked at Ling Xiao with admiration and said excitedly. Ling Xiao was about to explain, but was interrupted by Meng Fian. I have something important to see my father. Eldest Miss, please. Everyone hurriedly led the two of them in. At this time, Meng Fian lowered her voice and said, Big brother Ling, since they think you are the Zifu Special Envoy, you should act as this identity first. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Alright, that's all for now. Because he wasn't familiar with the people of Meng village yet, Ling Xiao wouldn't easily expose the fact that he was from the western region. Pretending to be the special envoy of the Purple Palace sect wasn't a bad idea. Not only would he be able to gain everyone's respect, it would also save him a lot of trouble. While both of them were talking, a figure suddenly flew towards them like a gust of wind. Big brother Ling, young lady. The man was Meng Yi. Let's talk later. Meng Yi, you come with us. After what happened with the Dark Warriors and the City of Raging Fire, Meng Fian trusted Meng Yi a lot. Therefore, she had to let Meng Yi know what she was going to say next. Young lady, the chief isn't here. A monster appeared in the fish pond recently, and the chief brought some strong warriors to hunt it down. Meng Yi said with a bitter smile. Let's go to my room first. Meng Fian thought for a moment and said. Along the way, Ling Xiao was the center of attention. It was probably those young men he saved who told him what had happened. Therefore, everyone treated him with a good attitude. They were all very enthusiastic. This simple and honest village just gave people a more relaxed feeling. Meng Fian's room was on a small island. She only needed to cross a wooden bridge to reach the island. The house was made entirely of bamboo. Not only was it waterproof, it was also very comfortable. After entering the house, Meng Fian and Ling Xiao briefly explained what had happened. Of course, Ling Xiao ignored the fact that Wang Yongming had been killed. He only said that Wang Yongming had killed himself because of the backlash from using the blood goo. Only Meng Fian knew the truth. But, she had promised Ling Xiao that she wouldn't tell anyone. After all, this was a very serious matter. Although the Purple Palace Academy might not investigate this matter, if the news spread like wildfire, they would have to do something about it. Ling Xiao didn't have the confidence to fight with hundreds of thousands of Purple Palace Academy warriors. After all, the weakest among them was at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, and the strongest was at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. They might even be at the Divine Core Realm. He couldn't afford to offend them. After hearing what they said, Meng Yi was dumbfounded. That monster with a human face but a beast's heart. It was really dangerous this time, if it wasn't for Big Brother Ling. I'm afraid you're really gone. There's no need to be so angry. I profited from a disaster this time. Not only did I not die, but I've also made a breakthrough in my cultivation. Furthermore, with the awakening of the innate golden combat body, the overall strength of our Meng village will only become stronger. After experiencing the incident with Wang Yongming, Meng Fian had already dispelled the thought of heading to the Purple Mansion Academy. He knew that with her experience, he was afraid that she would still be fooled if she went. It would be better for them to stay in Meng village and cultivate. Once he reached the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, he would think of a way to enter the Zifu Academy. That's true. Big Brother Ling, you are indeed a god. Meng Yi's eyes were filled with envy. Ling Xiao believed that nothing would happen if he told the two of them about his situation. But he still didn't say anything. After all, there were 50 to 60,000 people in the Meng village, so it was better to take it easy. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying rumble came from afar. Everyone was startled by his sudden appearance. It's in the direction of the Thousand Waters Lake. Not good, the stockade master and the others are in trouble. Meng Yi suddenly stood up and said. I'm sorry, Big Brother Ling. I originally wanted to treat you well. But now, it seems like we can only solve the problem in front of us first. What problem? Is it the monster in the water? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The monster in the water is a small matter, we can deal with it. The problem is the Black Warriors. Ever since Meng Chong was killed, the Black Warriors have been attacking us. That bastard Meng Chong told the Black Warriors a secret of our village. Meng Yi gritted his teeth and said. Although I shouldn't ask, if it's convenient, can you tell me what the secret is? Ling Xiao asked. I won't hide it from Big Brother Ling. There is a plant called Nine-Eyed Lotus growing in the water of our Meng village. This thing is very powerful. No matter what kind of combat body or divine body you cultivate, as long as it is a defensive martial skill, it can be strengthened. If you can refine the Nine-Eyed Lotus into a Nine-Eyed Lotus pill, the effect will be even better. We have only used this thing for ourselves. Therefore, no matter what kind of cultivation our Meng village's martial artists have, their bodies are very strong. Now that the Black Warriors know about it, they came to snatch it. Meng Yi replied. He has already treated Ling Xiao as one of his own, so he didn't plan to hide it. Take me with you to see it. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. If possible, he would like to improve his Black Tortoise divine body. Now, the high-level king-level Black Tortoise divine body was obviously not enough. At the very least, it should be the peak king-level Black Tortoise divine body. Okay, let's go together. Meng Yi, Meng Fian, and Ling Xiao took the boat and headed towards the Thousand Water Lake. The Thousand Water Lake was named because it was divided by countless small islands. Compared to the Meng village, the environment there was worse because there were many terrifying demon beasts living there. However, there would also be some natural treasures in that place. For example, the nine-eyed lotus was one of them. There were waterways between the lakes, and the boat was moving quickly through the waterways. In the distance, they could see some figures. However, it seemed that there was a fierce battle going on. Mengyi was a little anxious, so he rowed faster. However, at this moment, the boat suddenly shook violently. On the calm surface of the lake, a huge wave suddenly rose. Under the lake, there was a dark shadow lurking. Oh no, we're in luck. We actually encountered that monster. Mengyi's face instantly changed, and he didn't know what to say. They were about to reach their destination, but they encountered such a monster. Don't panic. Continue to row. I'll deal with the thing in the water. Xianxia said lightly. Through the Tai Chi eye, he had basically confirmed the strength of the monster in the lake. It was a snake, a huge snake with 9 heads. Its strength had reached the 3rd level of the 1-star Divine Vein realm. He felt that its combat strength was stronger than Wang Yongming. However, Xianxia didn't care. His cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm, so he didn't care about this level of demon beast. Mengyi rowed the boat crazily. Meng Fian also helped at the side. At this moment, many people on the shore saw the boat in the lake and came over. It seems to be Miss Fian and Mengyi on the boat. Who is that stranger? They wanted to see Ling Zhao's appearance clearly. Suddenly, a huge 9-headed snake jumped out of the water. Everyone on the shore was shocked. Chief, this is bad. The 9-headed snake has appeared. Miss and the others are in danger. Everyone cried out in alarm. However, as the chief, Meng Song couldn't do anything. At this moment, he was fighting with the Black Warrior. It was a one-on-one battle for the rights to the 9-eyed lotus. He couldn't get away. Even if he wanted to admit defeat, it was impossible. His opponent's every move was deadly. Obviously, he didn't want to give him a chance to admit defeat. The most troublesome thing was that the Black Warrior was obviously stronger than Meng Song. Meng Song was covered in wounds. If it wasn't for the 9-eyed lotus that gave him a strong physique and recovery ability, he would probably be dead by now. He was worried about his daughter, but there was nothing he could do. Many people on the shore jumped onto the boat, ready to help. At this moment, they saw a shocking scene. The young man on the boat was only 17 years old. He was holding a sword with a smile on his face. The 9-headed snake was pouncing on the boat. If it hit, the boat would be smashed into pieces. The people on the boat wouldn't be able to survive. However, the young man didn't seem to be afraid at all. He was facing a terrifying 1-star Divine Vein 3rd level demonic beast. Even their fort master couldn't do anything to this terrifying existence. He casually stabbed out with his sword. Instant freeze. Ling Xiao spat out 4 words. Then, the huge demonic beast was instantly frozen into a block of ice. It was smashed into pieces by his punch. Only the core of the demonic beast was kept in the Mountain River world. This core could be used to upgrade the 9-headed snake general's beast soul. Now that Ling Zhao's cultivation had broken through so quickly, the beast soul's grade couldn't keep up with his cultivation. He was lucky to get the 9-headed snake's beast core. This way, he could at least upgrade the 9-headed snake general's beast soul to the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. He wouldn't need to use the unbounded heavenly rat's beast soul to transform into a random cat or dog. He could deal with an ordinary beast soul transformation. This is too fierce. That's a terrifying 1-star Divine Vein 3rd level demonic beast. He killed it in one move? Could he be the special envoy from the Purple Mansion Academy? No wonder the young miss is with him. This young man is only 17 years old. I heard that the special envoy should be around 20 years old. I don't think so. Then you are just curious. There are so many students in the Purple Mansion Academy. It's not strange that there are young ones. Almost everyone in the main village practiced martial arts. Although most of the martial artists were only at the reincarnation divine realm. They had a certain level of insight. They had seen how powerful the 9-headed snake's attack was. Their chief, a cultivator in the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm, was sent flying by the 9-headed snake in a single move. Because of this fellow, even the nine-eyed lotus could not be harvested. Now that the Hydra has been eliminated by this young man, the next enemy to deal with is the Black Warrior. Regardless of Ling Zhao's identity, everyone was full of admiration and worship for Ling Xiao. For some reason, the Black Warrior who was fighting with the head of the Meng family, Meng Song. After seeing Hydra killed, he hurriedly turned around and left. It seemed that the nine-headed snake had some kind of connection with the Black Warrior. Naturally, Meng Song didn't give chase because it would be useless even if he did. His strength was no match for the others. When the boat reached the shore, Meng Song rushed over without looking at his daughter. Instead, he cupped his fists at Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you for your help, young hero. Not only did you kill that nine-headed snake, you also scared away that dark warrior and brought peace back to our Meng village. Chief, please get up. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. You, on the other hand, seem to be heavily injured." Ling Xiao hurriedly helped Meng Song up and said, "It's fine. I'll be fine after eating this." He directly plucked a nine-eyed lotus and ate it. After a while, his injuries began to heal rapidly. No wonder the Black Warrior targeted this nine-eyed lotus. It's definitely a good thing. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. "Young hero, you can go ahead and harvest it if you like. You're the benefactor of our Meng family." Meng Song was very generous. "Let's not talk about this for now. There are some things that I need to discuss with you." Although Ling Xiao liked the nine-eyed lotus, he wasn't in such a hurry. When he left, he would harvest some and use them to concoct the nine-eyed lotus pill. "Let's go over there." The Meng family had built a residence at the place where the nine-eyed lotus grew. Meng Song called Ling Xiao, Meng Fian, and Meng Yi into the residence. The rest of them continued to stand guard outside. Suddenly, two heads popped out from the water far away. They were wearing black diving masks with the insignia of the Black Warrior on them. "I didn't expect the nine-headed snake to fail," one of them said. "What a useless beast. The leader spent a lot of effort to subdue it. It was actually killed by that young man in one move. It's useless." The other person also said. "What should we do next?" The first person asked. "I'm afraid we're not that young man's match. We have to report this to the leader immediately. Let the leader make the decision. I believe that with the leader's strength, killing that kid should be a piece of cake. When the time comes, the nine-eyed lotus will be ours." The second person thought for a while and said. After the two of them finished speaking, they dived back into the lake and disappeared. Late at night, Ling Xiao stayed in a room near the nine-eyed lotus to cultivate. His cultivation had broken through to the second level of the divine vein realm. He was pondering how to combine the 9 supremacy swords into one. Combining 5 swords into one was a peak king-level martial skill. Combining 6 swords into one might be an emperor-level martial skill. Its power might not be inferior to the 9 revolutions celestial demon technique. He had asked the ancient sword emperor about the 9 supremacy sword technique. The ancient sword emperor said that he didn't know either. That was because he had found the sword technique in the primordial divine tomb. Before him, many experts had been buried here. He had only cultivated 5 swords into one. After that, he focused on cultivating the 9 revolutions God-Fiend technique. Without the experience of others, Ling Xiao had to study it himself. Anyway, he had nothing to do. In the process of studying martial skills, he could comprehend more powerful martial skills. At this moment, a young man from the Meng village walked towards Ling Xiao's residence with wine and food. This was Meng Song's good intention. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would be hungry, so he made this arrangement. Of course, food was something with rich spirit qi. It was very helpful for increasing a martial artist's strength. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't refuse. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed by and placed a dagger on the servant's neck. "Listen to me. Go over obediently. Don't make a sound." "Second bandit chief, what are you doing?" "Young hero Ling is our Meng village's great benefactor." The servant was shocked, but he also smelled the person's scent. It was actually the second bandit chief of the Meng village. He was also Meng Chong's godfather. "Shut up and do as I say. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The second bandit chief felt that his identity had been exposed and there was no need to hide anymore, so he threatened. All right. The servant had no choice but to continue walking forward. When he arrived at Ling Zhao's residence, he gently knocked on the door bolt. Young hero Ling, our bandit chief asked me to bring you wine and food. They're all good things with rich spirit qi. They're very beneficial for cultivation. The door is open. Just come in. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The servant pushed the door open and walked into the room. When he saw Ling Xiao, he suddenly blinked. The second bandit chief hid behind the servant, completely concealing his aura. In addition, the sky was already dark, so no one could tell that there was a person there. Suddenly, the second bandit chief charged out from behind the servant, and 3 throwing knives flew out from his hand. The throwing knives flickered with a green light. There was no need to ask to know that they were coated with poison. Moreover, these 3 throwing knives were obviously magical treasures. Although they were only mortal-grade emperor artifacts, they could greatly increase the accuracy and attack power of the throwing knives. Ling Zhao's closed eyes suddenly opened. He sneered and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're too late. Break. With a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying energy shot out from his palm and easily flung the 3 throwing knives away. They pierced into the gap in the room. Then, Ling Xiao did not stop. His body trembled as he pounced toward the second bandit chief. The second bandit chief was shocked. He threw out all the throwing knives on his body. In an instant, dozens of cold lights shot out. Then, the second bandit chief hurriedly turned around and fled. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not touch them and just rushed over. It was as if those throwing knives did not exist. The throwing knives were actually knocked away by the energy in his body and scattered on the ground. At this moment, Ling Zhao's figure had already arrived in front of the second bandit chief. A hand stretched out like a poisonous snake. How can he be so terrifying? The second bandit chief was shocked. He frantically increased his speed and fled. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao slapped the second bandit chief's face, and the second bandit chief was directly sent flying out of the room. He fell outside. The commotion had already alarmed the people of the main village. Because this was the Nine-Eyed Lotus's growth area, there were many warriors of the main village stationed here. Their reaction was very fast. Under the moonlight, everyone was shocked when they saw the second bandit chief who was knocked to the ground. Second bandit chief, what happened to you? Quick! Stop that lunatic for me. He wants to steal our Nine-Eyed Lotus. Since I found him, I'll kill him to silence him. The second bandit chief pointed at Ling Xiao, who walked out of the room, and shouted loudly. These people felt that it was unbelievable. But since it was the second bandit chief, it should not be wrong. Therefore, they quickly surrounded Ling Xiao. Young hero Ling, is what second bandit chief said true? Although they had surrounded Ling Xiao, the people of Meng village were not ungrateful people. They saw with their own eyes that Ling Xiao killed the Hydra and saved Meng Fian and Meng Yi. How could he act rashly? What are you talking about? This kid is with the Black Warrior. Think about it carefully, with his strength, how could he move against Hydra? There must be a Black Warrior helping him secretly. And the person who helped him might be underwater. Also, why did the Black Warrior who was fighting with the chief run away as soon as he saw him? He definitely knew him. Have you ever heard of a Black Warrior being scared? Those people are men of sacrifice. This second bandit chief was really a smart man. With such an explanation, many people from Meng village began to doubt him. Young hero Ling, please explain. Everyone said. At this time, Meng Song, Meng Fian, and Meng Yi were not here. These people did not trust Ling Xiao as much as they did. Explain what? This person tried to assassinate me in the middle of the night. I was just fighting back. Is this how the people of Meng village treat their guests? Ling Xiao said as he walked toward the second bandit chief and said coldly, no matter what you say today, you can't escape death. I, Ling Xiao, do things based on my heart. You tried to kill me, so I won't let you see tomorrow's sun. Young hero Ling, this is Meng village, and second bandit chief is our second in command. If you want to attack, then I'm sorry. The people of Meng village naturally had to protect their second bandit chief. How could they easily believe the words of an outsider, not to mention, this outsider wanted to kill their second bandit chief? That's right, why are we talking nonsense with this kid? Let's work together and kill him. I think second bandit chief is right, this guy is a spy of the Black Warrior. Kill him. Kill. Suddenly, 4 figures dashed out from the crowd. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sneer. Although the rest of the people of Meng village believed in their second bandit chief, they only stopped Ling Xiao and prevented him from killing people. But these 4 people were different. They actually planned to work together to kill Ling Xiao. How vicious their intentions were. Have you finally shown your fox tail? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, Leader Meng Song, I'm right, right? He suddenly looked at his house. From inside, 3 people walked out. Meng Song, Meng Yi, and Meng Fian. It turned out that Ling Xiao had long suspected that there were spies of the Black Warrior in Meng village, so he cooperated with them to put on such a show. But he didn't expect to catch a big fish like the second bandit chief. Along the way, he also caught 4 poisonous fishes that were hidden very deeply. Second brother, how do you explain this? Meng Song said coldly, don't talk nonsense. The servant you kidnapped just now was Meng Yi. But it was dark, and you wanted to kill young hero Ling, so you didn't notice. Don't tell me you want to deny it? How could this be? The second bandit chief's face instantly became very ugly. What are you afraid of? Since we've been exposed, there's no need to hide anymore. The 4 of us are all second LV of the true energy realm. We didn't kill Meng Song because we wanted to learn how to cultivate the 9-eyed lotus. With the 4 of us, killing Meng Song will be easy. As for that kid, there's nothing special about him. The 4 people were even more shameless than the second bandit chief. Since they had been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Hiding it was unnecessary and stupid. Fine. Today I'll tell you why. The second bandit chief stood up and said coldly, Meng Song, if we join the Black Warrior, Meng village will only become stronger. But you don't want to. Do you know that the leader of the Black Warrior is a 4th LV of the Divine Pulse realm? If he wants to, he can easily destroy Meng village. As a matter of fact, more than half of the nearby 72 villages have been destroyed by the Black Warrior. Do you want Meng village to suffer the same fate? Shut up. Don't make it sound so dignified, as if you care a lot about Meng village. As far as I know, more than half of the destroyed water stronghold belonged to the Black Warriors. And the result, large numbers of water bandits were killed simply because they were too weak. The rest of them were enslaved and forced to do things they didn't want to do. Is this the future you want? Meng Song said disdainfully, you are a man. Don't you dare to speak the truth? Truth? The truth is that I want to replace you and become the chief of Meng village, also, your daughter will become my wife. The second bandit chief finally revealed a ferocious smile and said loudly. Ha ha ha, that's right. Why should we be afraid of Meng village? Don't worry, second bandit chief. We have already contacted the chief. Tonight, the chief will personally appear. Don't worry, Meng village will be yours tonight. Before Ling Xiao could make a move, Meng Song had already arrived in front of him. However, the 4 of them were martial artists in the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm. Meng Song might be stronger than any of them, but he was only in the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm. He only relied on his strong physical body. How could he withstand the joint attack of the 4? With a loud bang, Meng Song was pushed back dozens of steps and almost fell to the ground. Village head Meng, remember this. You owe me a favor tonight. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He held the Ice Supreme sword in his hand and walked towards the 4. The 4 of them sneered. One of them said, how much stronger can you be compared to Meng Song? It's useless against us. After that, the 4 of them attacked at the same time. They pounced on Ling Xiao. Be careful, brother Ling. Meng Fian and Meng Yi shouted nervously. However, their voices didn't fade away completely. 4 corpses fell from the sky. Their throats were all cut open. A look of extreme terror appeared on his face. At the moment before they died, they realized what kind of terrifying existence they had offended. The others were also dumbfounded. This young man with the surname Ling was too domineering and powerful. He killed 4 martial artists in the second level of the Divine Vein realm with a single slash. With such strength, it was no wonder he was from the Purple Mansion Academy. He is indeed a Purple Mansion Academy special envoy. Otherwise, there is no way to explain his terrifying strength. That's right. I had my suspicions before, but it seems like there is no need to doubt it now. However, after killing the 4 of them, will he really attract the leader of the black martial artists? I am also worried about this. The black martial artists have 3 leaders. The leader is in the 4th level of the Divine Vein realm. The 2nd and 3rd leaders are in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. The 3 of them basically dominate the Sleeping Forest. Our main village has never dared to provoke them. Even if we are attacked by the black martial artists, we will obediently let them go. Everyone was a little worried, afraid that Ling Xiao's actions would attract even stronger enemies. However, Ling Xiao was disdainful of them. His cultivation was in the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm. Killing a martial artist in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm was as easy as chopping vegetables. Even if it was a martial artist at the 4th level of the Divine Vein realm, once he transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat, he would be able to defeat them easily. Or rather, he hoped that the leader of the Black Warriors could be stronger. In that case, he would be able to use an Emperor-level martial skill. When he used an Emperor-grade martial skill, his cultivation would increase. Ignoring the discussions of those people, he walked towards the 2nd bandit chief and said coldly, "Are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to kill you? If you dare to kill me, you will become the enemy of the Black Warrior. The leader will not let you go." The 2nd bandit chief roared. "You mean you don't intend to commit suicide? Fine, I'll end you." Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He raised his hand and slapped the 2nd bandit chief's head. He knew that Meng Song and the others couldn't do it. Since that was the case, he would be the one to deal with it. In any case, this person had tried to assassinate him in the middle of the night. If he killed this person, it wouldn't be considered as killing an innocent person. Dark Warrior body. The 2nd bandit chief roared in anger. Black smoke rolled out from his body, and a layer of black armor gathered on the surface of his body. Although he was looking forward to the leader of the Black Warriors coming to save him, based on the current situation, the leader of the Black Warriors might not be able to make it in time. So, he could only take the initiative to protect himself. The Dark Warrior body was an advanced king-level martial skill. It was given to him by the leader of the Black Warriors, in order to gain his loyalty. After he got it, he cultivated it as if he was drunk. Now, he had achieved a lot. After releasing the Dark Warrior body, the 2nd bandit chief was relieved. In his opinion, no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, it would be impossible for him to destroy the Dark Warrior armor in a short time. As long as he could buy some time and wait for the leader of the Black Warriors to arrive, he would be able to live. Crack, the crisp cracking sound completely shattered all of the 2nd bandit chief's hopes. Ling Xiao only punched the black armor with an ordinary fist, but it was easily torn apart. With Ling Xiao's current strength, his ordinary attack could reach the advanced king-level martial skill. The 2nd bandit chief's cultivation was only at the 1st level of the Divine Pulse realm. Even if he had an advanced king-level martial skill, his defense was not that strong. At most, it could reduce 20% of the damage. But it was still meaningless. "Stop. How dare you touch the people of the Black Warriors? Today, you will die without a burial place." At this moment, 2 voices came from afar. The voices were ruthless and ruthless. The warriors of the Meng village were so scared that their bodies trembled. This terrifying aura was clearly from a more powerful existence. It was definitely not something they could resist. Oh no, the Meng village is finished. Everyone's hearts were filled with terror. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear the warning at all. He still slapped the 2nd bandit chief's head with his palm. Crack, the 2nd bandit chief's head was shattered. The terrifying palm power penetrated the 2nd bandit chief's body. On the surface, he looked unscathed. But inside, he was completely destroyed. After all, he is your 2nd bandit chief. I will not destroy his body. You can deal with it yourselves. After killing the 2nd bandit chief, Ling Xiao looked back at Meng Song and said, Thank you, young hero Ling. But if the leader of the Black Warriors comes, even you will not be able to resist. You should leave. Meng Tsong said. It was not that he did not want Ling Xiao to help, but because he felt that there was no use for Ling Xiao to stay. At most, there would be one more casualty list. Instead of everyone dying, it was better to leave Ling Xiao alive. In the future, he might be able to avenge them. Young hero Ling, you are a genius of the Zifu Academy. Sooner or later, you will be extremely powerful. In the future, if possible, help us get rid of the Black Warriors. It will be considered as revenge for us. This was Meng Tsong's heartfelt words. That's right, brother Ling. You should leave quickly. Meng Yi said anxiously. However, Ling Xiao only smiled and did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked at the two figures in the distance. They were very fast. A man and a woman. Their cultivation could not hide under his Taiji eye. They were obviously in the third tier of the Divine Vein realm. But in terms of strength, they should be weaker than Wang Yongming. After all, Wang Yongming was a member of the Zifu Academy. He had received more formal training than these commoners. The two of them arrived quickly. The man had black hair and a black dragon tattooed in between his eyebrows. The woman had silver hair, but she was not old. When the two of them saw Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with malice. Brat, you dare to kill him after hearing our words. You have guts. The black-haired man said coldly. Brother Long, why are you talking nonsense with him? Why don't you just kill him, although the second bandit chief is just a chess piece that can be discarded at any time. But before you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. This brat completely ignored our warning. He did not take us, the Black Warriors, seriously. The silver-haired woman's temper seemed to be more violent than the black-haired man's. Her words were also more aggressive. If we just kill him like this, it will be too easy for him. Kid, do you want to cripple your own cultivation and let us bring you back to the Black Warrior headquarters, or do you want us to use the cruelest method to kill you? The black-haired man stared at Ling Xiao as if he was staring at a dead man. His eyes emitted a sinister look, filled with murderous intent. Hee, I won't choose either of them. I choose you to die. Ling Xiao looked at the two men and said calmly. When the crowd saw how calm he was, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had no idea how strong this disciple of the Purple Mansion Academy was. But they could only depend on him. There was no one in the main village who could deal with these two leaders of the Black Warriors. Hee, it is not up to you to choose. Today, not only will you die, you will also die a horrible death. But we are merciful. We will leave you with one last breath, and let you see how the main village will be destroyed. The silver-haired woman sneered. Whoosh, with a flash, the silver-haired woman appeared in front of Ling Xiao at an astonishing speed. Then, she struck out with her palm, aiming at Ling Xiao's head. It seemed like it was because Ling Xiao had killed the second chief. She also planned to use this method to kill Ling Xiao, so that she could face him. You are quite fast. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his palm to block the attack. The silver-haired woman unleashed a powerful force from her palm, causing the dust on the ground to fly. The terrifying palm energy made the faces of the Meng village's warriors turn ugly. However, Ling Xiao was still calm, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the black-haired man also moved. A long sword appeared in his hand, thrusting toward Ling Xiao's heart. Ling Xiao used his right hand to block the silver-haired woman, while his left hand punched toward the long sword in the black-haired man's hand. Clang, the fist and the long sword collided, and sparks flew out. Is this all you have? This is really disappointing. Ling Xiao sneered and transformed into the nine-snake General Beast Soul. This nine-headed snake General Beast Soul had been strengthened by the nine-headed snake he had just attained. It was already at the third level of the Divine Vein realm. The moment the Beast Soul possessed his body, Ling Xiao's strength, speed, and true essence all increased by 10 times. The terrifying snake head poked out from behind him. It bit at the man and woman in a frenzy. The two men tried to avoid him. However, he found that Ling Xiao's hands were tightly gripping him, and he couldn't break free. In just an instant, they were bitten by the snake's head. It let out a hysterical scream as its body gradually turned black and finally turned into a pool of pus. So powerful. When the people from Meng village saw this scene, they all cried out in shock. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed was simply inconceivable. They had lived here for many years and had never seen such a terrifying young man. Young miss, tell me honestly, did Big Brother Ling kill that Wang Yongming? Meng Yi wasn't an idiot. He saw how easily Ling Xiao killed a martial artist at the third level of the Divine Vein realm. Naturally, he would think of this. Shoo. It's fine as long as you know it. Don't tell anyone, or else it will cause a lot of trouble. Meng Fian hurriedly said. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Meng Yi worshipped Ling Xiao even more. Even the Purple Mansion special envoy wasn't a match for his big brother Ling. This was really shocking. Village chief, this is bad. The Meng village is surrounded by the Black Warriors. Just when everyone was overjoyed, a warrior from the Meng village suddenly ran over and said loudly. He was currently injured. However, it didn't seem like his life was in danger. However, since the Meng village was surrounded by the Black Warriors, the others might be in danger. Where are they? Meng Song asked. They are just ahead. Their leader is also there. Hearing this, Ling Xiao sneered and jumped into the water. He stepped on the surface of the water and moved forward. The rest of the people jumped onto the boat and chased after him. Fian, you said last night that this young hero Ling isn't from the Purple Mansion Academy. But look at his control of True Yuan, it's really exquisite. This kind of floating on water skill is something that ordinary people can't do. Even if they have the same cultivation as him, they still can't do it. Where did he come from? Meng Song couldn't help but ask. Actually, we don't know either. We met Big Brother Ling in the Sleeping Forest. At first, we thought he was a spy of the Black Warriors. If it wasn't for him, we would have all died. Meng Yi said. Sleeping Forest? Is it near the western region? Meng Song asked. Yes, how did you know, village chief? Meng Yi was stunned and asked. That's impossible. Meng Song already had an answer in his heart, but no matter how he thought about it, he still felt that it was impossible. For tens of thousands of years, there had never been a martial artist from the western region that could come from there. What's impossible? Meng Fian and Meng Yi were confused. However, at this moment, the boat had already reached the island at the front. At this moment, the island was in a mess. The Black Warriors had already attacked. Although the Meng village's martial artists fought back with all their might, there was still a difference in strength. Meng Song anxiously jumped onto the shore. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly saw Ling Xiao leaping into the air. Suddenly, the 9 snake heads on his back released 9 layers of poisonous fog. The poisonous fog spread among the crowd as if it could distinguish between friend and foe. The Black Warriors were poisoned to the ground. Even if they didn't fall, their combat strength was greatly reduced. They were easily killed by the Meng village's martial artists. Seeing this scene, Meng Song's eyes almost popped out. How can there be such a powerful existence in the western region? Has the law there changed? Meng Song hadn't even made a move yet, but almost all of the enemies were dead. Only the Black Warrior leader was left. He madly rushed toward Ling Xiao. Die. The leader of the Black Warriors was enraged. His black sword pierced towards Ling Xiao. The terrifying power caused the ruins on the ground to tremble. Ling Xiao hastily blocked it, but he was directly hit to the ground. Meng Song was shocked. Ling Xiao was now the hope of the Meng village. If something happened to him, the Meng village would basically be finished. Fortunately, although Ling Xiao fell to the ground, he didn't seem to be hurt. Die. After defeating Ling Xiao with a sword, the Black Warrior leader suddenly felt more confident. Originally, when he saw Ling Xiao appear, he was still worried that this was some incredible expert. But now, it seemed that he was just SOSO. He shook the sword in his hand and attacked Ling Xiao again. The power of this sword was even more ferocious than the previous one. The air kept shaking because of it. Clang, a dazzling sword light bloomed in the void. The terrifying sword light instantly pierced through the void. It cut through everything. Venerable Ice's cold sky sword art directly collided with the Black Warrior leader's sword. It completely destroyed the opponent's sword energy. At the same time, the sword energy of Venerable Ice's cold sky sword art also collapsed. You also use a sword? The Black Warrior leader looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. The moment he drew his sword, it was obvious that his combat strength was much higher than when he was barehanded. So you also use a sword? But it's a pity that not everyone can use a sword. Seeing Ling Xiao unsheath his sword, the leader sneered and released a terrifying sword intent. Behind him, the sword martial spirit was released. The sword martial spirit emitted a terrifying aura. 6th stage sword spirit. Out of all the martial artists that Ling Xiao had met in the 4 major regions, the one with the highest grade of martial soul was the leader of the Black Warriors. His cultivation was stronger than Wan Yongming's, and his martial spirit was also more powerful. He was indeed not easy to deal with. I can try the move I just learned. Ling Xiao had been practicing in the house. Although he was interrupted by the second chief, he still had some gains. He had finally comprehended the 6 swords in one. And with his current cultivation, he could use it once. But with the heart of gold, as long as he had potential, he could constantly recover. Constantly improve. Seeing the big leader of the Black Warriors thrusting his sword over, a crazy storm of sword chi appeared in the sky. This storm blew the earth. The ruins on the ground were shattered. Ling Xiao stood there, looking at his opponent indifferently. Fire Supreme Sword, Ice Supreme Sword, Soul Supreme Sword, Exquisite Sword, 7-star Sword, Snake Supreme Sword, 6 sword lights appeared at the same time, circling around his body. Then they suddenly condensed into one, blooming with 6 dazzling lights. 6 swords in one, 6 supreme swords in one, kill. Following Ling Xiao's shout, the 6 colored lights crazily poured out. At that moment, the leader's face changed dramatically. Impossible, it's actually an emperor-level martial skill. He only had one thought at this time, and that was to escape crazily. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape now. The 6 colored sword lights were extremely fast, and in a flash, they shattered the leader's sword storm. And then without stopping, they directly pierced through the leader's body. The leader was still in midair, but a big hole had already appeared in his body. How can this be? Why is there such a strong warrior here? He was not reconciled. The reason why he led the Dark Warriors to hide in the sleeping forest was because the nearby forces were relatively weak. This way, he would be able to find more opportunities to devour resources and make himself stronger. But why, even until his death, he did not understand how he had encountered such a powerful opponent. Bang, the corpse fell into the ruins, creating a cloud of dust. There was dead silence all around. All the fighting stopped in an instant. For the warriors of Meng Village, this was simply a great surprise. They had thought that this would be a battle of life and death. At least half of the 50 to 60,000 people would be sacrificed. But now, although there were sacrifices, the casualties were only about 1,000 people. Because of the appearance of this terrifying young man, the Black Warrior almost collapsed at the first touch. Now, even the leader of the Black Warriors was killed by this young man in one move. On the other hand, there were only a few hundred Black Warriors left because they had been poisoned. At this time, all of them dropped their weapons and knelt down. He repeatedly begged for mercy. Tie them all up and lock them in the water prison. Finally, Meng Tsang was the first to recover from his shock. He ordered to capture those Black Warriors who had surrendered. Anyway, there were not many people left. Even if they really rebelled, they had a way to deal with them. After giving this order, he walked toward Ling Xiao. Once again, the dignified village chief directly knelt down. The warriors of the surrounding villages also knelt down, including Meng Fian and Meng Yi. Young hero's great kindness, my Meng village will never forget it. Never forget it. Everyone began to shout. Only then did Ling Xiao wake up from his contemplation. Just now, Ling Xiao was checking the condition of his body. Just as he expected, the 6 swords combined into one had indeed reached the level of emperor-level martial skill. And this attack also increased the energy in his sea of cultivation by about 10%. This speed was quite fast. The more powerful experts he met in the future, the faster the speed of improvement would be. He was now looking forward to the trip to the Purple Mansion Academy more and more. Everyone, get up. I can't accept such a big gift from you. Although Ling Xiao said so, he seemed very calm. He saved tens of thousands of lives of the Meng village and solved the biggest crisis of the Meng village. In fact, asking for anything was not too much. It was just a big gift. It was nothing. Big brother Ling, didn't you say that you have something to discuss with my father? Meng Fian said. I almost forgot. How about it, village chief Meng Song? Why don't we go to your room and talk? Ling Xiao did have something to say. With what he had done to the Meng village, it should not be difficult to let a few warriors come here to further their studies. Of course, no problem. As long as young hero Ling asks, even if you want me to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, there is no problem. Meng Song patted his chest and said. It's not that exaggerated. Ling Xiao smiled and entered Meng Song's room with Meng Song, Meng Fian, Meng Yi, and a few elders of the Meng village. Before he could say anything, Meng Song said, if young hero likes the nine-eyed lotus, you can pick them all. They will grow again next year anyway. As soon as he said this, the other village elders did not object to it. What a joke. Ling Xiao had saved the entire Meng village. All he did was pick some nine-eyed lotus. It was nothing. Let's not talk about that. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it's like this. The place I came from is lacking in resources, so the warriors are relatively weak. Other than me, the strongest one is only at the 5th or 6th level of the reincarnation divine realm. What I mean is, can we let the Meng village become a place for our warriors to further their studies? Their talent is not bad, but unfortunately, they lack resources and such a good cultivation environment. Sigh, I was wondering what young hero was going to say. This is a small matter. But how many people can come? Meng Song asked. Not many. At most, there are about 10 of them. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. He would naturally send a message back and choose the 10 most outstanding people. Bai Feng mentioned Dark Frost, Jianfu Long, Long Sha, and so on. Although these people had positions in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, this was a small matter. The matter over there was no longer a big deal. The most important thing now was to let some experts appear in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. One had to know that the laws over there had changed recently. Originally, only martial artists at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm were allowed to go there. It might not be so in the future. If the warriors of the 4 regions attacked the western region, they could only wait to be slaughtered. However, as long as a few supreme experts appeared, it would be a different story. He believed in the aptitude of Darkfrost and the others. Once they came to this place, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. There are only so few people. Leave it to me. Meng Song agreed immediately. Okay, then I'll thank you here. What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for young hero Ling, our Meng village would be finished. Meng Song still knew what was good for him. Then, I will talk about my second request. I plan to go to the Zifu Academy. However, I have never been there before, so I would like to ask for a map from you. Do you have it? He had already told Meng Song and the other village elders about his identity. However, most of the people in the Meng village did not know about it. Aya, I'm afraid we can't help you with this. You should know that we are a poor village. The only maps we have are the Sleeping Forest and the City of Raging Fire. We don't have any other maps. Meng Song frowned. Village head, when I was young, I went to the 10,000 Flames main city. When I came back, I bought a map. I have never used it, so I will give it to this young hero. No matter how grateful we are, it cannot be compared to the great kindness this young hero has shown our Meng village. One of the village elders smiled and stood up. I will be back soon. Young hero Ling, with the map of the 10,000 Flames main city, things will be easier. You can go to the 10,000 Flames main city first. Once you are there, you should be able to buy the map of the Purple Spirit Country. After that, you can go to the capital of the Purple Spirit Country. From there, it will be much easier to go to the Purple Mansion Country. Meng Song explained. I understand. Thank you. Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Zifu Academy directly, but it seemed that it would be more troublesome. However, haste makes waste. He might as well use the time on the road to improve his cultivation. He would try to become stronger when he reached the Zifu Academy. After a while, the village elder returned and gave the map to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a look at the map and memorized it in his mind. With the Tai Chi Eye, he basically had an eidetic memory. I will leave this map in the Meng village. I have memorized it. Maybe my friends will need it in the future. Ling Xiao was like a vanguard. He would pave the way for the Celestial Empire. The martial artists of the Celestial Empire only needed to follow the path he had taken. This way, it would be much safer. Memorized it? Everyone was stunned. This young hero Ling was not only strong, but his memory was also terrifying. He remembered it in just a moment. Yes, I will leave when the sun rises. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young hero Ling, the journey to the Purple Kingdom is fraught with danger. Not only were there bandits and robbers, but there were also evil cults like the Black Warriors. They had committed all kinds of crimes. Although you are powerful, you are still alone. It would be better to travel with others. I remember that there is a Raging Inferno Guild Hall in the Myriad Flames main city. That is the place where Raging Inferno City's martial artists gather. Perhaps it will be of help. Meng Song added. Thank you for your reminder. I won't stand on ceremony with the nine-eyed lotus then. Ling Xiao was not a bashful person. Since he had saved the entire Meng village, there was nothing wrong with using the nine-eyed lotus. Ha ha ha, I was worried that young hero Ling wouldn't use it. Meng Song laughed out loud. Ling Xiao smiled as well. He stepped on the water and plucked all the nine-eyed lotuses. Then, they returned to the room from before. He spent nearly an entire night refining the nine-eyed lotus into 1,000 nine-eyed lotus pills. He first used one to raise his black tortoise divine physique to the peak of the king realm. Then, he took out 100 pills and went to Meng Song. These nine-eyed lotus pills were refined by me. You can use them. The effect is 100 times better than the nine-eyed lotus. Also, I got these peak of the king realm martial skills from the leader of the Black Warriors. You can use them as well. I only have one request, and that is to treat my brothers and sisters well. Ling Xiao had always believed in one principle. Feelings would fade, but benefits would not. He had given so many benefits to the Meng village. In addition, these people were afraid of his strength. Naturally, they would do their best to take care of the people of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. This way, he could go to the Purple Mansion Academy with peace of mind. Young hero Ling, don't worry. I, Meng Song, swear that as long as the Meng village exists, I will take good care of the people you mentioned. Meng Song said very seriously. Yes, when they came, they would naturally wear a token. It's easy to recognize them. It's dawn, I should set off. Looking at the rising sun in the distance, Ling Xiao knew that he could not delay any longer. Big brother Ling, will we have a chance to meet in the future? Meng Fian bit her lips and said reluctantly. Don't worry, with your potential, you will come to the Purple Mansion Academy sooner or later. If I'm still there, we will definitely meet again. Farewell. After saying that, he did not say anything else and directly left. Although he could not fly, his speed was still very fast. Girl, young hero Ling is not the same as us. Don't waste your feelings. Meng Song glanced at his daughter and sighed. He was an experienced person. How could he not see that his daughter liked Ling Xiao? But what kind of person was Ling Xiao? At such a young age, he already had such terrifying strength. In the future, he would definitely stand at the top of the 4 major regions. How could these people reach it? I know, father. Meng Fian gritted her teeth. She knew, but she was still unwilling to give up. She wanted to become better and be worthy of Ling Xiao. After leaving the Meng village, Ling Xiao followed the route on the map and headed toward the 10,000 Flames main city. On the way, he released a puppet eagle to help him stay alert of the surroundings. He had snatched this puppet eagle from Lu Ruhua. He had modified it after studying it. Basically, it could operate for about a month by consuming a piece of high-grade spirit stone. It was very frugal. However, it could only be used to survey the environment. It could not fight. Now, Ling Zhao's cultivation had reached the second level of the Divine Vein realm. If he went all out, he could defeat a martial artist at the fourth level of the Divine Vein realm without using the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Just like the leader of the Black Warriors. Because he did not have an Emperor-class martial technique. He was at a disadvantage in front of him. He could even kill him in one move. If he used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he could even fight a martial artist at the fifth level of the Divine Vein realm. But this was only for ordinary martial artists. If it was some geniuses, they would not be able to surpass so many levels. Therefore, Ling Zhao's desire for strength was very urgent. On the way, he did not avoid those powerful demonic beasts. As long as he could use his Emperor-class martial techniques, he would kill every demonic beast he saw. It was the same if he encountered some bandits. To him, fighting could increase his cultivation. Therefore, there was no need to avoid fighting. The Heart of Gold not only retained the method he used to increase his cultivation, but it also added a new method to increase his cultivation. To him, this was an extremely good thing. Since the heavens wanted him to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. After all, he was a person who liked to fight. To martial artists, when they stopped fighting, or when they were afraid of fighting, or when they were tired of fighting, it meant that their martial path had come to an end. The martial path was like sailing against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. While you were relaxed, others were not. The distance between the City of Raging Fire and the City of 10,000 Flames was not short. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's speed was not slow either. Along the way, he even subdued some wild demonic beasts to help him travel. Finally, after 10 days, he arrived at the border of the City of 10,000 Flames. Looking at the huge city walls that were like a country, Ling Zhao knew that he had arrived at his destination. In terms of size, the City of 10,000 Flames was at least 100 times larger than the City of Raging Fire. The population was probably 100 times larger as well. The normal population of the City of Raging Fire was about 1 million. The normal population of the City of 10,000 Flames was about 10 million. He felt that if this was the case, the population of the entire Golden Firmament might be much more than what he had calculated previously. It was really frighteningly large. The layout of the City of 10,000 Flames was similar to that of the City of Raging Fire. It was just that all the roads were more spacious. There were also more roads to enter the city. There were several official roads in the north, south, east, and west directions. Moreover, the City of 10,000 Flames did not have a city wall. This was something that Ling Zhao had never seen before. Perhaps they felt that the city wall was meaningless. In front of powerful martial artists, the city wall was like a piece of paper. In the end, it was still the strong that decided the outcome of the battle. Entering the City of 10,000 Flames did not require anything. There was not even a city guard. Everyone could enter and leave freely. Only when something happened in the City of 10,000 Flames would they set up checkpoints to investigate. On the way, he saw many martial artists riding puppet beasts. Some puppet beasts were even modified to look very strange. They did not look like demonic beasts at all. They were just vehicles that carried people. There were also a few people riding real demonic beasts. Most of them were experts. After all, it was not easy to tame demonic beasts. On the way, he noticed that there was a checkpoint in front. He only knew when he walked in. It turned out that something had happened in front. There was a fight and one side was killed. Speaking of which, this kind of thing was not considered much in other cities. If the people did not report it, the officials would not investigate. In the martial world, what was killing a person, however, in the Purple Kingdom, it was actually so strict. He noticed that the cultivation of those soldiers in special clothes was not inferior to Wang Yongming's. One of them was even at the fourth level of the Divine Vein realm, stronger than Wang Yongming. He couldn't help but be startled. Since when did the strength of a soldier become so terrifying? Just as he was deep in thought, he heard a commotion from the crowd. He hurried over. This was because he was also very concerned about this matter. This was related to his development in the Purple Kingdom. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, it would be very troublesome. Among the few people who spoke, the weakest cultivation was at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine realm. 2 of the stronger ones were already at the 1st level of the divine vein realm. It was said that other than the children, the weakest person in the 10,000 Flames main city, regardless of gender, was at least at the 9th level of the reincarnation divine state. Those who had not reached this level of cultivation were not allowed to stay here for long periods of time. At most, he could only stay for a few days. Did you see that? It's the Z Mansion Army. That's right. The Purple Mansion Army is the official army of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. The minimum requirement was the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. The Zifu Academy specializes in cultivating talents for the Zifu Army. TSK, how enviable. The Z Mansion Army is much better than the local army in terms of treatment and status. 10,000 men of the Purple Mansion Army are stationed in the 10,000 Flames main city, and they specialize in dealing with conflicts between warriors. I know about that. But, I heard that a 4th level Divine Vein Realm warrior is involved in this murder case. That's why even a sergeant is here. Every sergeant is at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm, and they are only in charge of 10 men. I wonder how strong the centurions, kiliarchs, and captains are. I've heard about this before. I heard that a centurion is in charge of 10 teams, a total of 100 men, and the centurion is at least at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Kiliarchs are at least at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Captains are at least at the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm, and the stronger ones might even be at the Divine Core Realm. I heard that once a student from the elite class of the Zifu Academy graduates, he or she will be promoted to the position of captains. That's what I call awesome. But, captains are nothing. I heard that the Purple Mansion Army has 50 million men, but the actual number might be even higher. That means, there are at least 5,000 captains. Hearing up to here, Ling Zhao's mind was filled with terrifying waves. He thought that the hundreds of thousands of students in the Purple Mansion Academy were already abnormal enough. He never expected there to be something even more abnormal. The Purple Mansion Army actually had 50 million men. Luckily, he didn't feel complacent about it. If not, he would have just compared it to the Purple Mansion Army. They were only slightly stronger than ordinary Purple Mansion Army soldiers. Because of these 50 million Purple Mansion Army soldiers, the security of our Purple Mansion Kingdom is so good. Even if a warrior kills someone, he or she will have to investigate it thoroughly. Have you heard about it? A few days ago, a Purple Mansion Army soldier went missing in the city of Raging Flame. In order to investigate this matter, dozens of Purple Mansion Army soldiers have headed to the city of Raging Flame. Perhaps in other places, this kind of thing isn't a big deal, but in our Purple Mansion Kingdom, we can't allow this kind of thing to happen. That's right. Among all the kingdoms, no one is safer than our Purple Mansion Kingdom. All the surrounding kingdoms are filled with sects, and killing is a common occurrence. I heard that if a sect slaughters another sect, the imperial court won't do anything about it. After all, it's just a rumor. We are just ordinary people, and we might never be able to leave the Purple Spirit Kingdom, let alone the Purple Mansion Kingdom. As for the other kingdoms, we can only hear about them through hearsay. Sigh, when will I have the chance to visit the other kingdoms? It's not a bad idea. Listening to these people's discussion, Ling Xiao was carefully calculating in his mind. Not to mention the other kingdoms, just the Purple Mansion Army alone had 5,000 warriors at the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. It was said that some of the stronger ones could even reach the Divine Core Realm. This was really frightening. Luckily, the ancient Sword Emperor didn't attack the Divine Devil City and come to the 4 major regions. Otherwise, even if they weren't killed, they would have been scared to death. After all, in the 4 major regions, existences like the ancient Sword Emperor could be found everywhere. As for existences like the 8 ancient emperors, they were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Ling Xiao was glad that Meng Tsong had reminded him. With his current cultivation, he could only fight with a 5th-level Divine Vein warrior by using the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. In other words, he wasn't even qualified to be a centurion. With such strength, he wanted to go to the Purple Mansion Academy? What a joke. It was better for him to take one step at a time. Maybe he could spend some time in the Purple Spirit Kingdom and raise his cultivation to a higher level, then he could go to the Purple Mansion Academy. Those people's discussion didn't stop. After talking about the Purple Mansion army, they also talked about the situation in the Myriad Flame main city. The City Lord of Raging Flame City was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, the same as the most ordinary Purple Mansion army. The mayor of Wanyan Main City had reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Compared to the mayor of Raging Fire City, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, he was much stronger. And this cultivation was the strength of a Chiliarch of the Zifu army. It could be seen that every Chiliarch had the strength of a main city's mayor. They really couldn't be underestimated. However, the stronger the Zifu army was, the more Ling Xiao wanted to join. Only the more powerful the place was, the more powerful the opponent would be. Only then would one be able to obtain resources that would allow one to rise rapidly. He followed Mang Song's recommendation and found the Raging Fire Guild Hall first. There were a few warriors from Raging Fire City resting there. These people were at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, which just met the minimum requirement of the Zifu army. They should be preparing to join the Zifu army. Ling Xiao also joined the conversation. Because he was also from Raging Fire City, they didn't reject him. I joined the Zifu army mainly to fight for a good future. One of them glanced at Ling Xiao and didn't pay much attention to him. He continued to talk about his own affairs. As long as you can become a Chiliarch, you can become the mayor of Raging Fire City after your service. After your service, you can become the mayor of this main city. At the very least, you can become a sergeant and sit on the throne of an ordinary main city's mayor. The mayor of Raging Fire City was actually not qualified. He only became the mayor of Raging Fire City because he had a relative who was a centurion. Don't think about those things now. Whether you can survive the bloody battlefield or not is the key. Another person interrupted. Bloody battlefield, survival in a dangerous place, without enough strength and brains, it's very easy to die there. Bloody battlefield? Ling Xiao heard a new word. Young man, you haven't heard of the bloody battlefield? One of them smiled and asked, then you still dare to join the Zifu army? Aren't you afraid of dying inexplicably? Please enlighten me. Ling Xiao took out 2 upper-grade spirit stones and handed one to each of them. These upper-grade spirit stones were good things. They could earn them by just saying a few words. It was impossible for them not to tell him. After the 2 of them took the spirit stones, one of them said, this bloody battlefield is a small world. You know about small worlds, right? Yes, I know. Ling Xiao nodded. Now that you know this, it's easy. The bloody battlefield is a very spacious place. Its area is equivalent to 30,000 small countries combined. Isn't that terrifying? It is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. The 10,000 Flames main city was frighteningly large, and within the small purple spirit kingdom, there were more than 1 million main cities like this. The surface area of this bloody battlefield was actually the surface area of 30,000 small countries similar to the purple spirit country added together. Wasn't this a little too big? Hee, it has a large area and is rich in resources. It was said that the bloody battlefield came from outer space and fell into the hands of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. It was transformed into a training ground for the Z Mansion army. Every capital of a small country had a portal that led to the bloody battlefield. In the capital of the Zifu Empire, there are quite a few teleportation portals like this. I heard you say that this is the training ground of the Z Mansion army, right? What kind of training is there? Ling Xiao became more and more curious. To put it bluntly, it's a fight. It's PUBG. Within the bloody battlefield, there are many unique and extreme climates, and there's also a terrifying bloody beast. No one knows what the bloody beast is, but after it's killed, it will reappear every once in a while. It's as if there's no end to it. In addition, the worst part is actually the battles between the Z Mansion army. In order to cultivate the most outstanding Z Mansion army, the Purple Mansion Kingdom allows the soldiers of the Z Mansion army to fight and kill each other. Then, they use this extremely cruel method to select the strongest warriors. This is because in the bloody battlefield, random spatial rifts will often open. From these rifts, divine weapons, natural treasures, and martial arts manuals can be spat out. Once these things appear, they'll become the fuse that ignites a fierce battle. As they spoke of this, the two men's expressions became very serious. To them, the bloody battlefield was probably an extremely terrifying place. If possible, they probably wouldn't want to go to such a place. But martial artists were martial artists. When faced with such a place where danger and opportunity coexisted, they would often want to give it a try. They definitely wouldn't be willing to give it up so easily. That's right. Young man, you have to think carefully. The bloody battlefield is as bloody as its name. In fact, many people from the City of Raging Fire join the Xianxia army every year. But only about 10 or 20% of them can really survive. To tell you the truth, my big brother died in the bloody battlefield. The other man also sighed with emotion. Of course, in the bloody battlefield, the Xianxia army will collect the battle data of everyone. In addition to the treasures in the bloody battlefield, once they reached the outside world, they would be able to obtain huge rewards. This is indeed an opportunity. But if you make enemies in the bloody battlefield, won't you be afraid of revenge outside? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. That's possible. Don't worry. The Xianxia army is allowed to fight and kill each other in the bloody battlefield. You can also take revenge inside. But in the outside world, such things are absolutely not allowed to happen. Otherwise, there will be a very serious punishment. That's something that no one can bear. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. This was a good idea. The bloody battlefield was simply too suitable for him. What he needed now was to fight a large number of battles. After obtaining the Heart of Gold, he might encounter a large number of experts in the bloody battlefield. He estimated that his potential would be released explosively. His cultivation would definitely increase explosively as well. Originally, he had planned to join the Xianxia Academy, but now, he suddenly changed his mind. Listening to these people, it was obvious that the Xianxia army was more suitable for him. And the Xianxia Academy was probably a place that specialized in training officers for the Xianxia army. It was a bit like a military academy. He didn't particularly like it. He preferred to fight. Because fighting could not only bring rich battle experience, but it could also increase his cultivation. To him, this was the most suitable choice. A general's success was built on the bones of thousands. Perhaps in the Xianxia army, this was very appropriate. To become a general at the level of a major, you had to constantly kill in the bloody battlefield. Thank you for your advice. Take these spirit stones. I have to go to the purple spirit capital of the small purple spirit country. Ling Xiao stood up and gave each of them a high-grade spirit stone. Little brother, I see that you are a good person. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go to the purple spirit capital alone. There is a mission hall in the 10,000 Flames capital. Many martial artists would go there to accept missions. Some of them are escorting missions. It is a group mission. Perhaps you can join them. That way, it will be safer. Therefore, spirit stones were still useful. If he didn't have spirit stones, these two probably wouldn't have given him such advice. What kind of good person, what kind of good intentions, those were all fake. Only the spirit stones were real. Thank you. See you next time. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and turned to leave. He walked toward the mission hall that the two of them had mentioned. Martial artists often needed to earn some pocket money, and taking on missions was the best choice. After all, there were many rich people in this world, but there were not many powerful people. It was normal for some people to hire martial artists to complete missions for their own safety. However, Ling Xiao had never heard of this mission hall before. In the past, the missions that he took on were all sect missions. The mission hall was much more magnificent than he had imagined. It was also very easy to find. Basically, from any corner of the 10,000 Flames main city, one could see the towering building. He had never seen such a building anywhere else. He did not even know how it was built. However, the 10,000 Flames main city was indeed a little too big. Even with his speed, it took him a full hour to reach the mission hall from the Blazing Fire Guild Hall. If not for the fact that martial artists had better eyesight, they would not have been able to see the hall from afar. Before arriving at the mission hall, one could feel the grandeur of the place. A person standing below was simply like an insignificant ant. After a moment of surprise, Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked in. The hall was bustling with activity. At first glance, it was filled with people. The four great regions had a lot of people, not to mention other things. The weakest martial artist in the mission hall was at least at the second level of the Divine Vein realm. Most of them were at least at the third level of the Divine Vein realm. Just like what the two of them had said, there were indeed many escort missions on the bulletin board. The bulletin board was also very magical. It was like a huge jade wall. There were all kinds of formations on it that could display all kinds of missions. It could also be adjusted at any time. Ling Xiao was quite interested in taking on missions. Although he was confident, he would not be conceited. Traveling from the 10,000 Flames main city to the Purple Spirit capital city was 10 times more dangerous than traveling from the Blazing Fire main city to the 10,000 Flames main city. If one was not careful, one could die miserably on the way. If there were more people, not only could they avoid being targeted by bandits and robbers, but they could also take care of each other. Although the security of the Purple Kingdom was pretty good, that was only within the city. Once they left the city, no one would care. Therefore, even if they were killed, they would have died in vain. Little brother, if you want to find a mission, there's a small console over there. You can see it more clearly. A uniformed person who looked like a service member of the mission hall came over and said with a smile. Thank you. Ling Xiao was just worrying about how to choose a mission on the big screen. This service was really good. The so-called console was a small screen. After clicking on it, one would be able to flip through the pages and even search for the mission one wanted. He immediately chose the restriction and headed to the Purple Spirit capital. Suddenly, the number of missions decreased. After all, the majority of the missions here were located within the 10,000 Flames main city. Otherwise, they would head to the other main cities. There were very few people who actually went to Purple Spirit City. After all, everyone knew that it was dangerous there. There were 3 missions displayed on the screen. The first mission was to deliver a letter to Violet Spirit Capital. It required 1 person, so it was not suitable. The second mission was to go to the Purple Spirit Capital to kill people. There was no limit to the number of people, but it did not support the idea of teaming up. Finally, there was only the third mission left. The mission was to escort a few people to the Purple Spirit Capital. The number of people was limited to 15. The reward for this mission was quite generous. As long as the mission was successful, everyone would be rewarded with 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones was the price of a divine pulse elixir. However, although the reward was generous, the requirements were also quite high. One had to be at least at the 3rd level of the divine pulse realm. In other words, the minimum requirement for this mission was to be an ordinary member of the Purple Mansion Army. Let's give it a try. Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Pulse realm, but his actual combat strength was already at the 5th level of the Divine Pulse realm. It was very easy for him to accept this mission. He tapped on the mission and checked the details. The person who issued the mission was waiting in a room on the 2nd floor of the mission hall. Those who wanted to accept the mission could go there to register. Ling Xiao looked at the information and walked up to the 2nd floor. As expected, there was a long queue at the door of the room indicated in the information. Ling Xiao was also at the back of the queue. He was not a person who liked to bully the weak. Otherwise, none of these people would be a match for him, and he could easily chase them away. Get lost. Just as he was waiting attentively, a loud shout came from behind him. A tall and burly man stared at Ling Xiao fiercely. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the man. The burly man said angrily, "What are you looking at?" "I'm talking to you. You look like a weakling. How dare you line up like others? Get lost, or I'll cripple you." Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just suddenly circulated his soul power, and a terrifying light shot out from his right eye's 4-leaf demonic pupil. The burly man who spoke suddenly took a few steps back and was so frightened that his body was trembling. "If it wasn't for the fact that I can't kill people in the city, I would definitely kill you," Ling Xiao said coldly. Not many people noticed this scene. Everyone was concerned about the situation in front. The burly man looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He didn't dare to say anything else and stood at the back obediently. However, he couldn't understand why this young man in front of him was only at the second level of the divine vein realm. How could he have such a terrifying aura? At this moment, the queue had moved quite a distance forward. Ling Xiao could see the situation in the room. There was an old man sitting at the door of the room. He looked about 60 years old. He was at the third level of the divine vein realm. There were 3 other people in the room. A young lady, a young man, and a middle-aged man. The young lady's strength seemed to have reached the 5th level of the divine vein realm. As for the young man, he was at the 4th level of the divine vein realm. As for the middle-aged man, he was only at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm. Logically speaking, such a strange combination shouldn't be weak. He really couldn't understand why they needed to recruit guards. It seemed like this mission wasn't simple. Otherwise, there must be something fishy going on. In this mission hall, there were many martial artists at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm. Fortunately, Ling Xiao came early. Otherwise, he would have gathered all the people. He probably wouldn't have a chance. The old man had strict requirements for the guard's strength. However, he didn't have any other requirements. As long as they were at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm, they could join. Finally, it was Ling Xiao's turn. There were only 2 people left. Ling Xiao walked to the door and looked at the old man. "Count me in." The old man was dressed in a gray robe. He wasn't strong, but his eyes were special. It was as if he could see through everything. He raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. He waved his hand coldly and said, "You can leave. Your cultivation isn't high enough." In this world, some people had special abilities to see through others' cultivation. Although there were many limitations to the ability to see through others' cultivation, Ling Xiao's cultivation was lower than this old man's. Naturally, he was easily seen through. That kid is really funny. His cultivation is not high enough, yet he still wants to go over. What a waste of time. That's right. Don't waste any more time. Barbarian Xiong, hurry up and chase that kid away. Someone urged the muscular man behind Ling Xiao. This muscular man, Barbarian Xiong, was usually very arrogant. Due to his powerful strength, he didn't even put others in his eyes. Everyone found it strange that he was suddenly so obedient today. "All of you, shut up. This young hero might only be at the 2nd level of the divine vein realm, but he is strong enough. Old man, count him in. You won't regret it." Barbarian Xiong roared at the old man. "You don't have the final say in this matter." The old man was still very insistent. "Uncle Zhou, count him in." The young lady in the room suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Barbarian Xiong is famous for his ferocity in our 10,000 Flames capital city. Although he is only at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm, his combat prowess wouldn't lose to a 4th level divine vein realm martial artist. Since he is recommending this young man, it means that this young man is outstanding. What's wrong with counting him in? Since young lady said so, this old servant will listen to you." Uncle Zhou glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You 2 are the last 2. The rest can leave. This is not fair. You clearly said that only martial artists at the 3rd level of the divine vein realm and above are allowed to join." "That's right. What right does he have to say that his combat prowess is higher than a 3rd level divine vein realm martial artist? Surpassing levels to fight? Does he really think that he is a genius?" Uncle Zhou's decision made the faces of the people in the queue turn ugly. They obviously felt that they were at a disadvantage. "I hope that the few of you can reconsider. Let a 2nd level divine vein realm martial artist join this group. Not only will he not be of any help, but he will also become a burden. Young lady, you don't want this to happen, right?" At this moment, even the martial artists who had passed the test were unhappy. No one wanted their companions to be weak. Barbarian Xiong said that Ling Xiao was qualified. But that could also be because Barbarian Xiong wanted to bring his little companion to the Purple Spirit capital city. He couldn't take it seriously at all. "Please reconsider," the other 12 said at the same time. When Uncle Zhou heard this, he looked at the young girl and said, "Miss, I think we should forget about it. Not only would the addition of this person be of no use, but it would also cause the team to be disunited." It's very disadvantageous for us. At the end of the day, you guys just feel that I'm not qualified and that I'm not as strong as you, right? Alright, I'll give you a chance now. Whoever wants to join the team can come and challenge me. If you beat me, you can take my place. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at the opposing cultivators. However, I have to say the ugly words first. Although killing is not allowed in the city, killing is not allowed. However, it's still possible to cripple your cultivation or cut off your tongues. The reason why he made such a threat was naturally because he didn't want to cause too much trouble. If he showed mercy, everyone would probably want to come up and try. Uncle Zhou, let's do this. The young man suddenly laughed. Maybe he thought it was fun. Alright then, everyone, make way. Uncle Zhou instructed. Everyone made way. Ling Xiao walked to the center of the empty space and looked around. Alright, who wants to challenge me? If there's no one, I'm going to carry out my mission. I'll do it. The one who spoke was a martial artist in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. As he came late, he was at the back of the queue. However, he was only behind Barbarian Xiong. He originally thought that he would be chosen, but who knew that Ling Xiao, a martial artist in the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm, would be chosen? He was very unhappy. Come. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time and beckoned to the other party. Lose for me. That person was very unhappy when he saw Ling Xiao's arrogant face. He stomped on the ground and suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. The steel saber in his hand flickered with resplendent light. Murderous aura surged. Haha, that brat doesn't even dare to move. He's courting death. How can a martial artist in the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm defeat a martial artist in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm? What a joke. Everyone was waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Barbarian Xiong was the only one who looked nervous. He had seen Ling Xiao's ability before. Even though he only used his soul force, he was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Crack, the sound of bones breaking was followed by a miserable scream. The crowd didn't even see clearly what had happened. The arm of the martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm had already fallen to the ground. What is going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao did not use any weapons, nor did he use any martial skills. Other than the young girl, no one saw his movements clearly. In the end, his opponent's arm was broken. This was too terrifying. Clap. Clap, the sound of clapping could be heard. The young man said excitedly, "What a powerful brother. With such strength, he is qualified to be our guard. He is probably stronger than a martial artist in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. What a fast technique, that hand saber was as sharp as a blade." The young girl was also shocked. She felt that Ling Xiao might be able to reach the level of a martial artist in the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. However, she didn't expect him to be so powerful. That move was simply too terrifying. It was so fast that she almost couldn't see it clearly. Are you satisfied now? Ling Xiao sneered. After witnessing Ling Xiao's strength, no one dared to go up. Alright, it will be you. The young girl spoke. At this moment, the martial artists who joined the team didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao anymore. They basically did not see clearly how Ling Xiao had done it just now. They thought that even if they made a move, they wouldn't be able to block that terrifying attack. At this moment, they looked at Ling Xiao with fear and reverence. Ha ha ha, I already said that this brother is stronger than me. You didn't believe me and lost an arm for nothing. Idiots. Barbarian Xiong laughed loudly. Yeah, Barbarian Xiong is right. This young man's aura is too terrifying. It doesn't match his cultivation at all. I'm afraid that he is stronger than Barbarian Xiong. The young girl nodded secretly and agreed with Barbarian Xiong's words. However, she probably didn't expect that if Ling Xiao went all out, even she wouldn't be a match for him. Uncle Zhou, please clean up the bloodstains. Give the injured one 100 high-grade spirit stones and let him go. The young girl said indifferently. This old servant obeys. Uncle Zhou nodded and quickly went to do it. The young girl walked towards Ling Xiao and said, "You can call me Miss Shangguan. That is my younger brother, Shangguan Yu. He is a martial artist like you and uses a sword. Ling Xiao's performance attracted the young girl's attention. Naturally, she became more talkative. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so concerned about a martial artist in the third level of the Divine Vein realm. Hee, brother, if I'm bored along the way, we can spar. Anyway, with our speed, we'll need at least 10 days to reach the Purple Spirit capital. Shang Guanyu was also curious about Ling Xiao. We'll talk about it when we get there. Ling Xiao said casually. Actually, it was not a bad idea to spar. After all, he could test his fighting skills. However, what Ling Xiao liked more was to fight and kill. It was more effective that way. Alright, little you, we should go back and prepare. Everyone, gather at the east side of the city when the sun rises tomorrow. We'll only wait for half an hour. If we can't, we'll change people. Miss Shangguan smiled and left with Uncle Zhou and Shang Guanyu. However, the middle-aged man stayed behind and said coldly, let me remind all of you. You'd better behave yourselves along the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. After speaking, he left. It seemed that Zhou Tong felt that there was no point in hiring cultivators. Therefore, he did not have a good impression of these cultivators. Hee, brother, I'll treat you today. Let's go and have a meal. Barbarian Xiong was a little rough and overbearing. Just like those demonic beasts. However, once he trusted someone, he would be obedient. After everyone left, Barbarian Xiong said to Ling Xiao. Sure. Ling Xiao thought for a while and nodded. He did not know anyone in the 10,000 Flames capital city. Since Barbarian Xiong was kind enough to treat him to a meal, why should he not agree? He might even be able to find out something from Barbarian Xiong. How should I address you, brother? Barbarian Xiong asked excitedly. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said indifferently. This name was very unfamiliar in the 4 major regions. Therefore, there was no problem in saying it out loud. Alright, brother Ling. I'll follow you in the future. Barbarian Xiong really knew how to curry favor with people. It's not a problem to follow me. However, I'm very strict with my underlings. If you dare to betray me or plan to harm me, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you before I'm harmed. Ling Xiao sneered. Big brother, don't worry. Even though I, Barbarian Xiong, am a person who is a bit bloodthirsty and rude, but I'm a person who values loyalty the most. Barbarian Bear patted his chest and said. Since that's the case, let's go. I wonder if there's anything good in the Myriad Flames main city. Ling Xiao smiled. Big brother, I know a place. The delicacies there are all made by spirit chefs. It was of great help to martial artists, but it was a little more expensive. However, since I'm treating you to a meal, Barbarian Bear is willing to do so. Man Xiong said. As the two of them spoke, they had already walked out of the quest hall. Spirit chef? What's that? Spirit chefs are as great as alchemists, puppeteers, and spirit augmentators. Basically, every large family hoped to have a spirit chef in their family. The delicacies cooked by these people could be said to be superb. Not only was it delicious, but it was also very effective. The food made by a good spirit chef can even allow one's cultivation to break through. Barbarian Bear said excitedly. As soon as the two of them left, a few people came out from the corner of the quest hall. It's that kid. Brothers, you have to take revenge for me. The one who spoke was the martial artist whose arm was chopped off by Ling Xiao. The few people beside him had actually reached the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. Their strength was extraordinary. But Barbarian Bear is by his side. It's not easy. One of them said, Barbarian Bear's cultivation might be on par with us, but that guy is a true savage beast. After transforming, his combat strength would increase by 10 times. Even a 4th level Divine Vein realm martial artist might not be his match. It's fine. Aren't they going to the delicious house? The spirit chef there is a sworn brother of mine. Barbarian Bear loves to drink. We just have to think of a way to get him drunk. The one-armed martial artist said. That's enough. Let's start. Hearing this, everyone immediately nodded. With the help of a spirit chef, it was naturally not a problem. Delicious house? Ling Xiao looked at the small store in front of him. The scale wasn't big, but there were many customers. Moreover, this small store had quite a lot of rules. Each person could only order one serving of each dish. Moreover, each dish had requirements for the martial artist's cultivation. If one couldn't meet the requirements, they couldn't be more precise. Why suffer? There are so many rules. Might as well find a random restaurant. Ling Xiao hated this kind of place that made a bunch of rules. He kept feeling that he wasn't free to eat, and it was very uncomfortable. After all, there's a spirit chef in charge here. It's normal to have more rules. Big brother, don't worry. I guarantee that you'll be absolutely satisfied with the food here. Barbarian Bear still recommended. Alright, since you're so eager to recommend, I'll go and try. The two of them walked into the store. Fortunately, there was an empty seat. Barbarian Bear hurriedly walked over and took it. At this time, a delicate-looking young man walked out of the kitchen. His expressionless face was as if someone owed him money. What do you two want? The young man asked indifferently. There was no enthusiasm of entertaining guests at all. It was as if he was saying, eat if you like, and get lost if you don't. He really didn't know how this kind of store could have so many customers. 2 servings of super egg fried rice. Remember, the egg must be from a 1-star 3rd-level divine vein realm demonic beast. As for the rice, it must be the shrimps grown on the edge of the storm ocean. The nutritional value of that thing is no less than a divine vein pill. Barbarian Bear said excitedly. You can, but he can't. The young man glanced at Barbarian Bear and then at Ling Xiao, and said, his cultivation is not enough, so there's no need to talk about it. Let's just choose the ordinary egg fried rice. It's also helpful for a 2nd-level divine vein realm martial artist. Big brother, what do you think? Barbarian Bear was a little helpless. It doesn't matter. I'll take the ordinary egg fried rice. How much is it? Ling Xiao asked. Super egg fried rice, 4,000 upper-grade spirit stones per serving. Ordinary egg fried rice, 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones per serving. The young man pointed at the small blackboard in the store and said, it's all written on it. Are you robbing me? Even a divine vein pill isn't worth 4,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Are you sure your super egg fried rice has the effect of a divine vein pill? Ling Xiao said with a frown. He had never eaten such an expensive egg fried rice before. You can't afford it? Then please leave. The young man had a smug look on his face that deserved a beating. Big brother, don't say any more. It's not that easy to get a divine vein pill. I'll pay for it. Big brother, don't worry. Although it's expensive, I only come here once a month. However, I'm going to the Purple Spirit capital this time. I'm afraid I won't be back for a long time. Let's just eat one more time. Go, 1 super egg fried rice and 1 ordinary egg fried rice. Barbarian Bear stopped Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Ling Xiao sighed. It didn't matter. Since it was Barbarian Bear's treat, he would just eat. He wanted to see if such an expensive egg fried rice was worth its price. The young man went to cook. Barbarian Bear started to chat with Ling Xiao. Big brother, the reason why I joined this escort mission is because I want to safely arrive at the Purple Spirit capital. I want to join the Purple Palace army. Even if I have to die in battle, it's better than living a life of mediocrity. Our wild beast race's martial artists all have warlike blood flowing in our bodies. I was kidnapped and sold here when I was young, and I really want to go back and have a look. But without strength, I can't use the teleportation formation in the capital. Therefore, joining the Purple Palace army is my only way out. I might even be a genius in martial arts. You are indeed a genius, although you are still far from those top geniuses. But, with your talent, breaking through to the divine core realm shouldn't be a problem for you. Ling Xiao had checked Barbarian Xiong's talent, and he knew that this savage beast clan's talent was perfect for cultivating martial arts. He wondered if every savage beast clan's talent was the same. Anyway, Barbarian Xiong's talent was above average. If he worked harder, he might be able to break through to the divine core realm. Thanks for Big Brother's words, I'll take it seriously, haha. Barbarian Xiong laughed. He didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously, he just thought that Ling Xiao was making fun of him. I'm serious, you'll know in the future. Cultivate well, don't waste your potential. Ling Xiao said in a serious manner. I know, big brother, are you going to join the Purple Palace army as well? Barbarian Xiong asked. That's right, but I'm different from you, my cultivation hasn't reached the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, I'm afraid I can't join. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Big brother, you're worrying too much. The Purple Palace army recruits based on their strength, not their cultivation. If not, those spirit augmenters, puppet masters, and alchemists won't be able to join. After all, a man's energy is limited, and it's hard for him to take care of everything. Big brother, you're stronger than me, I'm sure you can join. Barbarian Xiong said. I see, I understand now. Ling Xiao was worried that his cultivation wasn't strong enough, but now, he didn't need to worry. With his strength, he could easily defeat a 3rd-level Divine Vein warrior. Therefore, joining the Purple Palace army should be easy as well. While both men were chatting, the young man walked over. He placed 2 plates of egg fried rice on the table. He even gave her a bottle of wine. Barbarian Xiong, you can be considered a regular customer of my store. Take this jug of wine as a farewell gift for you. It's free. But he can't drink it. The young man said. Thank you, thank you. The barbarian bear loved wine. Moreover, the wine in the pot was the best wine in the store. Although he felt a little sorry for Ling Xiao, he still wanted to stay and taste it. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Barbarian Xiong, let me take a look at this wine. Ling Xiao suddenly said. A stingy person who adhered to the rules to the extreme had suddenly gifted wine to others. Why did it feel like there was something wrong? Oh. Barbarian Xiong nodded and passed the wine jug over. Ling Xiao brought the jug of wine to his nose and sniffed it. His brows suddenly furrowed. What's wrong, big brother? Is there a problem? Barbarian Xiong's expression changed. Like I said, I don't usually see this guy being so kind. Now you're giving me wine. He stood up and was about to flip out. Sit down. The wine is fine. Drink up. Ling Xiao smiled. No problem? Barbarian Xiong was stunned for a moment and said, but big brother, your expression just now was not right. There's nothing wrong. I'm just curious about the ingredients in this wine that make it so fragrant. Ling Xiao laughed. Haha, so that's how it is. Barbarian Xiong did not doubt it. He ate the egg-fried rice while drinking the wine. Ling Xiao also ate a mouthful of egg-fried rice. Although this rice was not worth 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, the taste was indeed not bad. Moreover, after eating it, he did feel that the potential in his body had increased by a lot. This meant that this spirit chef still had some ability. It was just that his heart was a bit too black. It was already good enough that this thing cost 100 high-grade spirit stones. After all, the egg-fried rice sold outside could be bought with a mid-grade spirit stone. The ingredients were also demon beast eggs and special rice. It was just that there was no spirit chef to cook it. It didn't take long to finish a serving of egg-fried rice. However, Barbarian Xiong fell asleep on the table. Time to close, time to close. The spirit chef, who was also the owner of this small store, directly came out and shouted. Some people who had not finished their meal could only pack it up and take it away, not daring to offend the spirit chef. It seemed that this spirit chef had a deep background. Otherwise, there was an expert protecting him. Otherwise, a spirit chef at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm was so annoying. He would probably have been killed long ago. Just as the customers in the store had almost left, Ling Xiao saw a few figures walking in from outside. He recognized one of them. It was the martial artist whose arm was broken by him. What? You're still not satisfied with a broken arm? Are you planning to leave your life behind? Ling Xiao mocked. And this spirit chef, I don't care if you sell things at a high price. I'm also not interested in caring if you cheat people. If your attitude is bad, that's your freedom. But if you put drugs in the wine, that's your fault. Do you really think that no one can deal with you because you're very powerful? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Obviously, Ling Xiao had seen through their conspiracy. But he did not choose to leave because of this conspiracy. Instead, he waited for them here. What did this mean? It meant that this kid had the confidence. Don't be afraid. No matter how powerful he is, he only has the combat strength of the 4th level of the Divine Vein realm. The one-armed martial artist shouted. That's right. Kill. Everyone no longer had any doubts and rushed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of making a move at all. He just watched with a smile. Suddenly, Barbarian Bear, who was lying on the table, stood up. He transformed into the appearance of a human bear. With a slap of his paw, 2 of the martial artists were directly slapped to death. You dare to scheme against me? You guys are really tired of living. It was true that Barbarian Bear was bloodthirsty. Once this guy fought, he was simply as terrifying as a demonic beast. A 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm martial artist was simply a pitiful prey in front of him. In the blink of an eye, only the one-armed martial artist was left. Big brother, should I leave this guy to you? Barbarian Bear asked. No need. I'm not interested in killing this kind of trash. Kill him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Spare me. Spare me. We were just muddle-headed for a moment. We won't dare to do it again. Only now did the one-armed martial artist feel terrified. Muddle-headed for a moment? I told you at that time to learn to be obedient and not throw away your life. You just didn't listen. Barbarian Bear, don't talk nonsense with him. Directly make a move. Ling Xiao said coldly. Yes. As he spoke, Barbarian Bear directly smashed that guy's head with his paw. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao looked at that spirit chef and said, everyone has to be responsible for what they have done. You guys can't kill me. If you kill me, the city lord won't let you guys off. The spirit chef retreated while speaking in terror. At this moment, he completely didn't have that smug attitude from before. City lord, haha, I'm so scared. So he's your backer. No wonder he's so arrogant. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you have to leave with us. The journey to the Purple Spirit Capital City is very boring. If I can eat your food every day, I think it'll be great. Ling Xiao sneered and put the spirit chef into the beast ring. Then, he walked out of the delicious house with Barbarian Xiong. We can't stay in the city today. Let's wait outside. Ling Xiao said to Barbarian Xiong. Okay. Barbarian Xiong nodded. Then, he left with Ling Xiao. About 10 minutes after they left, the entire delicious house was ablaze. On this day, the 10,000 Flames capital city was very lively. The delicious house was on fire, and there were several corpses. This made the city lord of the 10,000 Flames capital city furious. The Purple Mansion army also cooperated with the investigation. But after a day and night, they didn't find anything. The next morning, the sky was just turning white. Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong had already appeared outside the eastern city. After a while, a puppet carriage also arrived outside the city. Other than that, there were 16 blazing flame puppet beasts. These blazing flame puppet beasts were based on the blazing flame beasts. All of them had the combat strength of a 1-star Divine Vein realm cultivator. But looking at the pedals, it was obvious that they were mounts. As for the puppet carriage, it looked like a rhinoceros, but it was bigger. There were a few windows and doors on the rhinoceros's body to let people in and out. There were beds, tables, and chairs inside. It felt like a small bar. But the puppet carriage didn't have any combat strength. Only its defense was amazing. It was like a fortress. The 2 of you are early. Miss Shangguan walked out of the puppet carriage and said with a smile. Since we accepted the mission, we have to be more proactive. Ling Xiao smiled. If not for yesterday's incident, they wouldn't have come so early. He noticed that Shangguan Yu, Uncle Zhou, and a young man were sitting in the puppet carriage. He was about 20 years old, and his eyes were shining with a cold light. His strength was probably on par with Miss Shangguan. They were both at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. He didn't know his identity. However, none of this had anything to do with Ling Xiao. There was no need for them to protect such an expert. As for the Zhou Tong from yesterday, he rode on a blazing fire puppet beast. He looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Even though Ling Xiao had defeated a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm yesterday, in his opinion, it was just a coincidence. He didn't trust Ling Xiao at all. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Fortunately, the rest of the people arrived one after another. Little sister Mingyu, there's no need to hire these guards and waste your money. With me around, who can hurt you? The young man walked out of the puppet carriage and looked at the crowd with disdain. He especially despised Ling Xiao. There is actually a piece of trash at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Uncle Zhou, how did you choose your disciples? The young man was somewhat displeased. That's my choice. If you're unhappy, you can go back. Shangguan Mingyu said coldly. It seemed that she did not like this young man. Big sister, big brother Feng is the young city lord. It's our fortune that he can personally escort us. Shangguan Yu's small head popped out of the window. Young city lord? This guy should be called Chen Feng. Barbarian Xiong lowered his voice and said to Ling Xiao, his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. He's not to be trifled with. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. He had no interest in provoking such a person. Of course, the premise was that the other party didn't find trouble with him. Otherwise, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone, listen up. These 15 blazing fire puppet beasts are your mounts. In order to reach the Purple Spirit Capital as soon as possible, I'll give them to you temporarily. If the mission can be completed successfully, they will belong to you forever. Each of these blazing fire puppet beasts is worth thousands of high-grade spirit stones. You must cherish them. Shangguan Mingyu said sternly, our Shangguan clan will never treat those who have helped us unfairly. But if someone has evil intentions, don't blame us for being impolite. Your mission is very simple. It is to escort me and my brother safely to the Purple Spirit Capital. As for the rest, you can ignore them. After speaking, she entered the puppet carriage. Chen Feng sneered and walked in as well. The puppet carriage was in the middle of the group. There were a total of 16 blazing fire puppet beasts. 8 at the front and 8 at the back, protecting the puppet carriage tightly. Big brother, where did this woman come from? She's so rich. She gave away 1,000 high-grade spirit stones puppet beasts just like that? Barbarian Xiong moved to Ling Zhao's side and asked in a low voice. I'm not sure, but her identity is definitely not ordinary. Barbarian Xiong, listen up. This mission might be dangerous. It might not even be something we can deal with. If we really can't, escaping is more important. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and said, this group of people didn't tell us the danger level of the mission. If it exceeds that level, it'll be considered as them breaching the contract first. We don't have to die with them. Got it, big brother. Barbarian Xiong trusted Ling Xiao very much now. In the puppet carriage, Chen Feng, who was sitting by the window, sneered. Looking at the guards who were talking and laughing, he thought to himself, you guys can be happy for now. But soon, your lives will be gone. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. His heart couldn't help but tremble. When he turned his head to look, he realized that it was that trash at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Then he shook his head and thought to himself, I'm really too careful. A mere trash at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm can make me so nervous? The speed of the group was very fast. The puppet beasts and the puppet carriage consumed spirit stones. And the leader of this group obviously didn't lack spirit stones. Therefore, they could travel without tiring. When this group disappeared on the main road, another group walked out from the thicket. These people were all wearing the same black armor that covered their entire body. General Chen, are we really going to make a move? That's the famous Shangguan Trading Company in the Purple Spirit Capital City. Once we're discovered, we won't be able to bear the consequences. One of them said to the person beside him. Haha, you dare to disobey the orders of the city lord? General Chen sneered and said, no need to worry. This matter, we must do it without anyone noticing. Absolutely no one will notice. Moreover, with the young city lord as a spy, are you still afraid of not succeeding? Are we going to do it ourselves? The person beside him asked again. Unless it's a last resort, we naturally won't do it ourselves. Let's go to the Black Desert City, that's the best place to make a move. The Black Desert Army, there is a rebel army and has always liked to plunder caravans. If we tell them that the Xianxia Trading Company passed by there, what do you think will happen? General Chen sneered and said. Brilliant, let the Black Desert Army take action and finish off those people. After that, we'll take the opportunity to finish off the Black Desert Army. This way, not only will there be no mistakes, but there will also be merits. That's right, that's what the mayor meant. The Black Desert City is a place they have to pass through. There are no rebels, and they don't like money. General Chen sneered. But, can the Black Desert Army deal with those people? Someone beside him asked worriedly. It shouldn't be a problem. Among those people, Xianxia Mingyu and her brother are the strongest. One is a 5th-level Divine Vein Warrior, while the other is a 4th-level Divine Vein Warrior. The rest are only 3rd-level Divine Vein Warriors. I'm more worried about where they hid the treasure. What if those idiots from the Black Desert Army destroyed it? General Chen furrowed his brows and said. Hee, it must be in that woman's storage ring. Speaking of which, this Xianxia Trading Company really doesn't put our Myriad Flames capital city in their eyes. How dare they come here and fight for that treasure? In the end, they're just doing us a favor. What good will come of offending the mayor? Someone beside him laughed. That's right, but no one expected that there would be a treasure of that level in the Myriad Flames capital city. The Violet Sun Pill is worth at least 100,000 upper-rank soul stones. Only the Xianxia Trading Company can afford it, even our mayor doesn't have the funds to do so. General Chen said coldly, the Violet Sun Pill is a divine pill, a natural treasure born from the natural purple energies. If taken directly, it can help a 9th-level Divine Vein Warrior break through to the Divine Core realm. Basically, it can increase the success rate by 50%. This item is extremely rare, even in the entire Purple Kingdom. If there's a powerful alchemist who can refine and improve this Violet Sun Pill, then, its efficacy will be increased by at least 40%. It can increase the success rate to 100%. TSK, at that time, it will be even more expensive. I don't think even 1 million upper-rank soul stones can buy it. If our mayor can get his hands on this Violet Sun Pill, he will break through to the Divine Core realm in no time. In the future, we can also benefit from it. General Chen sneered and said, let's go, we'll take a shortcut. We have to reach the Black Desert City before them. Yes. Everyone accepted the order and started speeding up. In comparison, the escort team was much slower. After all, the puppet chariot wasn't that fast. Soon, they overtook the escort team and started heading toward the Black Desert City. Just as they expected. On the way from the 10,000 Flames capital city to the Purple Spirit capital city, they had encountered many troubles. Due to the strength of this team, many small groups of bandits did not dare to invade. However, there were still quite a number of bandits along the way. However, their general strength was not that great. These people never talked as much as they did in books. Without saying a word, he would immediately make a move. It was either a volley of arrows or a heavy ambush. However, these were all discovered by Ling Xiao in advance, so the threat to the team was almost zero. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Ling Xiao fought, he continued to familiarize himself with the martial skills he had mastered. Especially the 9 Supreme Sword technique and the 9 Revolutions Fiend God technique. To him, both of these techniques could reach the level of an emperor-level martial skill. Naturally, he had to cultivate diligently. Moreover, the advantage of the 9 sovereign sword arts was that they could freely adjust their attack power from mid-king level to emperor-level martial skills. This was practically tailor-made for him. In battle, he mostly used the 9 sovereign sword technique and Ice Age. After all, there were very few martial artists who had emperor-level martial skills at this stage. A peak king-level martial skill was already considered top-notch. With the Ice Emperor sword technique and the 9 Supreme Sword technique, Ling Xiao could easily unleash the combat power of true energy realm level 3 and above even if he did not transform. Of course, he had been suppressing his opponents. He did not want to expose himself too early. After 3 days of training, he finally mastered the 7 swords in one of the 9 supreme sword techniques. Although the level of this move was no different from the 6 swords in 1, its power was increased by 5 times. In addition, he had also mastered the first move of the 9 revolutions Fiend God technique, Descent of the Fiend God. To reach the transcendent state, he had to undergo a truly challenging battle. At least not yet. Therefore, he began to comprehend the second move of the 9 revolutions Fiend God technique. First appearance of Divine Light, Demonic Shadow Attack. The 9 revolutions Fiend God technique had a total of 6 moves. The first move, Descent of the Fiend God, was the starting move, and he would use it for every subsequent move. Moreover, the power of the moves would also increase. With his current cultivation level, he could instantly kill a Divine Pulse Realm level 5 expert with just a single move. This was the advantage of an Emperor-class martial technique. The first appearance of Divine Light, Demonic Shadow Attack was twice as powerful as the Descent of the Fiend God. Its power would be even more terrifying. Barbarian Bear was just as he had said. Once he recognized his boss, he would be very loyal. When Ling Xiao was comprehending the martial technique, he would stand guard at the side. To him, the mission had become secondary. Another day passed. Ling Xiao had already comprehended the essence of the second move. After successfully comprehending it, he directly reached the lesser mastery level. However, if he wanted to increase the power of this move, he would have to do it in actual combat. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Therefore, he stopped comprehending and looked into the distance, waiting for the enemy to attack so that he could test out this move. Everyone, stop and form a defense. For 3 consecutive days, Ling Xiao was the first to discover the enemy and make effective predictions. At first, everyone was not used to him giving orders. But now, everyone was basically following his instructions. A person's prestige wasn't something that could be said with words. It was something that was reflected in one's ability. In the sky, a majestic eagle was soaring. That was the puppet eagle that Ling Xiao released. It could directly transmit everything it saw to his Tai Chi eye. This greatly made up for the distance disadvantage of his Tai Chi eye. There are quite a lot of people coming. They should be bandits. There are a total of 50 of them. Most of them are below the Divine Pulse Realm level 3. Don't worry too much. Ling Xiao observed as he spoke. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although this was a main road, it was extremely desolate on both sides. From time to time, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. It made people feel extremely uneasy. Moreover, there were many bandits who didn't fear death. They would be fearful if not for the strength of your team. Ling Xiao. Don't go overboard. I'm the commander of this team, you have to listen to me. Zhou Tong was very unhappy. At first, these people would listen to whatever he said. But since 2 days ago, these people started to turn a deaf ear to his words. Instead, they were very serious about Ling Xiao's orders. Then please go ahead. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to argue with such people and smiled faintly. Continue on our way. Don't listen to that Ling Xiao's nonsense. Zhou Tong said loudly. He wanted to go against Ling Xiao. Because he was unhappy with Ling Xiao. Zhou Tong, you're just a servant of Miss Shangguan's family. What right do you have to order us? We're taking Miss Shangguan's money, not yours. Barbarian Xiong glared at Zhou Tong and said disdainfully. These few days, he had confirmed that his big brother, Ling Xiao, was right. This Zhou Tong still insisted on going against them. He completely did not put their lives in his eyes. Barbarian Xiong, don't think that you can mess around just because you are strong. Believe it or not, I will drive you away now. Zhou Tong's face was very embarrassed as he roared sternly. Uncle Zhou, who made you angry? How about I help you vent your anger? At this time, Chen Feng got out of the puppet car, sat on the roof, and said with a smile. It's those 2 guys who have always been undisciplined. Zhou Tong pointed at Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong and said coldly. Okay, I will kill them for you. A cold light flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. These days, he felt more and more that Ling Xiao would be a scourge and would affect their plan. So he had always wanted to find an excuse to kill Ling Xiao. Now, he finally found a reason. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he directly charged towards Ling Xiao. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. He was actually a warrior. And he felt that his spear soulless already had the strength of Hotian's 6th stage. Stop. Just as Ling Xiao was about to fight with Chen Feng, Shangguan Mingyu's voice sounded. Chen Feng, they are all guards I hired. They killed countless enemies along the way. They helped us a lot. But you just sat in the puppet car and rested. What qualifications do you have to attack them? Shangguan Mingyu did not give Chen Feng any face. Bitch, wait and see. This young master will definitely make you cry under my body. Chen Feng was choked, and he was very unhappy in his heart. But in order to carry out the plan smoothly, he did not fly into a rage. Otherwise, with his strength alone, he really could not deal with so many people. Uncle Zhou, you too. Along the way, Ling Zhao's prediction has never been wrong. Why bother about who has the command? I will make a decision now and hand over the command to Ling Xiao. He will have full authority to deal with it. Shangguan Mingyu glanced at Zhou Tong. This person was really too disappointing. Originally, they were on the same side. She did not want to say anything. But Zhou Tong, this guy, actually knew that there was an ambush ahead and still insisted on rushing over. Wasn't this purely courting death? If he did not understand this logic, how could he command those 15 people? This subordinate obeys. Zhou Tong felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Instead, he poured all his hatred onto Ling Xiao. Brat, it's all your fault. Just you wait. As long as I have the chance, I will kill you. Zhou Tong secretly gritted his teeth. At this moment, a large number of bandits appeared in front of him. Mingyu, you said that I've been resting. Now, I'll show you my strength. To put it bluntly, I'm just too lazy to deal with those little thieves. Do you really think I'm going to do nothing? He looked at the dozens of bandits in front of him. Chen Feng sneered. With a flick of his spear, he charged over alone. The strength of this group of people wasn't weak. There were more than a dozen of them who were at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. The rest of them were either at the 1st or 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Surprisingly, there were no martial artists below the Divine Pulse Realm. Chen Feng's battle prowess was not for show. With a sweep of his spear, he killed 6 or 7 bandits. Then, his spear moved like a dragon, and his figure flickered among the crowd. After a moment, the 50+ bandits were actually all killed. They did not even have the chance to escape. After killing, Chen Feng walked back. Looking at Ling Xiao, he said, Brat, when offending people, best weigh your own weight. Right now, you're Mingyu's guard. I won't hurt you. But reaching Purple Spirit Capital City, your mission is completed. At that time it'll be your death date. Also, you guys, whoever dares to be with him, all have to die. This guy was already a completely undisguised threat. Apart from Barbarian Xiong, although the other 13 people admired Ling Xiao, it was also impossible to offend Chen Feng for him. They all retreated to the sides, maintaining a distance from Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong. Humph, that's good. This young master's temper isn't good. Furthermore, I hold grudges. Chen Feng snorted coldly and put away his spear. He gave Ling Xiao a cold glance and said, See that? This is reality. Strength is everything. Young Master Chen Feng's strength is so formidable. Why don't you take on the following battles? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Bullshit, let me take on all of them. Why do I need a bunch of good-for-nothings like you? Chen Feng didn't expect Ling Xiao to not only not be afraid of his threat, he even dared to make fun of him. If everyone else is good-for-nothings, then why are you still here? You're really thick-skinned. It seems that Miss Shangguan didn't ask you to escort her, right? Ling Xiao was still as sharp-tongued as usual. He had long wanted to deal with this guy. Because of this guy, he didn't even dare to release the spiritual chef in the beast ring. This was because Chen Feng definitely knew that spiritual chef. Once released, the matter of 10,000 Flames Capital City would be exposed. However, this place was already out of the territory of 10,000 Flames Capital City and into the territory of Purple Spirit Capital City. It didn't matter. You're courting death. Chen Feng's expression became increasingly unsightly. All right, the two of you, stop talking. It's giving me a headache. How about this, we've been rushing for a few days. Everyone must be tired. There's a river ahead. Let's rest by the river and eat something. Shangguan Mingyu had no choice but to be the peacemaker. The caravan arrived at the river. Originally, everyone was able to chat. However, because of Chen Feng's threat, the remaining 13 people could only gather together to have a picnic. Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear found a place. They directly released the spiritual chef. Tell us what ingredients you want. Immediately prepare a delicious meal for us. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Ling Xiao looked at the spiritual chef coldly and said. Young city lord, save me. Suddenly, the spiritual chef shouted at the puppet carriage. Chen Feng couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the spiritual chef's voice. Good lad, so it's you who burned down the delicious restaurant and captured the spiritual chef. The killing intent in his eyes became denser. So what if it's us? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, do you think this is still the territory of 10,000 Flames capital city, young city lord? It's not important whether this is the territory of 10,000 Flames capital city or not. What's important is that you dared to kidnap the spiritual chef under my father's protection. My father is furious. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I return with face? Chen Feng said coldly. Chen Feng, when we reach Purple Spirit capital city, you can do whatever you want. I won't stop you. But now, they are my guards. I won't allow you to touch them. Moreover, I've also heard about the spiritual chef's skills. He's just a little too arrogant. When he went to the delicious restaurant to eat, he was actually refused the door. Now that I've asked him to cook, he shouldn't dare to refuse, right? Shangguan Mingyu's words made Chen Feng calm down once again. He secretly told himself that he must endure. He couldn't ruin the plan because of a moment of impulse. When they reached the Black Desert City, everything would be clear. Not only did he have to kill Ling Xiao, but he also had to kill Shangguan Mingyu, and the treasure on Shangguan Mingyu's body, the Purple Sun Pill, would also belong to 10,000 Flames capital city. Thinking of this, he sighed and said, since Sister Mingyu said so, I'll agree. With Shangguan Mingyu's warning and the fact that Chen Feng didn't want to spoil the plan. Thus, he endured it. Another 4 days passed. During this period of time, Ling Xiao and the others would deal with martial artists below the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. If they encountered experts, Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu would personally take action. It could be said that the 15 guards were here to clean up the small thieves. On the 8th day, they arrived at the periphery of a dirt city. After passing through this dirt city, we will soon reach the Purple Spirit capital. However, there is a Black Desert army stationed in the Black Desert Dirt City. The Black Desert Army has 10 Wolf Kings and each of them is very powerful. Thus, I remind you not to provoke the Black Desert Army. As long as you pay enough toll, the Black Desert Army won't casually attack. After passing through the Black Desert Dirt City, I will pay you half of the reward. When we reach the vicinity of the Purple Spirit capital, we will pay the remaining half. Shangguan Mingyu looked at the dirt city in the distance very seriously and said a few words before returning to the puppet carriage to rest. The closer they got to the Black Desert Dirt City, the more experts they encountered. Shangguan Mingyu had fought several battles consecutively, but it was already very tiring. Thus, she needed to rest in time to replenish her energy. Just in case. Ling Xiao glanced at the Black Desert Dirt City, then turned the raging inferno puppet beast and headed towards the puppet carriage. Previously, his puppet eagle had noticed a team coming from the 10,000 Flames capital and took a shortcut to get in front of him. Originally, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this. He thought that they were on a special mission. However, this troop suddenly disappeared from the Black Desert Earthen City. That team wasn't weak. It was impossible for the Black Desert Army to eliminate them without leaving any traces. Thus, there was only one possibility left. That was, this team came from the 10,000 Flames capital and wanted to seize some treasure. Moreover, they were preparing to join forces with the Black Desert Army or even borrow the Black Desert Army's hands. Although all of this was just speculation, Ling Xiao felt that since he had accepted this mission, He had to take the money and eliminate the disaster. Since he had accepted the mission, he had to do his best. Even if he couldn't become enemies with the Black Desert Army, he could at least tell Shangguan Mingyu what he knew. It was already considered extremely benevolent. "What are you doing?" Zhou Tong stopped Ling Xiao and asked sternly. Ling Xiao ignored him and said to the puppet carriage, "Miss Shangguan, there are some things I have to tell you." However, there was no response even after a long time. He was about to speak again. Uncle Zhou came out and said, "There's no need to shout. If there's anything, just tell me. Miss and young master are asleep." Fell asleep? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. Shangguan Mingyu had just finished speaking, and she fell asleep so quickly, he felt that something was not quite right. But if someone else said that she was asleep, what else could he do? Therefore, he sighed and said, "There's no harm in telling you. I suggest we take a detour and not go through the Black Desert City. Because it could be a trap." After that, he told Uncle Zhou what he had observed. Unexpectedly, Uncle Zhou sneered and said, "Don't think too highly of yourself just because Miss thinks highly of you." Detour? Do you know that taking a detour will take away twice the distance? Who would be responsible for the delay? Furthermore, is it safe to take a detour? Moreover, the Black Desert Army and our Shangguan Trading Company still have some friendly relations. No need for you to worry. Just do your own things well will do. Heh, am I meddling in other people's business? Ling Xiao gave a cold laugh. He already said what he wanted to say. As for whether others would listen or not, that was not what he could resolve. Laughing coldly, he walked back once more. "Big brother, what happened?" Barbarian Bear asked. "There might be a fierce battle inside the Black Desert City. Don't charge forward foolishly. Let's walk to the side of the team. Once the situation changes, immediately escape." Ling Xiao already did what he should do. It could be considered as being extremely benevolent. Others not listening, it was also impossible for him to throw his little life away. "Got it, big brother." Ling Xiao did not go and inform other people. He was not so kind-hearted. Those people ignored him because of Chen Feng's threat. Why did he need to be that holy mother? As long as he and Barbarian Bear survived, it was fine. Other things did not matter. The team finally still entered the Black Desert City. However, no one noticed the puppet eagle flying in the clouds. Ling Xiao paid attention to the surrounding movements all along. He did not want to lose his life for no reason. Furthermore, in order to be able to conveniently escape, he even memorized the situation of the Earth City through the puppet eagle. At that time, he would not need to panic and not choose a path. In the beginning, there was nothing wrong. Everything in the Earth City was exactly the same as in the city. It was just that the numbers were much fewer. The people on both sides of the street were all doing their own things, as if nothing had happened. However, Ling Xiao noticed through the Taiji eye that these so-called ordinary people each released a faint killing intent. The people on the street all have problems. Don't catch them blind later. Kill if you can, escape if you can. Follow me closely. Since he recognized Barbarian Bear as his little brother, Ling Xiao would not abandon him and not care about him. Furthermore, Barbarian Bear's combat power was not bad and could be of considerable help. After the team completely entered the Earth City, that thick and heavy door suddenly closed. A wave of wolf howls sounded out. The people on both sides of the street that were originally still doing their own things suddenly became ferocious and fiendish, transforming into the appearance of werewolves. It was rumored that the Black Desert Army all came from the Savage Beast region. All of them were of the werewolf race. Looking at it now, it really lived up to its reputation. No one noticed that Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear already quietly hid. After all, everyone's attention was focused on those werewolves around them. A group of people also appeared at the same time in front. The two people in the lead felt that their strength was very terrifying. Zhou Tong's expression changed. "It's the 10 Wolf Kings and 9 Wolf Kings, why did they suddenly come? Could it be that they saw through our secret?" Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear were not in a hurry to leave. At this time, the battle had yet to begin. Leaving in a hurry would instead become the target of public criticism. But after seeing those 2 Wolf Kings, his fighting spirit involuntarily rose. Along the way, the experts that they encountered were all finished off by Shangguan Mingyu siblings. His cultivation was unable to break through all along. But today, he could give it a try. Barbarian Bear, you hide well later. If you see a chance to escape, leave by yourself first. I'll go and meet those 2 wolf kings. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Big brother, this is the nest of the Black Desert Army. I think all 10 wolf kings are here. If we get entangled by them, we won't be able to escape. Barbarian Bear said anxiously. Don't worry, I have a way to escape. For Ling Xiao, the Earth Elemental Golden Light skill was a godly escape skill. After all, there were very few people below the Divine Core realm who could catch up with him. Ninth brother, let me take care of these idiots. The one who spoke was the 10th Wolf King. He was about 16 or 17 years old, the same age as Ling Xiao. The 10th Wolf King already had 4th level Divine Vein Realm cultivation without transforming. After transforming, he was probably close to 5th level Divine Vein Realm. He was definitely not easy to deal with. But the more it was so, the more Ling Xiao liked it. Facing the obstruction of the 9th and 10th Wolf Kings, Zhou Tong's expression was very ugly. The guards were also complaining incessantly. They participated in this escort mission and did not intend to be enemies with the Black Desert Army. But looking at this, the Black Desert Army did not seem to plan on letting them leave easily. Although this was not the Black Desert Army's lair, it was said that there were 3 permanent Wolf Kings. Now, 2 had already appeared. There was still 1 more. The weakest 10th Wolf King had 4th level Divine Vein Realm cultivation and 5th level Divine Vein Realm combat power. The 9th Wolf King was even stronger. And the other Wolf King that had yet to appear was probably even more terrifying. Ling Xiao, go over and ask what the situation is. Zhou Tong shouted. Ling Xiao? Only now did he notice that Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear actually left silently. Bastard! Zhou Tong was furious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He did not even know when Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear slipped away. He could only brace himself and go forward. 2 Wolf Kings, we're from the Shangguan Trading Company. All along, we've been paying the Black Desert Army toll. I wonder why you're stopping us today. The 9th Wolf King sneered and said, I know you're from the Shangguan Trading Company. I also know that you've paid the toll. Your relationship with us is pretty good. That's why we didn't make a move immediately. Now, I'll give you a chance. Take out that thing, and we can let you go immediately. Otherwise, with just the few of you, I'm afraid you'll die in the Black Desert Earthen City today. Please forgive me for being slow-witted. I wonder what the 9th Wolf King means? Zhou Tong was stunned for a moment. Since you don't know, then why are you standing out? Scram. The 10th Wolf King's temper was not good. He was young and impetuous. He directly slapped Zhou Tong, flying out with a claw. Zhou Tong fell to the ground, trembling in fright. He was already heavily injured. Come out and speak. Otherwise, we won't have any patience. Kill without mercy. The 9th Wolf King sneered. At this time, Uncle Zhou came out of the puppet carriage. He cupped his hands and said, This old man is the Shangguan Trading Company's housekeeper. He had never heard of any treasures. The 2 Wolf Kings must have been deceived by a scoundrel. How about this? We're willing to pay 50,000 high-grade spirit stones for our safety. We hope that the 2 Wolf Kings will let us pass. Ha 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 ha, do you take us for fools? Do you think we'll believe whatever people say? Without evidence, how can we offend the Shangguan Trading Company, this god of wealth? The 9th Wolf King laughed maniacally. Did you guys get the Violet Sun pellet? Hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. Zhou Tong really didn't know about the Violet Sun pill. However, Uncle Zhou was very clear in his heart. When he heard the 9th Wolf King's words, he knew that the news had been leaked. It was impossible to hide it. He hurriedly returned to the puppet carriage and used a special method to wake up Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu. When Shangguan Mingyu heard that the news of the Xiang pill had been leaked, his face changed greatly. Shangguan Yu was a child and was extremely anxious. 9th Wolf King, 10th Wolf King, my Shangguan Trading Company has always been on good terms with your Black Desert Army. But today, you stopped me from robbing. Aren't you afraid that the Shangguan Trading Company will settle the score in the future? Shangguan Mingyu said coldly. Ha 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 ha, after killing you all, who can still spread the news here? The 10th Wolf King said viciously. Is that so? I'm afraid that you don't have that ability. Chen Feng, haven't you always wanted me to marry you? Today, as long as you help me kill one of the Wolf Kings, I'll marry you. The other one, I'll take care of it personally. Shangguan Mingyu, this woman was really calm enough. At this point, she could still think of ways to inspire people. Although the Black Desert Army's numbers were not few, actually, the ones who truly posed a threat were also just the 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King. The numbers on their side were not few either. They might not lose. The rest are responsible for stopping the Black Desert Army. I believe that you all should also be clear that encountering this kind of thing today, if you can't work together, you'll probably all die here. These people want to kill us, it's also impossible to let you all go. Otherwise, once the news leaks out, they're also afraid of the Shangguan Trading Company and Purple Spirit Capital City's revenge. Shangguan Mingyu said loudly. Therefore, everyone, this isn't just fighting for us, but also fighting for yourselves. But our Shangguan Trading Company won't treat you all unfairly. After the matter is done, each person will add another 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you all die in battle, my Shangguan Trading Company will be responsible for sending your ashes back to your hometown. Furthermore, we'll give your family 10,000 high-grade spirit stones as compensation. I believe that this money is enough for them to spend for a lifetime. Shangguan Mingyu continued, I swear here. If I violate the oath, I'll definitely die a horrible death. This woman really knew how to rally people's hearts. With her saying so, those guards who originally wanted to escape also steeled their hearts and stayed. Even if they died, they could also leave a huge fortune for their families. Furthermore, even if they escaped, they could not escape either. The Black Desert Earthen City was already completely sealed off. With their strength, they could only be defeated one by one if they spread out. Don't worry, Miss Shangguan. We're not cowards like Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear. We won't run away at the last minute. A person roared. The rest also echoed one after another. What? Ling Xiao and Barbarian Bear ran away? How did they escape? Shangguan Mingyu was immediately stunned. Younger sister Mingyu, why care about two cowards who ran away? With me around, there's naturally no problem. Chen Feng said with a smile. It seems that you don't intend to hand over the treasure today. Okay, kill them. The 9th Wolf King roared and finally gave the order to attack. The 10th Wolf King took the lead and pounced on Shangguan Mingyu. At this time, Chen Feng grabbed Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu and fled in the opposite direction. The enemy wants the purple sun pill. As long as the two of you escape, it'll be fine. Follow me and kill our way out. Shangguan Mingyu knew. This Black Desert Earthen City was an important stronghold of the Black Desert Army. If they fought here, even if they killed two Wolf Kings, they would probably be exhausted. Chen Feng was right. They should indeed choose to escape. It's just those guards. What a pity. Shangguan Mingyu sighed and said. What's a pity? Since they accepted the mission, their lives are up to fate. Besides, they can also escape. I'm afraid that they can't escape. Chen Feng said disdainfully. At the same time, they had already arrived near the gate. The gate actually opened directly. This scene surprised Shangguan Mingyu, Shangguan Yu, and even the two Wolf Kings. They did not understand why. The opening mechanism of the gate was in a very hidden place. While everyone was confused, Uncle Zhou also carried Zhou Tong and fled outside. Everyone, don't fight foolishly. Hurry up and run. Someone among the guards shouted. Everyone lost their fighting spirit and fled in the direction of the gate. However, what made them despair was that the moment Uncle Zhou and Zhou Tong escaped from the gate, those two bastards actually closed the gate from the outside. At this moment, the Black Desert Army had already surrounded all the guards. Kill them all, 10th brother, follow me to chase after those people. The 9th Wolf King opened the door again and chased out. Following the footprints, it was still possible to catch up. Big brother, didn't you say that you were going to fight with the 10th Wolf King? Barbarian Xiong asked curiously, why did we sneak out too? The situation has changed. I reckon that someone in the Black Desert Army has already been bribed by the people of the 10,000 Flames main city. This bunch of bastards are really smart. Alright, follow me to the front and wait for Chen Feng to reveal his fox tail. Then, we'll play the hero to save the beauty. Ling Xiao smiled. Hero to save the beauty? Big brother, are you interested in that girl Shangguan Mingyu? Barbarian Xiong asked. I'm not interested in her, but the purple sun pill. Ling Xiao had thought about it. Even if he didn't want the reward from the Shangguan Trading Company, he had to get the purple sun pill. Of course, if it was convenient, he could also save the Shangguan sisters. As the two were talking, suddenly, there was a commotion in front of them. There were also curses. Chen Feng, you bastard, what are you going to do to my sister? The voice belonged to Shangguan Yu. Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong went over. At this moment, they saw that Shangguan Mingyu had been hit by some secret technique and was unable to move. As for Chen Feng, he was searching her body. Shangguan Yu was so angry that she stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. She was afraid that Chen Feng would harm Shangguan Mingyu. Do you really think that I like your sister, idiot? What I want is the purple sun pill on her. Chen Feng sneered. The purple sun pill is not on my sister, but on me. As long as you let her go, I'll give it to you. Shangguan Yu suddenly said. Really? Chen Feng said coldly. Of course it's true. Alright, then take it out for me to see. Chen Feng smiled and said, as long as it's true, I can let your sister go after I confirm it. Shangguan Yu was a child after all, and one could tell that she was a flower growing in a greenhouse. She basically had no experience. Hearing Chen Feng's words, he really had to take out the purple sun pills. It was a purple oval crystal in a crystal bottle. It continued to release powerful energy. Give it to me, or I'll kill your sister. Chen Feng suddenly sneered. After confirming that the thing was real, he would not let Shangguan Mingyu go. You didn't keep your word. Shangguan Yu was on the verge of tears. So what if I don't keep my word? If you want your sister to live, you'd better do as I say. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. At this moment, Chen Feng's ugly face was completely exposed. Alright, don't hurt my sister. I'll hurt my sister. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Shangguan Yu said anxiously when he saw Chen Feng pressing the tip of his spear against Shangguan Mingyu's throat. Give it to me. Chen Feng sneered in his heart. This thing was really obtained without any effort. As long as he could obtain the violet sun pill. Then, he could shift the blame to the Black Desert Army. The Black Desert Army going to the Purple Spirit capital was a great enemy. No one would believe each other's words. Their myriad flames main city could instead benefit from it. Just as he was fantasizing about a beautiful future and was about to take the violet sun pill from Shangguan Yu's hand. Suddenly, a golden light flashed. The thing in Shangguan Yu's hand disappeared. Chen Feng was stunned. Shangguan Yu was also stunned. The next moment, Chen Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. He immediately chased after them. Shangguan Yu was not concerned about the violet sun pill. Instead, he went to check on his sister's condition. After confirming that his sister was fine, only frozen by the spirit talisman made by the spirit augmentation master. After removing the spirit talisman, everything was fine. Where's that bastard Chen Feng? Shangguan Mingyu roared. He ran away to chase after the violet sun pill. Shangguan Yu lowered his head and said. Alright, let's not talk about the violet sun pill anymore. Although the violet sun pill is precious, it's more important for us siblings to survive. Let's escape first. After returning to the Shangguan Trading Company, we'll think of a way to deal with the Black Desert Army and the Myriad Flames main city. Losing the violet sun pill was a huge blow to them. It basically meant that this trip to the Myriad Flames main city was a complete failure. However, Shangguan Mingyu was still relatively calm and rational. Unfortunately, trouble came at this moment. Uncle Zhou and Zhou Tong actually lured the two Wolf Kings over. I'm sorry, young miss, young master. We had no choice. If we didn't lead the way, they would have killed us. These two guys were too weak. After being captured by the two wolf kings, they actually took the initiative to say that they had a special way to find Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu. You guys. You're really something. Even if Shangguan Mingyu was angry, there was nothing he could do now. He gritted his teeth and said, are you afraid? Sister, I'm not afraid. At most, we'll die here together. Shangguan Yu gritted his teeth and said. Perhaps we don't have to die. I'll deal with the 9th Wolf King. You hold back the 10th Wolf King and try to stall for time. Just don't let him interfere with my battle. After I kill the 9th Wolf King, I'll go and help. After saying that, Shangguan Mingyu had already charged out. Shangguan Yu was not careless either. Although he had little experience in the martial world, he still had a backbone. While they were fighting, on the other side, Ling Xiao had already stopped. He looked at Chen Feng opposite him with a faint smile. It's actually you. Chen Feng had never expected that the one who snatched the violet sun pill from Shangguan Yu's hands was actually Ling Xiao. That's right, it's me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Since you've snatched it, you should scram. Why are you still waiting for death here? Chen Feng did not understand. Aren't I giving you a chance? You said that you want to kill me. I'll give you this chance now. Ling Xiao was still smiling. Chen Feng, who was at the 5th level of the true energy realm, was definitely a great opportunity for him to temper himself. In terms of strength, unless he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he would not be Chen Feng's opponent even if he transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. However, there was an exception. So far, his Emperor-class martial technique still had the absolute advantage. It could instantly kill a 4th-level true energy realm martial artist. It also had an overwhelming attack power against a 5th-level true energy realm martial artist. Therefore, even if he did not use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could still defeat Chen Feng with his Emperor-class martial technique. More importantly, the Emperor-class martial technique could trigger the effect of the Heart of Gold. It would allow the energy in his Sea of Cultivation to increase faster. He needed to break through. Seems like you're really courting death. At this time, a few guards who had luckily escaped passed by and hurriedly lay down. It was quite strange. Just now, there was an internal strife in Black Desert City. Suddenly, a mysterious force entered Black Desert City and started a massacre. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of. Out of 13 people, 6 survived. It was not a small number. That Ling Xiao must be sick in the head. Why is he fighting with young city lord Chen Feng? Everyone was somewhat puzzled. Who knows? Hasn't Chen Feng always wanted to kill Ling Xiao? Now, the people of Shangguan Trading Company are nowhere to be found. No one is protecting Ling Xiao anymore. These two are not good people. They actually escaped first and almost got us killed. Why don't we wait and see if we can take advantage of them? Everyone discussed in secret and came up with an idea. Although they all thought that Chen Feng would win. But Ling Xiao might not be so weak. Otherwise, he would not go against Chen Feng. At this moment, there was a change in the battle situation. Ling Xiao's aura, which was originally weak, suddenly soared. A set of ferocious beast armor appeared on his body. It was incomparably cold. At the same time, a powerful aura also bloomed from his body. Ultimate Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation. Facing the powerful Chen Feng, Ling Xiao had no choice. From the beginning, he used his strongest form. You really want to fight with me? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, only to see Ling Xiao suddenly attacking. That speed was simply like a ferocious beast. At that moment, Chen Feng had no time to defend. He had no choice but to block with his fists in front of him. The aura of the 5th level of the Divine Pulse realm suddenly erupted. And at this moment, Ling Xiao's attack had already landed. It was a palm, but the palm wind was more like a sword light. It shocked Chen Feng so much that he had to retreat suddenly. This was because he could feel the terrifying sharpness of Ling Xiao's hand. But his speed was still too slow. Ling Xiao's hand hit his hand. At that moment, Chen Feng felt like something was torn apart. Then, there was a piercing pain on his arm. His figure even retreated dozens of steps away. It was directly put into the dust. His arm was actually pierced through? Those guards who were lying in the dark watching the battle were a little stunned at this moment. No one expected that it would turn out like this at the beginning. Chen Feng actually suffered a hidden loss. His arm was pierced through by Ling Xiao's palm, and he was even sent flying? This Ling Xiao should only be at the second level of the Divine Pulse realm. How could he have such a terrifying attack power? They were a little stunned. They did not understand what had happened at all. At this moment, Chen Feng had already stood up from the ground. He looked at Ling Xiao angrily. Behind him, Chang Wuhuan exploded. As for Chen Feng, his eyes were filled with a thick killing intent. Oh no, that Ling Xiao seems to have angered Chen Feng. He's in trouble now. Didn't he do well the first time? Even Chen Feng was injured. That was merely Chen Feng underestimating his opponent. Next, Chen Feng will definitely go all out. To Chen Feng, being injured by Ling Xiao was a great humiliation, regardless of whether he had underestimated his opponent or not. Along the way, he had found many opportunities to kill Ling Xiao. However, they were all stopped by Shangguan Mingyu. He thought that since Ling Xiao was alone this time, his chance had come. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be as easy to deal with as he had imagined. In the eyes of others, the first attack was because he had underestimated his opponent. However, he knew in his heart that Ling Xiao was not simple. Otherwise, even if he had underestimated his opponent wouldn't have been able to take advantage of him. With the long spear in hand, the spear energy erupted. The yellow sand was swept up, forming a strange yellow dragon. It coiled around the long spear, spewing out terrifying killing intent. Ling Xiao, good boy, I actually didn't realize that you were so powerful. That's because you're too arrogant. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had no intention of chasing after him. He just wanted to anger Chen Feng. Otherwise, how could he have the chance to use an emperor-level martial skill? Arrogant? Chen Feng sneered and said, don't think that you're a powerful person just because you've taken advantage of me through a sneak attack. In my eyes, you're still just a dead bug. Hee, you're still so stubborn even now. You're indeed powerful, but in front of me, you don't have much of an advantage. Ice Age appeared in Ling Zhao's hand. Then, the divine demon sword soul was released. Ice Age turned into black and white swords again. They were both emitting a terrifying cold aura. However, one sword obviously had a sacred feeling. The other sword was emitting a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Whether I'm stubborn or you don't know what's good for you, we'll know soon enough, go to hell. The spear moved like a dragon. Chen Feng suddenly launched an attack, trying to turn the situation around. The terrifying spear martial soul bloomed with a sharp light. A shadow attacked Ling Xiao crazily. It's really a 6th-level martial soul, but it's a pity that it's too weak compared to me. Ling Xiao's advantage was not only the transformation of the infinite heavenly rat beast soul. He also had a powerful innate sword soul. I'll let you have a taste of an emperor-level martial skill. The first move of the 9 transformation technique of Celestial Demon, Descent of the Celestial Demon. In the void, a vigorous shadow suddenly fell. This illusory figure had 2 faces. One face was extremely ferocious, emitting a terrifying killing intent and demonic aura. The other face was kind, emitting a majestic and sacred aura. The shadow instantly merged into the black and white swords. Ling Xiao went up to meet it. He was not afraid of Chen Feng's attack at all. You're courting death. How dare you fight back? My martial skill is at the peak of the king level. Chen Feng's confidence came not only from his cultivation, but also from the martial skill he used. The long spear in his hand kept shaking. The sand dragon roared and rushed toward Ling Xiao. The scene was extremely shocking. Unfortunately, he was facing Ling Xiao, and he was facing an emperor-grade martial skill. Boom, with a terrifying loud sound, Chen Feng was blasted dozens of meters away and fell heavily into the sand. Hee, this is the feeling. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, using an emperor-level martial skill would consume more than half of his true essence. He could not attack continuously. However, he was already very happy when he felt the energy in his sea of cultivation increase. How can it be? Chen Feng looked at Ling Xiao in horror. Your martial skill is an emperor-level martial skill. It's too late for you to realize it now. Ling Xiao sneered. Didn't you want to kill me? Come again. Humph, with your cultivation, you can only use an emperor-level martial skill once at most. You can't kill me. Chen Feng stood up from the ground. Although he was injured, it did not seem to be a big problem. A 5th-level Divine Vein expert was indeed powerful. If it was a 4th-level Divine Vein expert, he would have been killed instantly. However, the stronger Chen Feng was, the happier Ling Xiao was. He put away the Ice Age. I'll let you have a taste of an even more powerful move. Ice Supreme Sword, Fire Supreme Sword, Exquisite Sword, Snake Supreme Sword, 7-Star Sword, Soul Supreme Sword, Myriad Kingdom Sword, 7 swords in one. Kill. After waiting for a while, Ling Xiao's true essence had completely recovered. He sneered. He used a sword skill that was 5 times more powerful than Descent of Gods and Demons. A terrifying aura rushed towards Chen Feng with unstoppable force. At that moment, Chen Feng's face was extremely ugly. He roared and circulated all the true essence in his body. He frantically unleashed his strongest attack. However, facing the power of 7 swords in one, Chen Feng was still sent flying like a kite with a broken string. This time, he felt that several bones were broken. Why? Why is it like this? Chen Feng could not believe what had just happened. The first time, he had underestimated his opponent. But now, even his treasure-grade Emperor artifact spear had been directly shattered by it. How terrifying was his opponent's attack. Stand up. You won't die so easily, right? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Emperor-level martial skills were tyrannical. Before encountering another martial artist who had the same level of martial skill, the martial skill of the Emperor level was very powerful. He had a huge advantage at this stage. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, he might not be Chen Feng's opponent. Chen Feng crawled up once again. But this time, he did not choose to attack Ling Xiao. Instead, he suddenly turned and ran. Extreme Frost Domain. Blizzard Ice Ceiling Steps, can you escape? Facing the heavily injured Chen Feng, Ling Xiao's advantage was very obvious. In an instant, he stood in front of Chen Feng. Don't kill me. I can do anything for you. You should know that having a subordinate like me is very important to you. My father is the city lord of the Myriad Flames capital city. Even if you can't survive in the Purple Spirit capital city, you can still do well in the Myriad Flames capital city. This cowardly Chen Feng actually knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and cried out. Bang! Ling Xiao kicked Chen Feng and said with a cold smile, Are you cursing me? Cursing me to not be able to join the Purple Mansion army? Or cursing me to be killed in the Purple Mansion army? No, you misunderstand. How would I dare? I don't know how to speak. But hero, there is no real grudge between us. I beg you, don't kill me. Even if you want me to be your servant, it's fine. Chen Feng's only thought now was to live. As long as he lived, there was hope. Because he knew that his third uncle was leading a massacre in the Black Desert City. Once the matter there was settled, his third uncle could come and help. When the time came, he would definitely make Ling Xiao suffer a fate worse than death. How dare he humiliate him like this? He had to take revenge. At this moment, the guards who were secretly observing and preparing to take advantage of the situation were all dumbfounded. There was no suspense in this battle. It ended too quickly. In just 2 moves, Ling Xiao defeated Chen Feng. Moreover, Ling Xiao was actually using an Emperor-level martial skill. A martial artist at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm was actually able to use 2 Emperor-class martial skills consecutively. What was going on? In their eyes, the incomparably fearful Chen Feng had become completely powerless in Ling Xiao's hands. Run! Run! Suddenly, someone warned and hurriedly fled into the distance. Why are you running away? There were still some people who were somewhat puzzled. Idiot. When we were on the road, we purposely distanced ourselves from Ling Xiao because of Chen Feng's words. And today, we saw something we shouldn't have seen. That Ling Xiao will definitely silence him. With this explanation, everyone understood. Like a madman, he fled into the distance. However, a huge domain of extreme cold instantly enveloped everyone. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Ling Xiao carried Chen Feng's severely injured body and walked to the front of the crowd. If you want to live, each of you come over and stab this guy. Ling Xiao said coldly. No, don't. Chen Feng was so frightened that he turned pale. You were very proud when you wanted to kill me back then. Ling Xiao mocked. Those surviving guards were also a little hesitant. If you don't kill him, all of you will have to die. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't want to kill indiscriminately, but he couldn't allow these people to leak out that he killed Chen Feng. Therefore, the best way was to tie everyone to the same boat. It was much safer this way. Let me do it. Finally, someone took the lead. Me too. They knew that if they didn't follow Ling Xiao's instructions, they would definitely die. Anyway, only they would know that they killed Chen Feng here. As long as they didn't say anything, no outsiders would know. Chen Feng was hacked to death by those people in extreme fear. They probably never thought of it before. These trash that they looked down on became the executioners of their own lives in the end. Alright, you can go now. Ling Xiao removed the extreme cold domain and burned Chen Feng's body with fire. Take a detour there. Although it's a little far, it's very safe. The reason why he gave these people directions was purely because he didn't want them to be caught. Once they were caught, there might be people who couldn't stand the torture and leak out that he killed Chen Feng. Thank you. They still believed Ling Xiao's words. Along the way, Ling Xiao was right. If it wasn't for Uncle Zhou who didn't listen to Ling Xiao's advice, then they wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Everyone disappeared into the vast desert together. Seeing Ling Xiao's shadow gradually disappear, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. I really didn't expect that Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. Yeah, if I had known, I would have stood on his side. I reckon that barbarian bear would have fled long ago. Sigh, let's not talk about that. He's already extremely benevolent by not killing us. Keep your mouth shut in the future. Don't cause trouble. He even dared to kill Chen Feng. We're nothing. That's right, let's go quickly. Everyone didn't dare to waste any more time and quickly took a detour. Ling Xiao didn't leave. Instead, he headed in the direction of Shangguan Mingyu. He was still a person with a conscience. Shangguan Mingyu treated him well along the way and even protected him in front of Chen Feng. No matter what the purpose was, she helped him. As a person with a conscience, helping this woman along the way was no problem. Moreover, that Shangguan Yu was quite cute. Along the way, he sparred with her several times. Even if they weren't friends, they could be considered acquaintances. He couldn't not save her. Of course, the most important reason was that he wanted to get remuneration from the Shangguan Trading Company. High-grade spirit stones were good things. It would be a waste not to take them. Another reason was that the 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King hadn't reached the point of despair yet. After the battle with Chen Feng, his cultivation C energy had increased by 20%. Now, it had reached 50%. To break through, he had to reach at least 100%. The 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King were considered good practice targets. It didn't take long for him to feel the battle on the wasteland. Although this battle wasn't as earth-shattering as the one in the western region. However, every time they collided, the ground would still shake. Sand and dust flew. The scene was extremely spectacular. He sped up and rushed over. In order to be able to enter the battle as soon as possible, he still maintained the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. So his speed was extremely fast. Under the transformation state of the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul, his face could be covered by armor or exposed. The combat strength was not much different. At this moment, Ling Xiao's face was exposed. He wanted to tell the Shangguan sisters who saved them. A moment later, Ling Xiao had already arrived near the battlefield and entered the Shadow Dancer state. He observed the ongoing battle. At this moment, the 9th Wolf King was locked in battle with Shangguan Mingyu. The two of them were evenly matched. However, Shangguan Mingyu's actual combat experience was obviously inferior to the 9th Wolf King's. If this continued, the battle would probably end in less than half an hour. At that time, Shangguan Mingyu would definitely lose. As for the other side, Shang Guanyu's situation was even worse. She was suppressed by the 10th Wolf King to the point that she couldn't fight back at all. Although Shang Guanyu tried her best, the wounds on her body were still increasing. Shang Guanmingyu was worried about her brother's safety and was at a disadvantage. As for Uncle Zhou and Zhou Tong, the two arrogant idiots, the two of them were currently trapped and sitting on the ground, watching the battle in horror. They still hoped that the Shangguan sisters would win. Because these two were young and easy to fool. They definitely wouldn't die. But if the two Wolf Kings won, it would be terrible. At that time, the two of them would definitely lose their value and be killed. Shang Guanmingyu was incomparably anxious. She wasn't even so anxious when she lost the purple sun pill. Although that thing was precious, as long as one was alive, there was hope. But at this moment, her brother was being suppressed by the 10th Wolf King and was covered in blood. He was about to die. But there was nothing she could do. The 9th Wolf King seemed to be deliberately watching her suffer, and his cold laughter became stronger and stronger. "Little girl, I advise you to hand over the purple sun pill. In that case, we can give you a quick death. Otherwise, we will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. You should still be a virgin, right? Hee, it wouldn't be good if you were defiled." The 9th Wolf King's mouth was full of obscenities, and he was very proud. "I've already said that the purple sun pill is no longer in our hands. It was snatched away." Shang Guanmingyu was very helpless. If she really had the purple sun pill, she would definitely hand it over, even if it was just to protect her brother's safety. But the problem now was that she didn't have the purple sun pill at all. This was really depressing. "Sister, don't worry about me. If you can escape, then escape. Let father take revenge for me." Although Shang Guanyu was covered in blood, she became braver and braver as she fought. This made the 10th Wolf King a little surprised. In fact, Shang Guanyu was also very surprised. Along the way, after sparring with Ling Xiao dozens of times, he found that his fighting skills had improved a lot. If it was in the past, he would probably be dead by now. But now, not only was he still alive, he wasn't even fatally injured. It even left a few shallow wounds on the 10th Wolf King's body. He didn't know who Ling Xiao was, but he knew that Ling Xiao's combat skills were probably unmatched. Even his father might not be able to do it. He was simply a natural-born warrior. "No, I won't leave. I won't leave you behind." Shang Guanmingyu vaguely remembered that when she was young, she was not as strong as she was now. On the other hand, his younger brother, Shang Guanyu, was very sturdy. When she was bullied, it was her younger brother who ran out to protect her. Although it was beaten until it was covered in wounds, the little fellow never retreated. Now, in the face of these ferocious enemies, how could she abandon her younger brother? "Xiaoyu, big sister is coming to save you, run." Shang Guanmingyu decided that even if she died, she would let Shang Guanyu escape. She suddenly pounced on the 10th Wolf King. She completely ignored the 9th Wolf King's attack. "You're courting death." The 9th Wolf King snorted coldly. How could he not see through this woman's purpose? Since she wanted to die, he would give her a quick death. He was a savage beast, and he had no intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. In his rage, his speed increased sharply. A terrifying attack blasted towards Shang Guanmingyu's back. That huge wolf claw flickered with an icy cold light under the sun. "Sister, don't." Shang Guanyu was scared out of his wits. Of course, he knew what his sister was going to do. But he definitely didn't want that to happen. As for the 10th Wolf King, when he saw Shang Guanmingyu pouncing towards him without caring about her life, he didn't dare to hesitate. He did not dare to be negligent. He gave up on Shang Guanyu and attacked Shang Guanmingyu. The 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King. One from the front and one from the back, they attacked Shang Guanmingyu from both sides. Even if Shang Guanmingyu wasn't weak, she was still in a situation where she would die. "Xiaoyu, run." This was the effect that Shang Guanmingyu wanted. She alone entangled the 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King. Then, she would let Shang Guanyu escape. Unfortunately, Shang Guanyu had no intention of escaping at all. Because he was calmer than Shang Guanmingyu. If he escaped, Shang Guanmingyu would definitely die. He wouldn't be able to escape from the palms of these two people. So what he had to do now was to attack. He suddenly condensed his most powerful move. Emperor-level martial technique, sky-shattering clouds. With a roar, he used the Emperor-level martial technique with his cultivation at the 4th level of the True Element realm and charged towards the 10th Wolf King. The 10th Wolf King was shocked. Because Emperor-level martial techniques were very precious. Ordinary martial artists definitely didn't have them. But thinking about it carefully, the Shangguan Trading Company was one of the more famous trading companies in the Purple Spirit capital city. It was normal for the young masters and young ladies here to have Emperor-level martial techniques. Damn it. Although the 10th Wolf King also knew Emperor-level martial techniques, the troublesome thing was that he was being attacked by Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu. Helpless, he could only choose to dodge. Ninth brother, I'll leave it to you. He retreated rapidly and avoided Shangguan Yu's terrifying attack. At this moment, Shangguan Mingyu was still in danger and couldn't escape. Although there was no danger of being attacked from the front and back. But at this moment, her back was facing the 9th Wolf King. How could she fight back? Her combat ability was not as good as the 9th Wolf King's. Now that she had her back to others, she was still in a dead end. It's a pity that I couldn't see little you safely return to the Purple Spirit capital city. Shangguan Mingyu knew that she was dead meat. She was prepared to die together with the 9th Wolf King. She had to create some conditions for her brother to escape. Unfortunately, she probably wouldn't be able to see if she could succeed. Sister, don't. Shangguan Yu roared as she crazily attacked the 10th Wolf King. At this moment, the 9th Wolf King, who was attacking Shangguan Mingyu, suddenly went crazy. He actually attacked in a direction in the void with the wolf claws in his hand. Of course, this was only what Uncle Zhou and Zhou Tong thought. Shangguan Mingyu had already felt it. On the battlefield between her and the 9th Wolf King, the aura of a third person appeared. Boom, a terrifying collision exploded in the void. The 9th Wolf King was actually sent flying more than 10 meters away. However, the invisible martial artist was also exposed. He retreated more than 50 meters away. There was still blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao, who was in the state of shadow dancer, couldn't use martial techniques. This was troublesome. Therefore, he was at a disadvantage in this collision. It's you. Brother. Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu were both shocked. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao had already escaped when they were in the Black Desert City? Why would he suddenly appear here? He even saved Shangguan Mingyu's life. Surprised my ass. If it wasn't for your bullshit T Uncle Zhou who didn't listen to my advice and rashly entered the Black Desert City, the current situation wouldn't have happened. Shangguan Mingyu, I'll leave the 9th Wolf King to you. I'll deal with the 10th Wolf King. Shangguan Yu, move aside. Ling Xiao directly rushed over, picked up Shangguan Yu, and threw him aside. Then, he fought with the 10th Wolf King. You actually dare to meddle in other people's business. The 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King were a little stunned. They didn't expect such a person to appear out of nowhere. Especially this person's demonic beast aura, which was more like their beast race. This made them a little confused. Meddle in other people's business? You don't understand, right? I'm a guard hired by the Shangguan Trading Company. Ling Xiao looked at the 10th Wolf King and smiled faintly. Now that he had obtained the Purple Sun Pill, the next step was to do his best to help Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu escape. As for the two idiots who were tied up over there, he wasn't interested in saving them. So it's another reckless thing. 10th brother, no need to talk nonsense with him. Kill him. The 9th Wolf King said coldly. Got it, 9th brother. The 10th Wolf King looked at Ling Xiao. No matter what you are, you won't be able to escape death today. Ling Xiao glanced at the 10th Wolf King and couldn't help but smile. He then said to Shangguan Mingyu, can you still hold on? No problem. Shangguan Mingyu finally came back to her senses. It was as if she had crawled out from the abyss and was extremely glad. Alright, then you stall the 9th Wolf King. I'll kill the 10th Wolf King first. Ling Xiao said. I'm afraid you can't do it. After the 10th Wolf King transformed into a wolf, his strength has reached the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. Shangguan Mingyu said, take Xiaoyu away. I'll stop them. Shut up and listen to me. Otherwise, I'll leave right now. Ling Zhao's attitude was very overbearing. Because there was no time to talk nonsense. The puppet eagle told him the truth. That meant that the battle in Black Desert City was about to end. General Chen was fighting with the 8th Wolf King. However, it seemed that the 8th Wolf King's strength was inferior to General Chen's. At this rate, the battle would stop in at most 20 minutes. They also had to end the battle and escape. Otherwise, even if they managed to kill 2 Wolf Kings, they would still be killed by General Chen's group. Shangguan Mingyu was stunned. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw Ling Xiao suddenly pull out a sword. The body of the sword was sparkling and translucent, releasing a bone-piercing cold. That guy is serious. Shangguan Mingyu swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Xiaoyu, let's go. No, I have to treat my injuries first and help little brother later. Otherwise, he won't be a match for the 10th Wolf King. Although Shangguan Yu was young and innocent, she was quite loyal. Don't worry, the ones who will die today will be them. Ling Xiao sneered. The 10th Wolf King and the 9th Wolf King were both at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Only after transforming could they reach the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. No matter which one it was, they weren't too strong. Divine Demon Sword Soul, unleash. While speaking, Ling Xiao unleashed the Divine Demon Sword Soul. The Ice Age in his hand turned into a black and white sword. This guy actually has a divine grade Empyrean weapon on him. The 10th Wolf King's eyes widened. The 9th Wolf King was drooling as well. A divine grade Emperor weapon, even in the Purple Spirit capital, it was an extremely precious and top-tier weapon. No, it was definitely the strongest weapon for anyone below the Divine Core realm. 10th brother, you have to get that thing. This guy doesn't look like an ordinary guy. The 9th Wolf King shouted. 9th brother, don't worry. There are only 3 divine grade Emperor weapons in our Black Desert army. They are all in the possession of 3 brothers. If we can get that one, we can exchange it. What do you think? The 10th Wolf King said. We'll do as you say. The 9th Wolf King said. Both of them didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if as long as they attacked, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. You guys are really careless. A divine grade Emperor weapon is great, but too bad, I'm afraid both of you won't have the fortune to use it. Ling Xiao smiled. A terrifying sword intent was unleashed from his innate sword soul. The entire battlefield suddenly became piercingly cold, as if a terrifying whirlwind of blades had blown past. The battle was about to start. Ling Xiao and the 10th Wolf King stood together. In order to end the battle quickly, he used the 9 transformation divine demon art right from the start. A terrifying energy was unleashed from both swords. The 10th Wolf King was sent flying dozens of meters away. He even suffered some serious injuries. It's an Emperor-grade martial skill, but do you think you're the only one with an Emperor-grade martial skill? The 10th Wolf King stood up from the ground. He circulated his true yuan. The 2 claws suddenly became longer and sharper. Emperor-grade martial skill, Phantom Wolf's cross kill, die, human. Ling Xiao was a little surprised to see the other party use an Emperor-grade martial skill. He finally saw an opponent with an Emperor-grade martial skill. He felt that the power of this move was stronger than his descent of the Divine Demon because of the other party's cultivation. Its power was almost the same as the 7 swords in one. However, it was obviously weaker than the second move of the 9 transformation divine demon art. This move was displayed. The 10th Wolf King suddenly turned into an afterimage. His speed was extremely fast. His crazy claws pierced directly toward Ling Zhao's chest. That terrifying power was enough to make one tremble in fear. Ling Xiao did not put away Ice Age. At this time, the 7 swords flew directly out of the storage ring. They floated around his body. A terrifying power began to condense. The 7 sword lights merged into one. 7 venerables attack, 7 swords roar. Kill. The 7-colored sword light frantically swallowed and spat out. It headed toward the 10th Wolf King. At that moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a venerable respected by all, incomparably majestic and solemn. The power of the 7 swords as one was stronger than the 10th Wolf King's attack. But the problem was that Ling Xiao's cultivation was not enough. So the attack power of these two moves should be basically the same. Boom, a terrifying roar sounded, and the two actually retreated dozens of meters away. The 10th Wolf King looked at the martial artist in front of him in horror. He simply could not understand. How could a martial artist with a cultivation of the 2nd level of the true Yuan realm be able to tie with him? Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Because he could feel that after using 2 emperor-grade martial skills in a row, the energy in his cultivation C had increased by 20%. At this stage, perhaps it was because the emperor-grade martial skills consumed a lot of his true yuan and occupied a lot of his potential. So the speed of improvement was extremely fast. It was estimated that the speed might slow down in the future. The battle was still going on. The excited Ling Xiao used Advent of Gods and Demons and 7 swords in one to attack his opponent. The 10th Wolf King finally couldn't hold on any longer. Even if he was a martial artist at the 4th level of the True Element realm, he could only use his Emperor-level martial technique 5 times at most. At this time, his true essence had been completely exhausted. This is the last blow. I'll send you to see the God of Death. Ling Xiao sneered. This time, he didn't use the Emperor-level martial technique because he didn't need it. It wouldn't increase the energy in his cultivation C. This time, he used the Peak King-level martial technique, Freezing Instant. The 10th Wolf King didn't react at all when Ice Age blasted over. His true essence had been exhausted. Even if his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's, it was meaningless. A martial artist's defense and attack mostly relied on true essence to maintain. Although the physical strength of the savage beasts was stronger than that of ordinary human martial artists, it wasn't enough for the 10th Wolf King to block that terrifying attack. The 10th Wolf King watched as his entire body froze. Then, he stopped struggling. His entire body was completely stiff. Then, the sword light exploded from his body. It completely shattered the ice. The 10th Wolf King's body also dissipated. Only ice and debris were left on the ground. Even a complete corpse couldn't be pieced together. This scene made the 9th Wolf King furious. His 10th brother was actually blasted to pieces just like that. He frantically repelled Shangguan Mingyu and then pounced on the 10th Wolf King. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he angrily waited for Ling Xiao. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The 9th Wolf King's strength was stronger than the 10th Wolf King. But not by much. Therefore, he didn't have any confidence at all. Ling Xiao scornfully hooked his hand and said, "Come on, I'm waiting." The battle with the 10th Wolf King had finally increased his cultivation C energy to 90%. With only 10% left, he might break through again. Reaching the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm was just the beginning. After all, the weakest martial artist in the Purple Mansion army was at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. However, what he didn't expect was that the 9th Wolf King seemed to have deep affection for his brother. It seemed that he hated Ling Xiao to the core. He gathered all the true essence in his body. He actually chose, run, he really had to run. He disappeared into the desert at an extremely fast speed. By the time Ling Xiao wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. Forget it, he doesn't know who I am anyway. This grudge will be held against the Shangguan Trading Company. It has nothing to do with a nobody like me. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided not to chase after him. This was not a place to stay for long. He had to get ready to slip away. He glanced at Zhou Tong and Uncle Zhou. Ling Xiao walked over. You guys have been very arrogant along the way. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Shangguan Mingyu, what should we do with them? Kill. Shangguan Mingyu coldly glanced at Uncle Zhou and Zhou Tong and said. This made Ling Xiao a little surprised. This Miss Shangguan was more decisive than he imagined. But it was also true. Zhou Tong and Uncle Zhou actually lured the 2 Wolf Kings over and almost killed the siblings. It wouldn't make sense to not kill them. Miss, please spare my life. This old servant has worked for the Shangguan Trading Company for so long. You can't just kill me like that. Uncle Zhou said loudly. Sister, let them go. We're fine anyway. Shang Guanyu was still soft-hearted. She couldn't bear to see the old man crying like that. Shang Guanmingyu frowned and seemed to have the idea of letting this person go. You guys have to think carefully. Let's not talk about that, Zhou Tong. As for this Uncle Zhou, don't you think everything is strange? There shouldn't be many people who know about the purple sun pill, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That's right. Only Xiaoyu, Uncle Zhou, and I know about the purple sun pill. Could it be, Uncle Zhou, you betrayed us? Shang Guanmingyu finally came back to her senses. You're not stupid. I was wondering. I clearly told this Uncle Zhou that there was danger in the Black Desert City. He didn't listen at all. Even if the two of you were sleeping, you shouldn't be sleeping so soundly. I shouted for a long time, but you didn't respond. Ling Xiao said again. Uncle Zhou used a silent gauze curtain. Shang Guanmingyu was getting clearer and clearer. Miss, don't listen to this person. He's the spy. Otherwise, how could he know about the danger in the Black Desert City in advance? Otherwise, why would he and that barbarian bear hide first? Uncle Zhou was still biting there. At this point, you still refuse to admit it? Do you really think I'm stupid? I've actually suspected it before. After Chen Fengfeng revealed his true purpose, I understood that you've been selling our information to the 10,000 Flames capital city. Shang Guanmingyu walked towards Uncle Zhou. Although the things Ling shouted were strange, she didn't suspect it. Because the reason was very simple. Ling Xiao saved the siblings and killed the 10th Wolf King. She didn't want to suspect her savior. If Ling Xiao really wanted to harm them, he didn't need to do so at all. For the sake of your years of service, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Shang Guanmingyu sighed and finally made a move, killing Uncle Zhou with a slap. Then, she glanced at Zhou Tong and said, Get lost. If you don't remove the roots, be careful of endless troubles. Ling Xiao reminded. Although he's Uncle Zhou's son, he didn't collude with Uncle Zhou. Shang Guanmingyu shook her head, untied the rope on Zhou Tong's body, and said, You can go. Thank you, miss. Zhou Tong lay on the ground. Shang Guanmingyu leaned over to help him. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly raised his head and a sharp arrow shot out from his mouth. It directly shot towards Shang Guanmingyu. What a pity. Shang Guanmingyu sighed at this moment. Her figure flashed slightly, and with a finger, it directly pierced through Zhou Tong's throat. She actually agreed with Ling Zhao's words just now. But she really couldn't do it to Zhou Tong. So she needed a reason. And Zhou Tong just gave it to her. See, little you, in the future, you must remember that kindness will make you lose your life. This time, fortunately, Sister had predicted it. Otherwise, even with Sister's strength, it would be impossible to avoid it. Shang Guanmingyu said. Shang Guanyu was really shocked. This time, he had experienced too much. Chen Feng's betrayal. Uncle Zhou's betrayal. Zhou Tong's repaying kindness with ingratitude. These would allow him to grow quickly. Let's go, or it will be too late. Ling Xiao felt that there was a team rushing over from the Black Desert City. Let's go. Anyway, they were about to reach the Purple Spirit capital. The three jumped on a blazing fire puppet beast at the same time and headed towards the road beside the Black Desert City. Although it would take more detours, it was safer. Miss Shangguan, don't forget the promised reward. Those guys' rewards should all belong to me, right? On the way, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course. Shangguan Mingyu did not object to giving all the rewards to Ling Xiao. It was just that Shangguan Mingyu had been confused. Who took the purple sun pill? Was it someone from the 10,000 Flames capital city? Or was it someone else? It was a pity that she would never be able to figure it out. Unless one day Ling Xiao could not hold it in and said it himself. Then she might still know. Thank you very much. Ling Xiao liked high-grade spirit stones because everything he did now required high-grade spirit stones. Buying medicinal herbs, activating puppets, cultivating, setting up formations, and so on. Without high-grade spirit stones in life, there was nothing to do. By the way, where's that barbarian bear? Didn't he escape with you? Shangguan Mingyu asked curiously. Shangguan Yu had already fallen asleep. This child had suffered too much shock and probably needed to digest it properly. I told him to go to the Imperial Mausoleum first. I alone am enough to save people. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I really don't understand. You're so powerful. Why didn't you tell us earlier so that we could be mentally prepared? Shangguan Mingyu complained. Tell you earlier? If I told you earlier, I would have been destroyed first. Ling Xiao always believed that hiding a part of his strength was the key to survival. You must make others unable to see through you. You are the most powerful. Shangguan Mingyu wanted to say something more, but she was interrupted by Ling Xiao. You should rest too. When we reach the Purple Spirit Capital City, I will wake you up. All right. Shangguan Mingyu was actually very tired. But for some reason, she always felt very safe by Ling Xiao's side. He actually fell into a deep sleep. After some time, she was woken up by Ling Xiao. The Purple Spirit Capital City was already in front of them. This is the reward. Let's part ways here. To be honest, you might not have a good thing if you go to the Shangguan Trading Company, so don't make it public. Shangguan Mingyu took out a total of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones from her storage ring and gave them to Ling Xiao. Then, she left with Shangguan Yu. Ling Xiao understood what she meant. The Shangguan Trading Company was too complicated. It was hard to guarantee that no one would think that he had ulterior motives. Therefore, it was better not to go. Actually, that was what he meant as well. He found it troublesome. He might as well take the money and enjoy himself. He watched Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu leave. Ling Xiao found a secluded place and sat down. Then, he called out Yuan Venerate. Master, does the Ziying pill really have the effect that they say it does? Ling Xiao asked. The effect of the Purple Sun pill isn't as miraculous as they said, but it can indeed increase a warrior's chances of breaking through to the Divine Core realm. How about this? I'll teach you a method to refine the Violet Sun Nature pill. This Purple Sun Fortune pill could double the effects of the Purple Sun pill. However, it would require a lot of precious materials. In the days to come, try your best to slowly gather the money. No matter what, you're only at the second level of the Divine Vein realm. There's still a long way to go before you reach the Divine Core realm. Yuan Venerate thought for a moment, then passed the pill formula to Ling Xiao. Thank you, Master. I'm now a rich man. If I have any treasures that can strengthen my soul, I'll definitely buy them for you. Just try your best, there's no need to force yourself. Anyway, I'm fine as I am now. If I obtain a physical body too early, it might cause trouble instead. After Yuan Venerate said that, he returned to the Mountain River realm. Ling Xiao stood up and stretched his body. Only now did he notice that the Violet Spirit Capital was much bigger than the Myriad Flames Capital. The Myriad Flames Capital had already surprised him, but the Violet Spirit Capital was even more majestic. There were only about 10,000 Purple Mansion Army soldiers stationed in the Myriad Flames Capital. However, the Violet Spirit Capital had over 1 million Purple Mansion Army soldiers stationed there. Although this place couldn't be compared to the Violet Mansion Capital, it was still very powerful. There were over 1 million Purple Mansion Army soldiers, and about 3 million local soldiers. The population of the Violet Spirit Kingdom exceeded 1 billion. Just the Violet Spirit Capital alone had a population of about 100 million. Although it was a lot, it didn't look crowded. The main reason was that the city was too big. If it weren't for the fact that there were many martialists in the mystic world, it would have been impossible for ordinary people to build such a huge city. Just like the Myriad Flames Capital, the Violet Spirit Capital didn't have city walls. The security in the city was basically maintained by the local army. The army was stationed at a place further away from the city. However, the puppet technology of the 4 major regions was more developed. Once something happened, the garrison could quickly arrive. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, the city defense army in the city was enough. The strength of these city defense army soldiers wasn't lower than the first level of the Divine Vein realm. Although they couldn't be compared to the Purple Mansion army, they were still very powerful. Furthermore, there were also some experts in the city defense army. There were people at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. As for the Purple Mansion army, they were stationed even further away. They had their own city walls and residences. Their purpose was to quell rebellions and deal with some troublesome matters. In addition, they were in charge of recruiting and training new soldiers. As the saying went, soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used for a single moment. They didn't fight. However, if a war broke out in the Violet Kingdom, they would definitely be of great use. Following the crowd, Xianxia headed toward the Violet Spirit capital. Along the way, there were all kinds of strange puppet carriages and puppet beasts. It was a dazzling sight. The spacious and clean streets were pleasing to the eye. A martial artist at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm was simply insignificant in the midst of hundreds of millions of people. There were hundreds of millions of people entering and exiting the city every day. No one would pay attention to a mere Xianxia. It seems like this will be my main training ground for the next stage. Here, I have to raise my cultivation to the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm. I have to reach the level of a captain. Only then will I be able to do better in the Violet Kingdom capital. Otherwise, even if I go there, I will still be a nobody. Thinking of this, Xianxia took a deep breath. He discovered that there were many puppet beasts flying in the sky above the Violet Spirit capital. There were also many fixed puppet beasts that stayed in one place. They seemed to be monitoring everyone. Xianxia finally understood why there was no need to build a city wall here. Those puppets, big and small, have recorded everything you've done. If you weren't strong enough, who would dare to cause trouble here? Even if someone barged in, they would probably be killed by the martial artists here in less than 10 minutes. The City Defense Army, the Violet Kingdom Army, and the garrison weren't to be trifled with. The Violet Kingdom had its own laws, and the Violet Spirit Kingdom had its own laws. Other than copying the Violet Kingdom's laws, they also had their own laws. The Violet Spirit Kingdom's king was the pinnacle existence in the Violet Spirit Kingdom. Generally speaking, the king, emperor, and so on in the mystic world were also the strongest in that kingdom. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to convince the masses. There was no need to even think about surviving. It was because of the strict laws that dictated what should be done and what shouldn't be done that this city appeared to be prosperous and prosperous. I wonder where the Purple Mansion army is stationed. How can I go there to report? Xianxia felt that his top priority was to join the Purple Mansion army. Only by joining the Purple Mansion army would he be able to go to the bloody battlefield. Only by entering the bloody battlefield would his cultivation be able to break through faster. Big brother, this way. While thinking about the Purple Mansion army, Xianxia suddenly heard Barbarian Xiong's voice. He couldn't help but feel happy. Walking over, Barbarian Xiong dragged him to the restaurant. Big brother, you must be looking for information about the Purple Mansion army. There's a restaurant over there. I've asked around. They have been hosting the Purple Mansion army for a long time. And every time someone comes to look for the Purple Mansion army, they will go there to eat. Hearing Barbarian Xiong's words, Xianxia didn't resist. But speaking of food, he suddenly thought of the spirit chef that was still trapped in the beast ring. It wasn't a good idea to keep him around. After all, this kid was very crafty and didn't want to be disciplined. Let's kill him. This guy didn't do anything that offended the heavens and reason. He decided to just let him go and invest some money to let him open a restaurant in the Purple Spirit capital city and gather information for him. With the soul-absorbing pill and the 4-leaf demonic eyes, he wasn't afraid that this kid wouldn't listen to him. Thinking of this, he was already pulled into the restaurant by Barbarian Xiong. He found a corner on the first floor and sat down. From here, he could see the entrance and the street, as well as all kinds of people in the restaurant and what was happening. Xianxia noticed that all the martial artists who entered the restaurant were all at least at the 1st level of the Divine Vein realm. Those with lower cultivation were the old, the weak, the women, and the children. These 4 regions were really terrifyingly powerful. A mere Purple Spirit capital city was already like this. He wondered what the Purple Mansion army would be like. Waiter, how's the thing I asked you to gather information about? Barbarian Xiong asked with a smile when he saw the waiter bringing the dishes over. How can I not do what you asked me to do? Take a look at this booklet. It's the recruitment booklet for the Purple Mansion army. The details are all there. You can know anything you want. The waiter said with a smile. Ling Xiao noticed that the waiter's cultivation was at the second level of the divine vein realm, the same as him. I didn't expect you to print such an exquisite booklet. Barbarian Bear took the booklet and smiled as he read it. We didn't do it. It was the Z Mansion army that gave it to us. The Zifu army also wanted more people to join them. It just so happens that our restaurant's business is booming, and there are many warriors coming in and out. Many of them are here for the Purple Mansion army. That's why we usually have the most recruitment brochures. The waiter said proudly. I see. Thank you very much. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. The Purple Mansion army had entered the bloody battlefield, and many of them had died. To be able to maintain the number of 50 million, there would probably be a large number of martial artists joining every year. The Mountain River martial spirit had been around for many years. This naturally had a huge impact on the profound world. Now that there were more and more strong warriors, he didn't know if the Z Mansion army's recruitment method had changed. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little worried. What the hell? Why is he only at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm? Didn't they say that anyone at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm could join? Barbarian Bear suddenly cried out in alarm. If it was only at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm, it meant that he had no chance. His combat strength was only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm, which wasn't enough to deal with someone at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Your information is too outdated. The Purple Mansion army has always maintained the number of 50 million. But now, there are more and more strong warriors. Therefore, they raised the level of entry. You said that those at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm joined before. If they are still at that cultivation level after 3 years, they will be eliminated. The waiter said excitedly, looking at your cultivation level, it doesn't seem to be strong. Why don't you just stay in our restaurant? After cultivating for a few more years, it won't be too late to take the exam. I'm not trying to discourage you. I saw a martial artist at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm getting eliminated a few days ago. He had been hiding in his room and drinking wine. Why was he eliminated? Ling Xiao asked. They said that his talent wasn't good because there were too many people signing up. Therefore, the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm is just a reference. It is the minimum. It doesn't mean that you are qualified to enter just because you have reached that cultivation level. The waiter explained. I see. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't say anything. The waiter thought that the two were discouraged and hurriedly said, You don't have to be discouraged. The Purple Spirit capital city is a good place. Cultivating here is better than any other main city. The two of you should be able to give it a try after working hard for more than 10 years. More than 10 years. You might as well kill me. Barbarian Xiong said helplessly. There are really people who commit suicide. Sigh, in my opinion, there is no need. Our shopkeeper also came to the Purple Mansion army to take the exam. In the end, he didn't get in. So, he started a business here. Now, he has made a lot of money and improved his cultivation level. The waiter smiled. Go do your work. Ling Xiao looked at the waiter and said. Okay, but don't take it too hard. Besides the Purple Mansion army, there are still many ways out. Before the waiter left, he kindly reminded them. Ling Xiao smiled and patted Barbarian Xiong. Don't be so discouraged. With your talent, you should only need 1 year. Next, I plan to invest in opening a restaurant here. I will let the spiritual chef be the head chef and you will be the boss. Every day, besides cultivating, you will be enjoying good food. Wouldn't that be great? Next year, I will be a veteran of the Purple Mansion army. If you enter, I will be able to take care of you. Wouldn't that be better than this year? Big brother, you really know how to comfort people. Okay, I will listen to you and stay for a year. Anyway, the Purple Spirit capital city is very big and much more fun than the 10,000 Flames main city. Moreover, I can make money and don't have to worry about my parents. Barbarian Xiong thought for a while and drank the wine. Ling Xiao took the booklet and read it. The booklet explained the recruitment of soldiers in detail. First, the minimum cultivation level is the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. If you don't have the cultivation level, you can reach it. Second, the Purple Mansion army is stationed in the Rising Sun City, which is 10 miles away from the Purple Spirit capital city. The Rising Sun City is different from other cities. It is the place where the Purple Mansion army lives. It is strictly governed by the military. There is also a large area of forest and wasteland nearby that can be used for military training. On normal days, it is very strict and no unrelated people are allowed to enter. Third, the recruitment period is in the middle of every month. The recruitment will continue for 10 days. During these 10 days, you can sign up and participate in the assessment as you wish. Under normal circumstances, the acceptance rate is 1 in 10,000. Fourth, the assessment method is very simple. You just have to defeat the puppet martial artists. These puppet martial artists are like the puppet beasts. They have strong combat power and don't know fatigue. Their defense is very terrifying. Of course, according to the rules, the shortest time you take to defeat the puppet martial artist, the more damage you cause to the puppet martial artist. The lighter the injuries, etc., are all factors for the assessment. If you defeat more opponents, you will be graded according to these factors. There were 4 people in charge of grading. 3 of them were centurions, and 1 of them was the new commander of the Purple Mansion army. Basically, that was the general content. Of course, there were also some pictures. It should be the Purple Mansion army's daily life and training scenes that could be shown to the public. It looked pretty cool. It could really attract many young martial artists to participate. Xianxia calculated the time. It was the middle of the month, but according to the start time, the recruitment had already been going on for a few days. There were only 3 days left. He wasn't in a hurry. It didn't matter even if it was the last day. After all, it was just a registration. Everyone had to take the test at the same time. This time, they would be recruiting around 100 people. According to the number of applicants in the previous years, there would be around 1 million people. This number was quite terrifying. However, a small country had dozens of main cities under its jurisdiction. There wouldn't be many applicants with 1 million people. Most of them would be eliminated in the first round. It didn't say anything about the puppet martial artist, but it should be around the same strength as a martial artist at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. For the sake of safety, I should try my best to raise my cultivation to the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. This way, I will have a higher chance of success. Moreover, there is no need to use most of my trump cards at the start. Xianxia always insisted on one point. He looked down on his opponents strategically and treated them seriously tactically. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. According to the grading, even if he killed the puppet martial artist, he might not pass the test. He had to be faster, more accurate, and more ruthless. The stronger he was, the more chances he had. Big brother, what is going on outside? It is so lively. Just as Xianxia was about to put away the booklet and start eating, Barbarian Xiong pointed outside the window and asked. Xianxia turned his head and looked outside the window. There were actually some city guards on the street. They were riding on puppet demonic beasts and were clearing one of the roads. The people who were walking on the road were all driven to the barricades on both sides of the road or directly to other roads. Some big shot is probably coming. Xianxia thought for a moment and said. He realized that the Purple Spirit capital city's control was really strong. Even if the passers-by complained, they didn't dare to resist. They obediently retreated to the sides of the road and turned their attention to the city gate. It was obvious that a major figure would appear on that path. At this time, the shop assistant from before also came to the window and looked outside. He looked extremely excited. Buddy, who is it? Why are you so excited? Xianxia asked with a smile while eating. Hee, it's no wonder you don't know. You're new here, so you don't know much about Purple Spirit capital city. The shop assistant looked out of the window and said with a smile, the king of the Purple Spirit Kingdom is a peerless beauty. More importantly, she was only in her early 20s. However, his strength was terrifyingly strong. It was said that he had reached the divine core realm. Today, the person who was coming was a Daoist master who had traveled all the way here from the Zifu capital city. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the Purple Mansion Kingdom's king. Grandpa Daoist's group of 4 didn't have much strength. It was said that he wasn't even a Divine Vein Realm martial artist. However, his 3 disciples were extremely powerful. 2 of them came from the beast race of the wilderness, and 1 came from the deep-sea dragon domain, especially his eldest disciple. He was a mighty warrior from the Divine Ape clan, and his strength was unfathomable. He was also sealed with a seal, and most of his strength was sealed. However, his current strength was still at the Divine Core realm. The king of the Purple Spirit Kingdom was in her 20s, but she was still single. It was said that she had met this Daoist master once in the Zifu capital city. She even called him Big Brother. Clearly, she liked him very much. Because of this, the hearts of tens of millions of men in the Purple Spirit capital city were broken. After all, the king of the Purple Spirit Kingdom, Xianxia, was the goddess in all men's hearts. After hearing what the shop assistant said, Xiao finally understood what was going on. There was a traveling team that was sent by the king of the Purple Kingdom to the Purple Spirit Kingdom. The leader of this team had some connections with the king of the Purple Spirit Kingdom. The leader was a Daoist master, and it was rumored that he was an expert in secret techniques. Although he wasn't strong, all 3 of his disciples were strong. Especially his eldest disciple. The king of the Purple Spirit Kingdom was extremely powerful as well. Buddy, it seems like you know your king, Xianxia, very well. Xiao joked. He was basically immune to beauty, because he had seen too many beautiful women. In the world of warriors, beauty was not as useful as strength. I don't know much about her. Most of the information I got were just rumors. If you want to know the truth, I really can't give you an answer. Let me put it this way, the general of the Purple Kingdom's Purple Palace Army, Yu Qilong. Once you join the army, you'll be the general. According to the rumors, his cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Divine Core realm. Our great and beautiful king's cultivation is even stronger than this general Yu Qilong. Let me tell you, once you join the Purple Palace Army, you better not offend this general. Within the Purple Palace Army, there were strict military positions. The general who commanded 100,000 Purple Palace Army soldiers was a major general, and his cultivation was between the 2nd and 3rd level of the Divine Core realm. The general who commanded 1 million Purple Palace Army soldiers was a lieutenant general, and his cultivation was between the 3rd and 4th level of the Divine Core realm. The general who commanded 1 million Purple Palace Army soldiers was a general, and his cultivation was at least at the 6th level of the Divine Core realm. There were 5 generals in the Purple Palace Army, and the one who stood at the top was the Purple Palace Army's chief marshal. On the same level as the generals, there were also the chief staff officer, chief supervisor, and chief instructor. However, these 3 positions didn't directly lead the Purple Palace Army. They all had their own special missions. However, their overall strength was on par with the 5 generals. This General Yu Qilong is the son of one of the generals. He is young and promising. Although his strength isn't the best amongst all the lieutenant generals, he is still young. Furthermore, he has great talent, and everyone says that he is the most likely successor to that general. Hearing what the salesman said, Xiao couldn't help but have mixed feelings. He felt like a real ant that had stepped into the territory of giants. No matter if it was the Lieutenant General Yu Qilong or the king, Xianxia, they were both people he couldn't reach. They were people he couldn't afford to offend. If he didn't have enough strength, offending these people was the same as courting death. He really wanted to thank the salesman for telling him all this. If not, he would have never offended anyone. Salesman, this is for you, thanks a lot. Xiao took out a top-rank soul stone and gave it to the salesman. The salesman's eyes lit up. Originally, he didn't want to continue talking. But now, he just sat back down. After all, the goddess of his dreams, Xianxia, hadn't shown up yet. Since you're so kind, I'll tell you more about it. This year, the Purple Palace Army has undergone a huge adjustment. Although the lowest-ranking soldiers haven't changed much. But, from sergeant to sergeant, they have all been strengthened. Now, the requirement for sergeant is to reach the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm, centurions must reach the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm, Kiliarchs must reach the 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm, captains must reach the 1st level of the Divine Core Realm. In the Purple Mansion Army, captains are also called brigadier generals. They are only second to major generals. Of course, they didn't have such high requirements in the past. But now, the martial artists are getting stronger and stronger. The Purple Mansion Army has no choice but to change the system. In the future, they will probably have to raise the requirements even more. Although Ling Xiao had already expected what the shop assistant said, but when he heard it, he still felt helpless. He thought that he was already very close to the upper class of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. But now, he was still an ant. Even captains had to be at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Then, those who couldn't reach the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm in the Purple Mansion Army would probably be forced to change jobs. Thinking of this, he sighed with emotion. In the West region, a martial artist at the 1st level of the Divine Vein Realm could become a supreme expert and a legendary existence. But here, they were only stronger than the old, weak, women, and children. Sir, I think you are quite ambitious. In 8 to 10 years, you can become a captain or even a centurion. Then, you can become a superior person. When you get married and have children, your family members will be military families. Not only will you be honored, but you will also be protected and treated well. The children could even enter the young army and the young army of the Zifu army for training. You will have a higher chance of becoming a member of the Purple Mansion Army in the future. But don't forget me when you get rich in the future. Come to my restaurant for a meal, and just give me a little more money. The waiter said with a smile. Haha, I will. There was no need to argue about this. After all, on the surface, his cultivation wasn't very good. Even with his real strength, he was just qualified to enter the Purple Mansion Army. Others said this not because they looked down on him, but because they were just stating facts. However, he was very clear in his heart that his talent and comprehension ability were definitely not something that others could compare to. He came to the 4 regions from the 8th level of the Reincarnation Divine Realm. It had only been a few months, and he was already a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Next, his breakthrough speed would be even faster. They are here. It's the carriage of that royal brother. Barbarian Xiong suddenly turned around and said. Ling Xiao and the waiter looked out of the window. He saw that there were Purple Mansion Army soldiers riding on puppet beasts to protect him. And in the middle, the 4 people were very obvious. The person in the lead was riding a white horse. He was quite handsome and wore a Taoist robe. He looked like an immortal. His cultivation was indeed not very high, but Ling Zhao's intuition told him that he should not underestimate this person. This Taoist is called Su Mingzhen. That monkey head was his eldest disciple, Sun Sheng, the fat one was his second disciple, Zhu Neng, and the one who looked like a shark with a ferocious face was his 3rd disciple, Sha Hai. Other than Su Mingzhen, the other 3 disciples were all extremely strong. I've already told you about my eldest disciple. The 2nd and 3rd disciples are both Divine Core warriors, and they are extremely frightening. But this time, there's going to be a show to watch. The shop assistant suddenly laughed. Lively? What excitement? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Our beautiful ruler likes this Taoist master Su Meng. However, the lieutenant general of the Zifu army, Yu Qilong, likes our beautiful ruler. It was a classic love triangle. With these 3 people together, don't you think it's going to be lively? The shop assistant laughed and said, Yu Qilong's hometown is in the Purple Spirit capital. When he was young, he had a very good relationship with our beautiful ruler, and he even said that he wanted to get married when he grew up. It was just a joke when he was young, how can you take it seriously? I always think childhood sweethearts are no match for those who fall from the heavens. Ling Xiao laughed and said, unless that Taoist master Su Meng gives up on his own accord, I don't think Yu Qilong can do anything about it. Haha, you're right, guest. With the current situation, I think Lieutenant General Yu Qilong is going to be very depressed. The shop assistant laughed. No one here would know what they were talking about anyway. They wouldn't dare talk about the ruler and the lieutenant general in front of them, but they could gossip behind their backs. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in any of this. No matter who was with whom. It had nothing to do with him. What he cared more about was how he could join the Zifu army, and how he could enter the bloody battlefield as soon as possible. It wouldn't be too late to talk about this after he reached the level of those people. Ling Xiao activated his Tai Chi eye. Suddenly, he noticed that a few dozen men were charging towards Su Mingzhen's group. These men were not ordinary men. They could actually fly in the sky. Only divine core warriors were able to break free from the gravitational pull and fly in the sky in the 4 major planets. Dozens of divine core warriors had suddenly appeared. This was really shocking. These men were too strong, although their auras were weaker than the 3 men from the Wangquan family who had tried to kill him. They were almost there. In other words, those 3 men from the Wangquan family should be at the divine core realm. Finally, he had a rough idea of what they were. Back when he was in the western region, he didn't even know what cultivation level his enemies were at. But now, he finally knew. In the blink of an eye, when the dozens of men arrived, the Zifu army's guards couldn't do anything about it. Because they were divine core warriors, and the Zifu army's guards were only divine vein warriors. Ling Xiao turned to Su Mingzhen and asked. The man who looked to be in his 30s didn't even look at the sky. He had a smile on his face, and he was so calm, as if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. Xianxia, Yu Qilong, what are you 2 bastards doing? How dare you send men to assassinate my master? Sun Xing let out a loud roar. He didn't care if Xianxia and Yu Qilong could hear him or not. Without hesitation, he leapt into the sky. He waved a club made of an unknown material and lightly swung it. The dozens of cultivators were all sent flying. Damn it, this is too strong. They are all divine core warriors, but it's like he's beating his own grandsons. Ling Xiao couldn't believe what he saw. The weapon in Sun Xing's hand was the same as his transformative weapon, a heavenly king weapon. However, Sun Xing didn't use any martial skills, he just used an ordinary attack to knock the men away. With just a single strike, the dozens of men left as quickly as they came. After leaving behind a dozen dead bodies, they disappeared into the horizon. Are divine core warriors so worthless? How did he manage to kill so many of them in such a short time? Barbarian Xiong was startled as well. It's not that divine core warriors are worthless, it's that Sun Xing is just too strong. To put it bluntly, in the entire Golden Heavenly region, besides the Golden Sovereign, I don't think there is anyone stronger than him. However, his cultivation base has been sealed, that's why he doesn't seem that scary. Just listen to how he didn't even take Lieutenant General Yu Qilong and Lord Xianxia seriously. The shop assistant's eyes lit up. Perhaps he really admired such a strong man. Who didn't love heroes? Who didn't love strong men? More people are here, I think they are from the King Palace. Ling Xiao noticed a group of people not far away. Most of these people were actually women. Perhaps it was because the king of the Violet Spirit Kingdom was a woman. There were at least 1,000 people in this group. Among them, there were a few hundred divine core warriors. Perhaps all the mighty warriors from the King Palace were here. This Xianxia really thought highly of Su Mingzhen. Why are there so many divine core warriors? Barbarian Xiong asked the same question. You should know, there are over 100 million people in the capital city, but there are only a few thousand divine core warriors. Most of them are divine vein warriors. There are also some reincarnation divine warriors. The salesman wasn't surprised at all. It was normal for there to be a few thousand divine core warriors in a city with over 100 million people. After listening to his explanation, Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong found it easier to accept. For Ling Xiao, becoming a divine core warrior was still too far away. Even among the divine vein realm martial artists, there were plenty of people who could easily kill him. Therefore, it looked like he had to keep a low profile while he was in the capital city. It would be best if he didn't provoke those mighty warriors. If he did, he would be in deep trouble. Comparing a divine core warrior to a divine vein warrior, there was a feeling of transcendence between them. Divine cores were formed in their bodies. It felt like there was a small universe running in their bodies. No matter if it was their true yuan or their bodies, they were much stronger than divine vein warriors. Divine core realm, that will be my next goal. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. The warrior from the royal family killed by Black Devil didn't count. After all, that wasn't Ling Xiao's strength. But, once he became a divine core warrior, he would be closer to Yufenghua. Before he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had sworn that he would protect every reincarnation of the Moon Lady. Now, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Although it was still uncertain, it wasn't impossible. As long as he could touch it, he would be able to get it sooner or later. He had the martial soul of Tyrant, the inheritance of the 12 divine beasts, and the heart of gold. His cultivation speed was several times faster than others. Therefore, he was still very confident. Her Majesty looks like she will never age. I remember that she looked like this 10 years ago. That's right. I've only become more charming. Nothing else has changed. Don't bother about his looks. The strength of the monarch is the most terrifying. I feel that he is even stronger than the last time I saw him. Although he was in the Purple Spirit capital city, the monarch spent most of his time in the monarch residence. Not many people could actually see her. Thus, Xianxia's appearance immediately caused a lot of discussion. Ling Xiao turned his head to look. There were people by the window and at the door. Even behind them, there were people constantly squeezing over, wanting to catch a glimpse of their beauty. However, what made Ling Xiao feel funny was that the huge canopy had a veil hanging down, completely covering the monarch inside. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to see it. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to look through the canopy. However, he discovered that Xianxia was still wearing a white veil. He still couldn't see his face. But to be honest, this woman's temperament was definitely very elegant. Sitting there, she was like a white lotus flower in a flourishing age. Dressed in white, she was like a fairy. This was the kind of woman that people were talking about. He wanted to get close to her, but he was afraid of sullying her. This kind of woman was naturally to be admired from afar and not to be touched. Apart from her looks. In terms of figure, this woman seemed to have reached the level of the Moon Lady. It was just her temperament that felt inferior. When a woman was beautiful to a certain extent, she actually had her own merits. It was difficult to determine who was better. However, Ling Xiao was still confident. If the Moon Lady stood together with Xianxia, they would definitely attract more attention. Even this woman's light would be stolen by the Moon Lady. But now, this woman was like a bright pearl, shining with endless light. She blocked everyone else in the darkness. No wonder all the men in the Purple Spirit capital city said that this woman was their dream goddess. This woman indeed had the aptitude. Many men couldn't help but feel ashamed of their inferiority when they saw her. But since he had the Moon Lady in his heart, Xianxia was just a piece of art that Ling Xiao could admire. Besides, what he was more concerned about was Xianxia's strength. He shouldn't be as strong as Sun Sheng. But at the same time, he was unfathomable. What could he do? He was just too weak. As long as it was a divine core warrior, he would be able to easily kill Jiang Chen. King! King! The entire crowd cheered. Although there were some who were jealous of this woman, most of them felt proud to have such a king. Proud, happy, finally, Xianxia flew out from the imperial canopy. She landed on the ground. A long red carpet was laid out on the ground, extending all the way to the white horse. Although Xianxia was wearing a veil, her eyes were filled with excitement. Obviously, this woman really liked Su Mingzhen. Not only her, even Ling Xiao had developed a strong interest in this Su Mingzhen. Su Mingzhen was a real man, but he was too beautiful. He was even more beautiful than a woman, her indifferent temperament was even more mesmerizing than that of the monarch. In this day and age, men look like this. It really makes people speechless. It's probably because of that peerless face. That must be one of the reasons why Xianxia likes him. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Right when Xianxia and Su Mingzhen were walking on the red carpet and were about to hug each other, suddenly, a deafening noise came from the city gate. All of them were purple puppet warhorses, all of them were wearing purple armor. This was simply shocking. Those should all be purple spirit armors. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Rumble, a large number of Purple Mansion army soldiers stopped at the entrance of the Purple Spirit capital. Only a few hundred Divine Core warriors followed Lieutenant General Yu Qilong into the Purple Spirit capital. Yu Qilong didn't look at anyone next to him, his eyes were fixed on Su Mingzhen. It looked like the rumors weren't fake. This Yu Qilong had definitely treated Su Mingzhen as his rival in love. The Purple Mansion army was different from ordinary warriors. Obviously, they had been trained by killing and killing. Even though they had restrained their aura, their killing intent still leaked out uncontrollably. It made many passers-by tremble. So strong. Those must be the captains and kiliarchs of the Purple Mansion army. That's right, all the captains are Divine Core warriors. Some of the kiliarchs are Divine Core warriors as well, and there are a few hundred of them. Why did the Lieutenant General call all of them here? I wonder if he's trying to put pressure on them, or if he's trying to make it look grand. It looked like most people knew about the story between Yu Qilong and Xianxia. Ling Xiao smiled. He wasn't interested in this kind of gossip. Instead, he looked at Yu Qilong. Yu Qilong was really young, probably not even 20 years old. How could he become a lieutenant general of the Z Mansion army at such a young age? Not only was he young, but he was also handsome and powerful. He was simply the dream lover of countless women. There were many people pursuing Yu Qilong, but he was set on Xianxia. One had to admit that he was really stubborn. Yu Qilong ignored Su Mingzhen and went straight to Xianxia. His arrogance was probably due to his talent and strength. Most people were not worth mentioning in front of him. Currently, no one could compare to him, including Ling Xiao. Xianxia, why didn't you inform me that you were going to welcome Daoist Su? No matter what, Daoist Su is the king's younger brother. Yu Qilong stood between Xianxia and Su Mingzhen to prevent them from touching each other. Su Mingzhen just smiled faintly and elegantly as if nothing could affect his mood. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, greetings to General Yu. He cupped his hands and bowed. Xianxia was a little angry, but he knew that Yu Qilong had no ill intentions, so he could not blame him. He could only sigh helplessly in his heart. But this time, Su Mingzhen was going to stay in Ziling City for a long time. She would have a lot of opportunities to meet Su Mingzhen. Yu Qilong could not stop them all the time, could he? Sister, don't you understand Brother Qilong's intentions? Why can't you be nice to him? At this moment, a 15 or 16-year-old boy walked out from the crowd and rolled his eyes at Xianxia. Haha, isn't this Xiaolong? You seem to have broken through. You are indeed your sister's younger brother. Not bad. Yu Qilong was in a good mood when he heard Zilong speaking up for him. Zilong was Xianxia's younger brother, and he was Xianxia's most beloved brother. His name was similar to Yu Qilong's, and he had a good relationship with Yu Qilong. Moreover, when it came to his sister's marriage, he firmly supported Yu Qilong to be with his sister. After all, no matter how good Su Mingzhen was, he was still a wandering Daoist. No one knew when he would go somewhere else. Zilong and Xianxia looked very much alike. If Zilong hadn't dressed like a man, people would have mistaken him for a girl. When Ling Xiao saw this purple dragon, he could not help but clench his fists. A young man who was about 15 or 16 years old, even younger than him, but he was already a first Divine Core warrior. This kind of strength really made people have a whole new level of respect. Big brother Qilong, you are truly overpraising me. Compared to you, I am nothing. Zilong smiled. Oh right, Zilong isn't a member of the Z Mansion army yet, right? Yu Qilong suddenly asked. That's right. Speaking of this, big brother Qilong, you have to open a back door for me. I want to join the Violet Mansion army. Zilong smiled. Back door? Ha ha ha, I say, Xiaolong, stop joking around. With your strength, isn't it easy for you to enter the Zifu army, but the Purple Mansion army is very dangerous. I'm afraid your sister won't be willing to part with it. Yu Qilong looked at Xianxia. There's nothing to be reluctant about. As long as Xiaolong is willing, I believe him. Xianxia nodded his head and said. Big brother Qilong, did you hear that? My sister has agreed, you can now arrange for me to join, right? With my strength, participating in the exam is just bullying others. You can just let me join. I don't think anyone will object to this. Long said. Alright, I'll go through the procedures for you when I get back. Yu Qilong wanted to please Xianxia, and also because Zilong was really strong. Reaching the first Divine Core realm at the age of 16, his talent was even more frightening than Zilong's. This is great. Zilong was really excited. Are you guys done chatting? Suddenly, 1,000 caddy stick dropped down from the sky and smashed onto the road. Xianxia, Long, and Yuqilong were so scared that they immediately took a few steps back. Sunsheng was pissed off. What's with those assassins just now? Sunsheng asked with a stern voice. I think they are just some people who are unhappy with your actions. Yuqilong said with a cold voice. Little son, be nice. With a smile on her face, Su Mingzhen walked over and said, Did we cause trouble for the king by coming to Purple Spirit Capital? No, I'll immediately send someone to investigate those assassins. I won't let them disturb brother you again. Xianxia hastily said. Alright, let's welcome Daoist Su to the king mansion. The group started moving again, and Yuqilong followed behind them. It looked like this guy had decided to be the third wheel today. Stop looking, they're gone. Let's continue eating. In the restaurant, everything returned to normal. However, there were still many people who were reminiscing about the scene from just now. I've heard that the king's younger brother, Long, is very strong. I thought he was only at the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm, but he has already broken through to the Divine Core realm. He's only 16 years old, this is so frustrating. How can we compare ourselves to him? We have different resources. Ling Xiao didn't think it was a big deal. From his observation, Long's cultivation was indeed strong, but his combat experience was terrible. He was similar to Shang Guanyu, but his cultivation was much stronger than Shang Guanyu's. When it came to cultivating talents, a big family was really good at it. Even idiots could be cultivated. Besides, if you had a little bit of talent, you could be cultivated into a genius. This was something no ordinary man could compare with. According to the information we have, the king of the Violet Spirit Kingdom is at least at the 4th level of the Divine Core realm. What about the strongest man in the Violet Kingdom? I think he's at the 7th or 8th level of the Divine Core realm. What about the Eastern Victory Kingdom, the Golden Heavenly Kingdom? Are the strongest warriors in the Golden Heavenly Kingdom really below the Divine Core realm? As for the Eternal Palace, it's even stronger than the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. It's one of the strongest forces in the 4 major regions. How strong are they? Too bad, he still couldn't get the answers to these questions. But, he was sure that the opponents he was going to face were frightening beyond his imagination. Right now, he had no choice but to take things one step at a time and break through to the Divine Core realm. Only when he broke through to the Divine Core realm would he be qualified to see the wider world. Alright, please enjoy your meal. Since the show is over, I should get back to work. The waiter let out a sigh and said, Everyone is different. If young Master Long joins the Violet Palace Army, I think he'll be able to become a Captain General. At the very least, he'll be a Captain General. Does the Violet Palace Army only look at strength, and not military merits? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course. But, with young Master Long's strength, it'll be easy for him to get some military merits. The waiter waved his hand and said, Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. It has nothing to do with us anyway. After saying that, he turned around and left. After Ling Xiao and Barbarian Xiong finished their meal, they went to the streets to look for a shop. Surprisingly, they found out about something wonderful. The Violet Palace Army wanted to improve everyone's meals, therefore, they wanted to bring in some restaurants in Chaoyang City. Hearing that the Z Mansion Army wanted to open a restaurant, Ling Xiao went to look for it directly. Under the control of the soul-absorbing pill and soul-absorbing eye, the spirit chef was completely at his mercy. This spirit chef's strength was not very good, but his cooking was absolutely first class. He actually passed. This restaurant was in the outer city of Chaoyang City, and the garrison was usually in the inner city. They did not affect each other. Of course, the restaurant had to go through strict inspection every day. After all, it was a Z Mansion Army cook. If something happened, it would be a big matter, and no one dared to neglect it. Buying the land, he spent 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Buying all kinds of things, he only spent another 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao left another 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones for Barbarian Bear as starting capital. The restaurant was ready, and only waited for business. Ling Xiao did not care about the details. He had already returned to his room in the restaurant and started to cultivate. This was Chaoyang City, the city where the Z Mansion army was stationed. It was even safer than the Purple Spirit capital. Unless someone ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts and dared to cause trouble here. Therefore, it was absolutely safe to cultivate here. After cultivating the 9-turn God Demon technique for a while, Ling Xiao stood up again. The cultivation of the martial technique was very smooth. But if his cultivation did not break through, he would not be able to improve further. So he planned to go out and look for opportunities. The outer city of Chaoyang City was not as strict as the inner city. As long as he came back before dark, there would be no problem. Ling Xiao went directly to the Purple Spirit capital. There were many people there, and he should be able to find a suitable opportunity to improve. He had heard that the Purple Spirit capital city had many underground fighting arenas for martial artists to use to battle. After winning, one could get a large amount of spirit stones as a reward. He did not know if he was lucky or not. When he arrived at the Purple Spirit capital, he did not have time to find the underground fighting arena. Instead, he saw a fire break out. There were many skyscrapers in the Purple Spirit capital. Ling Xiao did not know how such buildings were built. But he noticed that upstairs, the fire was raging and there were many people trapped there. Originally, this kind of thing had nothing to do with him. And with his strength, he could not help much. However, there was one thing that he was particularly concerned about. It was the monarch's younger brother, Zilong, who actually helped to save people when he passed by. Ling Xiao had seen such a young master before, but there weren't many of them. They were usually arrogant and domineering people. This purple dragon was really not bad. He found it interesting and stood there looking with the Taiji eye. In the beginning, things went very smoothly. Zilong cooperated with the other city defense army martial artists to extinguish the fire. Many people were saved. However, just as Zilong was about to leave, he was trapped in the building. Because there was another person in there. A masked man wearing a black scarf. The masked man's cultivation was at the 2nd Heavenly Divine Core realm, and he had rich combat experience. He didn't know what method it used, but it actually blocked that space. Only his Taiji eye could see through it. The battle began in an instant. Zilong was indeed a genius. Although his cultivation was inferior to the other parties, he was still able to hold on. Unfortunately, his opponent was even stronger. Not only was his cultivation higher than Zilong's, but his battle experience was also extremely rich. Both men fought fiercely. Ling Xiao had to use the Taiji eye and the Heart of Gold in order to see every single attack clearly. A battle like this was very pleasing to the eyes. At the same time, it was also a great help to him. After all, Zilong's combat experience was inferior to the other parties, and he had consumed too much of his energy in order to save people. The more difficult the battle was, the more he was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Zilong used some unknown method to penetrate through his opponent's defense and dashed towards the outside. However, the other party was even faster. He slammed his palm onto Zilong's back, causing blood to spurt out from his mouth. Zilong's body went through the window, and he fell down from a height of over 100 meters. Damn! What a coincidence! Ling Xiao was speechless. He was just here to watch, and Zilong had been slammed to his side by a single palm strike. Ling Xiao was only a 2nd Heavenly Divine Vein warrior. Facing a battle between 2 Divine Core warriors, there was nothing he could do. Even if he wanted to help Zilong, there was nothing he could do. The speed of the man chasing after Zilong was incredibly fast. A frightening aura was unleashed. Initially, it was aimed at Zilong, but it had also enveloped Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao's potential was crazily unleashed. His cultivation, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time, suddenly broke through. He had broken through to the 3rd Heavenly Divine Vein realm. This was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance. Somebody, help! Zilong shouted out loudly. After all, this was the capital city of Purple Spirit. Therefore, very soon, some men were rushing towards them. The assassin furrowed his brows, then he increased his attack speed. If those men arrived before him, he would have no chance to save Zilong. No one noticed the weak Ling Xiao standing next to them. No one would have thought that this weakling would become the turning point of this battle. Ling Xiao was having a mental struggle. In the end, he decided to help Zilong. Not because of anything else, but because as a young master, Zilong had personally gone to save those refugees. Just because of this, he couldn't let him die. Of course, Ling Xiao had the ability to do so as well. Earth-crossing golden light. Suddenly, Ling Xiao unleashed the earth-crossing golden light. Zilong, who thought he was going to die, suddenly felt the scenery in front of him change rapidly. After that, the assassin's attack landed on the ground. Damn it! It was too late for the assassin to chase after Zilong, because a large number of City Defense Army warriors had arrived, and some of them were Divine Core warriors. He had no choice but to leave. Even if he couldn't complete his mission, he couldn't expose his identity. Damn weakling, how could he be so fast? Even before he left, the assassin was still in a bad mood. His mission was about to be completed. But it was ruined by an ant on the side of the road who he didn't take seriously. This was a complete disgrace. But, he didn't pay any attention to that man just now, that's why he didn't see what he looked like. It's alright, young Master Zilong. Ling Xiao stopped. He was still feeling scared. He was taking a gamble. If that assassin really wanted to chase after him, he would be in big trouble. Of course, he was lucky, because he made the right bet. The assassin didn't want to expose his identity, perhaps because he was Zilong's friend. Thank you for saving me. Zilong let out a sigh of relief. Although he was severely injured, it was worth it to be able to keep his life. He looked at Ling Xiao with a strange expression. Ling Xiao's aura was very weak, he should only be at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. But, the speed at which he fled was extremely fast. But, there seemed to be a mysterious aura coming from this man. Zilong wondered if it was just his imagination. No need to thank me, I'll take my leave now. When Ling Xiao saw someone approaching, he immediately turned around and left. It wasn't that Ling Xiao was noble and didn't want to repay the favor. It was just that he didn't have the courage to ask for such a favor. What a joke. With his current strength, even if he really got close to Zilong, he would only be treated as a hired thug or a man of sacrifice. He wasn't interested in being someone else's slave. Besides, he had too many secrets on him. A powerful man always had a way to find out the secrets of others. If he was exposed, he would be in a lot of trouble. Sigh. I still don't know what his name is. Zilong looked at Ling Xiao's disappearing back and sighed helplessly. But, I think he was hiding his true strength. If not, how could he save me from that 2nd-level Divine Core warrior? He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was only at the 3rd-level Divine Vein Realm. Naturally, he thought that Ling Xiao was hiding his true strength. Young master, are you alright? Reinforcements had finally arrived. Zilong's mind was once again focused on the assassin. Damn it, I've been cultivating in the King Mansion, and I just came out recently. Why is someone targeting me? Is he targeting me, or is he targeting my sister? This question wouldn't be answered in a short period of time. After successfully breaking through, Ling Xiao didn't need to go to the underground arena anymore. Instead, he chose to return to Chaoyang City. After that, he went to the Purple Mansion Army's registration area and registered. After that, he waited for the unified examination that would take place in 2 days. As for the assassin who killed Zilong, it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't care. He still had a lot of things to do, and he didn't want to be dragged into this mess. 2 days passed by quickly. Not only had Ling Xiao consolidated his cultivation base at the 3rd-level Divine Vein Realm, he had also cultivated the 2nd style of the 9 Revolutions Divine Devil skill to major completion. Of course, its strength had increased tremendously. Similarly, during these 2 days, their restaurant's business had been booming. Many of the customers who came here to eat were the real soldiers of the Purple Mansion Army. These were delicacies cooked by spirit chefs, and their effects were naturally different. On the day of the examination, the venue was in the outer city. Therefore, the restaurant's business was booming. However, there were spirit chefs and helpers. Barbarian Xiong, on the other hand, had nothing to do. He followed the crowd and arrived at the venue. It was the Purple Mansion Army's arena in the outer city. This place had always been used by the Z Mansion Army to recruit new soldiers. The spacious battlefield was very suitable for martial artists to display their abilities. Although there were no spectator stands around, there were many spectators because the outer city gate had opened. Among the spectators, there were members of the Xianxia army, but there were also a large number of people who came to watch the show. Among them, there was no lack of people who wanted to apply for the Zifu army. In any case, the crowd was densely packed, and there were probably more than 100,000 people. Fortunately, there was a huge magic array screen at the scene. It could be seen from afar. Otherwise, they would probably only be able to look at other people's heads. In the Purple Mansion Army's arena, a large number of warriors had gathered. All of them had signed up. More than 90% of these people were at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. That was because this was the minimum requirement for warriors in the Zifu army. There were also a small number of martial artists at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm who were confident that their combat strength could meet the requirements. Xianxia was the only martial artist below the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. "Io, little friend, are you lost? You even dare to sign up for the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm?" The Zifu army didn't have any restrictions on the registration. As long as one was willing to sign up, it was fine. However, if one's cultivation didn't meet the minimum requirement and still signed up, there would be no one to protect. In the battle with the puppet martial artists, no one will save you. In other words, your death would be in vain. It was different for martial artists at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm and above. Even if they couldn't defeat the puppet warriors, they would be saved. This was to prevent people from trying their luck even though they didn't have the strength, which would be a waste of everyone's time. It would also be a waste of the Zifu army's energy. Xianxia was only around 17 years old, and his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Naturally, he became the target of ridicule. Why do you care about him? He is just here to die. Not only is he wasting everyone's time, but he is also wasting the Zifu army's energy. Serves him right if he dies. Xianxia pretended that he didn't hear the discussions of these people. After all, one's strength couldn't be seen directly. It could only be shown through battle. His cultivation might only be at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, but his combat strength was already at the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. He had already surpassed everyone here. A bunch of idiots actually mocked him. It was really laughable. "Brat, come over here and sit on the human bench for me. If you were weak, you would be bullied by everyone. It wasn't that others wouldn't touch you just because you didn't want to provoke them." Xianxia was enjoying himself when a rough voice suddenly sounded. He turned his head to take a look. It was a bald-headed man. He wasn't old, probably around 30 years old, and his cultivation was at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This kind of cultivation wasn't considered high. However, the strange thing was that there were a few 5th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artists gathered around him. There was no need to ask. This fellow must have a backer. He probably had a relative in the Zifu army. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Xianxia glanced at this person and closed his eyes to rest again. He couldn't be bothered with him. "Damn it, how dare you ignore my words, a 3rd-level Divine Vein Realm martial artist is courting death." The bald-headed man stood up abruptly and roared furiously. "Brother Bing, don't be angry. That brat doesn't know how powerful you are. That's why he said that." Someone at the side persuaded. When the bald-headed man heard that, he felt that it was right. He laughed mischievously and said, "My name is Tang Bing. My uncle is in the Zifu army. How dare you not give Brother Bing face? You still want to enter the Zifu army? Come over here obediently. Otherwise, I will use force." This fellow only knew how to bully the weak. He didn't even dare to ask those 5th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artists to be his human bench. He was probably afraid. This time, Xianxia didn't even open his eyes and completely ignored him. "Damn. Kill him for me." Tang Bing was really angry. Originally, he wanted to show off his power in front of his group of disreputable friends. In the end, he met someone who didn't listen to him. This really infuriated him. If he didn't teach this brat a lesson, where would he put his face? "Brother Bing, it's better not to make a move here. After all, this is the Zifu army's arena. If we offend the Zifu army, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Someone at the site advised. Alright, I won't kill him, but I can at least beat him up. I heard that the Zifu army likes to exchange pointers between soldiers. I will personally exchange pointers with him. Tang Bing stood up and sneered as he walked towards Ling Xiao. In his opinion, a trash at the third level of the Divine Vein realm dared to act cool in front of him. He was simply courting death. Even if he wasn't allowed to kill here, he could still cripple this brat and reduce some trouble for the Zifu army. Brat, don't blame me. You asked for it. Tang Bing laughed mischievously and said, I will give you one last chance. Lie down and be my human bench. Otherwise, I will cripple you today. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly opened, and a horrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. You are the one courting death. At that moment, Tang Bing felt as though he saw a sword stabbing towards him. He was so frightened that he took a step back. However, he recovered after a short moment. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was so ferocious just now, but now he was frightened by Ling Xiao and retreated. This was simply a great humiliation. He couldn't let this matter go so easily. Good. Very good. You are courting death. Since you don't want to submit, I will give you a quick death. With a furious roar, Tang Bing pounced towards Ling Xiao. He didn't use any weapon. After all, wasn't Ling Xiao just a martial artist at the third level of the Divine Vein realm? What was he afraid of? He could send Xianxia flying with a single slap. Tang Bing, stop it. At this moment, a voice was heard. A Purple Mansion army soldier wearing the purple spirit armor walked over and looked at Tang Bing. Don't you know that you can't use force without permission in Chaoyang City? How dare you make such a scene? Cousin, I was wondering who it was. You gave me a fright. Tang Bing let out a breath of relief. This cousin was really his uncle's son, and he was also a sergeant in the Purple Mansion army. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm. What are you making a scene for? Bullying others again? The sergeant looked at Ling Xiao and asked Tang Bing. Cousin, you can't blame me. Didn't our Purple Mansion army say that we are recruiting martial artists at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm and above? This kid is only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm, and he is here to make up the numbers. He is simply wasting everyone's time. I am just teaching him a lesson and chasing him away. Tang Bing shrugged his shoulders. You don't have to care about this. There will be a test later. If he can't pass, no one will pity him even if he dies. Why do you have to be so calculative? The squad leader sighed. Immediately after, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Young man, your life is at stake. Don't joke with your life. You better go back quickly. It is impossible for you to pass. Ling Xiao kept staring at Tang Bing and the corporal. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that nepotism was something that could be encountered everywhere. Even the Zifu army was no exception. Since she had kissed Tang Bing, she naturally wouldn't have a good ending. But now that the matter had come crashing down on him, there was no way he could hide. Because he was not that kind of person. After all, his goal was to enter the bloody battlefield, not to get a promotion or a raise. It didn't matter even if he was always an ordinary soldier. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao glanced at the squad leader and said, I have confidence. Did you see that, cousin? This brat is simply boasting shamelessly. Did he think those puppet warriors were easy to deal with? It's like a dog biting Lu Renxian. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Tang Bing said while shaking his body exaggeratedly. If he doesn't want to leave, then forget it. Why are you so anxious? Alright, just sit here obediently. This is for you. The squad leader saw that Ling Xiao did not listen to his advice and was too lazy to say anything more. He directly took out a piece of paper and gave it to Tang Bing. He lowered his voice and said, When you fight the puppets later, there will be a drawing of lots. You just have to put on an act. The puppet on this lot has been tampered with. You should be able to pass smoothly. Hee, many. Thanks, cousin. Tang Bing was very excited. They thought that their conversation was soft enough and that no one here could hear it. But Ling Zhao's Tai Chi I saw through their mouths. You are really shameless. No wonder you dared to take the Zifu army test when you were only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein realm. I thought you were really capable. After all this time, you are actually planning to cheat. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. This Tang Bing had been looking for trouble with him. How could he let this guy have his way? Alright, I am leaving. You wait here by yourself. After the squad leader finished speaking, he turned and was about to leave. Cousin, that brat is really a good for nothing. Can't you give me a chance to show off? After all this time, Tang Bing still didn't want to let Ling Xiao off easily. Anyway, that brat is about to die. I should be able to teach him a lesson to vent my anger, right? You. I really don't know what to do with you. Squad leader Tang sighed and said loudly, due to the large number of people taking the test this time, the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm is really too weak. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm was truly a waste of time. Let me test your strength. If you can take a punch from me, I will let you continue to stay here. This is for your own good. Cousin, wouldn't that brat be dead if you punched him? Let me do it for you. Tang Bing said. The two of them were putting on a show and had already discussed it beforehand. Squad leader Tang seemed to be in a difficult position. He sighed and said, forget it. You are right. Then you do it. Try to be gentle and don't injure him. Got it, squad leader Tang. I will. Tang Bing was now using a real chicken feather as a sword. After speaking, he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. The aura of a 4th level Divine Vein realm burst out completely. He didn't have the intention to be gentle. He was going all out and wanted to kill Ling Xiao right here. Under normal circumstances, a 4th level Divine Vein realm martial artist would attack a 3rd level Divine Vein realm martial artist like this. The only thing a 3rd level Divine Vein realm martial artist could do was to escape. Otherwise, this punch would have been able to kill a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. However, the strange thing was that Ling Xiao didn't run away. He seemed to be scared silly and didn't even move. It was as if he was completely intimidated by Tang Bing's aura. Damn, he really made a move. Hee, who asked him to have a backer in the Purple Mansion army? Sigh, I pity that 3rd level Divine Vein realm brat. He is going to be killed just because he doesn't want to be someone's meat stool. There is no choice. Who asked him to come to the Purple Mansion army with such a low cultivation? If we don't bully him, who else can we bully? Wait, there seems to be a situation. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die this time. Who knew that at this moment, Tang Bing actually stopped his attack? Get lost. Ling Xiao's right eye had already activated the 4-leaf demonic pupil and released the horrifying soul-absorbing ability. The powerful soul power condensed into a spiritual hammer and smashed into Tang Bing's soul realm. It had been a long time since he used his soul power to directly injure someone. This time, Ling Xiao planned to use it in order to not expose his strength. PFFF. Tang Bing actually knelt down on the spot and spat out blood. His eyes were a little dazed. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. No one knew what Ling Xiao did. Then, Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Tang Bing. Get down, he said coldly. Tang Bing actually couldn't control himself and really got down on the ground. Ling Xiao sat on him and grinned. No wonder someone likes to sit on a meat stool. It is so comfortable. No one noticed that he had taken out the piece of paper that Tang Bing had hidden on his body, and then directly crushed it. He didn't need this thing. With his current strength, any 5th level Divine Vein realm puppet wouldn't be a match for him. Get lost. At this moment, Sergeant Tang was obviously enraged. He pounced over and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced indifferently at Sergeant Tang, who was charging at him. A sergeant at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm might not be a match for him as long as he wanted to. But now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need to have a conflict with the Purple Mansion army. He stood up, but he didn't leave. Instead, he kicked Tang Bing towards that sergeant. Sergeant Tang was in a hurry to check on Tang Bing's condition, so he didn't have time to care about Ling Xiao. Don't worry so much. He was just injured. He will be fine after resting for a while. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You dare to be a businessman in the Purple Mansion Army's arena? Get lost immediately. You are not qualified. Sergeant Tang roared. Hee hee, what this corporal said is hilarious. He was the one who attacked me first. Everyone here saw it. Also, I believe there should be monitoring puppets here. If the upper echelons of the Purple Mansion Army knew what happened here, guess who will be the unlucky one, or you? Ling Xiao said calmly. At most, he would be chased away. At most, he could join the Purple Mansion Army somewhere else. But this Sergeant Tang would probably be kicked out of the Purple Mansion Army forever. Even if he had a backer, there were some things that the backer couldn't help him with. You win. Sergeant Tang was a smart man. Naturally, he knew that Ling Xiao was saying this because he didn't want to fall out with him. But remember, I am just a sergeant. I might not be able to interfere with you. But among the 4 examiners, one of them is my father. He is the centurion here. Let's see how you can join the Purple Mansion Army. With a cold snort, he left with Tang Bing. With Tang Bing's condition, he couldn't stay here alone. Otherwise, he didn't know what would happen. Brother, I think you should quit. There is no need. You offended that Sergeant Tang. You won't have a chance anymore. With your talent, you can easily defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm when you are only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm. Won't you have a better chance next year? Someone in the crowd reminded, yes. There are problems this year, and there will be problems next year. If you met Sergeant Tang this year, you might meet other sergeants next year. Therefore, the problem should be solved this year. Even the examiners wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. Ling Xiao said indifferently. That's true. After all, there are still Kiliarchs keeping watch. Even Lieutenant General Qilong might be present. That person said. But I still have to thank you for your reminder. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in greeting. Then, he went to the side and closed his eyes to rest. After what had just happened, no one dared to look down on him anymore. To be able to defeat a cultivator in the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm without even making a move, Xianxia's strength was indeed terrifying. Even a martial artist at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm would not have absolute confidence in defeating him. The preparation work was still in progress because there were too many people who had signed up. Therefore, the preparation work became complicated. Fortunately, it was still early, so everyone waited patiently. Some people were bored, so they sat there and chatted about the assessment. According to them, the Zifu Army's recruitment was only held once a year. Ling Xiao was really lucky to have encountered this year's recruitment season. Otherwise, he would have to wait until next year. Eh? The Queen and Goddess are here as well? Right at this moment, someone suddenly cried out in surprise. Everyone turned their heads towards the grandstand. Indeed. Xianxia, Su Mingzhen, and a few others were sitting in the VIP area. Among them was the injured Zilong. But, it looked like his injuries had been fully healed. Of course the Queen and Goddess are here. I heard young Master Zilong is going to participate in the puppet battle as well. Of course, he won't take up our spot. After all, he is a divine core warrior. He just wants to prove that he didn't get in through the back door. You're quite well informed. But, it's quite interesting to be able to watch young Master Zilong fight. Someone laughed. I'm more interested in watching the Queen and Goddess fight. TSK, just thinking about it is so beautiful. Don't be a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Aren't you afraid of choking? Hee, a man without dreams is no different from a salted fish. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the VIP area. Xianxia was chatting with Su Mingzhen. Sun Xing, Zhuneng, and Sha Hai were sitting nearby. Since Xianxia is here, I'm sure Yu Qilong will be here as well. While Jiang Chen was thinking, he saw Yu Qilong arrive with a few other men. Ling Xiao was laughing in his mind. With so many people here, the 4 examiners wouldn't dare to give their marks carelessly. With this, the possibility of him joining the Purple Mansion Army would be greatly increased. Soon, the 4 examiners arrived as well. One of them was a Chiliarch, he should be the commander of the recruit camp. As for the other 3, they were all centurions. And they were the elites amongst all centurions. Each of them was at the 8th level of the Divine Vein realm. As for the Chili Arch, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Vein realm, and he wasn't far from the Divine Core realm. A lineup like this was enough to shock all the new recruits. After all, the minimum requirement for new recruits was to be at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. There was no need to send a Divine Core warrior here. The 4 examiners first bowed toward Yu Qilong and the other men on the spectator stand. After that, they turned around and looked at all the applicants. There were just too many people. If the arena wasn't big enough, it might not be able to accommodate all of them. Ling Xiao carefully observed the 4 examiners. 2 men and 2 women, they were a perfect match. It was a woman in a red dress. It was a woman dressed in white. There was also a male warrior dressed in black. The last one should be Sergeant Tang's father, Tang Bing's uncle, Tang Chuan. This man looked 70% similar to Tang Bing, that's why Ling Xiao was able to recognize him with just a glance. The total number of applicants for this year is 1080000, because there are too many people. At the beginning, we'll have a mixed battle to eliminate most of you. The remaining 1,000 people will have a one-on-one test. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone, leave the arena and go to the spectator stand. All rookies, you may enter now. The female examiner in red was the first to speak. Her words were in line with Ling Xiao's estimation. After all, there were so many people. If they had a one-on-one test, God knows how long it would take. On the other hand, a chaotic battle was a method that was easier to eliminate and test people. After that, the female examiner in white added, after the countdown ends, we'll release 500,000 5th-level Divine Vein puppets. There are puppets, and warriors. Some are strong, and some are weak. What you need to do is survive, and become one of the last 1,000 people. The male examiner in black continued, you can choose any method, including hiding, running away, or using yourself as a human shield. In short, in this huge arena, all you need to do is try your best to survive. This is similar to the bloody battlefield. But don't worry, you won't really be killed once you enter a state of near death. Once you're in a state of near death, you'll be teleported out by the arena's formation. Therefore, this is a show of gentleness. Let's let you experience the atmosphere of the bloody battlefield. In the end, Tangchu Nunnery announced the start of the test. All the martial artists who signed up became nervous. Ling Xiao looked at the entrance of the arena. The ground seemed to be shaking. A terrifying aura surged over like a monstrous wave. This is really a big deal. 500,000 puppets, and all of them are at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. If they were in the western regions, they could easily take over the entire western regions. Feeling the aura, many people started to choose a safer place. However, there was no place to hide in the arena except for the entrance. The rest of the area was an open space. There was no place to hide. Everyone, don't panic. Suddenly, a young man yelled. Form a battle formation and guard the entrance. This way, the puppets won't be able to rush in easily, and we will be able to hold on. Ling Xiao looked at the young man. He was actually at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm, which was slightly stronger than the sergeant. Looking at this person's expression, it was obvious that he had been through actual combat. Facing the terrifying aura, many people were already panicking. However, he was still very calm. Most people didn't listen to him. However, there were still people who followed him to the entrance and formed a defensive line to defend against the puppet's attack. Isn't that Lu Xiong? He is from the City Defense Army, and he is actually here to take the Zifu Army test. Someone recognized the young man. Why do you care? It's fine as long as he meets the requirements. However, can you really stop them? There are 500,000 puppets. Ling Xiao didn't go over, and he wasn't interested in stopping them. After all, the purpose of this chaotic battle was to eliminate people. If he stopped the puppets, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. He leaned on the edge of the arena and looked at everything indifferently as if everything had nothing to do with him. At this moment, the puppets finally appeared. The entrance wasn't big, but it was still over 100 meters wide. A dozen puppet beasts occupied the entire entrance. One of the giant lion and bull puppets crashed into the human wall crazily. As a result, several martial artists were sent flying. This won't do, Lu Xiong. The impact of these puppet beasts is too terrifying. Someone shouted. Retreat. Let's form a small group and fight together. Lu Xiong ordered decisively. Thus, the battle formation that had just been formed collapsed in an instant. Lu Xiong led a few hundred people to form a group. They formed a battle formation to deal with the puppet beasts. The others also wanted to join in, but it was too late. A large number of puppets rushed in through the entrance. Many martial artists did not even have time to react before they were sent out of the arena and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Hundreds of people were eliminated in an instant. How terrifying. Ling Xiao smiled and entered the shadow dancer state. He was not in the mood to waste time here. In his opinion, these puppets were too weak. It wouldn't be of much help to his cultivation. He might as well take a break and wait for the next round of the assessment to show his skills in a one-on-one battle. Didn't that kid break the rules? In the stands, an expert noticed Ling Xiao's actions and couldn't help but comment. Of course not, as long as he doesn't leave the arena. Someone explained. After chatting for a while, they stopped because the battles in the arena were too exciting. Of course, it could also be said that it was too cruel. In less than 10 minutes, more than 100 puppets were eliminated. Tens of thousands of rookie martial artists had been eliminated. And the speed of elimination was still continuing. Lu Xiong's small group was really good because everyone was at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. When they worked together, they were much stronger than those martial artists who fought individually. Therefore, many people began to form a group to fight. Because only in this way could they survive. Boom, suddenly, a thunderbolt struck the crowd. Thousands of martial artists were eliminated. It's the Thunder Puppet. There were exclamations from the stands. The Thunder Puppet was at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. However, it had an offensive power that was not inferior to an Emperor martial technique. Therefore, it could eliminate thousands of people with a single strike. The team that had just formed a group was directly destroyed. What a terrifying puppet beast. It's not that the puppet beast is terrifying, but that bunch of rookies are too weak. With the same strength, as long as they calm down, they will definitely have the upper hand. Now, they are being slaughtered. Everyone had their own opinions, but this did not hinder the battle in the arena from continuing. Finally, after a full 2 hours had passed, about 100,000 puppet beasts were lost. As for the martial artists, more than 900,000 had been eliminated. It was nearing the end. There were close to 100,000 people left, and they were still desperately holding on. However, their disadvantage was getting more and more obvious. Because at the beginning, it was 50 against 100. Now, it was 40 against 10. The martial artist's advantage in numbers had turned into a huge disadvantage. And? At this moment, Ling Xiao felt a strange murderous aura in the air. It was as if an invisible demonic beast had mixed in. Then, he saw martial artists being eliminated continuously. However, no one could discover the existence of the demonic beast. Even Lu Xiong's team was scattered by this monster. It's the invisible puppet. A martial artist who was familiar with the puppet explained the reason. And there's more than one. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh in his heart. There were really all kinds of puppets. There were all kinds of puppets. No wonder Tang Bing wanted to cheat. If he encountered the Thunder Puppet and the Invisible Puppet, Tang Bing would probably lose miserably. Another 10 minutes passed. There were only about 2,000 people left. We can't let that kid have it easy. He didn't participate in the battle from the beginning. At the examiner's seat, Tang Chuan said coldly. He didn't violate the rules. The black-clothed examiner frowned. What's the use of such a passive person coming to the Purple Mansion army? Tang Chuan sneered and flicked out a spiritual talisman. When the spiritual talisman reached the arena, it directly broke all the invisibility states. This included Ling Xiao's shadow dancer state and the invisible puppet's invisibility state. Ling Xiao glanced at Tang Chu nunnery and thought to himself, revenge has indeed come. However, it didn't matter. It was just a puppet at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. He didn't take it seriously. Array, lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying array, Vajra array. Ling Xiao sat there and released 2 array refining stones. As his cultivation base increased, the level of the array formation's creation also increased day by day. With him controlling the array formation, he could make the array formation even more powerful. Countless puppets rushed over and crashed into the array before being bounced back. Haha, I didn't expect this kid to be an array master. No wonder he dared to sign up with such a weak cultivation. The black-cloaked examiner laughed and said, Examiner Tang, I'm afraid you are at your wit's end? Because Tang Chuan's actions didn't cause much impact. Therefore, the Chiliarch didn't say much. The chaotic battle quickly came to an end. When there were only 1,000 people left, the puppets suddenly stopped their actions and uniformly walked towards the exit. This was the advantage of puppets. Compared to demonic beasts, puppets were clearly more obedient. They were easier to control. Ling Xiao removed the formation and sneered in his heart, Come, I want to see what other tricks you can play. Unless that Yu Qilong is blind, the Purple Mansion army will definitely want to maintain their face. You definitely won't dare to cheat so brazenly. Next was the rest time and the clearing time. More than 1 million contestants had been cleared in a single battle until only 1,000 remained. This was really cruel. Roughly an hour later, the examination continued. Just now, during the rest time, I believe that everyone has drawn their corresponding number. Next, according to your number, you will enter the arena and fight with puppet warriors or puppet beasts. The target of the duel is random. Before you enter, you have to draw lots. Whichever one you draw will be your opponent. The red-cloaked female examiner announced. Ling Xiao looked at his number. 231, this number was neither too close to the front nor too close to the back. He didn't have to wait too long. He could look at the performance of the people in front of him for reference. The white-cloaked female examiner added, This time, we will only recruit 100 Purple Mansion army soldiers. Therefore, you must try your best to display your strength and perform well. Strive to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. The faster you finish the battle, the higher your score. This is the most important thing. In addition, the fewer injuries you suffer, the higher your score. In short, the more perfect the victory, the higher your score. The 4 of us examiners will grade you separately, and in the end, the total score will determine who will remain in the end. Hearing this, Ling Xiao secretly nodded. Even if Tang Chuyuan gave him 0 points, as long as the 3 people in front of him gave him full points, he should still be able to pass. Therefore, there was no need to be too nervous. Are there any other questions? The black-cloaked male examiner asked coldly, There are no questions now, but after the start, no more questions are allowed. No one said anything. Everyone's understanding of the rules was very accurate. Alright, old Tang, you can announce the start. The black-cloaked male examiner looked at Tang Chuyuan and said. Tang Chuyuan nodded, and then waved his hand. Number 1, draw a puppet. The first one to step forward was Lu Xiong, who had been involved in the chaotic battle earlier. Since his cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm, he should be able to pass the test with ease. After a random selection, Lu Xiong drew a wolf-shaped puppet beast. Enter. Lu Xiong walked into the arena. At this moment, he was the only one in the huge arena, so it was very spacious. At the entrance, a wolf-shaped puppet beast was let in. It was about 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. They looked very ferocious and valiant. The 4 examiners were all staring at the arena. They were in charge of grading, so naturally, they wouldn't miss a single scene. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to choose a suitable Violet Palace soldier. Begin. Tang Chuan roared. The moment his voice fell, the wolf-shaped puppet beast pounced towards Lu Xiong. Puppet beasts weren't demonic beasts, so they didn't feel any fear. Therefore, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would fearlessly charge forward. Lu Xiong sneered and raised his hand. A long spear appeared in his hand. He rushed out as well. The spear moved like a dragon, a terrifying storm exploded in the arena. Gotcha, the long spear accurately pierced the throat of the wolf-shaped puppet beast. Then, it suddenly spun at high speed. It directly pierced through the puppet beast. The frenzied spear force exploded, and the wolf-shaped puppet beast was torn into pieces. With just one move, an ordinary move, the wolf-shaped puppet beast was instantly killed. Lu Xiong didn't retreat an inch. After all, his cultivation was much stronger than the puppet beast. Therefore, he won very easily. Putting away the long spear, Lu Xiong stood there and cupped his hands in the direction of the 4 examiners. Examiners, please grade. The examiners seemed to have their own thoughts. They picked up the scoreboard and wrote down their grade. Before the examiners showed the grade, the rest of the examiners were sure that Lu Xiong would definitely get a high grade. After all, he killed the wolf-shaped puppet beast so easily and came out unscathed. His performance was very good. However, Ling Xiao had a different opinion. This Lu Xiong's biggest disadvantage was that he was older and his cultivation was too high. Killing the wolf-shaped puppet beast with this cultivation couldn't display his potential. Therefore, in Ling Xiao's opinion, Lu Xiong might pass, but his score wouldn't be too high. The result was just as he expected. The 4 grades, from the red-cloaked female examiner to Tang Chunwan, only gave a passing grade. The full score was 100, and the 4 examiners gave 60. The total score was 240. Actually, this was very dangerous. If the others performed well, then it was very likely that he would not be able to pass. Seeing this score, many people's eyes widened. Lu Xiong was also puzzled. "I'm not convinced," Lu Xiong said loudly. "Not convinced?" The red-cloaked female examiner sneered. "You only dare to challenge when your cultivation is at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. This shows that you lack confidence. If you don't have confidence in your own strength, just based on this point, it's impossible for me to give you a high grade. Passing is already giving you a lot of face." The white-cloaked female examiner also said, "Although a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, you actually had to use a weapon to defeat a wolf-shaped puppet beast at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. It shows that you don't have confidence in your own skills. I can only give you a passing grade." The black-cloaked male examiner said, "There's another point. You didn't use 1 move, but 2. In the first move, you tried to pierce the throat of the wolf-shaped puppet beast, but you didn't succeed. In the second move, you used a spiral stab to defeat it. A martial artist at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm used 2 moves to kill a wolf-shaped puppet beast. I don't think you can get a high grade." In the end, Tang Chunwan concluded, "If you're not convinced, we have a puppet beast at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm here. Do you dare to challenge? If you do, we can re-evaluate your score." Lu Xiong sighed and shook his head. No. He might not be willing to admit it, but the 4 examiners had analyzed him thoroughly. Lu Xiong left the arena and returned to his resting spot. He was a little dispirited. TSK, these 4 examiners are really incredible. Their eyes are really sharp. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, how can they be examiners? TSK, I'm afraid that Lu Xiong is in danger. With a passing grade, the possibility of him passing isn't high. These 4 examiners were an eye-opener for Ling Xiao. Their judgment was surprisingly accurate. At the very least, they shouldn't make any mistakes unless they purposely gave a wrong grade. However, that Lu Xiong was really a coward. Actually, with his strength, he should be able to win even if he challenged a puppet beast at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. It was a pity that he lacked confidence. In Ling Zhao's opinion, if he was Lu Xiong, he wouldn't accept the failure so quickly. Martial artists needed tenacity. They weren't afraid of not having talent, but being unwilling to work hard after having no talent. Moreover, they were timid. After Lu Xiong went down, martial artist number 2 also went up the stage. What he drew was still a puppet beast. However, this puppet beast wasn't easy to deal with because it was the thunder puppet that appeared in the previous chaotic battle. This guy's attack power was extremely terrifying. Its strongest attack could reach the level of Emperor-level martial technique. Ordinary 5th-level Divine Vein realm martial artists couldn't block it at all. Fortunately, puppet beasts weren't very smart and weren't as difficult to deal with as demonic beasts. As long as the strategy was right, it shouldn't be a problem to win. After martial artist number 2 appeared in the arena, the thunder puppet beast also rushed in from the entrance. However, before the examiner shouted to start, the battle wouldn't start immediately. This was the advantage of puppet beasts. If it was a demonic beast, it might not be so easy to command. The thunder puppet was covered with thunder and lightning arrays. Once the dense thunder and lightning incantation was activated by spiritual stones, it would release terrifying thunder and lightning. The material of the whole body should be made of special metal. Its hardness was equivalent to the defensive power of a king-level high-class defense martial technique. If he couldn't even break this defensive power, he wouldn't be able to defeat this guy. "Let's start," Tang Chuyuan said, as he gave the order. The thunder puppet beast was already fighting with martial artist number 2. However, different from the first battle, the thunder puppet beast was obviously suppressing martial artist number 2 in the second battle. It's a pity that he didn't make full use of his advantage and messed up the rhythm. He will definitely lose. Ling Xiao shook his head and felt it wasn't worth it for this guy. Actually, martial artist number 2 wasn't weak. His advantage was his strength and close combat. However, because he was afraid of the thunder and lightning of the thunder puppet beast, he actually chose to escape. In this way, he threw away all his advantages. It would be strange if he didn't lose. If it were you, would you win? That thunder puppet beast is one of the stronger ones among all the puppets. A martial artist at the side was a little unhappy with Ling Xiao's evaluation. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with him. If it were him, this thunder puppet beast wouldn't even survive the second move and would be killed by him. How could it take up so much time? Martial artist number 2's speed was not his advantage, so he was quickly caught up. The rushing thunder beast seemed to be toying with him as it bombarded him with thunderbolts. Warrior number 2 finally chose to admit defeat. They didn't even fight to the end. The puppet beast suddenly stopped attacking, and warrior number 2 was also carried out. The second battle ended just like that. Under normal circumstances, no one would die in the assessment, unless there was a cultivator whose cultivation did not meet the standard, but who believed that their strength met the standard. No one would care until they were dead or alive. For example, Ling Xiao, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, wanted to challenge a puppet beast at the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. To the Purple Mansion army, it was a waste of time and resources. They could agree, but in order to teach such people a lesson, they would not go and rescue them. Another possibility was that the puppet had lost control and was unable to stop. The cultivator could also be killed. In any case, the assessment itself had a death quota. Even if someone really died, no one would pursue the matter. Scared? Then don't come. Since warrior number 2 failed, there would naturally be no score. He was directly eliminated. Warrior number 3 continued and won by luck. However, the process was rather terrible, and he was severely injured in the end. Hence, his score was lower than Lu Xiong's. Originally, many people thought that it would be difficult for Lu Xiong to pass. However, after these 3 battles, they suddenly realized that this assessment wasn't as easy as they imagined. It was much harder to get a high score than they imagined. The assessment didn't stop, and time passed very quickly. Some martial artists used a short time, while others used a long time. However, there was a rule that if one used more than 15 minutes, it would be considered a failure. Therefore, on average, each person only used about 10 minutes or so. This way, 1 hour could only test 6 people. After 10 hours, there would only be 60 people. However, because the assessment was carried out continuously day and night, Ling Xiao calculated that he would have to take the assessment on the second night. Hence, he didn't want to waste time watching the battles and directly cultivated in the arena. However, he could multitask, so he knew the situation in the arena. After 1 day and 1 night, there were only around 10 people who had a higher score than Lu Xiong. Moreover, these people's scores were all below 300. The examiner's highest score was only 80. Until now, no examiner had given a score above 80. He didn't know whether the examiners were too harsh or the martial artists in front were too bad. Next, number 225, Tang Bing. Hearing this name, Ling Xiao couldn't help but open his eyes. Tang Bing was the nephew of Tang Chunwan. This guy wanted to bully Ling Xiao, but in the end, he was bullied by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was quite curious about him. Could this trash really pass? For some reason, Ling Xiao felt that Tang Chuyuan and Tang Bing looked more alike. On the other hand, she didn't look that much like Tang Wu. Could there be some kind of relationship? Ling Xiao smiled. However, Tang Chunwan showed a rare smile. After all, that was his nephew? Or a child. Tang Bing seemed to still not know that his lot was destroyed by Ling Xiao. When he drew his opponent, he realized that something was wrong. When he found that his lot was gone, he could only bite the bullet and draw. Wolf-shaped puppet beast. This was the same puppet beast as Lu Xiong's opponent. Tang Bing was dumbfounded. Only he knew his own strength. If he were to fight seriously, he would have no chance of winning at all. He was reluctant to step into the arena. Instead, he suddenly hugged his stomach and said, "My stomach hurts. Can I go to the toilet first and let others go first?" Originally, no one would agree to such a request. However, because Tang Bing's uncle was Tang Chunwan, everyone gave him face. Therefore, this strange request was actually approved. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He guessed that the next time Tang Bing went up, the puppet would be weaker. It was really nepotism. Amazing. After a while, after about 2 battles, Tang Bing finally came back. As expected, as Ling Xiao expected, Tang Bing drew a new puppet this time. It was actually a scarecrow. This scarecrow was also a puppet of the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. However, it was very afraid of fire. And Tang Bing happened to be good at fire element attacks. This guy is so lucky. He actually drew the trashiest scarecrow. Heh, who asked him to have such a good uncle? Shoo, stop talking. Be careful not to be heard. In fact, everyone was smart. Tang Bing had long been spreading that he had a powerful uncle who held a post in the Z Mansion army. How could others not think of it? Tang Bing finally stood in the arena. Ling Xiao shouted jokingly, "You won't wet your pants this time, right?" Everyone burst into laughter. Tang Bing was very angry. But he already had a way to deal with Ling Xiao, so he didn't care. He focused on the battle with the scarecrow. It wasn't unreasonable to say that the scarecrow's combat strength was weak because it didn't have many special abilities. It was just that its body was lighter and its agility was very high. But its weakness of being afraid of fire was also fatal. After the battle began, Tang Bing used all his fire-type martial techniques to attack. His method was right. But because his strength was too weak, he couldn't hit the scarecrow after more than 10 moves. The examiners were embarrassed. In the end, for some reason, the scarecrow suddenly seemed to stop. In just a moment, it resumed its movement. But because it stopped for a moment, it was hit by Tang Bing's flames. Its whole body burned, and it lost in the end. In the end, Tang Bing barely won. So damn shameless. Others might not have seen it, but Ling Xiao saw it very clearly. There were 2 problems with this scarecrow. First, it only knew how to dodge and not attack, as if it was designed in advance. Second, it suddenly stopped. It was too subtle. He was almost sure who used a remote control to control it. Everything the other party had done was nothing more than to let Tang Bing pass. But his performance was too bad. It was impossible to give a high score, but if it was too low, he might not pass. After all, the examiners were all from the Z Mansion army. They had a good relationship with Tang Chu Nunnery. So it wasn't a problem to do him a favor. Especially the female examiner in red. As the commander of the recruit camp, she was a chilly arch. She was once promoted by Tang Chu Nunnery. She naturally had to remember this old relationship. After thinking for a while, everyone gave a score. It wasn't high, but everyone gave about 70 points. The total score was actually much higher than Lu Xiong. Among the warriors before, he was ranked at the top. Although he might not be too outstanding, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass. This is too damn shameless, isn't it? The total score is actually 290 points, although it's not high, his performance might not be as good as the people before him. Once the score was out, the scene fell into chaos. Many people were unconvinced. If you think it's unfair, why don't you come up and be the examiners? The female examiner in red said coldly, which made everyone shut their mouths. Many people felt that perhaps the examiners were right. After all, they had underestimated Lu Xiong's evaluation. The examiner's judgment was clearly superior. Ling Xiao sneered. The so-called shameless was probably referring to this. However, he was too lazy to speak. Getting in through the back door wasn't a rare thing. Furthermore, even though Tang Bing's cultivation was terrible, he was still slightly stronger than those Purple Mansion realm soldiers at the third level of the Divine Vein realm. Under his uncle's nurturing, it would be easy for him to reach the fifth level of the Divine Vein realm. Therefore, even if Yu Qilong was present, he could only turn a blind eye and pretend not to see. As long as it wasn't too outrageous, he wouldn't say anything. After all, they were his subordinates. He still had to give them some face. After Tang Bing passed, he arrogantly looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the crowd, and sneered. He had already told his uncle, Tang Chuan, about Ling Xiao. Although he didn't know how Tang Chuyuan would deal with Ling Xiao, he believed that his uncle would definitely have a way to prevent Ling Xiao from passing. As for Tang Bing's provocation, Ling Xiao just laughed it off. Without a contest between people, he couldn't teach that guy a lesson. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Soon, it was his turn to go on stage. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked towards the lottery box. However, he found that the lottery box had been tampered with. There was a talisman next to the lottery box. He could report it. Of course, he could also use his own method to remove the talisman. However, he didn't do it. Because he really wanted to see how Tang Chuan would make things difficult for him. After all the puppets were at the fifth level of the Divine Vein realm. So even if they were strong, how strong could they be? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly chose to draw. Ling Xiao, martial artist at the second level of the Divine Vein realm, from the City of Raging Fire. The examiner read out Ling Xiao's information. In an instant, it aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Of course, this information was Ling Xiao's registration information. At the time of registration, his cultivation hadn't broken through yet. Therefore, he was lagging behind. In fact, his cultivation had already reached the third level of the Divine Vein realm. In order to prevent some people from saying that he was hiding his cultivation, he specially reminded them. What's the difference between the second and third level of the Divine Vein realm? This brat is here to cause trouble, right? Hee, I think he has someone helping him, just like Tang Bing. This is too shady. Will he also have a stomachache and draw a scarecrow? Because of Tang Bing, many people were very dissatisfied. However, the four examiners were also very surprised. Little brother, are you not clear about the recruitment brochure this time? It's not the third level of the Divine Vein realm anymore. It has to be the fifth level of the Divine Vein realm. The black-clothed male examiner laughed. Reporting to Lord Examiner, I am very clear. The recruitment brochure is very clear that as long as one has the strength of the fifth level of the Divine Vein realm. It's not the fifth level of the Divine Vein realm. Ling Xiao didn't have time to look at the lot he drew and answered first. Ha 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 ha, children are indeed competent. But I have to remind you. However, I have to remind you that because your cultivation is not up to standard, no one will save you even if you die. No one will pity you. Everyone will say that you are overestimating yourself. The black-clothed male examiner continued. Thank you for your concern, Lord Examiner. I know what I am doing. Ling Xiao said. Alright, then let us see what kind of puppet you have drawn. Since Ling Xiao was determined to challenge, the examiners wouldn't reject him. Ling Xiao handed over the lot. At this moment, Zilong was staring at him curiously from the spectator stand. After a long while, he suddenly nudged Xianxia and said, Elder sister, it's him. Who is he? Do you know him? Xianxia asked curiously. He is the one who saved me. This brat is very interesting. His speed is very fast. Zilong lowered his voice so that only his elder sister could hear. Oh, then you can pay more attention to him. If he can't pass, I can go to General Yu and plead for him. Xianxia glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to a martial artist at the third level of the Divine Vein realm. If it wasn't because Ling Xiao saved her younger brother, she wouldn't even look at him. Thank you, elder sister. At this moment, Zilong and Xianxia didn't think that Ling Xiao would succeed. In fact, among everyone present, only barbarian Xiong, who was mixed in the crowd, felt that Ling Xiao could pass. The others didn't think so. Ah? At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the examiner's stand. What's wrong? The other three examiners looked at the black-clothed male examiner. It's actually the blood demon soldier. Blood demon soldier. Hearing these three words, not only were the examiners shocked, but even those who were familiar with the puppets were also shocked. You mean those puppets that are only at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm, but because of the blood demon array, they are able to exhibit the combat strength of a 6th level Divine Vein realm martial artist? Isn't that a test subject? The red-cloaked female examiner was shocked. Why are the three of you so shocked? Since he has already chosen, let him try. Otherwise, we will ask him to scram. Tang Chuyuan sneered. His surprise was naturally an act, because he knew how to manipulate the blood demon soldier. The other three examiners weren't fools. When they heard Tang Chuyuan's words, they knew what was going on. The red-cloaked female examiner frowned and looked at Ling Xiao. You should leave. You are definitely not a match for this blood demon soldier. Even if you have the combat strength of a 5th level Divine Vein realm martial artist, it is still impossible. Examiner, it isn't easy for me to come to the Purple Spirit capital city. I don't wish to give up. Ling Xiao shook his head. This kid is crazy. There is something wrong with his head. That is a 6th level Divine Vein realm blood demon soldier. He is courting death. Everyone was in a heated discussion. It was obvious that they didn't think highly of Ling Xiao and treated Ling Xiao as a fool. Either that or there was something wrong with his head. He actually dared to challenge the blood demon soldier. Wasn't he simply courting death? Are you sure? The red-cloaked female examiner asked. I am sure. Ling Xiao was still as indifferent as before. It was as though everything wasn't happening to him. Alright, since that is the case, you can go. Since they couldn't persuade him anymore, why bother? Even if he died, everything would be over. The examiners felt that they had already done their best. Ling Xiao nodded and walked into the arena. At the same time, a giant puppet walked out from the entrance. It was around 10 meters tall and had a huge amount of blood-red incantations on its huge body. The strange formation would cause anyone who approached it to feel their blood and qi churning. It was very uncomfortable. This fellow is indeed not easy to deal with. Ling Xiao looked at the blood demon soldier in front of him. If his cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. However, his current cultivation was no longer at the 2nd level of the Divine Vein realm, but at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. This guy's luck is really bad. He even encountered a blood demon soldier. TSK, looks like he doesn't have any backing. That's right. If you really want to get in through the back door, you definitely won't encounter this thing. Puppets like the Scarecrow are more suitable. The blood demon soldiers did not appear during the chaotic battle. Otherwise, those people would have been eliminated even faster. They are 10 times stronger than the thunder beasts and the invisible puppets. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have appeared. Everyone felt sorry for Ling Xiao. However, this was Ling Xiao's choice. Even if Ling Xiao really died because of this, they couldn't say anything. On the resting platform, Tang Bing watched this scene excitedly. Die. Ha 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 ha, first uncle is really reliable. Not only do we have to eliminate this guy, we have to kill him. On the arena, Ling Xiao stood there calmly, staring at the blood demon soldier in front of him with an indifferent expression. He opened his Tai Chi eye, and all the information about the blood demon soldier was reflected in his mind. Including its weaknesses. Including its strengths. Nothing could escape his eyes. The battle hadn't started yet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the arena. They wanted to see what kind of battle it would be. They could even imagine Ling Xiao being stomped into a meat patty by the gigantic blood demon soldier. Tang Chuyuan was sneering. He knew Ling Xiao was going to die for sure. The other 3 examiners didn't have any intention to give a score, because they all thought Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to survive. Since he couldn't survive, there was no point in giving a score. But, out of responsibility, they still looked at the arena. They wanted to see how the blood demon soldier was going to kill Ling Xiao. After all, this blood demon soldier was just a test product. A complete product was much stronger than this. Perhaps even a divine core warrior would be afraid of it. Why isn't it starting? Someone was getting impatient. What's the rush? The battle will end as soon as it starts. This guy won't be able to survive. I guess the examiners don't want him to die so early. That's why they're giving him some time to appreciate this world. Ha ha ha. The crowd let out a mocking laugh. They all thought Ling Xiao was overestimating himself. Let the battle begin. Tang Chuyuan finally announced the start of the battle. The reason why he announced it so late was because he wanted Ling Xiao to feel despair and fear before he died. This guy really had a wicked sense of humor. Let's end this battle with one strike. He didn't plan to use the Ice Age or the 9 transformation divine demon skill. His body instantly transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. After that, 6 swords appeared around his body. A terrifying sword intent started to gather. The innate divine demon sword soul was also unleashed. The biggest factor in the score was the speed at which the battle ended. Therefore, he couldn't waste any more time. Although he wanted to play for a bit longer, he still wanted to kill his opponent in an instant. That way, he could get more points. Right now, he wasn't thinking about anything else. He was fully focused on the battle. The blood demon soldier still hadn't moved. It had finished gathering its attack. 6 swords in one, kill. The 6 sword radiances merged into one. It had reached the level of a first-level Emperor Martial technique. This Emperor Martial technique was divided into more detailed levels. It was no longer elementary, middle, advanced, or peak. It was divided into 10 levels. The greater the number, the more powerful it was. He didn't know about this division until he came to the 4 major regions. His 6 swords in one and Descent of the Divine Demon could only be considered as first-level Emperor Martial techniques. Even so, in the entire Z Mansion army, probably only those who were above the rank of sergeant could have such martial techniques. The terrifying power was concentrated in the 6 sword radiances. The 4 examiners' expressions changed. At this moment, Ling Xiao's strength increased by so much that it made them dumbfounded. The onlookers also clearly felt how terrifying that move was. The space seemed to be about to be torn apart. The blood demon soldier finally moved at this moment. It rushed toward Ling Xiao. However, it collided with the 6 sword radiances midway. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears. Sword chi soared into the sky, the sword intent exploded crazily. The poor blood demon soldier didn't even use any of its power. It was shattered into pieces by the sword radiance. It was a mess all over the ground. The moment the attack succeeded, Ling Xiao had returned to his original appearance. He became weak and easy to bully again. All of this happened in an instant. It sounded slow, but in fact, it didn't take more than 2 seconds. The battle was over in an instant. The blood demon soldier was shattered into pieces in an instant. And he was unscathed. He was wearing a green robe and had black hair. He stood in the arena with the pieces of his opponent next to him. This kind of feeling made people feel that he was very handsome. Most people were stunned. The whole place fell into a dead silence. For examiners, please grade. It was Ling Xiao's voice that brought everyone back from the shock. He knew they were all very surprised. But the grade was the key. They didn't know what their fate would be. The people who had just woken up started to talk crazily. Am I hallucinating? That's a blood demon soldier. He actually killed it with one move, even Lu Xiong might not be able to do that. He's only in the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. How could he burst out such a terrifying combat power? There must be something strange about this guy. Nonsense. What he just used was a 1st-level Emperor-class martial skill. In the whole Z Mansion army, only corporals and above are qualified to use such a martial skill. This guy must have an extraordinary background. Ah, I remember now. He seemed to have fought with Tang Bing, who got in through the back door. He had injured Tang Bing without even lifting a finger. I guess someone deliberately used the blood demon soldier to trick him. In the end, it made him famous. Everyone chimed in one after another, simply unbelievably excited. Man Xiong kept shouting in the crowd, "That's my big brother. That's my big brother. Do you know?" He was so proud, as if he had passed the test himself. In the stands, Yu Qilong's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. It had been a long time since he had seen such a bright young man. Zilong was even more excited. Since Ling Xiao saved him, he felt that Ling Xiao was definitely not ordinary. But it was just a feeling before. Today, he finally saw it. Ling Xiao definitely hid his strength. "Sister, did you see that? He actually killed that blood demon soldier with one move." "Yes, it's really surprising. He actually knows how to use an emperor-class martial skill. And it seems that he has reached perfection. This means that he has already succeeded in cultivating it. But his cultivation is only in the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. This guy's talent is terrifying." Xianxia originally didn't want to pay attention to Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao saved her brother, she just wanted to give him some spirit stones to repay his kindness. But now, her thoughts were different. This little fellow was definitely a promising talent. If she could win him over and use him for her, it would definitely not be a bad thing. Not only that. Sun Xing suddenly said, "This kid can also transform into a beast spirit, and he also has an innate sword spirit." That was a Xiantian martial soul. Oh my god, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm actually had a Xiantian martial soul. There must be a warrior who gave him his martial spirit's power. Beast warrior, warrior, emperor-level martial skill. This brat seems to have a lot of secrets. The Invigilators and Kiliarchs were also discussing spiritedly. Before Ling Xiao made his move, they didn't think much of this kid. But now, Ling Xiao seemed to be in high demand. "Big sister, he should be able to get full marks. With this kind of performance, I don't believe that there will be anyone better than him," Zilong said excitedly. After all, he was his savior, so it was natural for him to be biased. However, even if he was biased, he believed that none of the remaining people would be able to destroy the blood demon soldier. If the grading is fair, of course, he will get full marks. Xianxia also nodded and said, "If she were the examiner, she would naturally give such a grade. If such an amazing performance couldn't be given full marks, or if he got a high score, it would really affect the reputation of the Zifu army." As for Tang Bing, who was looking forward to Ling Xiao's death, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he still felt dizzy. It was too scary. Ling Xiao was really too scary. It turned out that he had been merciful before. Otherwise, if he had hit him with this move, he would have been torn into pieces. No, he might have been directly turned into ashes. As for Tang Chunwan, he was also frowning. Now, he was stuck in a dilemma. He absolutely didn't expect that Ling Xiao could destroy the blood demon soldier. And not only did he do it, but he also did it so perfectly. If he gave a low score without convincing comments, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pass the test of the Invigilators. Not to mention those onlookers who were staring at them with their eyes wide open. The Zifu army also cared about their reputation. But Tang Bing was his illegitimate son. Tang Bing was bullied by this kid, so he had to take revenge. Wasn't it just a reason? He had been an examiner for several years, so he could make up a bunch of reasons. But if he was the only one who gave a low score, it was obviously inappropriate. So, he touched the black-clothed male examiner and whispered a few words in his ear. The black-clothed male examiner looked reluctant, but he nodded and agreed in the end. There was no other way. They were all in the same profession. It was not worthwhile to quarrel with an outsider. The two of them were still discussing. The first two examiners had already shown their grades. The red-cloaked female examiner gave a full score, 100. Too outstanding, really too outstanding. I've been an examiner for 3 years, and I've never seen such an outstanding young man. You're only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm, but you've mastered the Emperor-level martial skill to such an extent. Just for this point, I have to give you a full score. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Seeing this score, basically no one objected. Ling Xiao's performance was obvious to everyone. Giving a full score was actually something that many people had expected from the start. The first person to get a full score was born just like that. After that, the white-cloaked female examiner also gave a full score, 100. She also smiled and said, when facing the blood demon soldier, you were able to kill it in one strike. Moreover, you directly hit the blood demon soldier's weakness. I'm sure that no one here, other than the person who made the blood demon soldier, can do it. Not even me. If I don't give you a full score, how can I justify it? At this moment, everyone was certain that Ling Xiao could get the highest score. Even if he didn't get 100 in the end, it should be the highest score among the martial artists in this assessment. They looked at the third examiner with anticipation. The black-cloaked male examiner hesitated for a long time. The first two examiners gave such high scores. If he suddenly got a low score, it would be awkward. But Tang Yuan was stronger than him. However, Tang Chuyuan was stronger than him and was considered a veteran. He also had a very good relationship with the Chiliarch who led them. There was no need to offend people because of awkwardness. After thinking about it, he still decided to follow Tang Yuan's suggestion. He directly flipped open the scoreboard and gave a score that made everyone dumbfounded, 0, 0, including Yu Qilong and the other examiners. They were all stunned. With such a performance, he actually gave a 0? Was there something wrong with this examiner's brain? However, before they could say anything, the black-cloaked male examiner said indifferently, you should be at least 17 years old this year. At 17 years old, your cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. This shows that your aptitude is very low. The reason why you can defeat the blood demon soldier is because of the strength that others gave you. But that's all you can do. That's your limit. In the future, no one will give you the same strength. I'm afraid your cultivation will forever be stuck at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm. The black-cloaked male examiner continued, I don't recommend the Zifu army to take in someone like you, even though giving you 0 might be a bit too much. But I just want to tell you that the strength you gained by relying on others will never belong to you. One had to admit that this examiner was quite eloquent. With this reason alone, many people nodded in agreement. Of course, more people were angry and dissatisfied. Loud curses could be heard all over the place. Because many people were afraid that they would be treated unfairly like this. Therefore, they had to speak up for Ling Xiao. At first, the examiner's words seemed to make sense, but after thinking about it carefully, it was simply bullshit. What he said was all about the future. But who could grasp the future? Using such a ridiculous reason to reject someone who had such a perfect performance was simply shameless. Besides, that Tang Bing's performance was like sh*t, yet he was given more than 70 points. So, Ling Xiao was given 0 points. This was simply a blatant act of recklessness. Shut up, all of you. Tang Chuan suddenly shouted with a stern voice, every examiner has their own evaluation criteria. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can stand out. I want to see who dares to cause trouble on the day of the Zifu army's recruitment. With his shout, those people were a bit angry but didn't dare to say anything. Why was Ling Xiao given 0 points? Actually, everyone knew that he had offended someone. Seeing that everyone was silent, Tang Chuan was a bit proud. He casually looked at Ling Xiao and said, my point is also the same. At your age, if your cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm, you would still be worth nurturing. If your cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm, you would be considered a little genius. But you are only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm, which means that your potential has already been dug out. Why should the Zifu army spend resources on nurturing someone who has no future? Giving you 0 points is just a warning to some people. Don't think that you can enter the Zifu army just because you have strong combat strength. The Zifu army wants geniuses, not trash. Alright, stop talking nonsense and get out. There are other people who are fighting below. Tang Chuan's words were even more excessive. His reason was the same as the black-cloaked male examiner's, but his words were even more resolute. This made many people a bit angry. But they didn't dare to say it out loud. Of course, Ling Xiao would not leave. He stood there and looked at Tang Chu Nunnery coldly. Needless to say, everything was caused by this old thing. Of course, this old thing was also doing this for his nephew, Tang Bing. Since you dare to act so recklessly, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm not Lu Xiong. I'm not someone you can dismiss with just a few words. He could choose not to join the Zifu army, but no one could deny his potential and future. Even if he had to leave, he was going to let these bastards know that he, Ling Xiao, was not a pushover. Furthermore, Tangchu Nunnery was only a centurion and an examiner. He wasn't even considered a chief examiner. The main examiner was the female examiner in red. There were also invigilators above. Not to mention, the captain and Yu Qilong were also present. The Purple Mansion army was not something that the Tangchu Nunnery could cover with one hand. This examiner is called Tangchu Yuan, right? Ling Xiao suddenly said in a clear voice. His voice was infused with vital energy. Although it was not loud, everyone could hear it clearly. Tang Chuyuan was just about to speak when Ling Xiao interrupted him. Tang Chuyuan, as an examiner, you didn't want to select talents for the Purple Mansion army. But for your own selfish reasons, you let your nephew pass the examination by cheating. But because I offended your nephew, you refused to let me pass. I don't know if this is your idea alone or the idea of the whole Purple Mansion army. If the Purple Mansion army is all about nepotism and selfishness, I don't think there's any need for us to join. There's no need for this examination. You can just choose your nephews, or even your sons and grandsons. It also saves a lot of resources and manpower. Ha ha ha, well said. This kid is a bit interesting. Yu Qilong, what kind of lousy place is this? Even if you want to get in through the back door, you should do it secretly. Don't you feel ashamed? If this matter spreads to the Purple Mansion Royal City, I don't think your father can protect you. Sun Shun couldn't help but laugh. Although many people were afraid of the Purple Mansion army and knew that they had been wronged, they didn't dare to say anything. But Sun Shun wasn't afraid. He wasn't even afraid of the king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom, so why would he be afraid of Yu Qilong? Yu Qilong's face was very ugly. He didn't like Su Mingzhen and her disciples. But he had to admit that Sun Shun's words were very reasonable. Although many people didn't dare to say anything about what had happened here. But who could stop them from sending a letter of complaint to the Purple Mansion Royal City? Besides, this good-for-nothing Tang Chuyuan covered up for his illegitimate son and let him get away with it. He could turn a blind eye to it, but now he had to kick such a talent out of the Purple Mansion army. He must be crazy. If you wanted to deal with him, you could have waited until he entered the Purple Mansion army. But now you want him to clean up the mess? Brother Qilong, did you hear that? Your examiner doesn't seem to be very good. Even a fool can see that Tang Bing and this Ling Xiao are better. But in the end, the situation happened. You have to do justice. Zilong looked at Yu Qilong and said. Yu Qilong could ignore Sun Shun's words, but he couldn't ignore Zilong's. Zilong was Xianxia's younger brother. He had to curry favor with Zilong, otherwise, how could he get Xianxia's favor? At this moment, the spectators' stand was in a mess. Tang Chuyuan started to flip out. What are you waiting for? Get this nonsense out of here right now. Yes. A few Purple Mansion Realm soldiers obeyed the order. They were all in the 5th level of the Divine Vein Realm. They rushed into the arena and tried to take Ling Xiao away. But Ling Xiao didn't finish his words. How could he leave just like that? Get lost. He shouted, and a terrifying power surged out of his body. His body suddenly transformed into the 9 snake general beast soul, and 9 snake heads flew out from his back. All the Purple Mansion Realm soldiers were sent flying. However, he didn't kill them because he didn't want to offend the Purple Mansion army. This guy is too strong. He's too bold. He even dares to attack the Purple Mansion Realm soldiers? The crowd was in an uproar. They thought that the examiner had announced the score, and Ling Xiao could only accept it silently. But they didn't expect that not only did Ling Xiao not leave, but he also exposed the examiner's true colors. Many people didn't dare to stand out. But when they thought that they might be eliminated by trash like Tang Bing, they couldn't help but feel angry. The 1 million people who were eliminated hadn't left yet. During the chaotic battle, they noticed that the puppet beasts didn't attack Tang Bing. They thought that Tang Bing was strong enough. But now that they thought about it, it was obvious that someone had done something. they couldn't accept it. So they all stood out. Fairness. We need fairness. The roars of more than 1 million people were like muffled thunder exploding in the entire arena. Even Tang Chuan's expression became very ugly. If this caused a group incident, it would be very serious. At this moment, even he was a little panicked. Although it was not a new thing in the Zifu army to get in through the back door. But it was the first time he had caused such a big commotion. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. If it was only 1 or 2 people who resisted, he was not afraid at all. But now, more than 1 million people were scolding him for abusing his power for personal gain. This made him a little panicked. Originally, Tang Chuan thought that killing Ling Xiao would settle this matter. But now, even if Ling Xiao really died, this matter would probably be blown up. If he did not give these people an explanation today, it would be very difficult to settle this matter. Damn it, even if I have to give up my position as a centurion today, I will still kill you, this troublemaker. Tang Mo, go kill that guy. As an examiner, Tang Chuan could not do it himself. Once he did, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But his son, Tang Mo, could. Tang Mo was a corporal, and his cultivation was at the 7th level of the true element realm. His strength was much stronger than Ling Zhao's. He could definitely kill Ling Xiao. But at this moment, a voice sounded. All of you quiet down, or I will kill you. This voice was filled with powerful majesty. Everyone was stunned. Even the 1 million+ martial artists who were causing trouble had regained their composure. They realized that this was the Zifu army, not some other place. If they really made a big commotion, the Zifu army might kill them all. Killing people to silence them was very common in this world. Even if they were more than 1 million people, it was the same. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The one who stood out was a brigadier general, a captain. It could be clearly recognized from the clothes he was wearing. Have you all calmed down? That's good. I am Fang Ming, a captain of the Zifu army, the person in charge of today's test. If you want to continue causing trouble, then please continue. But what kind of punishment will you receive next? I think you know better than me. If you want to solve the problem, then obediently return to your position. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Yu Qilong didn't make an appearance. Instead, he sent a captain to deal with this matter. But it was enough. The first Divine Corps captains, Fang Ming. The one in charge was also the new army. The 4 examiners were his subordinates. Therefore, his words still carried a lot of weight. This person spoke in a very dignified manner, revealing a thick sense of warning. But at the same time, he promised to solve the problem. Thus, everyone stopped making a fuss. He didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. Just now, he was hot-headed. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was a little scared. If he really offended the Z Mansion army, he might not even have the chance to come back in the future. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't be able to save his life. Ling Xiao looked at Fang Ming. Although this person spoke in a dignified manner, this was not what he wanted. What they needed was to solve the problem. If the result did not satisfy him, he would not give up just like that. Even if the Purple Mansion army didn't enter today, he wouldn't suffer such humiliation. After everyone quieted down, Fang Ming turned to Ling Xiao and said, although both examiners have their own opinions, I'm the final judge. As the chief examiner, I have the final say. No matter how many points you get, you'll still be able to enter the final 100. But, because of the revival round, if you can't pass this round, I can't help you. Are you satisfied with this? Hearing what Fang Ming said, everyone nodded their heads silently. This chief examiner was indeed the chief examiner. He was a man who understood the bigger picture. He also knew how to calm everyone's anger. What about that Tang Bing? He got in through the back door. Someone shouted. Don't worry, I've told you just now, because everyone is unhappy with the results of today's exam. Therefore, we've added a revival round. In other words, there will be a one-on-one battle between 200 warriors in the final round. Only the top 100 who win will stay. If that Tang Bing really cheated his way into the final round, he will definitely be eliminated. Fang Ming explained. In order to calm everyone's anger and restore the image of the Z Mansion army, he had to do this. It wasn't a big deal anyway. That guy called Ling Xiao, you haven't answered my question. Fang Ming looked at Ling Xiao and said. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao had Zilong and Xianxia behind him, he wouldn't be so serious. After all, Tang Chuyuan was an old subordinate of his. Even if he did something wrong, he shouldn't point it out in front of so many people. It was too embarrassing. Sorry, I'm not satisfied. Ling Xiao's voice rang out, startling everyone. Brat, don't push your luck. Tang Chuyuan said coldly. Shut up. Let him speak. Fang Ming glared at Tang Chuyuan. If it wasn't for Tang Chuyuan, he wouldn't have to come forward to settle this matter. Brat, what are you not satisfied with? Fang Ming wasn't happy either. A mere martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm actually wasn't satisfied with his treatment? Don't you know what I'm not satisfied with? I don't care about what you said about me being able to enter the final 100 no matter what score I get. Even if I don't get full marks for my performance, I should at least get the highest score. I don't even need to participate in the revival match, therefore, I just got what I deserved. In fact, you didn't do anything that you should have done. Ling Xiao said loudly. Originally, many people thought that Ling Xiao was a little greedy. But after listening to it, it seemed to make sense. However, would you be able to reason with the Z Mansion army? Everyone looked at Fang Ming as though they wanted to know how Fang Ming was going to deal with this matter. Alright, we can give you a new score. Also, Tang Chuyuan, apologize to this young man immediately. Fang Ming looked at Tang Chuyuan and said. Captain. Tang Chuyuan looked at Fang Ming in surprise. He didn't understand why. Why? Even I can't order you around? Fang Ming said coldly. Tang Chuyuan gritted his teeth. Looking at Fang Ming's serious expression, he knew that he might have unintentionally offended someone he shouldn't have. Sorry, my score is too low. He couldn't even bear to look at Ling Xiao. Be more serious. Fang Ming shouted sternly. Tang Chuan's expression became very ugly. He turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, sucked in a deep breath, and clasped his hands as he said, Little brother, it was my old eyes that were blurry and couldn't see your potential. Therefore, I gave you 0 points. I'm sorry. He was apologizing, but in fact, he wasn't convinced. Therefore, he was obviously acting in a fit of pique when he said that. He didn't have any intention of apologizing. It was as though Fang Ming had wronged him. How could Ling Xiao accept such an apology? Even the other martial artists were discussing animatedly, pointing and gesticulating. He's not like a man at all. He's apologizing like a girl. Enough. If he doesn't even know how to apologize, ask him to scram, our Zifu army won't keep trash like him. Yu Qilong couldn't stand it anymore. Tang Chununeri's appearance really made him lose face. Yu Qilong didn't want to say anything and wanted to give Tang Chunwan some face. However, he had no choice now. Most importantly, Tang Chunwan didn't even have the sincerity to apologize. He didn't have the pride that a centurion should have. Hearing Yu Qilong's words, Tang Chunwan's expression changed. He hurriedly said, Little brother Ling Xiao, I shouldn't have given a random grade because of personal grudges. I shouldn't have instigated the other examiners to do so. Please forgive me. How is it? Are you satisfied? Fang Ming looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided that he couldn't go overboard. He was content that Tang Chununeri had been forced to this extent. Thus, he said, I'm satisfied. Good, as long as you're satisfied. Tang Chunwan, and you, Scram. You're disqualified. I'm one of the examiners, and the next one is a chilly arch. Fang Ming was afraid that Ling Xiao would cause trouble again. If that happened, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. In fact, his worry was unnecessary. Ling Xiao wanted Tang Chunwan to be humiliated. It was enough for him to fulfill this wish. The 2 new examiners regraded and gave full marks. In the end, Ling Xiao obtained 400 points and became the most outstanding examiner. Although there were many examiners behind him, no one could surpass Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao defeated Shuamo Bing, who was at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm. This was a record that no one else could do. Little sister Xianxia, are you satisfied? Yu Qilong looked at Xianxia and asked. You shouldn't be asking me this question. That little fellow deserves full marks, right, Brother Qilong? Your Zifu army has been slacking all these years. How did you get someone like Tang Chunwan? Xianxia sighed. Yu Qilong was slightly embarrassed. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to curry favor with Zilong and Xianxia, he wouldn't have interfered in this matter. Even if he knew what Tang Chununnery had done, he would at most reprimand her in private. He would not be as strict as he was today. But the truth was that even today, he had shown mercy. Otherwise, this kind of cheating, if it was in the Zifu city, would be a serious crime that would result in a beheading. Ling Xiao was actually benefiting from Xianxia. Of course, it was also because he had saved Zilong that he had created this condition for himself. At this moment, the most depressed person was Tang Chununnery. An examiner was removed from his position in front of everyone. He even apologized to a kid in front of so many people. He had really lost all his face. But fortunately, he didn't die. This could be considered lucky. If he had reflected on his mistakes because of this matter, then there probably wouldn't have been such a thing. But he didn't. This guy hated Ling Xiao to the core. He wanted to find a way to kill Ling Xiao. He was a dignified centurion who had reached the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Yet, he was humiliated by a mere 3rd level Divine Vein Realm martial artist. How could he take this lying down? Kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me. Although I was punished, I have many acquaintances in the Purple Mansion army. I can easily use some eye drops on you and you'll be finished. He thought viciously. Then, he asked his son, Tang Mo, to call Tang Bing. Tang Bing was also in a bad mood. In order to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, he had lost his uncle's position as an examiner. Binger, do you want to take revenge? Tang Chununnery looked at Tang Bing and asked. Yes, of course I want to. But with my strength, I'm no match for him. Uncle, you've seen that guy's strength. Even the 6th level Divine Vein Realm Blood Demon Soldier was no match for him. Tang Bing smiled bitterly. Look at your cowardice. Tang Chununnery said angrily, of course I know you're no match for him. But have you forgotten? Many years ago, we once obtained a substitute talisman. It wasn't a talisman made by the spirit augmentation masters of the 4 major regions. It came from the Immortal Court continent. As long as you use it, you can change your identity and appearance with your cousin. It can last for a day. Your cousin is a 7th level Divine Vein Realm Corporal. Wouldn't killing that kid be as easy as killing an ant? That's great. It can actually be done like this. But how can I let my cousin face him? Tang Bing asked doubtfully. Don't worry. Leave it to me. In the revival match later, I'll definitely let your cousin face that kid. Tang Chununnery believed that he had the ability to do so. Tang Mo, are you confident? Tang Chununnery looked at his son, Tang Mo father, don't worry. That kid actually embarrassed you and didn't give me any face before. I was just worried that I wouldn't have a chance to deal with him. You gave me such a good opportunity. How can I miss it? I'll definitely kill him. Tang Mo nodded. All right. You two go and prepare to change your identities for the following matters. Tang Chununnery sneered. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, there's no way you can escape from this old man's palm. Ling Xiao had no idea about Tang Chununnery's evil plan. After leaving the arena, he continued his cultivation. The following matches were carried out in an orderly manner. In fact, Tang Chununnery's evaluation of the other participants was pretty accurate. Apart from Tang Bing and Ling Xiao, there weren't any other problems. Therefore, although there were some who joined in the fun, there wasn't much to say now. Furthermore, the examiner had been changed. Fang Ming's evaluation was obviously more accurate, and his comments were clearer and more accurate. All the warriors were convinced by his evaluation. Finally, all 1,000 men's battles had come to an end. The 200 men with the highest scores stayed behind, while the rest of the participants went back to the audience seating area. The reason why they didn't leave was because they were very interested in the revival match. Of course, before the revival match, Zilong also participated in an exhibition match. In a one-on-one battle, he only used 3 strikes to kill a first divine core puppet. This also proved his strength was not just for show. The reason Zilong did this was to tell everyone that although he was specially recruited, he was strong enough. He was different from Tang Bing. In fact, he had achieved the effect he wanted. For the past few days, Ling Xiao hadn't left the arena. He had been here day and night. Through the analysis and practice of the Tai Chi Eye, he had gained a lot of experience from watching other people's battles. Especially Zilong's battle. Although it was just one battle, he had gained a lot from it. Why was his combat technique so much better than others, aside from the fact that the Tai Chi Eye could accurately calculate? More importantly, he could convert other people's experiences into his own. He hadn't fought for the past few days, but he had gained a lot. Because of the Heart of Gold, the energy in his cultivation C had increased by 20%. Although it was only 20%, he had to take a few steps to reach 1,000 miles. Besides, he only needed 100% of the energy. 20% was actually not a small amount. Other than the increase in energy in his cultivation C. More importantly, Ling Xiao's understanding of martial arts had improved significantly. He had reached the transcendent state from the perfected state. This was all thanks to the experience he had gained from others. Next, we will begin the lot drawing ceremony for the revival match. Those who draw the same number will be their opponents. The winner will enter the Purple Mansion army. Feng Ming looked at the remaining 200 people and announced. At the mention of the lot drawing ceremony, many people frowned. Among these people, there were 2 people they didn't want to meet the most. One was Lu Xiong. Regardless of Lu Xiong's potential, he was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. Who would be his match? The other one was Ling Xiao. Lu Xiong was able to defeat the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm using a 1st-level Emperor-class martial technique. The result of the lot drawing surprised Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, the lot drawing should be a match between those with higher and lower scores. This way, the stronger ones would not be eliminated. In other words, someone like Ling Xiao who had 400 points should be the one with the lowest score. However, that was not the case. He had drawn Tang Bing. Looking at the lot drawing, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. After all this time, this Tang Chu nunnery still refused to give up. He actually wanted Tang Bing to deal with him. However, Tang Bing was so weak that he must have some tricks up his sleeves. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Tang Chu nunnery had up his sleeves. After the lot drawing ceremony, Feng Ming gave the martial artists an hour to rest. Ling Xiao wanted to eat something to calm himself down. However, he met someone. Young Master Zilong. Ling Xiao looked at the young man in front of him and smiled bitterly. If possible, he didn't want to make friends with the king's mansion so soon. After all, it would be difficult to repay a favor. So your name is Ling Xiao. I didn't get the chance to ask for your name last time. Thank you for saving me. Zilong was a straightforward person. He was only 1 year younger than Ling Xiao. But the feeling he gave Ling Xiao was that Zilong was like a child. This was probably because he had been through a lot. Ever since Zilong was born, he had always lived in the little purple spirit kingdom. He had never been anywhere else. But he had gone from the heavenly dragon continent to the divine phoenix continent, and then to the white tiger continent. Now, they had even entered the 4 great regions of the black tortoise continent. The things that happened during this period of time were probably beyond Zilong's imagination. Don't mention it. Besides, you helped me just now, right? If it wasn't for you and Xianxia, I'm afraid General Yu Qilong wouldn't care about such a small matter. Although I can't join the Zifu army here, I can still go to other small countries, but it will still waste some time. Ling Xiao smiled. He was aware of his own limitations. Yu Qilong was a complete stranger to him, so how could he let Tang Chu nunnery apologize to him? Someone must be helping him from behind. In the entire grandstand, the only person he recognized was Zilong. It's nothing. Yu Qilong is only willing to help because he wants to pursue my sister. In fact, this is what he should do. In my opinion, a Lieutenant General Zifu army has such a centurion. As the commander, he can't escape the blame. Zilong waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I came to you to remind you to be careful of that Tang Bing. Don't think that he is still the trash from before. I can feel a different aura from him. I understand. Ling Xiao also had the same feeling. Tang Bing was completely different from before. It was as if he had been reborn and become a different person. It's good that you understand. This thing is called the Fire Dragon Mark. Take it. It was made by the Spirit Augmentation Master of the Little Purple Spirit Kingdom. It can release a powerful attack. Basically, martial artists below the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm can't block it. But it's a pity that the Spirit Augmentation Masters of the 4 great regions can't compare to those of the Immortal Court continent. This thing can only be used once. If you need it, don't hesitate and use it directly. Winning is more important. There's no need to make things difficult for yourself. Zilong took out a strange knife and gave it to Ling Xiao. He said, after you use it, it will become an ordinary knife. Keep it as a souvenir. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Ling Xiao didn't want to take Zilong's things. Because he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Once you owed someone a favor, you would be trapped in it. It must be known that the faction that assassinated Zilong was extremely powerful. If they knew that he saved Zilong, he would be in big trouble. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a fire dragon mark. It's nothing rare. If you want to buy it, you can buy it with 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zilong stuffed the thing into Ling Xiao's hands. Without you, I would be dead. If you don't even accept this, then you are looking down on me. Since Zilong had said so, Ling Xiao could only reluctantly accept it. The moment he touched it, he could feel the aura of a formation on the fire dragon mark. There was also some kind of special energy flowing. However, the fusion of the formation and the flying knife was still lacking. It was far from reaching the level of a magic weapon. I can modify it a little. Ling Xiao thought to himself. In his mountain river world, there were many materials for setting up formations and formations. If he wanted to modify this fire dragon mark, it wouldn't be difficult. What did you say? Zilong was stunned. Nothing. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Young Master Zilong, you are the monarch's younger brother. You don't have to risk your life in the Z Mansion army. I heard that the bloody battlefield is very bloody. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. With your talent and the monarch's training, you will become a powerhouse sooner or later. Why take the risk? What about you? You know that the bloody battlefield is so dangerous, but you still go? Zilong asked with a smile. I'm different from you. I don't have so many resources, and I don't have the monarch's sister. So I have to work hard on my own. For me, the bloody battlefield is the key to a breakthrough in strength. At the same time as danger, there are also opportunities. Ling Xiao answered. I see. Let me tell you the truth, I have been stuck at the first divine core realm for too long. I am eager to break through. The bloody battlefield is very important to me. Zilong said in a serious manner, I can't stay under my sister's protection for the rest of my life. My goal is to become the strongest man in the entire Golden Heavenly region. Then I'm afraid we are going to be rivals. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. You want to become the strongest man in the Golden Heavenly region as well? Zilong asked excitedly. No, I want to become the strongest man in all 4 regions. I want to go to the next continent. Ling Xiao answered. If someone else said this, Zilong might laugh at that person for overestimating himself. But when it came from Ling Xiao, Zilong didn't find it funny. Instead, he felt it was true. You're really special. Then, I wish both of us the best in realizing our dreams. Zilong extended his hand and shook Ling Xiao's hand. An hour later, the battle finally began. Although Lu Xiong was thought to have insufficient potential, his strength was beyond doubt. Hence, his opponent was defeated in one move, and he also successfully entered the Purple Mansion army. In the following battle, the disparity in strength between both sides was actually quite large. Just as Ling Xiao had said, in normal battles, those with higher scores would fight against those with lower scores. Head to tail. Only he and Tang Bing were exceptions. But the further it went, the smaller the disparity between martial artists became, and the battles also became more white-hot. To really pass, one needed to fight with all their might. Luckily, they defeated their opponent with a slight advantage. Very soon, it was Ling Xiao and Tang Bing's turn to battle. Regarding this battle, many people came with the mentality of watching a joke. Tang Bing's trash appearance, they had seen it. Ling Xiao's powerful appearance, they had also seen it. It was very hard to imagine that these two people could have a match of more than one move. But Ling Xiao did not think so. The feeling that Tang Bing gave him was like a completely different person. This matter was not good. But with the fire dragon mark in hand, he did not care so much in his heart. The two people entered the arena at the same time. Tang Bing pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, you and those blind things all said that I entered through the back door. Insulted my father, no, my uncle. Today, I'm going to let you blind things see whether I'm trash or not." Father? This guy is indeed fishy. Ling Xiao frowned, but because there was no evidence, he did not want to risk exposing it either. If he screwed it up, it would not be good for him. Wasn't it just a battle? He had plenty of trump cards and had no fear at all. Are you done with the nonsense? Can you make your move now? Ling Xiao said coolly. Still so arrogant? You won't be able to be arrogant in a while. Tang Bing laughed coldly. His feet trembled, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. This speed was so fast that it gave many people a fright. That's not right, was this guy so powerful just now? Facing a scarecrow, he couldn't even kill it for half a day. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? I can't see through him. I can't see through him. This seems to be the strength of a cultivator at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. It seems like he broke through? Tang Mo fought in Tang Bing's place. He didn't want to reveal his identity, so he suppressed Tang Bing from the start. He felt that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao with his cultivation at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. There was no need to use his true strength. This isn't your true strength, right? Ling Xiao suddenly entered the 9-snake general beast soul transformation state. Then, the innate god fiend sword soul was released. Ice Age was also taken out by him. He directly went up and attacked fiercely, not retreating at all. Instant freeze, Ice River 9 turns. After 2 consecutive attacks, Tang Bing was sent flying. You are not qualified to attack me with this kind of strength. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Tang Bing in the distance. His feet shook as he launched another attack. Ice Age in his hand turned into a cold sword shadow as he crazily attacked. Tang Bing was forced to retreat, and his face was gloomy. This Ling Xiao is really strong. That sword in his hand should be a Divine Emperor artifact. He actually has such a weapon. It seems like his origin isn't simple. Not only that, he can execute a peak-grade king-class martial technique to perfection. It is comparable to a rank 1 Emperor-class martial technique at the initial success stage. Even if that Tang Bing broke through, it is meaningless. He is still far from being a match for Xianxia. He can only be suppressed. Everyone's impression of Ling Xiao was getting better and better. This person seemed to always have endless potential, always able to let others see new things. Damn it. I think you are purely courting death. Tang Bing was forced to retreat, and the anger in his heart kept rising. Finally, he couldn't care less about hiding it anymore. The combat strength of a cultivator at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm burst out. A terrifying aura was released from his body. This is still not your true strength. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi clearly captured the opponent's true strength. It was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. Not at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm. He suddenly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Then, he still used the Ice Age to attack his opponent. However, the Ice Age at this time was divided into 2. It turned into black and white swords. The divine demon sword soul behind him was shining brightly, and terrifying sword intent was constantly released. Damn it. This guy's peak-grade king-class martial technique is comparable to a rank 1 Emperor-class martial technique at the initial success stage. I can't stop him at all with martial techniques at the same level. Looks like I can only display my trump card martial skill. This was something that Tang Mo, who was pretending to be Tang Bing, didn't expect. He originally thought that he would have the strength to crush Ling Xiao when he released the strength of a cultivator at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm. But now, it seemed like the truth wasn't so. Ling Xiao's strength was still much more terrifying than he imagined. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. It seemed like he really had the qualifications to be arrogant. But no matter what, he had to die. Thinking of this, he suddenly roared. He raised his hand, and a long saber appeared in his hand. Rank 1 Emperor Class Martial Technique, Ninefold Demonic Slash. The long saber in his hand suddenly condensed a terrifying power. Then, it slashed down. Ninefold saber chi rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was like 9 waves, each stronger than the previous. The so-called Ninefold Demonic Slash was a martial technique that Ling Xiao had cultivated before. But in terms of power, it was far inferior to Tang Mo's move. 9-fold attacks, each stronger than the previous. Even if you could block the first attack, you might not be able to block the next 8. An Emperor-class martial technique was an Emperor-class martial technique. Its power was absolutely extraordinary. This was also the only rank 1 Emperor-class martial technique that Tang Mo, as a sergeant, had mastered. Moreover, he was very proud that he had cultivated it to the stage of major success. Generally speaking, a sergeant-level Purple Mansion realm soldier could be considered a genius if he could master an Emperor-class martial technique and cultivate it to the stage of major success. Tang Mo was obviously not bad. Under the nurturing of his centurion father, Tang Chu, he was still very capable. When everyone saw this scene, they were a little stunned. Was this Tang Bing still the same Tang Bing from before? Not only did his cultivation soar to the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm, but he also mastered an Emperor-class martial technique? Wasn't this too strange? Could it be that he had been pretending to be ugly all this time? Did he deliberately let others look down on him? Many people had such thoughts. But there were also people who thought differently. A person might be able to hide his strength, but his fighting style and aura would change. This is impossible. What did that bastard Tang Chu do? He really makes people worry. Fang Ming's face was a little gloomy. It's fine if he doesn't see through it, but if he does, then the Purple Mansion army will lose face again today. However, that Ling Xiao was truly arrogant enough. It was better to let Tang Mo teach him a lesson first. When it's about time, I'll save him and make him owe me a favor. While Fang Ming was thinking about this, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Go to hell, you arrogant brat. In his rage, Tang Mo did not show any mercy in this attack. He was aiming to kill Ling Xiao. It was already quite impossible for Ling Xiao to change moves at this time. The black and white swords collided with the 9 layers of saber energy. They were sent flying as soon as they broke through the first layer of saber energy. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Tang Bing is so strong. Don't worry, Ling Xiao hasn't used an Emperor-level martial skill yet. Everyone had seen the Emperor-level martial skill Ling Xiao used against the Blood Demon soldier. They were looking forward to it. Ling Xiao retreated rapidly. But as he retreated, he started to prepare for Demon God's descent. Light and shadow, 2 different types of energy, bloomed on his body. Then, like a demonic god, he resumed his attacks. The Demon God's descent had reached the transformation stage. Its power was many times stronger than before. 9 Transformation Technique, Demon God's Descent, Kill. A terrifying aura bloomed from the black and white swords. Ling Xiao turned into a black and white light and attacked the 9 layers of saber energy. That's it. That's right, Ling Xiao used this move to defeat the Blood Demon soldier. Many people were excited. In this battle, they were more willing to support Ling Xiao than Tang Bing. No one liked people who cheated to enter the Purple Mansion army. After all, if one cheated, the other person who could enter the Purple Mansion army would be eliminated. Tang Mo's Emperor-level martial skill wasn't weak, but it was only at the great accomplishment stage. On the other hand, although Ling Xiao's Emperor-class martial skill was at the same level, it was at the transformation stage. It was much stronger than Tang Mo's Emperor-level martial skill. Therefore, when the black and white sword light met the 9 layers of saber chi, it began to destroy everything in its path. The 9 layers of saber energy kept shattering. Collapse. How is this possible? Tang Mo was completely stunned. He used his strength at the 6th level of the Divine Bane realm and his strongest Emperor-class martial skill. Unexpectedly, he was unable to defeat Ling Xiao. Instead, at this moment, his Emperor-level martial skill was crumbling. He did not believe it to be true. However, everything in front of him told him that this was the truth. Whether he believed it or not, it was all the same. With a gotcha sound. In the end, the saber chi was directly shattered. I refuse to believe that I can't defeat you. In his panic, Tang Yamo finally released his full strength. 7th level of the Divine Bane realm. The terrifying power was completely released. He waved the long saber in his hand and slashed at Ling Xiao's attack. However, due to the lack of time, he was unable to use any powerful martial skills. Therefore, after this attack, he still suffered a hidden loss. His body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff, Tang Yamo crawled up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he looked coldly at Ling Xiao, who was not far from him. Ling Xiao's attack came again. It was as if he wanted to take advantage of his injury to completely defeat him. But how could he fail so easily? The current him was at the 7th level of the Divine Bane realm. Even if it was Ling Xiao, it was absolutely impossible for him to be his opponent. You're not Tang Bing. Ling Xiao did not attack rashly. Since the other party had already reorganized his attack, his next attack had to be cautious. What difference does it make whether I'm Tang Bing or not? Anyway, you're going to die today. Actually daring to injure me like this, I'll let you die without a burial ground. Tang Yamo said coldly. You're Tang Yamo, the son of Tang Chu Nunnery, the sergeant of the Z Mansion army. Ling Xiao looked at this Tang Bing in front of him and said. Tang Yamo frowned and said, What? You want to expose me? Of course I want to expose you, but now is not the time. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I really want to know how big the difference in strength is between me and a sergeant. Of course, this was not the truth. Most importantly, when facing Tang Yamo, he could unleash Emperor-level martial skills without restraint. This way, the energy in his cultivation seat could continue to increase. It should not be far from the next breakthrough. Why wouldn't he grasp such a good opportunity? In any case, he was confident that Tang Yamo would not be able to kill him. What's going on? Tang Bing's strength suddenly increased to the 7th level of the Divine Bane realm? Yeah, but that Ling Xiao is also quite powerful. Facing such a powerful Tang Bing, he still has some advantages. Yeah, I noticed that his attacks never have any superfluous movements. Every attack is very reasonable. He's even more outstanding than my master and many seniors I've seen. The only pity is that his cultivation is a little weak. I'm afraid that the next battle will be a tough one. Wait, don't you suspect that Tang Bing is a fake? No matter how much he hides, it's impossible for him to hide his cultivation from the 7th level of the Divine Bane realm to the 4th level of the Divine Bane realm. Besides, he wasn't this strong when he attacked the scarecrow. So what if we suspect? He has a centurion uncle. Haha, do you think the examiners can't see through this? Why didn't they stop him? Are they stupid? Previously, Ling Xiao made the Purple Mansion army lose face. They should take this opportunity to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. But if this matter is exposed, the Purple Mansion army will lose even more face. Besides, their loss of face has nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Isn't it because of the dirty things they did? Who knows what these people are thinking? They probably want to save Ling Xiao when he's severely injured. This way, Ling Xiao won't say anything out of gratitude. There were still some people in the crowd who understood what the Purple Mansion army was planning. But would things really develop as they expected? Tang Chuyuan sat in the crowd and felt uncomfortable. If Tang Yamo couldn't kill Ling Xiao before he was exposed, it would be troublesome. But from the looks of it, his son, Tang Yamo, might be injured, but his injuries weren't as serious as he imagined. With Tang Mo's cultivation at the 7th level of the Divine Bane realm, even if there was a gap in martial techniques, he should still be able to win against Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, who would dare to speak of this matter? Others didn't have Ling Xiao's guts. Tang Yamo naturally knew this as well. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Brat, if you don't expose me now, you won't have the chance. Next, you will die. In my hands. I know you have the strength of a 7th level divine vein realm cultivator. But you want to kill me? Save it. If I just want to save my life, not to mention you, even your father, Tang Chuyuan, can't kill me. Ling Xiao looked calmly at Tang Mo. What shameless boasting. Tang Mo snorted and waved the saber in his hand again. It was still the 9-fold demonic slash. But its power was obviously more than 10 times stronger than before. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He circulated his true essence with all his might. Then, he blasted out the descent of gods and demons. But this time, he was defeated miserably. After all, his opponent was a 7th level divine vein realm cultivator. Although his martial skills were slightly inferior to his strength was much stronger than his. Ling Xiao's body was sent flying. He rolled on the ground several times before he regained his balance. More blood flowed out of his mouth. However, the cultivation C in his body had suffered a heavy blow because he had used an emperor-grade martial skill. His potential suddenly exploded. It had reached 50%. It's still worth it. Fortunately, I have the Black Tortoise Divine Body, which is at the peak of the king level. Together with the armor formed by the shape-shifting divine weapon, my defense is enough to offset half of the damage from the emperor-level martial skill. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Ling Xiao wiped the blood off his face and stood up again. Still not dead. Tang Mo was obviously anxious. Ling Xiao was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He still couldn't kill him. Tang Mo was a martial artist in the 7th level of the divine vein realm. He could use the emperor-level martial skill about 7 times. Any more and he wouldn't have enough true essence. He had used it twice, but he still couldn't kill Ling Xiao. How could he not be anxious? However, being anxious was not a solution. The only thing he could do now was to kill Ling Xiao with the most terrifying attack. Another 9-fold demonic chop slashed down. This time, Ling Xiao changed his move. 7 swords surrounded his body. Then, they burst out. The power of the 7 swords combined into one was even stronger than a transcendent stage fiend god. So this time, Ling Xiao was still at a disadvantage. But it was much better than before. He wasn't sent flying in a sorry state. He just took a few steps back and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Damn it, go to hell. Tang Mo was about to go crazy. He waved his saber again and slashed at Ling Xiao crazily. This was the 4th time he used the emperor-level martial skill. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The Purple Mansion army didn't like a picky kid. The Zifu army liked people who were obedient and followed their orders. So even if he killed Ling Xiao, the Purple Mansion army wouldn't blame him. I want to see how many more times you can hold on. Tang Mo believed that Ling Xiao was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight and wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. As for his emperor-class martial skill, including this one, he still had 4 chances to use it. Brother Qilong, there's something wrong with that person, right? Zilong said to Yu Qilong. He was really worried about Ling Xiao. There weren't many friends who could catch Zilong's attention, and Ling Xiao was one of them. With a cultivation base of the 3rd level of the Divine Vein realm, Jiang Chen had the courage to save him from a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior. He couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao in a new light. Even if Ling Xiao had other motives, it still required a great deal of courage. Zilong, you don't have to worry about this. Your big brother Qilong knows what he's doing. Perhaps Xianxia felt that she had meddled too much today. Previously, he had forced Yu Qilong to make Tang Chununnery apologize. It was better for her not to talk too much, so that Yu Qilong wouldn't be unhappy. As the ruler of the Purple Spirit Kingdom, she still had to consider the safety of her kingdom. After all, Yu Qilong was in charge of 1 million Purple Mansion army, and this army was much stronger than the local army. If Yu Qilong was really pissed off, he would just label you as a rebel, then kill you without asking for permission. You wouldn't be able to reason with him. Don't worry, he won't be defeated so easily. Su Mingzhen said with a smile. How do you know? Yu Qilong looked at Su Mingzhen and said, I really don't think a 3rd-level Divine Vein warrior can survive the attack of a 7th-level Divine Vein warrior. Of course, Yu Qilong didn't know that Ling Xiao had the fire dragon mark given to him by Zilong. It was something that could severely injure any warrior below the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm. In fact, Zilong was wondering why Ling Xiao hadn't used the Fire Dragon mark. Could it be that he didn't know how to use it? Or did he think it was unnecessary? Your attack seems to have become much weaker. Bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao sneered and finally used his trump card. The terrifying plague spread and entered Tang Mo's body through his wounds. It almost caused him to fail when he condensed the 9-layered demonic slash. What the hell is this? Tang Mo was shocked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such an ability. It made his blood boil, and he couldn't control it. The terrifying plague was constantly infecting and devouring his blood and true yuan. He had no choice but to use 10% of his true yuan to suppress it. Only then did he obtain temporary relief. But just as he let out a sigh of relief, he discovered that Ling Xiao's aura had become stronger again. Boom! First, it was the Fiend God descent. The innate Fiend God sword soul behind Ling Xiao released a black and white radiance. A frenzied sword chi surged. It gave Tang Mo a fright. And this wasn't the end. Ling Xiao's surroundings were half filled with holy white light, and the other half with layers of demonic shadows. The combination of Fiend God and God, the contradictory power completely condensed on this youth. Ling Xiao finally used his most powerful attack at the moment. It was the second move of the 9 Revolutions Fiend God technique. First appearance of divine light, demonic shadow attack, a strange space, a strange power. The black and white swords in Ling Xiao's hands seemed to transform into Fiend God and God. Monarch's Descent Arena. 2 terrifying auras merged into one. Finally, it was released. The terrifying power caused the entire arena to shake. And this was in the 4 major regions. If it was in the western region, the entire sky would probably collapse. The spatial laws of the 4 major regions were really incomparably stable. Fiend God Descent was just the opening move. This move was the true first move. It fused the power of Fiend God Descent. It was terrifying to the extreme. How can this be? Everyone was shocked, including Yu Qilong in the stands. And Fang Ming in the examiner's seat. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying martial technique? This power was probably comparable to a second-level Emperor-class martial technique. It was really too terrifying. In an instant, 3 of the 9 Revolutions demonic slashes saber chi were shattered. Then, it continued to shatter. So what if you know a second-level Emperor-class martial technique, not to mention that you don't? I'm a 7th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artist, you're not my match. Seeing that the saber chi of the 9 Revolutions demonic slash was about to be completely shattered, Tang Mo roared. He actually slashed out again. The 5th slash. It was still the 9 Revolutions demonic slash. The power actually overlapped with the previous 9 Revolutions demonic slash and collided with Ling Xiao's vast attack. Smoke and dust on the ground of the entire arena crazily swirled up. The stands began to shake. This terrifying scene lasted for a full few minutes. The two separated at the same time. They retreated more than 10 steps back. This exchange actually ended in a draw. For the first time, Ling Xiao was not injured when facing Tang Mo, who was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. He suddenly closed his eyes and felt the surging power in his body. The door of breakthrough began to open again. He's actually comprehending? When everyone saw Ling Xiao close his eyes, they all had the same thought. Tang Bing, kill him, don't let him break through. In the stands, Tang Chuan suddenly shouted without caring about his image. Because he was very clear that once Ling Xiao broke through, even Tang Mo could not possibly be this brat's match. After all, Ling Xiao, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm Cultivation, already made Tang Mo feel overwhelmed. Let alone a 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm Cultivation? Hearing Tang Chunwan shout, Tang Mo charged forward like a madman. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao before Ling Xiao broke through at all costs. But how could Ling Xiao let him interrupt his breakthrough? Seeing Tang Mo charging over, Ling Xiao sneered. The fire dragon insignia appeared in his hand. This item could only harm martial artists below the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. If he didn't use it now, it wouldn't be useful in the future. It was perfect to kill Tang Mo. Tang Mo was only 3 to 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was still immersed in his breakthrough. Barbarian Bear, who was watching the show, was so nervous that he didn't dare to watch. Tang Chunwan was also so nervous that he didn't want to sit down. Whoosh, a fire dragon flashed in the air. Tang Mo didn't have any reaction and fell to the ground. Blood dyed his throat red, and flames began to burn his body. The substitute talisman lost its effect at this moment. Tang Mo revealed his true face. That's not Tang Bing. Tang Mo, that's squad leader Tang Mo. Damn, the Z Mansion army cheated again. How shameless. It's that Tang Chunwan again. So what if he cheated? A 7th level Divine Vein Realm martial artist couldn't defeat a 3rd level Divine Vein Realm martial artist. This is too embarrassing. Looking at the burning corpse, everyone was shocked. Tang Chunwan had already rushed to the arena and extinguished the flames on Tang Mo's body. But it was useless. Tang Mo's throat was pierced, and he was already dead. You actually killed my son Tang Mo. Holding Tang Mo's corpse, Tang Chunwan's eyes were red, and he fell into extreme anger. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and was still in the midst of his breakthrough. Ling Xiao killed Tang Mo on purpose. Anyway, whether Tang Mo died or not, this old fart Tang Chunwan wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, why didn't he kill him? He wasn't naive enough to think that if he didn't kill Tang Mo, Tang Chunwan would let him go. I'll kill you. Tang Chunwan roared and pounced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao held the fire dragon spear in his hand and released it for the 2nd time. He had already modified the fire dragon mark during the 1 hour of rest. Although its power did not increase, the number of times it could be used had increased from 1 to 3 times. Although he couldn't kill Tang Chunwan, he could obstruct her for a while. However, at this moment, Fong Ming finally made his move. He blocked Tang Chunwan's attack and said coldly, Tang Chunwan, what do you want to do? Captain. He killed my son, he killed my son. Tang Chuan roared. I really want to know how Tang Bing became Tang Mo. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Fong Ming knew that Tang Chununnery was very sad, but the fact that Tang Mo had replaced Tang Bing was exposed. He let everyone see it. If he couldn't handle it well, it would definitely turn into a public opinion accident. When the time comes, the news will spread to the Purple Mansion Royal City. Not only would he be in trouble, but Yu Qilong would also be transferred away. This was a big deal. Even though he knew that Tang Chununnery was very sad, he still had to do what needed to be done. I'll explain, Tang Chunwan couldn't explain. He had only himself to blame for all this. Since you can't explain, I'll just pretend that you don't know. Tang Mo replaced Tang Bing without permission. Tang Bing will be blacklisted and will never be recruited by the Zifu army. Tang Mo deserved to die, he will be stripped of all the privileges of the Zifu army and expelled from the Zifu army. Fong Ming said loudly. His decision was also out of helplessness. Although he was really unwilling to do so, after all, he still had old feelings for Tang Chununnery. He had already given Tang Chunwan a lot of face by not implicating him. Are you convinced? Fong Ming asked. I am convinced. Although Tang Chunwan was very angry, he knew that Fong Ming was helping him. As long as he was alive, he would still have the chance to kill Ling Xiao after Ling Xiao joined the Zifu army. Boom, at this moment, an explosive aura rushed out from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. He was very happy. He had broken through, 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This was a huge improvement. Ling Xiao is really capable. He was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Vein Realm, but he was able to block so many attacks from Tang Mo, who was at the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm. The most terrifying thing was that he actually broke through in the middle of the battle. Good heavens, this is too amazing. Yeah, I'm afraid that he is the only one who can do such a thing. Nonsense, it's already very rare to be able to challenge someone 1 level higher. To be able to challenge someone 2 levels higher is already a peerless genius. This Ling Xiao might have won with the Fire Dragon mark, but killing a 6th level Divine Vein Realm martial artist shouldn't be a problem for him. Tang Chunwan left with Tang Mo's corpse. Fong Ming looked at Ling Xiao. His expression was a little complicated. He wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to be in danger before suddenly saving Ling Xiao. This way, Ling Xiao would owe him a favor. He would owe the Zifu army a favor and not expose Tang Mo's identity. But he didn't expect that. In just an instant, the situation was reversed. Ling Xiao actually killed Tang Mo. This made him somewhat unprepared. You really know how to give us a difficult problem. Forget it. Tang Mo might have replaced Tang Bing, but you were able to defeat him. It is enough to prove that you are qualified to enter the Zifu army. From today onwards, you are a member of the Zifu army. Go over there and wait. Fang Ming's heart was in a mess. He didn't know how to face Ling Xiao and his old subordinate, Tang Chunwan. But the test was still going on. He could only put these matters aside. Many thanks, Senior. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and walked out of the arena. He could still see Tang Chunwan in the crowd, staring at him with vicious eyes. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his middle finger at Tang Chunwan. Old man, if you are capable, then come and kill me now. He hoped that Tang Chunwan would make a move now. This way, the Zifu army would have no choice but to deal with Tang Chunwan. They might even kill him on the spot. It was a pity that Tang Chunwan was rather cunning. He knew that it wouldn't be beneficial to make a move now. So even though his heart was filled with anger, he still endured it. Ling Xiao sneered. If Tang Chunwan dared to make trouble for him, he would dare to kill Tang Chunwan. He was this kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. With his current cultivation, it would be a bit difficult to kill Tang Chunwan. But one more breakthrough and it would be enough. Anyway, now that he had joined the Zifu army, the speed of his improvement should be even faster. For Ling Xiao, many people despised and mocked him from the beginning. Now, it turned into admiration and even reverence. This kid was too terrifying. Not to mention that he killed the blood demon soldiers in one move. Even Tang Mo and the squad leader were killed. Although he still used the fire dragon mark in the end. But one must know that after his breakthrough, Tang Mo was definitely not his opponent. Ling Xiao killing Tang Mo was only a small interlude. Although there were some problems, Fang Ming managed to save some face for the Z Mansion army after dealing with it in time. The following battle still attracted a lot of people's attention. Finally, after all the battles were over, the 100 warriors who won stayed in the promotion area. As for the rest, although they were unwilling, they could only choose to leave. If they couldn't do it this year, they could only wait for the next year. Anyway, the lifespan of a warrior was quite long. It was only a year, so they naturally wanted to become stronger. More than 1 million people and hundreds of thousands of spectators left. This caused the originally crowded arena to become much more deserted in an instant. Now, only the Purple Mansion army and the 100 people who passed the assessment were left here. No, it should be 101 people. Because there was still Zi Long, who was specially recruited. The recruits stood below. They were surrounded by the Purple Mansion army in purple spirit armor. Their whole body emitted a bloody murderous aura. At first glance, it was obvious that each of them was an executioner who had killed many people. But soldiers were like this. Their responsibility was to fight, feeling the murderous aura released by these people. Some of the recruits were trembling. However, there were even more people who remained calm. Although their expressions had changed slightly, many of them had killed many people before. For example, Lu Xiong and Ling Xiao. Rookies, don't you feel happy? Fang Ming looked at the 100 people in front of him and asked with a smile. But don't be happy too early. In the following days, you will receive the cruelest test. You may die, you may leave, in the end, less than half of you may stay. Now, I'll give you a chance. You can leave now. Otherwise, if you stay, you can't be a deserter. There is only one way for deserters, and that is to die. No one wanted to leave. It wasn't easy to stay. Who would leave so easily? Well, since you all want to stay, then I won't talk nonsense. The recruit period is 1 month. You will be assigned to 5 Kiliarchs and belong to 5 battalions. These 5 Kiliarchs are all my subordinates. Next, I will distribute the 100 of you into 5 groups according to your results. Each group has 20 people. You will belong to whichever Kiliarch you are assigned to. For the following training, I won't ask about it. Everything will be handled by the Kiliarchs. Of course, because the recruit period was a little special, there would be a special recruit captain who would be responsible for supervising the training and life of these 100 recruits. This mission was given to Captain Yan Bing. Yan Bing, is it all right to leave the allocation to you? No problem. Yan Bing nodded. All right then. Zilong, come with me. It's not suitable for you to waste time here. Fang Ming glanced at Zilong and said. Yes. Zilong had joined the Purple Mansion army to train himself, but his goal was only the bloody battlefield. He was not interested in military life. After the two left, Yan Bing began to distribute the items. The 100 new recruits were divided into 5 groups and added to the 5 Kiliarchs. These 5 Kiliarchs were not new faces, because they had all appeared in the arena. A few of them were even invigilators. Ling Xiao and 20 of them were assigned to a Kiliarch called Xianxia. This Kiliarch called Xianxia had a warm smile on his face, which made the 20 people heave a sigh of relief. It was very important to have a good boss when one had just joined the Purple Mansion army. There were all kinds of people in the Purple Mansion army. Those who liked to beat and scold the new recruits. Those who liked to order the new recruits around. Those who liked to humiliate the new recruits. All sorts of people. In this place, no one would be able to help you even if you called for help, unless you became stronger, no one could help you. Xianxia seemed to be a good person. Among you, who is called Ling Xiao? Xianxia suddenly asked. Me. Ling Xiao did not know why he asked this. But he still had to answer. Oh, I see. Return to the group. Xianxia glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently with a smile on his face. But in his mind, he recalled the scene when Tang Chununnery complained to him. Tang Chununnery and he were in the same batch of comrades who joined the Purple Mansion army. The two of them had formed a deep friendship on the bloody battlefield. And this time, Tang Chununnery gave him an excellent treasure. She only asked him to teach this guy called Ling Xiao a lesson. With Ling Xiao as his subordinate, it was actually very easy for him to deal with him. Without batting an eyelid, he could make this brat beg for death. Xianxia, let me warn you. You and Tang Chununnery are good friends, but you can't take revenge on him. Ling Xiao is a rare genius. He is a good addition to the Purple Mansion army. If I find out that you are against him, don't blame me. Yan Bing was appointed as the inspector of recruits by Fang Ming. She was in charge of the training and daily life of these 100 recruits. This was her responsibility, so she had to remind Xianxia. Otherwise, if something happened, she would be responsible. Haha, don't worry, Inspector Yan Bing. I know how to distinguish between public and private affairs. Xianxia smiled. I hope so. Let's go. Yan Bing waved her hand. Xianxia led Ling Xiao and the other 20 people to the inner city. The inner city was where the Purple Mansion army was stationed. It was also where they trained. There were no separate barracks for new recruits. The new recruits and the veterans all lived together. It was said that this made it easier for the recruits to integrate into the Purple Mansion army. The moment he walked into the inner city, Ling Xiao immediately felt a powerful aura coming towards him. There were 1,000,000 Purple Mansion army here. There were a lot of them. After the reorganization, the weakest Purple Mansion army was at the 5th level of the Divine Vein realm. Ling Xiao and the other 100 people couldn't be seen at all. Other than the new barracks, there were also many veteran barracks. The division was very clear. Every barracks was led by a Kiliarch. There were about 1,000 people in total. Basically, there would be 10 centurions and 100 Dakarches under them. Some might have a few more, while some might have 1 or 2 fewer. That was a special case. From today onwards, Ling Xiao and the other 19 people would become Xianxia's battling dragon barracks. Every barracks was separated from each other and wouldn't interfere with each other. There were tall walls blocking the way. It was said that this was to prevent conflicts between barracks. It was also to prevent people from secretly learning martial arts between barracks. Anyway, no one knew why it was done in the first place. Anyway, all the barracks were separated. The Battling Dragon Barracks was one of the barracks closest to the inner city. It was one of the weaker barracks. However, it wasn't surprising. The battling dragon barracks was responsible for nurturing new recruits. Therefore, it was natural that they were weaker. Moreover, Xianxia's strength wasn't considered top-notch among the Kiliarchs. Even so, the battling dragon barracks was already beyond the imagination of a rookie like Ling Xiao. There were over 1,000 5th-level Divine Vein Realm martial artists, 100 Descartes at the 7th-level Divine Vein Realm, and 10 Centurions at the 8th-level Divine Vein Realm. There was also a Chiliarch at the 9th-level Divine Vein Realm. Such strength was still very powerful. The other battalions are in the same situation as the battling dragon camp in terms of leadership. Therefore, the difference lies in the ordinary soldiers. At this moment, in the plaza of the battling dragon camp, all 1,000 veterans had already gathered there. They are waiting for Xianxia's lecture. Because these 20 people would be assigned to each team, it would still be a bit troublesome. Descartes will lead 10 people, Centurions will lead 100 people and have 10 Descartes under them, Kiliarchs will lead 1,000 people and have 10 Centurions under them. Basically, all battalions are structured like this. Now, let's assign the 20 new recruits. Descartes with less than 10 people in your team, step forward. Xianxia is very satisfied with the veteran's reaction. He likes the feeling of being respected and revered. Yes. Dozens of Descartes walk out from the battle formation. In the Purple Mansion army, it is very normal to have a shortage of people. Because in the bloody battlefield, people will die every time. In addition, some soldiers will be promoted to Descartes, Centurions, or even Kiliarchs because of their outstanding performance. This will cause a shortage of people in the team. Therefore, the rule of only recruiting 100 people every year has already been condemned by many people. They feel that this rule is unable to fill the gap in the Purple Mansion army. The higher-ups of the Purple Mansion army have already accepted this criticism and are preparing to recruit 10,000 new recruits for every 100,000 soldiers starting from next year. Of course, this is under the condition that their strength reaches the standard. If their strength doesn't reach the standard, it is better to go without than to have something substandard. However, this kind of thing doesn't have much to do with Ling Xiao anymore. He is already a member of the Purple Mansion army. He only needs to think about how to increase his strength. Chiliarch, I heard that a rookie actually killed Descartes Tang Mo. Why don't you let this guy join my team? It just so happens that I am lacking people here. Without waiting for Xianxia to assign people, someone suddenly stands up and says loudly. Xianxia glanced at the man, and a hint of a smile flashed across his eyes. Lei Bao is the fiercest Descartes in the battling dragon camp. He is also the most strict Descartes when it comes to new recruits. Moreover, it is said that Lei Bao is very good at exploiting his subordinates. He promised to help Tang Chununri teach Ling Xiao a lesson. However, if it is too obvious, it will be disadvantageous for him. Yan Bing would definitely complain to Fang Ming. Hence, it would be better to place Ling Xiao under Lei Bao. Once he was there, Ling Xiao could forget about developing. In fact, all he had to do was secretly send a message to Ling Xiao, and Lei Bao would think of a way to kill him. Thinking up to this point, he nodded and said, in that case, Ling Xiao, you can join Lei Bao's team. Yes. Ling Xiao didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. But now that he knew, there was nothing he could do. He could only take it one step at a time. In any case, with his vengeful character, if Lei Bao dared to mess with him, he would definitely kill Lei Bao. He wasn't the kind of person who would let himself be taken advantage of. The thunder leopard looked extremely ferocious, like a wild beast. There were many scars on his body. At a glance, one could tell that he was a very valiant martial artist. He had probably fought many times in the bloody battlefield. No one felt that there was anything wrong with such a distribution. After all, Lei Bao was the one who had requested it. Xianxia was just going with the flow. The others didn't want a thorn like Ling Xiao, so everything was reasonable. After that, Xianxia finished distributing the remaining 19 people. Then, he waved his hand and said, all right, you can all disperse. Do what you need to do. But there's one thing, it's best to take it easy on the new recruits. Don't go overboard. It's not good to kill them. After all, our battling dragon camp is very short of people. Also, new members will receive a set of peak general level martial arts and a set of purple spirit armor. Sergeants, come and collect them. Yes. After all, the army was the army. No matter how fierce they were, discipline was the most important thing. It was very important to follow orders and prohibitions. Lei Bao and the others went to collect the equipment. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, left with the veterans. The people under Lei Bao looked a little submissive, but they were still relatively friendly to the newcomer. Lei Bao, that Ling Xiao killed Tang Mo. How do you want to deal with him? After everyone left, Xianxia deliberately asked Lei Bao to stay behind. What do you want me to do, Chili Arch? Lei Bao asked. You can't even do such a small thing. Do you still need me to teach you? Xianxia said coldly, Tang Chu Nunnery is my old comrade and your old superior. Tang Mo is your colleague. He used to be a sergeant in our battling dragon camp. I don't think I need to say anything more. You won't let that kid have an easy time, right? Hee, don't worry, Chili Arch. I promise to take care of him quietly. It definitely won't affect you, Chili Arch, or Centurion Tang Chu Nunnery. Lei Bao laughed. That's good. Go, give the things to Ling Xiao. We still have to do some superficial things. We can't let others think that we're deliberately targeting him. Yes. You're the hero who killed that bastard Tang Mo. At Lei Bao's team's residence. At this time, Lei Bao was not there. The other 8 people were surrounding Ling Xiao, looking very excited. That's right. I killed Tang Mo, but how is he a bastard? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Tang Mo, that dog, is close friends with our Sergeant Lei Bao. That kid has a fetish for men. Not only does he insult the people in his team, he also insults us. Lei Bao doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. He's happy to see it happen. You killed Tang Mo, it can be considered as revenge for our brothers. One of them said. I really didn't expect Tang Mo to have such a fetish. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. It's a pity that Tang Mo is dead, but Lei Bao is still alive. This guy is even more ferocious and terrifying than Tang Mo. All the military merits we earned will be exploited by him. All the things we got from the bloody battlefield will be snatched away by him. If we don't give it to him, we'll beat him to death. As a sergeant, he has this privilege. As long as we don't beat him to death, he'll be fine. Another person said angrily. Does the Centurion or Chili Arch not care? Ling Xiao asked. The Centurion is Tang Chu Nunnery. Do you think he will care? As for the Chili Arch, Tang Chu Nunnery is his old comrade. The two of them have an extremely good relationship. How do you think he will deal with these things? Another person said disdainfully. F*CK, if it were me, I would work together to kill these two even if I have to give up my Purple Mansion army. Ling Xiao said coldly. I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill him, but you will be punished by the military. In the Purple Mansion army, ordinary soldiers are not allowed to beat up officers. They can only challenge or kill them on the bloody battlefield. Challenge? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Yes, challenge. Only one-on-one. As long as you win, you can become a sergeant. Unfortunately, the 8 of us can't. If you can kill Tang Mo, you should be able to defeat Lei Bao, right? I used the Fire Dragon Mark to kill Tang Mo. From what you said, I can't use the Fire Dragon Mark in a challenge. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Then there's no other way. Unless we meet on the bloody battlefield, who can be his opponent? The hope that had just been ignited was extinguished again. Ling Xiao's sympathy for these 8 people had already turned into indifference. These 8 people only hoped that someone would come and save them. They didn't dare to resist. If it were him, even if he had to risk his life, he would go to hell with Tang Mo and Lei Bao. One's character determined one's achievements in the martial Tao. This saying was absolutely true. When some people encountered difficulties, they would still press forward. But when some people encountered difficulties, they would stop. This was the difference. I see that you don't seem to care. You probably don't know how scary Lei Bao is. One of them shook his head and said, the Fire Dragon Mark can only be used once. You used it on Tang Mo. You can't use it on Lei Bao anymore. So, you can only accept the same fate as us and be bullied. You are tortured every day, but you don't dare to lead the Zifu army. You are better off dead. I don't think so. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Only by resigning yourself to adversity will you be met with contempt and disdain from others. Or even tortured and humiliated. I will say the same thing again. If he doesn't follow the rules, he will put pressure on me. I won't tolerate it. At most, we will all die together. You can only say that. When Lei Bao comes back, you won't dare to be so arrogant. One of them sighed and said, forget it. Let's not talk about this. I thought there was hope. Who knew it would be another despair? Your room is over there. Go tidy it up and move in. That person was whipped to death by Lei Bao. No, he accidentally fell to death. Don't talk nonsense when you go out. Ling Xiao sighed secretly. Lei Bao was a corporal, but he dared to kill. After killing someone even helped him cover up his lie. He said he fell to death. No wonder these 8 people could only be bullied. Actually, the 8 of them were all at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm. They were very powerful. If they worked together, it would be easy to kill Lei Bao. But they didn't. They probably didn't even think about it. They really deserved to be bullied. Ling Xiao walked into his room. The room was very dirty. Things were scattered all over the floor. The previous owner had died a long time ago. No one cleaned up this place. On the wall, there were even words written with blood. Those words were filled with grief and indignation. Ling Xiao frowned. He opened the door and went out. Where is Lei Bao's room? He asked loudly. It's the best room. The 8 of them pointed at the same time, but none of them realized what Ling Xiao was going to do. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he walked straight over. He broke the lock on the door and walked in. The corporal's room was indeed different. Not only was it spacious, it even had a secret room specially used for cultivation. He walked over and opened the secret room, but he was surprised to find that there were more than 10 young girls in the secret room. I beg of Lord Lei Bao, please let us go, I beg of you. Perhaps he mistook Ling Xiao for Lei Bao. The girls hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Ling Xiao could roughly guess what was going on, but he still asked. The girls looked at each other. Finally, one of them walked out. We are all children from good families near Purple Spirit Capital. We were kidnapped and sent here. I was at my wedding ceremony last month. I was kidnapped and sent here. I still have a younger brother and sister to take care of. Without me, they will starve to death. I am already married. That hateful Lei Bao. How can he disregard the law? After someone took the lead, the others followed. Although Ling Xiao was not a great immortal who saved people from suffering, he was still filled with disgust towards Lei Bao when he heard what these women said. This guy is really a jerk. He sighed softly and said to everyone, come out, everyone. Pack up first. I will report to the Chiliarch later and send you all away. Since he could save people, and it was just a matter of convenience, why not do it? Lei Bao chose him to teach him a lesson. The more enraged Lei Bao, the more he should do it. The girls were stunned. Then, they ran out of the secret room and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sighed and let them pack up. He picked up a book from Lei Bao's table and walked out. The book talked about the organization, discipline, and facilities of the Purple Mansion Army in Chaoyang City. He should take a look. He didn't want to miss anything. When he was almost done, he felt a little regretful. He joined the Purple Mansion Army to enter the blood battlefield. But the book didn't mention anything about the blood battlefield. It seemed that it was still too early for new recruits to enter the blood battlefield. He decided to ask Lei Bao about it later. He should enter the blood battlefield as soon as possible and improve his cultivation. When it was about time, he could go to the Purple Mansion Imperial City. To him, the Purple Spirit Capital City was just a stepping stone. What are you doing here? All of a sudden, a thunderous voice rang out. Lei Bao looked at Ling Xiao with an ugly expression. The other 8 people followed behind Lei Bao with trepidation. They looked at Ling Xiao with sympathy. waiting for the corporal to come back. Ling Xiao put the book in his hand aside and smiled. Hey, kid, you know what's good for you. Here you go. Lei Bao sneered. As long as Ling Xiao was obedient, he could get a tool to earn military merits for him. It was a pity to kill him so early. So, he gave the purple spirit armor, the purple mansion army token, and the king-level martial technique to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the king-level martial technique indifferently. This thing was meaningless to him, but it would still be useful to the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire in the future. So, he kept it. As for the purple spirit armor, it was a good thing. The lowest grade purple spirit armor could increase a martial artist's combat power by 2 times. This combat power included attack power and defense power. It could be worn until the 6th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Once the cultivation reached the 7th level of the Divine Vein Realm, the low-grade purple spirit armor would be meaningless. To Ling Xiao, anything that could increase his combat power was good. His cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein Realm, so the purple spirit armor could still help him. It was better than nothing. Also, twice the combat power was not a small amount. Apart from these 2 things, there was the purple mansion army token. This was a symbol of identity. It was also the key to entering the blood battlefield. Without this thing, he couldn't enter the blood battlefield and couldn't record military merits. He put the purple mansion soldier waist tag and the peak king level martial skill into his storage ring. As for the purple spirit armor, he put it on. The purple spirit armor had an invisible function. If you don't like it, you can make it transparent. After the purple spirit armor became invisible, others would only see you as wearing ordinary clothes. But the actual effect was still there. It was also very convenient to operate. One only needed to think and he could give an order. The purple spirit armor was a good thing. As Ling Xiao encountered stronger and stronger martial artists, his advantage in martial techniques would gradually disappear. The advantage in martial soul level would also become smaller and smaller. This purple spirit armor could make up for those. The lowest level was already so powerful. How powerful was the purple spirit armor worn by Yu Qilong? At this time, a voice suddenly came from the room. Lord Ling, we are ready. Hearing this voice, Lei Bao's face suddenly changed. You, what did you do? Lei Bao looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly realized that he had underestimated this guy. This guy would definitely not be obedient. Ask me what I did? I'd like to ask you, why are you hiding so many beautiful women in your cultivation room, and every one of them was abducted? What do you think will happen to you if this gets out? Ling Xiao looked at Lei Bao and smiled faintly. You, kid, dare to threaten me. Lei Bao looked at Ling Xiao gloomily and said, do you know what the consequences of threatening me and offending me are? Don't you just want to talk about death? Ling Xiao said casually, you have been a corporal for a long time. Why don't you give up your position? Looks like you are really courting death. Lei Bao's face was gloomy to the extreme. From the day he became a corporal here, no one dared to go against his orders. Even if this order was not in line with military discipline. No one dared to say a word. Unexpectedly, this guy called Ling Xiao actually dared to threaten him in front of so many people? If I kill you, no one will know what I did. Boom, terrifying vital essence was activated, and a terrifying aura bloomed from Lei Bao's body. He was like a fierce cheetah, turning into a whirlwind to kill Ling Xiao. Originally, he planned to slowly torture Ling Xiao. From the looks of it, he had to kill it as soon as possible. This was because he was well aware of the consequences of what he had done. Ling Xiao, just admit defeat. There's no need to go against Corporal Lei Bao. One of the 8 men hurriedly shouted. Lei Bao's fury made them tremble in fear. It was as if they were reminded of the terror of their comrade who had committed suicide. It's useless to admit defeat. Today, I must kill him. The thunder leopard bellowed as it arrived 1 meter away from Ling Xiao. Kill me? Can you kill him? Ling Xiao suddenly took out the fire dragon mark. Lei Bao was startled. His body, which was originally charging out, quickly retreated. What do you want? Do you want to murder Shangguan? This is a serious crime. He roared. What a joke. You want to kill me, so why can't I kill you? Ling Xiao mocked. Lei Bao frowned as he suddenly thought of something. Don't use this used fire dragon mark to scare me. You used it to kill Tang Mo. You can't use it a second time. I was almost fooled by you. The thunder leopard suddenly laughed. Is that so? Then you can try. Ling Xiao held the fire dragon mark in his hand and smiled faintly. As for the 8 men, they were already trembling in fear. This Ling Xiao is really crazy. He actually dares to go against Corporal Lei Bao? I think he's simply courting death. That fire dragon mark is clearly used. Corporal Lei Bao is not afraid at all. Next, he's going to be miserable. I think he really won't survive today. Sigh, it's better to be a coward. He can still live like us. As the saying goes, it's better to live a bad life than a good death. Listening to these people's discussion, Ling Xiao was really angry that they were not fighting for it. In his opinion, rather than living like a walking corpse, he might as well go all out and give it his all. Otherwise, living is no different from dying. And if he fought, he might not die. Kid, no matter what, don't think of leaving here alive today. Killing you is also a good way to explain to the higher-ups. Lei Bao sneered and charged at Ling Xiao again. He was sure that the fire dragon mark in Ling Xiao's hand could no longer be used. Because in the Purple Spirit capital, in the entire 4 major regions, he had never heard of a fire dragon mark that could be used more than twice. Of course, his vision was limited to the Purple Kingdom. But he was still very sure. You're not afraid that I have 2 or 3 fire dragon marks? Ling Xiao looked at the thunder leopard, still smiling faintly. That's even more impossible. This kind of item made by a spirit augmentation master is incomparably precious. Each one is worth tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. I'm already surprised that you're lucky enough to have one of them. 2 or 3, do you think I'm stupid, using this kind of thing to threaten me? You've really misjudged me. I'm not afraid. The thunder leopard sneered, completely not stopping his charge. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth also curled into a cruel sneer. Maybe the thunder leopard was right. But after his modification, the fire dragon mark could be used 3 times. Lei Bao was probably not the only one who didn't think of this. Even the other people in the Purple Mansion army didn't think of this. He waited for the thunder leopard to charge over. He wanted the thunder leopard to have no chance to dodge. Of course, he wouldn't kill the thunder leopard to avoid causing trouble for himself. But it was still possible to seriously injure the thunder leopard and control him with the soul-absorbing pill. As a sergeant, the thunder leopard should know a lot of things. It was a good opportunity for him to be more familiar with the Purple Mansion army, and maybe he could get information about the bloody battlefield. When the thunder leopard was about 2 meters away from Ling Xiao, suddenly, a fire dragon flew out from Ling Xiao's hand. It was extremely fast. Everyone only saw a flash of red light. The thunder leopard's body was thrown out, and then he clutched his chest, rolling in pain. His body was already burning. How is this possible? Why can your fire dragon mark still be used? The thunder leopard didn't understand. It was really hard to understand. The fire dragon mark could only be used once. Could it be that this kid had more than 1 fire dragon mark? This thought gave him a fright. But before he could recover, Ling Xiao had already rushed up and stepped on his body. While stomping out the flames, he stuffed a soul-absorbing pill into the thunder leopard's mouth. He had been improving the formula of the soul-absorbing pill. After arriving at the 4 major regions, they used better materials, and the effects of the soul-absorbing pill became even better. Because he had to quickly unify the mystic world, he didn't have time to slowly tame the surrendered soldiers. This soul-absorbing pill naturally became a very important thing. You, what did you feed me? The thunder leopard looked at Ling Xiao in horror and said. Although he didn't have to die, the pain in his body was still there. Coupled with the strange pill, his face didn't look good. As for the other 8 people in the team, they were completely stunned. Ling Xiao actually succeeded. End of chapter 3598. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.